A new day has dawned in Indiana, and with it, dreams of racing glory awaken anew. Today, the world's top GT teams and drivers have flocked to America's heartland for the 5th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. In the first Indy 500 in 1911, Ray Haroon completed the run in 6 hours and 42 minutes in a car he helped design. Today, the challenge is 8 hours, and 69 drivers will try to follow in his footsteps to write the next chapter in Indy history. This is the season finale for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, one of 4 global Fanatec GT championships in the SRO platform, and this is the season finale for Fanatec GT. It also serves as the final race of Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the racing capital of the world. And for the final time of 2024, our teams are geared up and ready for battle. GT3 drivers from across the world are going to race on these iconic bricks.
With 2 championships on the line, there's no time to waste. So let's take a quick look back at the last 6 races at what's at stake here this weekend.
In the Pro class, we're going to have an 8-hour showdown between the Porsche and the Corvette. If we go back to Sonoma, it was a big weekend for Wright Motorsports. It led to a podium streak, and they've been on top of the standings ever since.
On the other hand, DXDT Racing's Corvette caught fire with back-to-back wins at COTA, sparking an 8-race winning streak and setting a modern-era record for the Fanatec GT World Challenge America. Now they're only 7 points behind. So to lock up the Pro Championship, the Porsche team of Adelson, Skier, and Heinrich will need to finish ahead of Corvette's Milner, Udell, and Sims. In the Pro-Am class, things are just as close. ST Racing and Turner Motorsports, they've been swapping positions all season long. Drama at VIR gave ST Racing's number 38 BMW the upper hand, but Turner came roaring back at Barber. Right now, ST Racing leads by 31 points, but with this weekend's double point system, it's still anyone's game. Fan favorites like Philip Ellis, Jeff Burton, AF Corsa's Ferrari 296 GT3s, and Flying Lizard's BMW M4 GT3 will be here battling for top honors. And nothing says back home in Indiana like having IndyCar stars on the grid. We've got Alex Palou in that number 4 Mercedes, Connor Daly in the Random Vandals BMW, and Zach Veach in the Acura NSX GT3, all ready to bring some extra flair to the race. And how fitting is it that we celebrate this season's largest grid right here at the place that plays host to the greatest spectacle in racing. Now let's head to our friend Tom Hornsby, the man with the most air miles, with what's happening in his world.
Thanks, Amanda. Loving those trousers. Now, Intercontinental GT Challenge also concludes this weekend. SRO's globe-trotting GT3 series comprises 4 events on 3 continents with 68 hours of racing. 60 of those hours are already in the books, which leads to the comparative sprint of 8 hours on Saturday. The series kicked off down under in Australia back in February, when Porsche won the Bathurst 12-hour at the legendary Mount Panorama. But once around the clock isn't enough for these guys. The Nürburgring and Spa 24-hour races are amongst the world's most challenging and often have weather conditions to match. Fog, heavy rain, thunder, lightning and bright sunshine meant 2024 was no exception. Now it's Indy's turn this weekend, when any one of 3 German manufacturers can win both overall titles. Porsche tops the manufacturer standings by 16 points, but is without an IGTC Pro entry this weekend. Those, unlike Fanatec GT America's class structure, can comprise as many as 3 factory drivers. BMW and Mercedes-AMG, on the other hand, have 5 such entries between them. Porsche is also leading the Drivers' Championship with Ayhan Guven and the absent Lawrence Vanthoor, who scored maximum IGTC points together with Mandate EMA at Bathurst and the Nürburgring. However, the Turk's chances will be limited here by racing in a Pro-Am lineup. His primary rival, Charles Weerts, joins fellow Belgian Dries Vanthoor and South Africa's Sheldon van der Linde in one of WRT's 2 factory BMWs. Vanthoor and van der Linde know their way around Indy, having triumphed here last year, but also raced with Weerts in Europe, where they scored maximum IGTC points at Spa just over 3 months ago. 2 more BMW factory drivers, Max Hesse and Dan Harper, arrive 14 points off top spot. They share WRT's second M4 with former Indy winner Augusto Farfus, but must finish third at least to have any chance of beating Guven. Reigning champions Mercedes-AMG can also win both titles, but its best bet for the driver's crown lies with Lucas Stoltz, who must finish no lower than second to have any chance. He forms 1/3 of Lone Star's all-star lineup, which also includes fellow German Fabian Schiller and Spanish superstar Alex Palau, who was recently crowned IndyCar champion for the 3rd time. IGTC's other championship, the Independent Cup, has a trio of entries at Indy, but only 2 drivers, Attar Azau and Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, can win the title. Au leads the standings by 25 points ahead of the finale. So that's how Intercontinental shapes up ahead of its final 8 hours. But what about the speedway itself? Calvin Fish is your guide to the Brickyard.
Welcome to the Fanatec GT track preview from the racing capital of the world. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We're on board this Chevy Corvette Z06. I've got GM factory pilot Tommy Milner behind the wheel here. Tommy, brilliant season. 8 wins on the bounce. Championship very much on your mind as we head into the weekend. Talk us through this amazing racetrack.
Yeah, super excited to be here at Indy this weekend. Chance for a championship coming across the yard of bricks there. Brake zone for turn 1, braking about the 400-meter board in our Corvette Z06 GT3R. Not using the curbs much here in turn 1. A lot of really important to have a good car to transition here. Back to the left again, using all the curb on the apex and the exit. Setting up for turn 4, really difficult, really well-balanced corner here. Got a brake and turn. Setting up now out of turn 4 across this chicane down to the next brake zone. Over the curbs.
Holman Boulevard, 2,400-foot run here, down into the brake zone. I assume this is a good overtaking opportunity in the race.
Yeah, another great passing opportunity here. Hard on the brakes, down to 2nd gear. Again, not using the curb here, the big curbs here in 7 and 1. Now for the 7, 8, 9, 10 section here, really balancing the car on the curbs, using all the curbs all the way to the grass. Setting up now for turn 10, cutting as much as you can, squeezing the power on. Setting up for turn 12, another good passing opportunity.
Yeah, tricky brake zone coming into turn 12. This is the exit of turn 1 on the speedway.
Yeah, down again, watch out for the curbs here, they're really big. Squeezing the power on, quick little squirt all the way down to the 13, whoop, little oversteer, back to power again. Flat out in our GT3 cars, onto the front straightaway for a lap at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
3,000-foot run down this front straightaway. What a lap here with Tommy. Best of luck the weekend going for that championship. As you cross the outer brakes, wow, that certainly gets the pulse racing every single time. This is Indy.
There is no place quite like Indy. This track has been a crucible of speed and ingenuity for over a century, and today, world-class endurance sports car racing returns to the beating heart of American motorsport. Hello, my name is Ryan Marine. Calvin Fish and Kyle Heyer will be joining me in the booth throughout the day. We'll have Amanda Busick and DJ Clark patrolling the pits for us for the next 8 hours or so. The grid has already assembled. We are moments away from getting started, so let's waste no time and get to pre-race festivities. Here for the national anthem, please welcome recording artist Denise Stephanie with the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was bound yet away o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
It is a beautiful day in central Indiana. Temperatures just now approaching 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees on the centigrade scale. Hardly a cloud in the sky with a nice breeze blowing across the track. To sum it up, Chamber of Commerce weather here in the state capital of Indiana. So much excitement on the grid. Kyle Heyer, we're really looking forward to getting this one started. A finale for Fanatec GT World Challenge America as well this year as Intercontinental GT Challenge.
Yeah, the last round of that 4-round international championship, and every driver wants to kiss the bricks in racing across the globe. This is one of the greatest honors in motorsports, Ryan. Drivers from all over the planet have assembled here today for this last 8-hour event.
It's a fascinating mix of cars on the grid, cars coming from overseas, plus the North American stalwarts, and down amongst all of those cars in stars in the pit lane, our own Amanda Busick and Calvin Fish.
And Ryan, this is it right here. That is what those drivers are looking to kiss here today at the end of 8 hours for the final race of Fanatec GT, as well as our worldwide competitors racing in the IGTC as they race alongside us today in a glorious day here in Indy. Calvin, we talk about how big this event is. You look at the grid behind us. It's the biggest grid that we've seen all season. How is that different in a driver's mindset?
Well, it's a huge challenge. First of all, those 23 cars have to survive turn one, but the temperatures are up today, so it should be a lot easier. Fifth time we've run here at Indy. There's some manufacturers still to break through and get that first win, and one of those is Porsche, and they start with 2 cars in the top 3 on the grid position today, so they're really quick on the 1-lap pace. Can they do it over the full race distance? Also, it's an 8-hour race, so we run into the darkness, and I think the real key today for victory is having a car that will perform when things cool down a little bit. You need a car that's really sharp during that finish.
Can you still feel what race day feels like?
Well, race day is special, but when it's here at the racing capital of the world, it is something else. So it's great to be here on the ground. It's great to see these talented drivers go to work here this afternoon, and championships are on everyone's mind today.
Well, I'm going to put you to work now. We got some drivers to talk to on the grid. As while Calvin splits, you guys are going to follow me for a little bit, and we're going to go straight to the front of this grid, to the pole sitting car, and Patrick Niedersizer, who put in just a massive lap around this place, putting the Herbert Motorsports on pole. And I know your teammates were holding it against you that you didn't put the fastest lap around here, but you said that you might have more in this car today. What's that?
Yeah, I might have not tell you the whole truth. No, obviously that was a very good lap yesterday. We were very, very happy. First of all, to make it into Super Pole as a Pro-Am entry. So my 2 other teammates also did a fantastic job there. And then, yeah, I knew our car was in a very, very good shape. Herbert Motorsport gave me a real rocket in Super Pole. And yeah, it was a good lap.
Well, as you fans across the world are watching this race right now, they're seeing this iconic pagoda behind you. What's it like driving into Indiana?
Very, very special. Absolutely awesome place. Been here 3 years ago. Already quite successful where we could win it in overall. So yeah, trying to obviously make a very good race again today.
Well, good luck to you. I will release you because I have found the president of the SRO America here, Greg Gill, who is overlooking just this beautiful site that we have in Indianapolis. We're here. It's the punctuation of the season. What's your summary?
I tell you what, no better place to finish the year at. We are so thankful for Roger Penske allowing us to be part of this at this amazing facility. For the people of Indiana and Indianapolis who have come down, supported us. I think we're up a third over the prior year in attendance. It's amazing. And for Doug Bowles and his team, what they've done here. And for all of our customers, it is so great to be part of this. Can't have a better day. Let's go racing.
Well, congratulations to you too, Greg. And I don't know if you guys saw it when you flew into the airport here for this weekend, but you would have seen the GT3 car that welcomed us that said, this is Indy's only night race, and that's what we'll do here today at IMS. Calvin, who do you have?
Well, there's a big battle in the pro class here for Fanatec GT North America. Here by the 63 car, they've gone 8 wins on the bounce here this season. Looking for a night that would seal the title. They've drafted in Corvette racing driver Alex Sims. No pressure, mate. Your two teammates have gone 8 wins on the bounce. How about a ninth and get that championship for the boys?
Well, I think it would be a dream come true. They've had an incredible season. Obviously, I've only just watched from the outside, but yeah, what Tommy and Alec and the whole team have done at DXDT Racing with this new Corvette is just phenomenal. So we'll try our best. Looks like it might be a bit more of a difficult race, to be honest, pace-wise. The car's feeling great, but we haven't quite got the lap time. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
1 lap pace doesn't seem to be there. How about race conditions and the fact 8 hours are going to run into the night, it's going to cool off? Could it come your way?
Well, we've got to hope that way. Yeah, it does seem that overall we're just lacking a bit of straight line speed, to be honest. So the racing's going to be tough, but we've got to keep our nose clean, have a clean car at the end of the race to make sure we're as fast as we can be. And yeah, as you say, 8-hour race, all sorts of things happen always. So we'll stick at it.
All right, mate, best of luck today. Amanda?
Yeah, Calvin, on the other side of that battle, looking to become champions in the pro class here in Fanatec GT is that 120 Porsche, and it has been so successful this season. Today you could become champions. How do you do it?
Yeah, right, 8 hours to go with it, so still a lot of racing ahead. The last weekend that we were here was a really good prep for this, and the vibes have been quite high over at Wright Motorsport. We put in some good work with the Porsche. We have Lauren Heinrich with us. Just every piece of the puzzle is there. We just need to go execute for 8 hours and do our thing and just minimize the time lost out there. Yeah, the Corvette has won 8 in a row, but ultimately we only need to win 1 race, and that's the one today, so we're after it.
For those watching at home, those are race tires going on just GT3 machinery right now. And Elliot, I talked to you yesterday and you said, I want to wear a thick jacket right now. Well, that is not the circumstance that you have today. How do you compensate for it?
Just enjoy the day, right? Ultimately, yeah, we do throw a little bit at the car and the tire to optimize for it. We threw some of those changes at it yesterday, and based on the grid position, it worked. So we're just going to keep doing what we do and get to the night and really go for it then. Awesome,
Elliot. Good luck. Calvin?
Well, there's a big battle in Pro-Am as well this weekend, Amanda, and the team that are chasing is this number 29 Turner Motorsport team. Robbie Foley, you've been there all season long. If you win, that means that 38 car has to finish in the top 5, and there's a long 8 hours ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, for us, it's very simple. We just focus on our own task, try to win the race. We've got a great M4 GT3 under us, and the Turner guys and girls have, given us a great car all week. So, job's pretty simple. We try to have a good race and win it.
You've been one of the fastest BMWs here this weekend. What do you anticipate here in the race? Now all of the cars are on the table.
Yeah, we'll see. I think our car's very raceable the way it makes the lap time, and I think you just got to, take an endurance racing approach. Be smart for 6 hours, be there in the last 2, and try to take advantage of whatever you can.
All right, Robbie, best of luck today. Amanda?
Well, starting on the front row is none other than your 3-time IndyCar champion, Alex Below, and you made this transition look so easy. How?
Had a great team around, and I know this place a little bit, so maybe that helped a little bit, but yeah, it's exciting. It's going to be a long day, long race for me with 8 hours, so yeah, I'm excited starting in the front row. Let's see if we can get up front and stay there, but yeah, beautiful day at the Speedway.
Now, Connor Daly is a name that people love around these parts too, and I saw on social media you guys might have a proper bet going today. He gets bourbon and you get diapers. Who wins that one?
Yeah, hopefully me. I need some diapers for sure. I don't know if he needs bourbon. He didn't specify the brand though. He only said he needs $100 of bourbon if you win. So hopefully I win. Hopefully I get $100 of diapers. That will help me this month.
It was just 20 days ago that Alex Below became that third-time champion. IndyCar was just amazing to think about. Congratulations to them. Doug Bowles, the president of IMS. I have framed the pagoda right behind you on purpose. Look at this grid. We are marketing this as Indy's only night race. How fun is that for you?
You know, when they were practicing the other night here, this place lit up. It's beautiful along pit lane. My wife and I were just talking about how spectacular it was. And to have these amazing race cars, we got to go see them in Spa this year to run in the 24-hour race. Couldn't wait to have them back here. 8 hours at Indianapolis is pretty cool.
You know, there's some special parts of IMS. We've been looking at some tours around your place. I know you guys have the museum under construction, but I saw you in a river that runs under this place.
Yeah, we've got a river that actually runs under the racetrack. The drivers cross it twice when they're on track, and so we've done a lot of things. Because this place is 115 years old, there's a whole bunch of history. We love to tell the stories that take place, that make this place special, that don't happen on the racetrack. So we got a little thing called Behind the Bricks, and that's one of those, just talking about those creeks.
Thank you, Doug. And a little bias here today, no?
Oh yeah, I'm a Connor Daly fan all the way, and I know he's back there in the Random Vandals car, so it's gonna be a lot of fun to see him. But it's cool to see Alex Palou here, a lot of IndyCar drivers. It's a lot of fun, but we're excited to see these GT cars.
Very cool. And since I still have the mic, one more. I do see Bill Oberlin right behind me, so I'm just going to grab a quick word with him. Bill, the BMWs here in IMS, how do you get it done?
How do you get it done? Good question. First of all, you put Philip in the car right now. The guy's a rocket ship. He's going to drive it right to the front. I told him he's got about 2 laps to get there. He said no problem. He's going to do it in 1.5. It's 8 hours, right? We're going to put our head down. We have all the great strategy guys behind us. BMW literally has won this race in one capacity or another the last 4 out of 4 years, right? So I've won it 3 out of 4. I think they won it last year. So we know how to do it. We know how to get it done. We have a great car. We need a little bit of luck as well.
Well, that is the great Bill Oberlin calling a shot, Calvin.
Well, Team WRT are the defending race winners here. One of the drivers last year, Sheldon van der Linde, behind the wheel of that winning machine. Sheldon, you roll off 4th here today. How is the BMW looking here for this 8-hour event ahead?
Yeah, obviously we set the bar quite high last year with a win here, so I think our goal is pretty clear to get the championship for Charles. That's obviously priority number 1, and everything else is just a bonus today.
All right, mate, best of luck.
It's a star-packed grid, that's for sure. The fans have come out and taken up positions on the viewing mounds around this 14-turn, 2.4-mile road course that opened up in the year 2000. Of course, this venue itself, as Doug Bowles alluded to, 115 years old, opened its doors in 1909. It's known as the Brickyard because 3.2 million 10-pound bricks were used to repave the track after the initial surface back in 1909 was found to be unsatisfactory. And in that video we teased a moment ago of Doug going through some of those rivers, I know if you dig deep enough, you can find some of those old bricks down in the mud.
You certainly can, and Calvin or Ryan, they've also got them at the start-finish line as well.
Well, we're about ready to fire up this field of cars. It is time to get them fired up. Please welcome from Pershing, Tiago Lucidi for the most famous words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engines.
And with that, 23 GT3 cars roar to life for this, the 5th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. It's a great mix of cars. If you've got a rooting interest in a manufacturer, chances are they're represented on this grid here today. You've got American muscle in the form of the Corvette. You've got your Japanese import in the form of the Acura NSX, and of course your Porsches, your BMWs, your Ferraris, and on and on and on. The list, well, it's just mouthwatering, isn't it, when you look at the types of cars on display and the drivers as well. World class coming from every corner of the globe.
World class, and the sights and sounds of GT racing never fail to disappoint, especially echoing off the grandstands on the front straightaway here at IMS. What a special day. It's a beautiful cloudless sky. We're going to get the moon out tonight, Ryan, as the cars roll off the grid.
Oh, it's been a fun one over the years, and ending under the lights. I say that, there really aren't any lights around this place. It's just the headlights that will be illuminating the way for these drivers in that final hour. Checkered flag scheduled for 8:15 local time, sunset for just after 7, so roughly the final hour of this race in the twilight or full darkness. And we've seen some fireworks, literally and figuratively, in the nighttime hours here in previous runnings.
We have, but last year there was only one full course yellow to slow the race down, so this is a really rapid event. If you make any mistakes, that's going to maximize the damage that it does. You have to be perfect today if you want to win against a field of drivers so strong.
For the North American competitors, they're used to 90-minute races, and 2 of them on the weekend. If Saturday doesn't go well, you can come back again on Sunday. No such luck here with one 8-hour race with double points on the line. So much at stake in these championship battles.
Yeah, talk about maximizing the damage. If you make a mistake and you don't finish, that's 50 points that you've lost to a competitor that might win. So when you're looking at the Fanatec GT World Challenge Championships in Pro-Am and the Pro categories, this is an immensely important race because if you have a great day, it counts twice. If you have a bad day, it counts twice too.
Onboard shots We'll have plenty of them for you. Samantha Tan, ST Racing, here with Justin Rothberg going for a title. Those are the two title protagonists in the Pro-Am class for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. How about in the pro side of things? Adam Adelson and Elliott Skier, they started the year with a couple of wins at Sonoma. They've not won since, but they still hold a narrow lead over the debuting Corvette that made its first North American SRO start at Sebring, the pro class entered at Circuit of the Americas. Here's the GMG racing car. Ayunchan Guven, one of the drivers there. He's going for Intercontinental GT Challenge driver honors, as is Lucas Stoltz, who's on this number 4 Mercedes that he shares with none other than Alex Palou, 3-time and defending IndyCar champion, former pole sitter at the Indianapolis 500, and 2-time IndyCar winner on this IMS road course. Those are some of the onboard shots we'll have for you throughout the course of the day today. Storylines sprinkled all throughout this field. I think just about every inhabited continent on Earth is represented on this starting grid as far as the drivers are concerned. It really is a who's who of GT racers.
It is. There's so many special names and faces here this weekend. Teams that have literally flown cars across the oceans to be here. And one of those teams, the number 33 Team WRT team, got their car late, and they had some trouble yesterday as well, right?
They did. They had to do an engine change. They saw something they didn't like on the telemetry in the pole shootout, so that car will start at the back. One of the stories to watch certainly as they try to make their way up through the field. Well, let's look and see how the field will line up for this 5th running of the Indianapolis 8-Hour presented by AWS. Patrick Niederhauser starts on pole. Second straight year a Pro-Am car gets the overall pole. He'll start next to Lucas Stoltz. Adam Adelson going for the Pro Class title in America. He'll start next to Sheldon Vanderlinde, the 2022 DTM champ. His Royal Highness Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim will start in 5th next to Mauro Engel, Mercedes factory ace. Row 4 belongs to Philip Eng. He won here overall in GTP a couple of weeks ago and is the defending race winner of the 8-Hour. Kenton Cook starts alongside for Random Vandals. Jake Peterson making just his second start in this event alongside Kenny Hobble, a 3-time Intercontinental GT Challenge champ. Luca Mars, just 18 years old from Pittsburgh. He'll start alongside Justin Rothberg, going for a championship. He's on the outside looking in, but has his shot today. Kyle Washington and Alec Udell. Udell going for the Pro Class title on a streak of 8 straight class wins. Samantha Tan starts 15th next to Custodio Toledo, making his first ever endurance start in his career. Malaysian veteran Adrian De Silva starts 17th next to Jeff Burton. Hash will start 19th, first race on American soil for him, and Elias Sabo starts next to him. Blake McDonald on debut will start 21st, and Jay Schreidman, the Ferrari Challenge veteran, will start in 22nd. Out back, as mentioned, Team WRT after the engine change. Dan Harper is set to roll off from 23rd on the grid. Well, right now it's just past noon. The sun has reached its zenith, but in 8 hours' time, only headlights will be showing the way. One team will get a chance to experience the thrill of victory at Indianapolis. The front row, the Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser. The Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz. Row 2, Adam Adelson in the Porsche. Sheldon Vanderlinde in the BMW. The field approaching the VP acceleration zone, and there to wave the Star-Spangled Banner is Rutledge Wood, and we are racing for the 5th time at the Indianapolis 8-Hour. The roaring field down into turn number 1, and a big move early on from the Adelson car to get up into the 3rd spot. The pole sitter able to control the lead so far, Kyle. Clean and green through the first couple of corners.
Yeah, so far so good. Here comes the 4. Lucas Stoltz up the inside there of the 130. They're neck and neck, door to door as they make their way to the chicane for the first time.
Oh, they're still side by side, but wisely they get it sorted out before they get to that chicane. That number 4 car, the Lone Star car, that qualified 2nd. They've been shuffled back here with the early going. Lucas Stoltz on the back foot. Look at the Random Vandals car on the charge, making it 3 wide down Holman Boulevard, 2 into 1. 2 positions gained for the BMW.
Kenton Cook on the move, attacking hard early here as they make their way through turn number 7 and into 8, 9, and 10 on the opening lap. Everybody single file now, Ryan.
Kenton Cook had a brilliant drive in Pirelli GT4 America this morning to take the championship lead with 1 round to go, and he's picked up right where he's left off. Brilliant start for the American to bring the Random Vandals car up into 4th.
Into turn 12 for the first time there. A look from the 31 of Vanderlinde on Niederhauser. Wasn't able to get alongside now. And filtering back through to finish the first 2.4-mile lap at Indianapolis.
Frantic opening lap, but from pole position, it'll be Patrick Niederhauser leading the way, but second place has changed hands. Lucas Stoltz has been shuffled all the way back to the fifth position. Sheldon Vanderlinde up to second, and how about Adam Adelson? In the pro class this year, coming under pressure though from Kenton Cook. Adelson gives him a wide berth and he'll let him play through, Cal.
Yeah, smart move there. 8-hour race, long way to go. They're in championship contention, leading right now. They just need a good, clean day. I think the first point of order is to get to that halfway point, Ryan, and score points today.
Wow, what a frantic start to this race, but it was clean. That's what we like to see. Now everyone can settle into a rhythm. Already, Dan Harper from 23rd on the grid, Kyle, he's up to 16th.
Yeah, big moves here early, and you have to take advantage of this when the field is so tight together. You have no idea how many times we're going to get a reset with a full course yellow, Ryan. Last year, only one to reset the day.
Yeah, if last year is no indication, you can't count on that for your strategy, which puts the pressure on to execute to perfection. Adelson dropped that spot a moment ago to Cook, and now he comes under pressure from Lucas Stoltz. Remarkable when you consider Adam is in just his second season of GT3 racing, Calvin, and he doesn't have much racing period on the CV, but right now he's kept Lucas Stoltz behind.
Yeah, just think of the stage, final round of the championship. We're here in Indianapolis, and he's got factory drivers all around his ears right now.
It's a real show of just how good Adam Adelson is at this young stage in his career. Side by side behind these two, they might be Mercedes factory mates, but there's no apparent love lost here in the early going. Maro Engel going on the attack, but how about Philip Eng? We heard Bill Oberlin describe him as a rocket ship. He contemplated making it 3 wide. Instead, he leaves it to the Mercedes, Kyle, to battle it out between themselves.
Yes, just as they did on the opening lap. A little bit of hip and shoulder there through the opening sector into turn 4. The 28 of Eng on the attack, but he gets cut off there into turn 4, Cal.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful there. Luca Mars is in his shadows there, looking for a way through. The Acura from Racers Edge has been very fast here this weekend. He gets a big run through turn 6. Ryan Philip Eng's shadow right now, looking for an opportunity. Eng immediately goes on the defensive right of the screen there, as you can see. And that multicolored ST machine almost cuts off Mars there as they get into the brake zone for turn 7.
Some lofty company for Luca Mars to keep in his first season of GT3 racing, a graduate of the HPD Driver Academy, but he's going nose to tail here with Philip Eng, the defending race winner of this event and a guy who won here overall in a GTP prototype just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he's got a ton of momentum, obviously one of the defending class-winning drivers from the 8-hour last year, and as you said, that huge victory was a big weight off the shoulders of the whole BMW squad, so happy days for him.
Niederhauser laying down the pace here in the early going, set the fastest lap of the race last time around, and further back in the pack, a spin. That is Adrian De Silva, the veteran from Malaysia who's gone around. Karn looks to be in fairly good shape, but he's going to drop well down the order. And Kyle, these are the kinds of things where if you don't get those full course yellows like we saw last year, only the one, you lose a bunch of track position like this, you lose a bunch of time like this, it's awfully hard to claw it back.
Well, if you're going to lose it at some point, you'd rather lose it now as the 28 jams up the inside. Eng past Stoltz into turn 4. A little crossover there and a battle side by side towards the chicane, Cal.
Yeah, and obviously Stoltz has to give it up immediately. You don't want to band over those curbs too hard early in this race. You can damage the splitter, the diffuser, and the likes. That gives Mars a big run. Stoltz is in trouble here. He's going to have to give up another position, I believe.
This is the car that started on the outside of the front row. Alex Palou qualified second with a remarkable pole shootout yesterday, but the Lone Star Racing team, which has won here before under the guise of Crab Bamboo Racing, that was a couple of years ago, well, they're on the back foot. They've dropped a number of positions from second now, all the way back to the fringes of the top 10 and 8th.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned with that EBM Porsche going for a spin, if you're going to make a mistake, you'd rather have it early on. But what worries me more is not having pace at all. And it seems like in the early stages, this 4 cars dropping back, Calvin, but there's so much left to go. We're only 6 minutes in, although the action has been filling it for the first few laps.
Engel making a move there on Adelson to move up to P4 overall on the day. But just a really solid start by Adam Adelson. The team will be really buoyed by his performance so far.
Under pressure here, though, from Philip Eng, who is taking that BMW from ST Racing to the front. We've seen this team do this early in races in previous editions of this race, and bringing in an absolute stud like Philip Eng certainly bolsters that driver lineup. By the way, we did see that spin for Adrian De Silva. Message from race control: an incident involving car 88 and car 91 is under review. And car 88 would be Custodio Toledo, who was running in close proximity to De Silva prior to the spin.
Let's not forget here, this little battle, this is for a class position for Bill Oberlin, Brun Choksi. They have an outside chance at the championship, but the only way they can do it is to win and hope the others have problems here. And Eng moves that car to the class lead.
That's right. 3 different classes here at the Indy 8-hour. Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro, North America Pro, and also Pro-Am. We'll talk more about that as time allows, but right now, all eyes on this battle. And how about this charge from the youngster Luca Mars, who has impressed all season long and really showing what he's capable of here up against some big names.
Yeah, this weekend they showed pace immediately in practice, and Gabby Chavez has jumped in that car here this weekend as well. It was a front runner really for all of Thursday and Friday, Cal. So the pace looks great here early. They're challenging for a podium spot already in Pro.
Yeah, the car's really quick here. They've got a good notebook to work from with John Baraki and his crew, and I think got 3 drivers who are very evenly matched here this weekend. So if they keep their nose clean, they could have a really solid day.
Off to a good start, but still in the early stages here, not even 8 minutes into this. 5 laps in the books, and it's Patrick Niederhauser out in front. Lucas Stoltz has dropped back through the field, Amanda. Can you tell it? Well, we'll go there in a moment, try and get some information about Lone Star Racing, because it is certainly curious that Luca has struggled so much in the early going. In the meantime, how about this? Adelson defending vigorously, forcing Luca Mars down off what is really the racing surface onto some of that access road, but able to hold on to the spot is Adelson. Now, let's get more on the Luca Mars story. Excuse me, on the Lucas Stoltz story.
Yeah, I'll just give you a live look into the pit box here for Lone Star Racing, talking to AJ Peterson. No issues with this Mercedes. Said that they started on different tires than most teams out here, so strategy already underway here in these 8 hours.
All right, Cal, let's talk through that. The tire allotment, teams have been talking about it in the build-up to the race. The way you have to manage that over the course of the weekend, you're going to have to run some scuffed sets from time to time, right?
Yeah, I got a feeling they're probably on some of their qualifying rubber versus many of the others maybe starting on a sticker set here, so that could be that little drop in performance. Just got to hang on. Someone else is going to have to suffer the same penalty, so to speak, in terms of later in the race.
Here's a move up the inside, and this is that car that started at the back of the field. The number 33 of Dan Harper started 23rd, took him a lap to get to 16th, and now he's clawed his way into 11th, knocking on the door of the top 10, Kyle.
Yeah, an amazing drive early on here, and I think this charge is going to pay off for them as long as they can get all these cars past while they're still close together. As the race goes on, things get harder. You start throwing strategy and things into the mix, but if any team is capable of overcoming something like this, Cal, it's Team WRT.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they are the strategy masters. They've got so much experience in this form of competition, so they'll certainly have him up on the wheel early here, maybe taking a little bit of risk, but not too much. You certainly want to be there at the finish. On the DXDT cars, that's tight there.
That's the 63 of Udell.
Yep.
Trying to stick the nose in there on Kenny Habul in the 75, Ryan.
Well, and we heard from Alexander Sims with you, Calvin, in the pre-race, lamenting the fact that in a straight line they feel like they are at a deficit. They did lose 10 kilos overnight in a late BOP adjustment, so that should help them a little bit. But when you're down on straight line speed, it makes it where you might see more of those lunges like we saw there from Alec, just because it's so hard to get up fully alongside.
It really is. This is a tough racetrack if you're struggling for straight line speed because it's dominated by 2 long straightaways. Here we see that look again going into turn 10, all the way down the inside. Meet Kenny Habul. Yeah. He's not shy. He's going to be pretty aggressive there. He's not going to open the door for you.
I'd like to see a look at the left front of that Corvette. It looked to me like maybe some of those dive planes broke off, and boy, this is early in the race to have a compromised race car if you did pick up some damage.
Yeah, and I think also for the 63 team, I don't think they thought they had a realistic shot at the championship when they came in back at Circuit of the Americas, but now I think they did think they had a shot at it. The pace wasn't super encouraging this week, Ryan, but I think they would be disappointed if they didn't have a shot.
No, they kept trying to dodge all those championship questions anytime we put them to them, up until they swept the weekend at Barber, and I found Tommy Milner and Alec Udell after that race and said, hey, you can't dodge those questions anymore. You're in it now. And they kind of shrugged their shoulders sheepishly and said, yeah, I guess we are.
And looking at the pace of the car, it wasn't always the fastest car every race weekend. There was circumstances that contributed to the race 2 victory at Barber, notably the Random Vandals car, which was also new to the championship, running out of fuel. So it wasn't like they were a massive overdog on pace, and they're certainly not here this weekend either.
Did want to clear up one thing. There was the incident under review, Toledo and De Silva, that has been reviewed, no action taken. De Silva, though, very much delayed. He's some 25 seconds behind the next car ahead of him at the back of this field, and it won't be too much longer at the pace these front runners are displaying that they might catch the back of the Pro-Am field. Let's take a look here at some of these cars and how they've settled in. Niederhauser leads. That's a Pro-Am entry leading overall, but they've got their ace right now in that machine, and he sprints down to a lead of 1.2 seconds. The next 3 cars in line are Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro Inter cars. Those can have 3 factory drivers, as many as 3 factory drivers in their lineups. However, it's worth noting that the Random Vandals car does have Kenton Cook, who's in the car now, the only silver-graded driver in any of the IGTC Pro lineups. Then you get back to the leader in North America Pro. That's Philip Eng right now for ST Racing in the 5th spot. Luca Mars not far behind, and then Adam Adelson, who's had a really strong, if busy, start to this race. And then we drop down to this fight here where Jake Peterson has Dan Harper bottled up behind him.
Yeah, Dan just trying to figure out why by Jake Hill. Look down to the inside for turn 12, but this is a really difficult corner to make a move in. You kind of got the front of the car all loaded up on that left front. It lightens up that right front when you're trying to turn at the same time. So it's tricky. Sometimes later in the stint when there's a bit more tire dig going on, you may have an advantage at that point, but with cars which are pretty evenly matched, tire performance-wise at this stage of the race, tough to make happen.
Ryan, you mentioned the IGTC Pro Class cars, but there's also the Intercontinental GT Challenge Manufacturer Championship, in which all the Porsches, BMWs, and Mercedes-AMGs are eligible for. The top 2 of each of those entries are eligible for those points.
Alec Udell, another late lunge. It looks like he will make the pass on Kenny Habul this time. Also saw Peterson give up the spot to Harper, who is now up to 9th overall. What a charge from the 2023 British GT Pro-Am champion, Dan Harper.
Team WRT a bit on the back foot this weekend with the cars arriving here late, then having to do that engine swap. So it has not been the perfect weekend for them by far, but nonetheless, you expect them to be knocking on the door of a podium run by the end of this 8 hours, if not more.
It's almost 15 minutes complete here, and though we filtered out the drama a little bit, how about 3 wide into 7, Ryan?
Oh, Samantha Tan on the inside, Kyle Washington in the middle, and Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in the Mercedes. He's the one that comes out in front of that trio. We go on board here. This is Justin Rothberg in the Turner Motorsport number 29. They've got an outside shot at a championship here if things break their way, so Rothberg will want to keep the nose clean.
Yeah, essentially they need a win. They could finish second, and then if the 38 car scored 0 points, didn't get to the halfway point, they'd steal the championship that way. It's a long order, but 8 hours, anything can happen. They just wanted to keep it within the point swing coming into this final round of the weekend with double points on hand.
On to the front straightaway here, crossing the yard of bricks. This battle continues for 13th place overall. Just behind here comes that number 38 BMW up the inside, Ryan.
Exactly right. Samantha Tan, points leader in Pro-Am. She and Neil Verhagen have had such a good season. Race wins, constantly on the podium. Had a little hiccup at Barber, their worst finish of the season. And one of the races there was a 7th. But it's been a great duo. And Samantha really seems to be right at home in these GT3 BMWs this year.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, she was nominated to be one of the top 30 women in sports. That was an honor given in Cincinnati a few weeks back, and she's done so much for motorsports. Cal raced all over the world with this race team and here in North America. She's doing a great job so far.
She really has. She's really come a long way, particularly over the last couple of years. I think since she and Neil Verhagen hooked up together, kind of about a third of the way through our 2023 championship, that car and Samantha's performance has come alive. So they got great chemistry. They've had a little bit of a dry spell since the middle part of the year, but they've still got the championship lead, and now it's all about just thinking about the big picture, staying out of trouble And essentially with the stint lengths, you're looking at a double stint for Samantha. So talking to John Miller before the off today, he said, we'll look at what the other teams do. We anticipate all of the other teams doing a similar strategy with their lesser graded driver doing that double initially to get that out of the way in this 8-hour event.
Another position gained for Dan Harper, now into 8th overall, and he has caught the back of the rest of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro Class field. Adam Adelson, though, still looking strong, 3rd in the North American Pro Class field. In the meantime, here's Rothberg, Washington, and Ibrahim going side by side. Washington comes out in front. Rothberg slots in the middle with Prince Jeffrey dropping back a couple of positions.
Amazing, simply because they all survived. That typically does not work, but Justin did a nice job of slowing it down enough. When you're down on the inside there, Kyle, it's really dirty. There's no grip in comparison to the racing line, so you may have the run, you may have that inside line for a corner, you think, okay, I'm all set, but suddenly your brakes and your tires are not performing as the same as the drivers on the racing line outside of you.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of 3 wides so far, Ryan, but this is the shortest of the Intercontinental GT Challenge events. It's 8 hours compared to the 12 at Bathurst and 24 at Nürburgring and Spa, so there is a little bit of pressure to move up quickly.
And it will remain the shortest even next year when a 5th round is added. Great to have Suzuka returning to Intercontinental GT Challenge next year. It's been a part of the championship in the past, one of the victims of the COVID-19 pandemic, unfortunately, but there's so much excitement. GT World Challenge Asia this year has seen bumper grids, China Cup looking really strong as well there. And to have another Asian leg of Intercontinental next year, to return to Suzuka as well. So exciting. Let's get some more stories, though, now from the pit lane with Amanda.
Hey, Ryan, yeah, you're taking a look at that 63 Corvette. Alec Udell behind the wheel right now. I was talking to Tommy Milner about that 10-kilo adjustment and see if they're seeing any benefit from that. And he said, well, it can't hurt, but it's not enough. It's not in the place that we need help here. You talked about the straight line speed that Corvette desperately needs against that car right there, the Porsche of the 120. They said simply for us in this championship, something bad would happen to one of our competitors, and that's just not how we race.
It's a tough place to be in. They've got a great respect for one another. Those two lineups, they've been going at it since May at Circuit of the Americas when DXDT joined the series. You don't want to wish ill fortune on your competitor, but you do want Lady Fortune to smile on you.
Yeah, and I think when you reflect back to the BOP changes, they lost a bit of air restrictor at the last round of the championship at Barber. It doesn't hurt you so much on the configuration of that racetrack, and then you've won your 8th race on a row. It's hard to go to the table and say, we need performance back going to Indy, and you get here with these 2 long straightaways, and it's just magnified big time on the run down to turn 1 and down to turn 7. So it makes it hard to race. But you may have an advantage in the corners. That 10 kilos will help your braking a little bit, may help with tire degradation on the long runs, things like that. But they're looking for lap time. And 10 kilos is going to maybe give you a 10 to 10 and a half over a lap. They need a bit more than that.
We also heard BMW say something similar. Compared to last year, the balance of performance has sort of taken away some of their advantage on the straightaway that they felt they had last year, Ryan. So you have to get more creative and find, you know, through engineering and car setup, where you can find an advantage. It's probably going to come in sectors 2 and 3 when you don't have those drag strips to contend with.
Yeah, you're right. We heard Bill Oberlin refer to looking at every nook and cranny for performance, and that's what the BMW teams have been doing. Dan Harper's found the performance, hasn't he? From the back of the grid after that engine change. It's taken him less than a third of a stint to make his way inside the top 10. Still at the back of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro Class field, but he has caught Lucas Stoltz, and before too much longer, it looks like the native of Northern Ireland will have a chance to bring the fight to Stoltz in that Lone Star Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, really solid progression. As you said, he's right on the tail of a couple more cars, so he could easily find himself up there, knocking on the door of a top 5 finish. Early pit stop here for Carl Washington. Don't see anything going on with the race car right now.
It seems unscheduled.
No penalty I see on the notice board, so something's amiss.
Car is rolled out now, and this is big from Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers' Championship perspective. Ayunchan Guven leads the points coming into Indy, and he's one of the 3 drivers in that Pro-Am entry. And we were talking that we thought that team could hang around, stay on the lead lap, and give Guven a chance to go for that championship, but this is the kind of thing that's going to be very difficult to overcome.
thing they do is reset the driver's stint length. So I'm not sure if they can work that to their advantage by the end of the 8 hours or not. They're a little bit off sequence now, but obviously you've got to have enough fuel on board to extend the stint anyway.
Race Vision powered by AWS right here. Break the track down by sectors. The Porsche that you're looking at come through the picture. Fastest car through sector 1, but the fastest car through sectors 2 and 3, the non-drag strip Porsches, like you said there, Kyle. Well, that's that number 31 BMW that's giving chase and has been marginally quicker each of the past few laps. Remember, that was a lead of about 1.5 seconds not so long ago. It's down to 0.8 of a second now, and there is some traffic looming up the road. That'll be the first time the leaders have had to contend with that.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting to note that, you know, the Porsche and the BMW are about as different of a GT car as you're going to get. The Porsche, of course, has that rear engine layout with the flat 6, while the BMW's got the front mid-engine layout, Calvin. So as the fuel burns off, the dynamics change a little bit. They use up tires a little differently. So you'd expect to see the paces change relative to each other throughout the
Yeah,
stint.
for sure. And I think the big factor is going to be those final couple of hours talking to some of the drivers down on the grid. You know, you almost have to tune your car for the end of the day. There's a limit to how much adjustment you can make when you do those final few pit stops to get the car into the window. They'd have learned a lot here in that night practice that we had here on Thursday evening in terms of what the car is going to need. And some teams that are hoping that don't have quite the sharp edge in performance right now, that the track, the conditions will come to them late in the going here.
This might be the coming out party for Luca Mars. We've been talking him up all season long, but right now, going toe-to-toe with Lucas Stoltz, who needs no introduction if you follow GT racing, has so much more experience, championships, big race wins on the resume, and Luca Mars is holding his own in that red Acura, and he forced his way through on the lap traffic there of De Silva. Not waiting around, was he?
That was pretty forceful. Made it work somehow.
Wow.
Making moves. I mean, making a statement early here this weekend with this Acura NSX GT3 Evo. This is the only one of its kind in the field, and we were talking in pre-qualifying yesterday, Cal, about how that's probably not a bad thing. Everything that they could possibly know about this car, they know now, relative to a team like DXCT that's still learning about the Corvette.
Yeah, I think with the world of BOP that everyone lives in GT3 competition, I mean, having a car that's a little bit older in the tooth is not a bad thing, because you got the notebook, you know the reliability, you know the weak links to make sure you're on top of everything from the mechanical aspect of a race car. And so bringing a new car to the table, you know, they're going to try and get everyone in the same window. So I look at it as an advantage. I really think it's a good thing for John Maraki and his team to know that car so well. They'll have notes from last year and they've run this race before. So they're in great shape here this week. And as we said, 3 really quick drivers here in terms of their pace relative to each other.
And Luca knows this car well, too. He came through that HPD GT3 Driver Academy that John Maraki helped to spearhead for Honda Performance Development, or HRC as it's now known, and he did that while running a full season of MX5 Cup, finished 6th, that was back in 2021, ran a season of IMSA GT4 or close to it. He actually had to miss the first round at Daytona because he was too young, to give you an idea of the youth we're talking about here. That was only a couple of years ago, and has done a little bit of everything, LMP3 as well as GT4 racing, now stepping into this GT3 car. And Cal, this deal almost didn't come together. It was done in the 11th hour, and what a good thing it did, because it's given Zach Veach a chance to resuscitate his career and a chance for Luca Mars to showcase his quality.
Yeah, less than ideal preparation for the season. It was literally a week before the first round at Sonoma that everyone got together and made this happen. So they did no preseason testing. They don't have a massive budget. It's a really tight organization. John Maraki does a lot with a little in terms of budget, relatively speaking. I mean, these cars are expensive to run. And they've done no in-season testing either. So their test sessions are during the race. And they've really, I feel, just elevated their game step by step, event by event, and now you can see what they can do with this final race of the season.
It is a small family type of operation. To give you some idea, their outstanding PR rep, Erin, she's part of their over-the-wall crew. She's got the fire suit on, and she'll be part of the pit stops. Don't know many PR reps that are part of live pit stops, but Erin's been doing that for a number of years.
Pressure's on here. Adam Adelson being chased down by Alec Udell. That would be a change for 3rd in Pro Class if Udell could complete this.
And these are the 2 fighting for the title as well. So a lot at stake here. Adelson trying to find his way through the traffic. That That was an aggressive move. Good thing De Silva saw Udell coming as well, gave him plenty of space, and the battle resumes.
To put that points chase in perspective, as a 7-point lead with the 120 machine over the 63, and if the 63 car wins, basically it's game over in terms of the championship with the double points on hand here this weekend. Should they not win but finish in front of the 120, they've got to finish 2 positions in front, so they need a buffer car in between them, and right now they're behind them, but still a long way to go in this race.
Just to give you some idea, though, of what to expect and what we'll be keeping tabs on for the next 7 hours, 33 minutes, 46, 45, 44 seconds here at Indianapolis.
More lap traffic on the horizon here for Patrick Niederhauser. Going to the inside of the number 8, Elias Sabo. They've switched to the BMW after running with an Aston Martin Vantage, Calvin, so a little swap there.
Yeah, switch mid-season, and they've been very happy with that change. They're another team made the switch, didn't have a chance to really do a test other than a shakedown. They got Nick Yellerly, BMW factory driver, on board this weekend, and talking to the team, they said that's been a huge boost just to steer us in the right direction, give us a little bit of setup information at the same time. Nick's a BMW factory driver running in the GTP ranks full-time, as well as the odd sporadic GT3 appearance still, so he knows the car very well, and that's really going to give them a great springboard, I think, for the 2024 season.
And Dan Harper catching Lucas Stoltz now, and they're about to, they keep this up, make this past, Ryan, they'd no longer be last of the cars of the IGTC Pro lineup.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a wonderful drive. Very forceful at times, but circumspect as well for Dan Harper. Our colleague over at GT World Challenge Europe, John Watson, a fellow countryman from Northern Ireland. He's been talking Dan up for a number of years, and I know during our Spot 24 broadcast, John and I had Dan join us in the booth for a little bit. I think John was just over the moon to get to meet Dan a little bit. And, you know, 2 guys from Northern Ireland that have had massive success. Of course, John in his racing and now broadcast career, but Dan Harper, what a talent. Now a fully fledged BMW factory driver.
They say to be sure, to be sure.
Probably did.
Look at the gains in the middle of the corner there. Turns 8 and 9, fast-flowing direction changes there. That Mercedes AMG in the past, we've been told the strengths of that car have been in some of the slower corners. It changes direction very well. But that BMW, Calvin, making gains.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be a little bit more hooked up. That may relate to the tyre story that Amanda gave us, where the 4 cars started on probably some used tyres. I would say that was from qualifying, and so they might be lagging a little bit in this opening stint, hoping that the race comes back to them a bit. But certainly Stoltz was dancing on the edge there through turn 10. You can see the car sliding underneath him, not biting into the racetrack.
What do you think of the decision to take their medicine? Everybody's going to have to do this at some point and run the used tires right off the bat.
Well, I think, you know, we only had 1 yellow last year, as you said, Kyle, so we don't expect a lot of yellows here. So if there is one, if you got that out of the way before and then there's the compression of the field, basically you'll have an advantage of someone who maybe has to take a used set after a yellow and then have to fight drivers right on their tail. So I like it. I mean, I think if you got to do it early, get it out of the way. Any penalties you want early in this 8-hour event to give you a little bit of a chance to recover.
Here's that battle again for Pro Class 3rd place and for the title, Adelson and Udell. Again, we talked about Barber and how the 63 didn't look like it was going to go take an overall win, but indeed it did because of an issue with fueling for Random Vandals Racing. And again, that Random Vandals car running in the IGTC Pro category here this weekend, Calvin, so they're not even directly competing, which might play in the favor of these 2 cars.
Yeah, it's a decision made by Random Vandals owner Paul Sparta. He didn't want to mess with our Fanatec GT World Challenge North American Championship.
Change for the overall lead here.
Yeah.
Niederhauser lost the spot to Sheldon Vanderlinde. Possibly traffic had a part to play. Looked like they caught, I believe that would be Custodio Toledo. Yes.
It's going to be my big question here. We saw the Porsche have tremendous 1-lap pace here. They had a dominant weekend here a couple of weeks ago in GT3 competition as well. So it's got great pace, but I just wondered about the BMWs. We're now halfway through this first stint, and we're seeing the BMW certainly strong now. Harper's fighting out with Stoltz here.
Oh yeah, he's got his elbows out, used him up on the exit. That is for position in class. So finally a pass that actually matters for class position for Dan Harper. He's only made what? He's up to what overall? 7th, so that's his 15th, 16th pass he's made, and this one finally counts?
Yes.
Finally points.
Yeah, they all counted in terms of getting to that front position. Let's wait and see how this one develops. There was traffic coming on the front straightaway. See the Ferrari there. Niederhauser gets balked a little bit, and Sheldon pounces.
What's interesting, Ryan, is we're noticing now with the 33 moving forward and the 31, the strength of Team WRT in these longer runs. I mean, we're not yet to our pit stop window yet, but I'm just noticing that yesterday the one-lap pace didn't seem as good as the Porsches, but as the run goes on, they're continuing to move forward.
I think that's what the BMW teams were expecting from talking to them. They thought that they would be strong as the run progressed, and so far that's what we've seen play out. Dan Harper now has Luca Mars in the crosshairs. This is a fight between a North American Pro Class car and an IGTC Pro car. Then you've got the lapped car of Jay Schreibman just ahead.
Look at the run that Mars has here down the front straightaway. He's got tremendous pace there, taking over a lap car, the Ferrari, but nonetheless, you can see the power of that Acura down this front stretch.
Jay, very sportsmanlike, letting them come through. He's on a different program. He's never done a race quite like this before. Short on experience, comes from Ferrari Challenge, and he was joking with me that they've got the oldest driver lineup in the field. He's 64 or 63, Oz Negri's 61, Tony Vlander's 44. I did the math, and it's something like an average age of 55. But I'll tell you, Oz and Tony, they're going to be quick when they get their chance.
Oh, for sure. Two big personalities on our sport. Great to see Tony Vlander, a past champion here on North American shore, back. He's not a Ferrari factory works driver, still a Ferrari ambassador, so it's great to see him get some action here in North America once again, but I'm not sure he's ever had two teammates who are old enough to be his dad.
Here we go again. This is for the overall lead. Washington, the lapped car, in the mix, and this time the lap traffic opens up the chance for Niederhauser to make the pass, and he takes the Herbert Motorsport car back to the points.
Yeah, Sheldon didn't want to fight him. I guarantee you if this happens in the last hour of the race, Sheldon's going to have his elbows out a little bit more. He's just being super smart and savvy right now, just knocking out the minutes, knocking down the hours.
That was a great pass there, and he really completed it in the braking zone with the Porsche. That maybe the rear engine layout playing the favor just a little bit, balancing the weight more over the rear tires, giving you a little extra braking performance when you need it, but the 31's not going anywhere, Ryan. Van der Linde is still hot on the tail of that number 10 Porsche.
It's an interesting dynamic, right? Because I think they know on the strength of their driver lineup, they'll end up ahead of this number 10 car, a Pro-Am car that's electing to run their top-ranked driver here in the opening stint, in part because they qualified on overall pole. But on the other hand, you always want to try and build a lead if you possibly can, and Van der Linde, I bet, thinks he's got the pace if he could clear that Porsche where he could start to build a gap quickly. Since we saw the 32 in the background, that's the car Kyle Washington took to the pit lane. A report from Amanda is there was a puncture. It looked like that the car ran over something, and so that's caused them to pit out of sequence here in the early stages.
33 having a look again at Luca Mars down into turn 12. Dan Harper still on the move here, chasing him back over to the left and right in turn 13.
Now he sets up there, really wide approach into turn 13. He'll have to straighten his hands, be back on the power a little bit sooner. See how they factor out here down the front straightaway. He's got the draft, but as you can see, the Acura just stretches him a little bit, mid part of the straightaway, and that seems to equalize that a little bit right at the end again.
Harper looks inside, but he's about a car width back. Very aggressive through the middle part of that corner, up and over the curb, and you can see that gap visibly close as he rolled off the brake pedal.
You can see there that Luca Mars was a little deeper on the brake. Sometimes you get that numbing effect from the ABS, so you have to wait on the car to react. Meanwhile, BMW is just carving the corner much more effectively on the ideal line. So once you get into the ABS and you overshoot these corners a little bit, you can still make it through there, but you're certainly compromising line. Harper having another look here, just trying to be careful. Kind of in that awkward position right now. I mean, I think if he's going to make a move, he needs to just send it, get alongside and kind of squeeze Luca out, because if you get halfway alongside, that's when you get into trouble.
These two would never have raced against one another before. They do not know each other's tendencies. Usually you get to the final race of the season and you've got a pretty good sense for what you're up against, but these two will still be feeling each other out here at this early stage.
But what you do, if you're not quite making the move, you give the driver in front a little bit of confidence. They feel they can keep you back there. When he suddenly arrives, and it's like, which way is he going to go? But if he's had his, poke down the inside a couple of times and can't make it stick, you realize that he's not got quite the total confidence to make that move, and that gives you a little bit more grit in your teeth.
Notice the BMWs in particular this weekend being really aggressive on some of those curbs. Turns 1, 7, and 12 have very tall but smooth curbing, and the 28 Philip Ang was also doing that in practice and qualifying yesterday, Ryan, just making the track a little wider.
This from the master of all things curb, Kyle Heyer. This is for position, and these are the championship contenders in North American Pro. Alec Udell has been working on this move for the last 10 or 15 minutes, and he's able to make it work around the outside of Adam Adelson. These are the two silver drivers in these respective lineups going head-to-head here, and right now, halfway through this stint, the Corvette looks a lot happier than the Porsche does from on board with Adam.
Yeah, and I think when you look at how has this team, the 63 squad, gone 8 wins in a row, and I think a really differentiator is Alec Udell's performance as a silver-graded driver. He's done a tremendous job. And I think over the course of a 90-minute sprint race with 2 drivers, that's given them the slight edge. I think they lose that edge here with the 3-driver lineup and the 8-hour event format. So they've got a lot of work to do, as well as the performance that we've been talking about here this weekend.
The other thing to consider with DXDT racing is that endurance racing in general isn't something that they do a lot, Ryan. So, this Corvette, it has run endurance races all over the world. It's seen some issues and some success across the board, but for DXDT, there's a lot they don't know about what happens after 90 minutes.
Pretty much just at the 8 hours, the only endurance experience that they have at the pro level, and this is the first time, of course, that they've run this new Corvette. That said, I know that they're linked in with the folks at Brad Miller and TF Sport, which is running the car overseas, AWA, which is another customer team here in North America. So they will have some data to go off of, but it's a different tire, of course. And so there are various factors that you have to keep in mind. But I think when you contrast the team's experience at endurance racing, DXDT relatively new to it, Wright Motorsports, they've been doing this forever and winning forever in big-time endurance racing. That's another little arrow in the quiver, shall we say, for this number 120 the rest of the way.
Yeah, I think so, but I think the drivers that they have there, guys like Brian Sellers in the other car, Tommy Milner, Alex Sims on board here this weekend, they know what it takes, and certainly behind the scenes, Tommy Milner's sister runs the group there, team manager Erin Grahagan, so they will have talked through some of the things that can catch you out in an endurance event. It's a wonderful squad, the great chemistry. I don't care how quick a car is, how strong your driver lineup is, to win 8 straight, you've got to continue to tick the boxes, and that is not easy at this level of the sport.
Ryan, you mentioned the 120 and Wright Motorsports and the experience they have winning endurance races. Cal, just a couple weeks ago, they were here in another series, and I don't want to say it was accidentally, but they certainly came through there. So, I think they're primed for success here this weekend.
Yeah, gave them a lot of momentum, won that 6-hour event here, so they've come in with a ton of momentum. I think it's a tough position when you have that championship lead, you got the stronger car, you really just not want to make that fatal error. Don't take yourself out, don't have damage, don't end up stuck in a gravel trap where you go down a lap or two, and open the door for the 63 squad. They'll have seen the times this weekend, they'll have looked at the trap speeds, they know they have the advantage over the Corvette. Don't throw it away.
And it will be in the back of their minds as well. This is the second straight year they've come into this 8-hour race with a chance for the championship. Skier and Adelson, that is. It was the Pro-Am championship they were chasing last year, and it went away from them despite a strong car and a strong run.
Yeah, I think this year they might be primed a little better because of the changes that were made to the balance of performance for the Corvette crew. This is getting a little spicy here, though, Cal, as the field works their way through turns 10 and 11.
Yeah, Harper's car really seems to be working well. I think he's just biding his time right now. And when he needs to, it seems like he can just carve the corner a little bit more efficiently. Watch him here. He'll set up wide, try and get the big run. Right there, that's the critical point. He's going to be on the power a little bit earlier than Luca Mars, just try and tuck into that slipstream here, coming through 14. But the Acura is tough to pass down this front stretch.
And Luca Mars is unflappable. We've seen him mixing it up with some of the leading lights in GT racing here in the first 40 minutes of this race, and he does not look like he's one to crack under pressure. He doesn't care that there are these big names around him. He's here to make a name for himself.
Yeah, as you said, it could be a breakout day for him in terms of performance against some of these factory drivers. We're seeing another one here with Kenton Cook. Just you know, we know what a star Kenton Cook is, and just every time he gets an opportunity at a higher level, he seems to perform. He's silver rated, but he is gold plated in my mind.
Good way of putting it. I mean, you remember he got called in to run this race super last minute last year, got just chucked into this car basically, and ended up finishing third in the Pro-Am class. It was with the TR3 team running a Mercedes. This time he's had a whole 3 events to prepare for this, and he seems to be right at home. 7 hours, 19 minutes still to go. Let's head down to the pit lane and get more from Amanda.
Adam Adelson is behind the wheel of that Porsche at the moment. It will be Elliott Skier next, and then Lauren Heinrich will round out their effort here to kick off these 8 hours. And the Corvette is coming alive. How does that threaten this championship approach?
Yeah, as we could see, I mean, I think the Corvette picked up some pace in the race. They just overtook us, but yeah, it's a long race, still 8 hours to go. I mean, that's what we want. We want a championship fight until the last lap, and I think that's what we will get. I'm looking forward to see yeah, Elliott in the car soon, and then me at the end. So when it goes dark, I hope we will have a great fight for the championship at the end.
Positionally, as it stands right now, the Porsche would be the championship winner, even 1 position behind the Corvette. Do you race conservative? Do you maintain an aggressive approach?
Yeah, I mean, it's very tight, as you can see. Now we're, as it stands now, winning the championship by 1 point, but obviously you want to have a bit more comfort gap than that, and in the end it's a race down between the Corvette and us. So yeah, I think it will end up us having to beat them on track. So yeah, we will push very hard for sure.
Pushing very hard. This guy knows how to do it. He was last year's pole sitter. Looking forward to his stint with Wright Motorsports.
Just an outstanding talent, another one to come through the Porsche pipeline. They seem to just pump these guys out. He was the Carrera Cup Germany champ back in 2022, 3rd in Super Cup that year, and on the strength of that got promoted to a factory driver status. And my oh my, every time we've seen him here stateside, no matter the series, no matter the situation, he shines.
He's amazing. I met him for the first time this year at Daytona, and just really impressed with his enthusiasm, his passion to be here full-time in North America. And what I love there, outside of being a great race car driver and able to pedal it like no one else, he knew exactly what the points were. He's not even in this points battle. He knew we're 1 point in the lead right now, which I had to double check the math, and he's right. So he's focused on everything right now.
That total package, and that's what Porsche does, right? As they cultivate this talent, those Cup cars. I mean, there's so many single-make series now, but the OG, if you will, is Porsche Cup, Carrera Cup into Super Cup. And those cars are tough to drive, and sometimes you wonder, well, why is that, when a lot of the times it's customer racing, but it's by design. Porsche wants to look down in its talent pipeline and say, okay, this guy's got it. And you know, if you can drive one of those Porsche Cup cars, you're going to excel in GT4 and in GT3.
How smart are Porsche, though, to develop that system where at that level, people are paying to be there.
Yeah.
And you develop your skills on your nickel,
yeah.
And then Porsche will then grab you and take you to the upper echelon. So a wonderful system, tongue-in-cheek when I say that, but I love the system. It's like a feeder system for their factory drivers, and very rarely do they go outside of the box. Jimmy Bruni is one name that springs to mind when they took him away from Ferrari, but they like to promote from within that ladder system every single time.
It is clever, and it's also, you know, a proving ground in a single make series. You're basically comparing everyone on the same level playing field, so you kind of get to pick the pick of the litter when you pick out your factory lineups.
I think a guy like Matt Campbell is a great example of the Porsche pyramid working. He started off in sprint challenge racing in Australia, came through the ranks of single make racing to the point where he's driving prototypes for a world championship. He got a Formula E test with Porsche earlier this year. It just goes to show they know how to recognize talent and bring them up through that pipeline and place them in a place where they can go and succeed.
I think the other thing that was great for some of these GT drivers right now, the transition to these new GTP machines, they're a lot beefier, heavier car. It's an easier transition than when we into like LMP2 type prototype cars. So you're seeing like Mathieu Jaminet and Matt Campbell, for example, Porsche factory drivers, making that transition to the prototype machine. So these young drivers, like Dan Harper, know that they are on the fast track to prototype machinery as well at the same time by being with one of these big brands.
And then they get to participate in these massive GT races as well here in Indianapolis. But you look at the rest of the Intercontinental GT Challenge with with the Bathurst 12-hour, 24 hours of Nürburgring, 24 hours of Spa. You've got great opportunities to race GTs as well now at the GT3 level at Le Mans, at Daytona, Petite Le Mans, just across the board. So many chances to be involved. And we talk about this as a golden age of sports car racing, and it's certainly true at the prototype level, but don't overlook how good we've got it in GT right now, especially because of SRO and what they built with GT3.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you talked about the venues that we visit this year on the IGTC with Suzuka coming back on the table for next year. Just tremendous. And that's why these top factory drivers want to moonlight a little bit. They want to be invited. They want to stay busy. It's not like, oh, no, I have to go over to America and run to Indianapolis. No, I want to kiss the yard of bricks.
You know, I think that's so great that you've got a global formula and a global championship with SRO, with the different organizations here in North America and Europe and Asia and Australia, and to be able to run the greatest racetracks in the world. You look at the IGTC schedule, as you pointed out, Ryan, and all of those racetracks, at least if you're a motorsport fan, they're a household name.
Sure.
And here at Indianapolis, the Yard of Bricks, right? I mean, we're running the other direction and on the road course, but it's still special for everyone here.
Well, and you mentioned this being global with SRO, and it is. We've talked some about our Fanatec GT World Challenge America Championships that are up for grabs, but there's representation on this grid from all 4 of the global Fanatec championships. Europe, North America, of course, but Asia and Australia have representatives here too, and it just goes to show what a global network the SRO has constructed all around the GT3 platform.
Well, we were concerned about the Porsche with its one-lap pace could it maintain, but certainly Niederhauser has demonstrated that Herbert Motorsport Porsche is really hooked up, not only for qualifying, but also here in race trim as well. Just ran a lap, only just over a second off for his fastest lap of the day, which is the fastest lap of the day of anyone out there. So the car is staying super consistent. Now what happens is you get a little bit of a tire deg, but some of that is balanced by the fact the car's getting lighter with the fuel load. So typically you're going to lose about a second and a bit in tires, but you're also going to gain about 3/4 of a second in the fuel load going away, the car being lighter, and you gain performance that way as well.
Depending on the tracks we've gone to, we've seen that the fuel burn offsets the tires with how good these Pirellis are at a number of stops on the schedule here, but it is track and surface dependent. Here we are seeing a bit more drop off in lap time, but in some ways, I think tire degradation makes for a good race. You get comers and goers.
You know, and Calvin, you were talking about tires in pre-qualifying the other day about how, oops, trouble for the number 8, Elias Sabo's in the gravel. That looks like turn 4, Calvin.
Yeah, who dives to pit lane here. Expect to see a full course yellow for this one. Safety car's out immediately, so that stops any of the early divers.
Double yellow at start finish above the Yard of Bricks. This is a tough break for this squad. I think they had high hopes, especially with Nick Yellowly as part of the driving lineup, but this is likely going to cost them a lap. Now they've already lost 1 by the looks of things.
Ooh, we got a nudge there from Kenny. Bit of a late move there by Kenny, and that's the problem with this racetrack, just the dynamic. When you set up for these corners, you swing out wide, and someone who's got a bit of a run, they think, okay, just send it down the inside right at that point where you're starting to aim over towards the apex. So that was a pretty bold move there by Kenny, and unfortunately for Elias, he's ended up in the gravel trap there. So as you can see, we're about 49 minutes into this run. 65 minutes is the maximum stint length. You're looking at a 7-stop, 8-stint race here today, so there may be some opportunity when we do open them up pit lane for people to trundle down here and take full service. If you do come down and do any refueling, the minimum stop time here today is 112 seconds. It's a 63-second transition down pit lane alone. And then with the service and tire change, maximum stint length for the drivers is 65 minutes. If you should have a yellow, like if we were at the 65 minutes mark right now and it went full course yellow, you basically get 5 minutes added to that to work with.
The teams will be on top of all of that, keeping tabs on it. Looks like a number of drivers are getting ready to make some driver changes. Saw Connor DeFilippi a moment ago getting his helmet on. We'll try and get the field packed up behind the safety car here on this lap before the pits do open. It's one of the quirks of the regulations here that's slightly different than what you'd see at Spa, for instance. It's an interesting meld of rules, isn't it, Calvin, between the typical North American rules and then what you see globally in IGTC. But this year, compared to last year, not many changes, so I think the team should have a pretty good sense for what to expect.
Yeah, I think last year was a really good, clean event. I think everyone came away happy with that combination of the rules, but it does make you can't just do your regular thing, right? There's a little nuance to it on both sides of the table, from the IGTC runners, as well as the Fanatec GT World Challenge America runners as well. I like it. I think it's a little less complex than when we had GT4 cars here running as well in the early races that we had at the Indy 8 hour. So less complex, a little bit easier to understand.
It's just one of those places you can get caught out, though, Calvin, with those slightly different rules. If you're in the heat of battle and everyone's not completely focused on the end goal, it'd be very easy to make a mistake and drop a bunch of track position in a moment like this.
Yeah, things like the initial start, staying in your column, if there's overlap in pit lane rather than kind of racing to the out point in pit lane. Some of those are subtly different between the various championships, but Kenny Bull, we'll have to wait and see. It is under review. I think it's going to be a bit of a no-brainer.
Got away without any major damage to those two cars, Ryan.
Pits are open, so we expect the pit lane to be a busy place, Amanda.
Oh, you absolutely love the energy down here on pit lane. When those yellow flags come out, teams jump right into gear. I also see these drivers jump off the top of the pit box, put their helmets on. I see multiple teams across the wall getting ready for these pit stops. Teams are getting tires out of the oven, as I can see right now, guys. So it's going to be a lot of action down here in the next couple minutes.
One thing to note, the overall leader had lapped up to 14th overall. Justin Rothberg was trapped a lap down by this yellow. And so they're going to have to fight to try and get that lap back or play the strategy. But that's always interesting how the overall leader can interfere at times in this. And we have a split strategy here with Herbert electing to keep Patrick Niederhauser out, but WRT has called Sheldon Vanderlinde to the pit lane.
That's interesting, Calvin, to see such a split. We got some side-by-side on the pit road entry, too. You were just talking about that.
Yeah.
You want to get yourself caught out. There's a traffic jam on the pit lane entry, too.
That's Adelson right there, our Pro Class Championship leader in Fanatec GT. Hopefully no one got any damage. You suddenly get that big concertina effect there coming into pit lane, and someone not paying attention, particularly if you're going to do a driver change. Some of these drivers will elect to start to loosen things up, suddenly look up, and everyone's come to a halt right in front of you.
For the first time, at least the first scheduled time, crews springing to life over the wall. Driver change is underway. As we mentioned, Kenton Cook climbs out. Connor DeFilippi climbs in for Random Vandals. Jake Peterson had a really strong opening stint for RS1. Don't see a driver change taking place there. What will Wright Motorsports do? Will they keep Adam Adelson in for a double? It looks like they will, unless the change is already complete, but I don't think it would be. And we do have a change here. I think if one team is super excited about this chance to pit, it's probably Lone Star Racing. Lucas Stoltz nursed those older tires in the opening stint, and unfortunately doesn't get to reap the reward because he's out of the car as the new Pirelli P0s go on.
We see the first of the pit stop is rolling down pit lane. I believe it's Charles Wirtz behind the wheel. He is the main hope for BMW in this IGTC driver championship. Came in 7 points back, but with a solid day, the title could swing his way.
Especially considering Guven and the issues for GMG here in the early stages. And opens the door for those pursuers.
There's the 8 of Elias Sabo, and other than a bunch of dirt and gravel on the splitter of that car, I don't see a lot of damage. When they came together, Cal, it just shot the 8 straight, but I don't think anything broke. And you see all the gravel dumping off the air intakes there on the nose.
Yeah, hopefully Elias will have enough thought to think of doing that offline a little bit. Otherwise, we're going to have to get the sweepers out there.
How do you read the decision from Herbert to keep that Porsche out? I think a few teams, Ibrahim Burton among others, electing not to pit, maybe hoping for a wave by. They won't get one because Niederhauser stayed out.
I don't like it, to be honest with you, because, you know, you're only about 10 minutes away of having to stop. So even if we went yellow within that first hour like we're going, that doesn't extend your 65-minute maximum drive stint. It only happens if that's happening when you want to come into the pit lane.
Right.
You have that opportunity. And if he's going to stop under green flag running, it's a 112-second minimum stop time.
Now this is strange. The Lone Star car still shown in the pit lane, and with the pace car and safety car coming down the front straightaway, the exit of the pit lane was closed.
That would trap them a lap down then, Cal, wouldn't it? That's
Yeah, they've definitely gone a lap down.
Yes.
As the leader.
Yeah, you're right.
If they had a delay there, it's the only thing I can think. They should have been well out and back underway with a safety car. Basically, the safety car, if it runs 60 miles an hour, is going to take you 2.5 minutes to get around. So, and it's 112 seconds minimum stop time. So, you know, it's only about half of a safety car lap in terms of how long that takes. So they must have had a major delay, I would think.
We'll need to get Amanda to check on that. In the meantime, let's look at this again. Kenny Hamel, Elias Sabo coming together. That is under review. And Sabo's stuck in the gravel. Then we have this at pit entry. We caught the end of it with all those cars bunched up together and a couple pulling offline. So let's watch the back of this pack here as everybody bunches up at the pit speed limit marker. That's where that number 50 is on the left side of pit entry. Just everybody closes up, closing those gaps, and it's Hobble again has to veer off to the side. It doesn't look like, at least with those cars, there was any contact.
No, I think it might have been Philip Eng about the 6th car back there in line who sort of went to the right, made it a double stack, and I think everyone else was what's going on and got on the brakes and caught a few of the other drivers out. I mean, that pit in is very dusty and very dirty, so you don't have the grip to work with.
2 minutes and 55 seconds spent on the pit lane for the number 4. Fabian Schiller behind the wheel now, Ryan, but something did not go quite right on that pit stop.
No, our intrepid Amanda Busick is on her way down there to try and get to the bottom of it, but that did cost the outside front row starting car a lap. That's the car that IndyCar champ Alex Palou is slated to drive a little bit later on here today. So that has them on the back foot. The first car 1 lap down in 13th now, which means just 12 cars remain on the lead lap with 7 hours and 2 minutes remaining.
Just goes to show the pace of that Herbert Motorsport number 10. And so watch the Ferrari, that's the 88.
I think it'll be the Acura, or maybe it is the Ferrari, I'm sorry. Yep.
So watch the right at center of the screen, the Ferrari and the 4 actually is where that really jams up, and then the Custodio Toledo stops, and then these two are side by side.
I think Eng passed Kent and Cook on the pit entry. So we're going to have to look for that one.
Is that how that works, where you pass the pit lane commitment in, you have to stay single file, or is it where I guess pit lane speed, you'd have to be single file at that point, I'd imagine?
Well, it then gets into an overlap situation, believe it or not, in terms of who's got overlap on another car, and you'd think that Kenton had it. So I don't know. That's a quirky one. I mean, everyone's slowing down. I don't think Kenton wanted to rush the entry and make a mistake. Philip Eng almost said, well, if you're not going to get on with it, I'm going to just pass you. But that was tight. The Stewards left to work that one out.
Calvin, if you recall back at VIR, there was a situation in which a car in the fast lane of pit road was penalized for holding up a car, and they passed him on the right in pit lane, and the car that passed was not penalized because the car ahead wasn't maintaining speed.
Yeah, you've got to maintain speed. You can't play games, because otherwise what you can do, particularly with this minimum stop length, you could jump out, get the track position, then slow down. So jump out your pit box early. If you stayed at pit lane speed, you'd be too quick, so then you slow it down. Well, that's playing games. They don't want to let you do that.
So the stewards will need to sort that out on the way in, but also we've had a message about on the way out, also involving the 99 Random Vandals car, as well as the 93 Racer's Edge Acura. Those cars were reordered due to pit exit protocol. Well, we'll do our best to sift through it, but for the moment, the safety car has pulled off, and with basically 1 hour elapsed, we're ready to go back to green once again. Coming up onto the front straightaway, it's still Patrick Niederhauser who owes a pit stop that leads the race, but it's 3 wide further back. BMW, Mercedes, and Porsche with another BMW waiting in the wings. Somehow they sorted out on the run into turn number 1, or do they? They went 3 wide again, and still the Lone Star car, which is scrambling to get back on the lead lap, is embroiled in this battle.
Oh, Schiller's going to have his elbows out big time right now. He's got to get that car back on the lead lap. He's got to go chase down Niederhauser. And essentially, Niederhauser's going to have to hit pit lane within about 5 minutes for his maximum stint length. So that's a great move by the 4 car to get back on that lead lap. If we have another yellow, he would cycle around to the tail end of this lead lap once again.
Exactly. He passed the de facto race leader, at least on the primary strategy, and Charles Weerts just a moment ago. So once Niederhauser pits, that puts this 4 car back on the tail end of the lead lap, but they're scrapping and clawing to stay relevant here after that miscue in the pit lane. Whoa! Jules Gounon went wide there. Was able to bring it back onto the racing surface, and he settles back into his rhythm.
He thought he was in a prototype.
Well, for good reason. He was delayed getting to Indianapolis because he was testing for Alpine in Barcelona. Hopped on a plane, got to Indy just in time to climb aboard for night practice earlier this week. One of the absolute best in GTs over the last couple of seasons, reigning Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers Champion. Second generation driver, Jules Gounon.
Stack up, good way back in the field there as they make their way down to turn 1. It's very tight quarters here on the restart. Here comes the 93. Zach Veach behind the wheel of 33. If Farfus has a look, it's calamity down there. Calvin, cars everywhere.
Yeah, Farfus won this race back in 2020 when BMW claimed the first of their 2 victories here. He's kind of the elder statesman these days with his young teammates, but certainly get the job done.
So much traffic here with everyone jumbled up, lap down cars mixed up with lead lap cars. My, oh my, that 32 is having a heck of a time. That's Kyle Washington trying to get his drive time done nice and early, and he is in the thick of things at the moment, able to get his rhythm back once again. But boy, that was close a couple of times for him. One note involving the leader in the North American Pro Class, the 93 driven by Zach Veach. Their pit stop is under review, and they were fractionally under the minimum time, but it was less than, no, it was not. It was more than a second under, so they've got a big penalty likely headed their way. In fact, it was just handed down, drive-through penalty.
Yeah, he's 1.4 seconds underneath. You're allowed the Joker up to a second, and that's a multiple of 10. Next time you hit pit lane or add it to you at the end of the race, but if it's over a second, that's a drive-through. That's going to cost you about 50 seconds in comparison to the rest of the field.
So this is
right. You see the overlap there. The 93 car just got, it's only 6 inches, but that's all you need if you're in the fast lane and you're up alongside that car. And so it's tough to tell. I mean, you're going to claim that you didn't see him anyway. You couldn't tell he's up right back there on the tail of my race car, but that's one of the rules that they have in this championship in North America. If you've got any overlap, you have to give it up by the time you get to pit out or correct it once you're back on the racetrack.
And race control did say that those two needed to swap positions. From what I've been told, I don't believe they did prior to the green, or did they?
I don't think so. They did.
I don't either. So I think that could be something to keep an eye on from the Random Vandals side of things. If that was not dealt with, it doesn't matter that the 93 now has a drive-through. That BMW was supposed to give that position back before the restart.
Now, how can he?
Well,
if
right.
he did, that's a big problem without being on the strategy of the 93. So unless Conor Di Filippi gave it back and then immediately passed the car again, it was right sort of 5-6 cars back from the lead, so it's tough to tell.
This is exactly what we were talking about a little while ago, Calvin, just the little procedural things. This isn't even a new rule. You do this all year long. So if they get caught out by this, this will be a mistake I think they'd rather undo.
Conor knows that rule as the championship that he runs in has the same rule in place. But as I say, it's tough to tell. You need it from the outside. When you're just looking at the car's back there and you're looking in the side view mirror, if I cleared him, have I cleared him? The team will try and give you evaluation, and by the time they got up to speed, he had cleared him, but initially there was overlap.
Here's the drive-through for the Racer's Edge Acura. This is super costly given the long transit time here at Indianapolis. Patrick Niederhauser continues to lead overall, but Calvin, they owe a pit stop and soon.
Yeah, like within 40 seconds, he better be on pit lane, otherwise he's going to be suffering the drive-through as well.
Should be able to get back there in time based on where they are on the racetrack, but it is going to be close.
Don't understand the strategy, Kyle, because now they're going to suffer because everyone's going to be out there flat out, and as we said, 112 seconds on pit lane, that's more than a lap, so they're going to leave a foot lead lose a full lap to the rest of the pack here. He needs to hit pit lane right now.
Is there any advantage to running this extra 10 or 15 minutes for the fuel for later in this race, or is it not worth the track position loss now?
I don't think so, Kyle. I mean, I just think you need too many things to work out in your favor for that little nuance to work out. And right now, he's going to go down a lap.
He made it into the pits in time, but barely. He had about 4.5 seconds to spare. It was between 6:55.05 and, well, you see what
Close.
I'm saying. Yeah,
It was close.
Thank you. And this is why they don't let me do math. Anyway, Herberth will go to work here, and they will make their first driver change. This is the overall pole-sitting car that has controlled the bulk of this race. Has led 40 laps, in fact, but will drop to the back of the pack.
In an 8-hour endurance race, Calvin, there's so many different circumstances that can make strange strategies work, but I'm not sure about this one, as you pointed out.
Remember that moment we watched from outside the car for Kyle Washington? Really was a collection of moments. Let's see what it looked like from Kyle's perspective.
I think that this is a I want my mummy moment in a race.
He's the one with the underwear hookup, right? That probably requires an explanation.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That did not sound great on the underbelly of that 32.
He just can't hit the disappear button, so he just got caught up there. You get a little out of sync with that rhythm section there through 2, 3, and 4. And then he had to clobber it all over the curbs as well. So this is what we're going to talk about here with that Porsche going down a lap.
50 kilometers an hour looks really slow in comparison to 165, doesn't it?
Oh, it's brutal.
We've tried to divine what the thought process behind that strategy might be, and as of yet, we've not been able to see what the thought process was. In the meantime, problems for Samantha Tan. That
This
car
is huge
dead
for the
stick,
championship.
Yes.
Let's not forget, if the 29 car should win, and this car is outside of the top 5, and there's 8 cars that are eligible for points here this weekend in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Championship, they have to finish in the top 5 to basically seal the deal. If they're outside of the top 5, they go down a lap here with a technical issue. Maybe she's just doing a Control-Alt-Delete. I wouldn't be doing that, and she's back underway.
Wow.
Saw the Luma rank shut off too, so that thing was completely shut down, and it doesn't look like it's got drive now either.
Oh, a devastating blow.
Right in the center of the racetrack as well, entering turn 12, Ryan.
33-point lead coming in, but 50 points on offer with this being double points, as it's only a single race weekend relative to the normal double race weekend format. Ugh. They've been so good, Cal. They've made hardly any mistakes all season long. They've only been off the podium twice this year.
Yeah, and let me also, one thing with the 38 car dropping down, even though Gallagher's a lap down and 4th in the Pro-Am category, 2 cars in front of him are not eligible for points, so he would effectively be the leader here.
Wow.
And that's what they need to do. If the 38 car doesn't score points here today, the 29 car has to finish in the first 2. If they win, the 38 car has to be in the top 5.
Reports of low fuel pressure in the 38. Did they pit or did they try and stay out to get a, well, they must have pitted by now.
Yeah, they would have had to for the drive time.
Right.
That would be very strange unless they would know if they didn't get any fuel in it. So that's odd. And it's just slowly trundling along here. Race control's giving them the opportunity, Calvin, to get back to pit lane, but it's going to take them a little longer.
Yeah, they're right there. I think that's between turns 12 and 13. I believe Samantha is at that moment, but devastating.
And to explain Calvin's point about cars ahead of this car not being eligible for points, if you join the championship from the second to last weekend onwards, so that would be Barber this year or here this weekend, you're invisible for points. And with the cars that have come over from an intercontinental perspective but are running in the Pro-Am class, they're effectively classified in the same category as the North American Pro-Ams as well. So a number of these guest cars, if you will, they're here, they can race for Pro-Am race honors, but they will not affect the Pro-Am Championship for the North American Series.
The reason they do that, they don't want a team or a manufacturer just to stack the deck, suddenly bring in a bunch of guest cars to try and get that big pad in the points. They want to be as fair as possible if the championship is coming down to the wire. So that's the reason for that, but it obviously complicates things a little bit. You've got 13 cars running in that Pro-Am category, but only 8 are eligible for this Fanatec GT World Challenge America point system.
Vying for the lead, hotting up now with Charles Verts in the BMW leading the Andorran Jules Gounon in the Mercedes with some traffic ahead, and that is a car that is clinging to the lead lap, let's remember. That's Fabian Schiller in the number 4. On the restart, was able to get around those cars to get himself back on the lead lap. We've got a lot of stories to cover off from the pits. Let's see what we can find out now with Amanda Busick.
Hey Ryan, yeah, I'm walking as fast as I can down to SD Racing to get an update on that, but I do want to put a button on what was happening with Lone Star Racing. Was just able to talk to AJ Peterson. It was a Lumarank issue that actually is still occurring. They were trying to get that issue resolved, but could not. It's on a battery-operated system that they're still going to have to assess once that Mercedes gets back onto pit lane for the upcoming pit stop. But it really just cost them so much time. Kyle, I know you were mentioning the time that they were sitting there. They tried to get them out in front of the pack, but could not make it. So on the back foot for Lone Star Racing, but it was a heck-it pit stop for many teams down here. We'll get an update on that BMW as soon as we can.
Thanks, Amanda. What do you make of that story on Lone Star?
Well, it seemed like maybe the Lumarank system wasn't working correctly and they're trying to get it fixed, but I would have kept them out there and then returned to pit lane. You got to ensure that you stay on that lead lap, so maybe they just got caught out a little bit. Yeah, it's hard to really factor in that pit lane is so long, and at 50 kilometers an hour, it's only 31 miles an hour. It takes an eternity there, and they just got trapped and went a lap down. But as we said, he's back on the lead lap now, with Niederhauser finally making his pit stop.
Kyle Washington at the front of this train, but he's a lap down. Back in 20th, they had an unscheduled pit stop for a puncture in the opening hour. Just behind him is the car of Peterson running 8th overall, and this is not the push you want to make. There's only one direction you want to go through Gasoline Alley on race day, and it's the other way.
Well, the key is that they've got to get that car fixed, get it back out there somehow, and score 50% of the laps of their class leader at the end of the 8 hour. Then they will score points. That's priority number 1.
Amanda, what are you hearing?
Yes, we're going to make our way over to the garage as well just to oversee this. I'm right behind John Miller. The word from Samantha Tan was that it is a fuel pump issue, and they're going to do some changes there, should be back on the grid.
Well, I guess the good news is that is something that can be repaired, but man, the amount of time they lose, the championship's not totally in their hands anymore.
No, but it's a game changer, because if they can get the car fixed and get out there, score any points today, that means that the 29 car has to finish at least second. Okay, so that's really the key for them.
This is the team that benefits from this the most. Turner Motorsport, Robbie Foley, and Justin Rothberg, the full season duo. Really quiet coming into the weekend, didn't talk about them a whole lot. The other championship battles were a bit closer, but as we've said a number of times, especially in this endurance format, it really opens up these kinds of possibilities.
Yeah, they didn't quite make the pole shootout yesterday, but I think Foley may have had the fastest lap in qualifying of any of the BMW drivers, so I think there's pace in that race car. They're just such a smart group. They finished on the podium here a couple of weeks ago as well, so they've got good data to work from. They tested here as well. You see Connor DeFilippi there sliding it down the inside of Patrick Gallagher, who's been drafted in as the 3rd driver. He runs on a regular basis with Robbie Foley in IMSA competition, so he knows the car, the team, and one of the co-drivers at least very well.
So second or better is what they have to do. But they're second in class right now, but again, that 75 would be invisible to the points, Ryan, so that really puts them, as you said earlier, effectively the class leader as far as the points are concerned. And this is an opportunity that they might not have thought they would get, but is there any point to deviate from what they were already doing?
Don't think so. It's worked for them so far. Had a great season, certainly, and to have Patrick Gallagher, who knows the team super well, knows the car really well, knows this track well. He's raced in the NASCAR Xfinity Series here as well as in GTs over the years. Got a replay of an incident a moment ago. That was a big hit there. into the side of Peterson, who had a really strong opening stint to this race. That car was able to continue on.
Some damage to the Porsche there. Just some body work, but I don't think it'll be
the 21. What car was that?
I think so.
Yes, it was. It was
Yeah.
Yannick Mettler. You're exactly right.
So it looked like just the clips on the left front fender might have come up, but it didn't look like it was going to get worse. But you always wonder when you make wheel-to-wheel contact like that, Ryan, if there's suspension damage that could rear its head.
That was my first thought as well. It's Neil Verhagen, right-hand side of the screen, one of the 3 drivers here this weekend, full season driver with Samantha Tan. Got a glimpse of JCD, John Capestro-Dubet's in there as well, who's been drafted in as the 3rd driver. Was so excited about this chance, but it wasn't meant to be. Well, we've talked about the electrical issues for Lone Star Racing. That's what caused them to stay stationary in the pits and lose the lap. Bad news, and it gets worse for them. Race control has required them to come in and get that Lumarang system fixed. That is a requirement per the regulations. And you can see it's not lit up in the left-hand corner of the windscreen, unlike the cars behind, and that will need to be fixed very soon. Race control making a call. That car will have to make a trip to the pit lane. We talked about the frustration for ST Racing. Neil Verhagen is with our Amanda Busick, and Amanda, I'm sure it's a grim atmosphere down in the garage area.
Yeah, Ryan, you hit it on the head there. We're overseeing the work happening on this BMW. Samantha Tan actually is still strapped into behind the wheel of that race car. Are you looking at your championship?
Well, it doesn't really look very great right now, does it? So I know the guys are doing everything they can right now to get the car back on track, but yeah, we'll see what we can do.
What did Samantha say, and what have you heard as the latest as the team as they get to work here?
That she just lost power, that the car came to a stop, so we don't really have too much. I think that's what we're trying to figure out right now is why it came to a stop. But yeah, I think everyone's working flat out to make sure it gets back on track.
It is not the first time that you guys have faced challenges this year, and you guys are known for bouncing back. How will you keep the mindset up for this team?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to just stick through it and see where we end up, but yeah, I think we're going to have a lot of fighting we need to do.
Well, I'll point over to JCD right here. We'll show them your hat, guys. Everyone loves an underdog.
And they've become the underdog, came in as the championship leader, but the shoe's on the other foot now. It's a great team, though. They'll go to work, get that fixed as soon as they can. They gave the BMW M4 GT3 its first win anywhere in the world a few years ago, so ST Racing knows their business.
They do. As I said, they just got to somehow get a fix made so they can get 50% of the laps, and that changes the complexion of the 29 at that point from just having to finish second to having to win this race.
We saw a few moments ago Yannick Mettler slamming into the side of Jake Peterson. This is under review, as you see up at the top of the screen there. That was a car a lap down on a car running in the top 10 overall. And there you go, drive-through penalty for Mettler, incident responsibility. That one looked pretty cut and dry.
Got in there a little too hot, and I think the damage on the 21 is worse than the 85, but now they're going to get a little salt in the wound there, Calvin, with that drive-through.
Yeah, Bargy a little too forceful there, and this is devastating because it's such a great story with Alex Pallou's return to GT3 competition, 3-time IndyCar champion. Won here twice on the Indianapolis road course. What a performance he put in qualifying yesterday for he and the whole group. And now to have this systems problem, it's not affecting the performance of the race car, but as part of the regulation, that Lumarang system has to be operational.
For both the 38 and for the 4, Ryan, issues that are sort of out of their control. And that's the thing that stings the most is, you know, how you can do everything perfect and it can still go wrong.
That is difficult to swallow. No doubt about it, and that's why, you know, in the context of a season-long championship, right, you pad your stats as much as you can. They come in with a 33-point advantage, and now they have to hope that that proves to be enough, depending on the way things shake out. Still a long way to go, and other front runners too could have their problems before this is all said and done, with 6 hours and 40 minutes still on the clock.
Wirtz, as we said, he's the main BMW threat for this driver championship, so he is in perfect position right now. And WRT, after the drama of the week, currently sit first and third, the defending race winners here at Indianapolis.
Charles Wertz leading the way, Jules Gounon in second. Race Vision powered by AWS, most positions gained. Car 33, that is now Augusto Farfus behind the wheel, but Dan Harper probably wants his face and name up on that graphic because he did most of the work, didn't he? From 23rd into about 6th, I think, before the pit stops, but that car has come from the back of the grid and now runs in the 3rd position. I mean, you called it, Kyle, that WRT, if there's a team that can overcome an engine change and a drop to the rear of the grid, they certainly can do it. Then behind them, 4th overall and in IGTC Pro, Random Vandals Racing in the BMW comes through. The Corvette in this picture is 5th place in the North American, well, 5th place overall, the leader in the North American Pro Championship, and this car has started to come to life here on race day.
Yeah, the 63 up leading now, the Pro category up 9 positions overall from where it started. And Calvin, their race pace is certainly looking a lot better than their single lap pace in this race. If you want to have pace, I'd rather have long run pace than that single lap pace in 8 hours.
Yeah, they were over a second off in qualifying here yesterday. They had that little change of BOP that we alluded to earlier of 10 kilograms. But right now, fastest lap here, Alex Udell is only about 6/10 off Niederhausen's fast lap of the race. So certainly in race conditions, the Corvette is coming alive a little bit.
As they stand, as it runs, 19 points the edge, with this car leading the Porsche. There's still a lot left to be decided here. Keep in mind that Adam Adelson is doing a double here to get started. He is by far the least experienced driver in that Wright Motorsports lineup. He's done a great job to keep them in the hunt, and they've got a couple of aces up their sleeves with Elliott Skier and Lauren Heinrich yet to play before the day is done.
Similar story with the 63 Udell on his second stint of the day. Calvin, they've got some firepower in that camp as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think once we get through this first double stint, then we'll start to see how the table is really set for the rest of this race. But you know that the 120 squad, Ski has been immense behind the wheel of that 120 Porsche here this year, and Lauren Heinrich, his record book states it all in terms of his pace and commitment. And he knows, you know, I was really impressed that he knew what the championship situation was for his 2 teammates. He knows they got to finish either in front of the 63 car or 1 place back. If the 63 car wins, there's nothing they can do.
And now we know the points as they run for North America Pro-Am with the issues for Samantha Tan and Neil Verhagen. That 33-point lead they entered with has totally evaporated, and it's gone back the other way, with now a 1-point edge on the road for Turner Motorsports, Robbie Foley and Justin Rothberg, although it's Patrick Gallagher doing the driving right now, down in 11th overall.
And Justin Rothberg has had an incredible season. He's learned so much. He's pulled double duty, not only in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, Calvin, but also GT America, the single class or single driver championship here in North America. He's learned so much. And this is a team championship. If they can pull this off, this would be an incredible opening season for Rothberg.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, he's just been immense. I love, you know, he's still looking for pace. I mean, he's doing a great job for how much experience he has, so he doesn't have the pace for Robbie Foley or Patrick Gallagher, but he does a really solid job. What I love about Justin is the job he does in race conditions. He doesn't get flustered. He seems very poised. He doesn't seem to react to pressure in a negative way. He seems to stand up and take charge. So it's been a great year for him and the whole group.
The battles that he's had in GT America this year, where he's had to go toe-to-toe with experienced drivers like Johnny O'Connell and Jason Daskalos, and they've gone wheel-to-wheel, corner after corner, kept it clean, and he's come out on top in those duels more often than not here this season. To me, yes, it's important for him to run in these longer races, but some of that single driver stuff he's done in GT America where it's fully on his shoulders, I think that's where we've seen the biggest growth from Justin.
Yeah, and I spoke to him the other day here at Indy, and he said, I've learned so much in those battles. I've learned the racecraft of a Johnny O'Connell, and that's immense. I mean, that is just going to fast track him to identify not all about just getting around a racetrack quickly, but what you do in certain dynamics in race situations and how you position your car. Because there's some crafty old dogs out there that you're racing against in GT America, and he's learning quickly.
Well, I think part of that is, you know, pace can be taught in some circumstances, but I think racecraft you really need to learn in an environment where there's racing. In GT America this year, that 3-way battle for the title has been thrilling all year long, and just the on-the-job experience is the most important, I think, in Rothberg's position.
He's got a chance to win that championship tomorrow. He's very much in the mix, started on
one.
pole, and this one too. That's what I'm saying, yeah. It could be a doubled-up weekend for Justin Rothberg. In both cases, he came in needing some things to fall his way. It's going to be a long shot, I'd say. I mean, even still here, there's a long way to go, and a lot of things have to break their way, but it could happen.
Well, they've had some bad breaks along the way. They've had some bad luck, and you hope over the course of a season that it comes back your way. But when it happens in the final race weekend, it's like, wow, did we get it by the skin of the teeth, or did we just fall a little bit shy?
Third in the Pro-Am class is this car with Antares Al driving right now. He is, what, about 2.5 hours away from locking down, in all likelihood, the Intercontinental GT Challenge Independent Cup. He and Jeffrey Ibrahim both have a shot at it, but Antares would have to not score points for Jeffrey to overhaul him. And so roughly at 4 hours to go, because it's distance-based, not time-based, but roughly around that mark, we should be able to say with some degree of confidence that he'll have claimed that Globetrotting Championship.
Saw Elias Sepinen make a pass there. That was for position in the Pro-Am field. 12th overall now for Regulator Racing, and Sepinen joins Jeff Burton and Philip Ellis in that crew. And Calvin, they've had some great successes this season, sort of playing an alternate strategy in our 90-minute events where they kind of run reversed driver one and driver two, with Philip going against the AMs and Jeff going against the pros.
Yeah, it's really been a great focus of our races in those 90-minute sprints where they, reverse the strategy in terms of the fast guy against the slow guy, and well, I shouldn't say that, just the grades of the drivers up against each other. It's been a big spotlight on Jeff Burton. I think he's responded tremendously. Great performance at Barber Motorsport Park. I think the best race of his career so far. This
car started on the front row, but it's not been their day. The 4 from Lone Star Racing has had some issues coming to the pits a couple of times. The Lumarang still not lighting up on that machine, Amanda. What can you tell us?
No, and there's still a meeting of the mind from SRO officials to a representative from Lumarank as well as Lone Star and Mercedes, still trying to assess the situation that is going on here. It becomes down to being a transponder issue back to race control, and per the rules, it becomes more of a safety issue and being able to follow where this car is on track. Alex below, sitting on top of the pit box, also watching this situation. I would have to think, based on the call to pit lane from race control to fix the issue prior, I imagine that might be another call that we see here shortly.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Appreciate that. Has to be so frustrating for that team. What a lineup they've got. The team's got heritage and pedigree racing here at Indy, but wasn't meant to be. Gusto Farfus clawing his way through. This is the car that started at the very back of the pack. Dan Harper got the first stint rolling, coming up 7 positions in the opening lap and racing inside the top 10, nearly the top 5 at the end of the first hour. And right now that car runs in the 3rd spot with the rapid Brazilian Augusto Farfus doing the driving.
Yeah, such a storied history. A lot of the races with BMW, of course, in recent years. DTM stalwart. I think he had over 100 starts in DTM competition with a handful of wins. And there you see the race progression with the car started by Dan Harper, and Augusto now doing the job behind the wheel. 41 years of age, but he hasn't lost that spring in his step.
Doing a great job up 20 positions, this team, from the start of the race, and this week hasn't been easy. We touched on the shipping issues this car had, the engine replacement this car had yesterday. So a lot has happened this week for the 33 and Team WRT, but they've got cars 1st and 3rd, Calvin, and if Farfus can pass Gunan in 2nd, that would put them atop the standings. And taking a look now at the 33, it looks like things are not going the direction they'd hope, though, if they want to run down Jules Gunan. About a half a second off, then 7/10, then 9/10, Calvin, so wrong direction.
Yeah, I'll have to dig into that a little bit as we see him hopping over the curb there through turn 12. We talked about the 4 car having to start the car, we believe, on qualifying tyres. Maybe Team WRT are electing to use a bit of a used set here for Augusto in his opening stint. Maybe paying the price a little bit in pace.
So if every team has to do that, you would expect that most teams would want to do that in the first half of the race, get it out of the way, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think so, because if you do see another yellow, you get compressed field, so that negative stint that you did in terms of pace is compressed and you're back with everyone versus doing it later in the run where you're going to have a disadvantage and everyone close together.
Despite that, though, best lap for the 33 is actually quicker than their sister car by 1/1000th of a second. So that's the consistency we're seeing across Team WRT, a 124.018 to a 124.019.
Gunon's 124.021, so you got 0.03 of a second between the top 3 cars in terms of their fastest lap. That's pretty good BOP, I think.
We've seen that all week long in practice and in pre-qualifying and in qualifying and pole shootout yesterday, how tight the teams were up and down the order from different makes, models, and manufacturers, drivers from all over the world. It has been a thrillingly tight fight, at least on the timing screen this week.
Yeah, and that's really testimony to the work that's done behind the scenes, to the technical committee that puts together those BOP tables to ensure that the cars are evenly matched. Obviously, we talked about the Corvette a lot today in terms of it not showing great straightaway speed, but they've suddenly found some pace here in race conditions and half the deficit at least early in the going. Then you got 2 Corvette factory drivers in Tommy Milner and Alex Sims going to take over the reins of that Corvette. Let's see what happens in the last couple of hours. I mean, the racetrack is going to change. It's going to evolve here over 8 hours.
Just past our first 90-minute mark, the length of our typical North American rounds here. There's the race progression for Alec Udell, who's been in the car since the drop of the green flag. A little drop early on in the opening moments, but since then it's just climbing up the board, now leading in the pro category. This is exactly what they have to do if they want to be champions in pro. They didn't think that would be possible about halfway through the season, Calvin, but 8 wins later, they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, just crazy to think that you can enter the year 4 races behind effectively in points, and add to that the 120 car swept at Sonoma, got off to the best possible start with 50 points scored there at the opening rounds of the championship. So they didn't expect it, but they just kept winning. They just got on a roll. They had that momentum. Things would go their way. They didn't make mistakes at critical points in the race. Now they find themselves going for 9 in a row, and with that, that would clinch the championship. But I think those Porsche drivers are going to have a lot to say in that in terms of the 120 squad with the Elegant Skier and Lauren Heinrich. We feel will finish off this event here during the 8 hours.
Of course, Milner and Alexander Sims will join Alec Udell in the lineup there. See Sims getting suited up here. We're still probably a ways away from what we'll be doing here as far as our second pit stop sequence. As through turn number 13, we're going to continue here and hold back up onto the front straightaway. 6 hours, 27 minutes to go. We talked about the DXTT Racing Camp and how this car was new to them this season. It would have already been impressive to make this 8-race win streak with a car that was well known, but with something so new. I think there was a lot to learn, and they learned very, very quickly with not only the 63 car, but the sister car in the form of the 64. And down the order a little ways, Blake McDonald still behind the wheel of the Pro-Am entry for DXTT Racing. And they're inside the top 5 at the moment. The 888 and the 130 running nose to tail on the racetrack, but Ibrahim's down the order here, about a lap down to that 130 car that's up in second overall. Ryan is Wirtz and Gunon, 1.3 between those two, as Farfus again was losing a little bit of ground in those top 2.
Yeah, just a bit, but pace is still awfully strong, keeps them in contention. They know it's a long race, plus you have to factor in that conditions now are not what we'll see when it really matters, going to the checkered flag. A little trouble with some lap traffic here for Jules Gunon. This has not been easy trying to get around the 888. Cool to have 888 here. This is one of the premier teams in Australian motorsports, and they're going to be very busy running in the great race, the Bathurst 1000 next weekend. But you could see just visually, and then the clock tells you the same story, that the gap has grown massively because Gunon's had a hard time making this pass.
Yeah, over a second last lap around for Gunon. It was a 126.750, and he didn't want to wait any longer. He went right by. Could not sit back there too much more.
Usually you don't get a chance to make contact with royalty, let's put it that way. And Prince Jeffrey is exactly that, part of the royal family of Johor, one of the several royal families in Malaysia that rotate the monarchy effectively of that country. His father currently holds the top office. And these two, well, they got to know each other if they didn't know each other already pretty well.
Just the slightest touch there. And then turn 4, that opens up, it's a siren song. Every time that door opens, you want to take it, and sometimes you have to be patient, and sometimes Jules Gounon felt that he couldn't wait there any longer. He lost 1.7 seconds the prior time around. And in an 8-hour battle, you don't necessarily need to take massive risks, but that one might have been worth taking. You sit back there too long, you can get yourself in trouble, and he just saw the opportunity and went for it.
He sure did. Message sent, message delivered as well. These factory drivers, they know how to make sure the message gets communicated in a way that it's no harm, no foul, but, you know, everyone's playing from the same playbook here on out.
I think so, and with that lap time returned to a 1:25.1. It was still 0.6 of a second slower than Wirtz, so I don't know that it might take more than a lap or two to get. I was with the pass, actually. So.
True, and the other aspect is, we talked about this in the opening stint, the BMW, it would appear in the second half of the stint is really when it was coming to life back at the beginning of this race, and maybe we're seeing that manifest once again.
Down into turn 7, the 130 of Gounon back on the attack here. We were following the 33 just prior to this and talking about Team WRT and potentially having both those top steps, but for Farfus, lap time, well, it's returned. It was a slight loss the last few times around for Farfus, but now nearly matching their Team WRT teammate. We saw on the AWS Race Vision that their best laps are within 1/1000th of a second of each other, so consistency across both entries there.
Which is what you'd expect from a team of that caliber. They are the benchmark BMW GT team globally. I think Turner Motorsport can make a case, certainly here stateside, surpassing Schnitzer for the most number of BMW entrants or entries in history earlier this year. But you look at the championships won and the big races won by WRT, the fact that BMW tasked them with running their hypercar program as well. It's a big operation based there in Belgium, and the resume really speaks for itself at this stage.
The 75 that was driven by Kenny Habul earlier in the race. And it's Jaden Ojeda behind the wheel now in the 75 Express car. Turn 1 leading in the Pro-Am category. They have a handful of Pro-Class cars behind them, so a bit of a buffer to the 29. Again, not competing for points here this weekend, but looking for a trophy at the racing capital of the world.
Mentioned 888 would be racing at the Bathurst 1000. So too will Jaden Ojeda. He forms the endurance part of the pairing with Jack LeBrock for Erebus Motorsport in their Chevy Camaro program. So busy travel schedule for the man apparently they called Juice. That is according to my Antipodean research department. So thank you very much, Kitch, for that information. But cool to see him drafted in and get this opportunity to come race here stateside. Not necessarily a name you know unless you've been following supercars over the years, but he's come up through the ranks over there and certainly merits this opportunity. ST Racing behind the wall with their Pro-Am points leading entry, car number 38. Amanda's been monitoring the progress. What can you tell us?
Good news from the garage. I can see Samantha Tan putting her Hans device back on. Helmet is on. She's going to get back into this BMW. They're going to push this car back to the racetrack. They will contend for their championship here, at least from this issue, as that ST Racing BMW gets back into competition here shortly.
Well, it's good to hear that it looks like a return to the track is imminent, and now they need a little bit of attrition to fall their way. Right now running 23rd out of 23 cars. And I mean, the good news is there are a number of cars that are invisible from a points perspective, so you make up a couple positions that way. But we saw the graphic a few minutes ago. Right now, 1 point out of the championship.
Yeah, the cars that are invisible in the championship are good and bad, right? Because the 75 of Ojeda is not currently eligible for points. So that means the 29 is leading this race, and they need that 29 to finish third or worse to make sure that they can't overcome them in the championship. So, yeah, you know, some days you'd rather be lucky than good, and Samantha Tan and Neil Verhagen are certainly very good. They're just not lucky on a day that they need to be both. As the 88 is going to hit pit lane there, Custodio Toledo comes down to 50 kilometers an hour for a pit stop here. Seems a little early, perhaps, for the second round of pit stops as the 130 streaks across the yard bricks.
neat livery on this number 130 car as well, and the livery and the number chosen very deliberately, celebrating 130 years of motorsport involvement for Mercedes, which incredibly, just remarkable, goes back to the very first auto race, 1894, at least the first one that I guess we would say is official. You know the old quote, of course, about the first race was roughly 5 minutes after the second car was built. But in terms of an official race, Paris-Rouen, 1894, Mercedes was there 130 years ago. One of the few motorsports pieces of trivia that extends further back than the lifetime of this place, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Yeah, there's not a lot of racing or motorsports or car history that extends beyond Indianapolis Motor Speedways, but you see Custodial Toledo hopping out of the Ferrari, another name that's just synonymous with motorsport history for decades and decades, almost a century.
Very limited, though, here at Indy until Formula One came, and then it was in the middle of the Michael Schumacher era, and of course, we saw some Michael Schumacher wins, several of them here at the U.S. Grand Prix, but a little bit in IndyCar racing. Ferrari has had a presence previously, albeit fleetingly and oftentimes in customer hands. There have been persistent rumors over the years. I mean, I know they floated the idea, even built a test mule at one stage in the kart era, and that rumor was ripe again just a few years ago. Would love to see the prancing horse here in that capacity, but barring that, having a 296 ain't a bad option either.
No, they're pretty cars too, and that car just another evolution of Ferrari's GT machinery over the years. And we all remember the 458, the naturally aspirated V8 that car had. Of course, the 488 that followed, and now the 296 twin-turbo V6 power plant. It's a really clever car, the way that it's built, the way that it's repaired in moments where some bodywork has to come off the entire front of the car with just a handful of bolts. Really is a clever, clever machine, but that's what Ferrari's all about.
You mentioned the V6 turbo alignment of that engine. That varies quite a bit from the previous GT models really, from Ferrari, the 488 like you said, but also the 458 and even the 430 that preceded it. Those were all V8s, so to make that change to the V6, it certainly doesn't have that traditional wail of a Ferrari, but it still looks really sharp, and you're right, it's cleverly built. Love how they've put that thought into this to make it that much more of a weapon in these types of endurance races. We've talked about the problems for ST Racing on one side of the pendulum, but on the other, it's been a really strong day for Turner Motorsport, hasn't it, Amanda?
Yeah, I was able to talk to Justin Rothberg about our ability to do real-time points and tell him that he is the championship leader at this moment by 1 point, and he told me to come back in 6 hours and 18 minutes. So I do know that the ST Racing BMW is headed back to the track to contend for this championship. Based on the scenario at the moment, does it change your approach to how you race at this time?
No, I'm just trying to complete my laps, keep the car on the track, stay on the lead lap, then let Robbie and Pat do their job. There's still 6 hours, 17 minutes to go, so a lot can happen, as we've seen. There's a lot happened in the first hour and a half.
We were talking yesterday about how just being in this position to contend for the championship, you've kind of surprised yourself here this season with the opportunity to step on that top step for one last time and be the overall champion. How would that summarize just a gift of a season this has been for you?
It would be amazing. Couldn't have done it without Robbie, Turner, a great support team behind me. I came into this season just hoping to be semi-competitive, so to even be here fighting for a championship is awesome.
Congratulations, Justin.
Just a couple of years in Ferrari Challenge and then right into the deep end of GT3 racing, and Justin Rothberg has proven he was ready for the challenge.
Well, he has. He's had some great coaches as well, of course, Robbie Foley, and now this weekend, Patrick Gallagher. You can't really learn from a better duo of drivers, especially in BMW machinery.
No question about it, and that's the reason they're all paired together. A moment here that is of note, 31 has now put the Racer's Edge Acura a lap down, so that means only 9 cars remain on the overall lead lap. That car was delayed somewhat by a penalty, you'll recall. They've served that drive-through, when was that? Roughly...
right after the full course yellow, so just about an hour in.
Yeah, about 40 minutes or so ago, it looks like. And that's dropped them down to the bottom of the North America Pro class, and they'll want to see this go green for a while and bring the rest of the cars in their class onto their same lap. Right now they're separated by that lap, and that's where it gets difficult should a yellow come out. end up separated from those that you're trying to fight with potentially.
That's another thing to consider as well is we're almost 2 hours into this race, and we'll have to start thinking about pit stops because the full course yellow was just before the end of the first hour, so we were a little bit shy on the max drive time the first time through. And so, the math, you'd like to split it, just pit every hour. It keeps it simple, but you get 65 minutes, so close to about 6 hours to go, we should see cars on pit lane.
On that subject, trying to think about when the next pit stop would come. That was, about 10 minutes early last time, right? So if you're going to run the distance, that puts us, I would say right around 6 hours to go, a little bit beyond that. So we're looking at 10-15 minutes from pit stops roughly. Does that check out with you, Cal?
Yeah, I think so. As Kyle said, you could run 65 minutes, so you might get about 5:55 left in this race when you see all of those teams and drivers that elected to take that pit stop, hit pit lane. And then obviously the 10 car was off sequence to that, and as we said, they went down a lap because it's such a huge pit lane here. 112 seconds minimum stop time, so under green flag conditions, you're always going to go down a lap.
Calvin, over the course of this race, this is a very different racetrack than the other three on the Intercontinental GT Challenge calendar as far as the braking and the going through the gears and everything. Is that a concern for these teams in over an 8-hour stint as far as the brakes on these cars, or are they just going to, they're not going to change them, but to lose some efficacy and performance towards them?
Yeah, I think ideally, these cars typically will do a 24-hour race with one brake change. So for an 8-hour race, they should be good. They're not going to feel as good. You might have a little bit more pedal movement when you go to the brakes later in the event. So if you had a car that was freshened up with brakes compared to a car that done 8 hours, yes, there'd be a bit more performance there, but I don't think it's going to be a huge factor. And I think that's the cool thing about GT3 machinery, the fact that it runs on the global stage and does incur numerous 24-hour events for all of these manufacturers to work out all of the wrinkles, work out the pad wear and how aggressive you can be with the pad setup and the rotors to get through one of these shorter endurance races.
Great onboard shots a moment ago, watching Adam Adelson do his thing. Wright Motorsports electing to get his drive time taken care of here early in the going, and he's kept them on the lead lap. Right now, final car on the lead lap, doing his best to hang with Jake Peterson, who continues to impress, Calvin. Just remarkable when you think about the limited amount of GT3 running that he's done. And he's right there matching lap times with Adam Adelson, who's going for a title here this weekend.
Yeah, they're very close. Impressive performances by both of them. And if you think about their pace, low 25s compared to 24 flat, 23.997 is the fastest lap of the race. So to be within 1.2, 1.3 seconds of factory level drivers is superb. It's really a testimony to how much confidence they have aboard one of these GT3 cars.
A side-by-side there between the 32 and the 888. This is really dicey there for a moment as they climb back out onto the oval turn 2 there, turn 11. Kind of at the limit, similar to turn 14 actually, Calvin, where you're kind of coming back up onto a straightaway and you're kind of at the limit of grip as the downforce builds.
Yeah, absolutely. This corner here, turn 14, should be wide open. As you get later in the stint, the car will have a little twitch there, and the pros will have no problem hanging on to it for an AM. They've got to make sure they got the right line and hitting their marks, otherwise you can have a moment, but nonetheless pretty comfortable wide open through there.
That outside wall comes at you fast when you're coming back onto the front straightaway.
Key is not to shy away from, otherwise you just make the situation worse, and that's where a pro and an AM really differ in terms of, I don't want to get near that wall, and you pinch your hands a little bit and just make the situation even worse.
I was looking at the elevation change of the Nürburgring, where we've got a round of Intercontinental GT Challenge, 1,000 linear feet from top to bottom. We don't have that here. This is very, very flat, and in some ways it has sort of a street course feel, although it's very, very smooth with the exception of a couple of the braking zones, Calvin. So it's just so different as far as the layout from the rest of the Intercontinental GT Challenge calendar.
Yeah, it really is. Bathurst has quite a bit of elevation change. I haven't raced there, but I took a lap around there. That is a fantastic track. I mean, just awesome.
No shortage of elevation change at Spa either. So again, if you're comparing and contrasting, this one does stand out. About all you've got is the 9 degrees, 12 minutes of banking. The little bit that you use the oval turns. This is good to see the 38 back in the pit lane, so they feel like the repair has been effected. They're fueling the car up. And now the grind of going out and tooling around for the next 6 hours and 10 minutes and just hoping Lady Luck smiles on them and they can win this title.
You know, you always hope that you have a fun day when you're racing, right? It's all supposed to be about fun, right? But this isn't going to be all that much fun, Calvin. Just trying to salvage something to keep their championship hopes alive.
It's the new target, though, essentially, is down to laps. So essentially, they need to get 4 hours plus a little bit on the board here with this race car somewhere, somehow, because that then changes the complexion. With the double points and only 8 cars eligible for points, their minimum point score, if they get past that 50% mark, would be 8. You add that to the 33-point lead, that makes it 41. The only way the 29 car can get over that is to win with the double points for 50. So if they get halfway through this race, the 29 car has to win, or the championship will go back the way of the 38 car.
Great job, though, by the ST Racing crew. They made that repair in 40 minutes. That's all they spent behind the wall and in the pit lane. Cost them dearly, of course, but they still fight on.
Certainly could be worse. I mean, it could have been something terminal that would take them completely out, and at that point they would have scored no points. So at least it was repairable.
It is. I think that the hard thing is this now out of your control. You're hoping that the 29 car does not have the perfect race day and visit victory lane. So it's going to be a long 8 hours of nail biting for them.
Jeffrey Ibrahim out of the AAA car. It'll be Jordan Love who climbs aboard. His second race here in the last 3 weekends. He was part of the IMSA weekend. See what kind of pace he brings to the table.
Things have calmed down at the front for now. Charles Weerts, Jules Gunon, and Augusto Farfus. That running order's been the same way for a while now, and those gaps have not come down. They've stayed pretty steady at this stage, and their lap times are all within about 0.3 of a second at the moment, Cal.
Yeah, I think the pace is very similar. You know, we talked about Farfus may be even on the back foot a little bit. He had a little period in the race there where he was losing about 3/4 of a second per lap, but that seems to have stymied a little bit. You know, 6.7 seconds back of second place, 9 seconds out of the lead with the sister car.
Interesting duel developing here between the Mercedes of Jaden Ojeda and the Corvette of Alec Udell, who's the leader in Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro. As they run, he and Tommy Milner would be champions, but still a lot to get sorted out here in the next 6 hours and 8 minutes.
Yeah, you know that Milner and Sims, they know they got a battle on their hand. They're going to have to go up against Skier and Heinrich with the pace of that Porsche. So I think Adelson's doing a tremendous job. We talked about his pace in comparison with Jake Peterson, how close they are to the pros. But they just want to knock out these early couple of hours in this race, keep the nose clean, literally, and turn it over to the pros and let them go to work.
Here is the 120 that they're fighting for the championship with. Adam Adelson doing what he needs to do. Same goal, right? Keep the nose clean and present that car to the two pros, Elliott Skier and Lauren Heinrich. We know how fast they can be. Adelson's kept Udell honest. He's been able to stay on the same lap. If this field were to get bunched up again, game on, certainly, when the two pros start to do their driving.
Yeah, Adelson's about 40 seconds back of the 63 Corvette of Udell. We're getting pretty close, probably within about 10 minutes or so of pit stops happening once again.
WRT runs 1 and 3 at the moment, and the man in charge, Vincent Voss, is with Amanda.
And Ryan, as we know, they are a genius at strategy when it comes to endurance racing. They pulled out that master stroke at Monza earlier this season, and now here back at Indianapolis, that it was a complete engine swap for the 33 BMW that is already running P3 on this grid. As you look over these upcoming hours, what do you see for both of your efforts?
I mean, as it always in those long distance races, of course, more than 6 hours to go in an 8-hour race. Still a lot to do, but it looks like Porsche, Mercedes, and ourselves have the pace to fight each other. So this is going to be a tough one.
It's about to get really busy down here. I see your crew members starting to put helmets on. When you assess kind of these pit stops, what advantage do you guys have with the experience coming in here to Indy?
Well, I mean, it's a mandatory pit stop with a timing pit stop, so it means that we all have to stop the same amount of time. There is not really a huge fight there. I mean, everything has to be done in the correct way. Let's say it's more about strategy, being able to do an extra lap, or yeah, of course, car 33. I mean, we had an issue last night with that car, and we decided for safety reason to change the engine, so cars start last. But as we see now, I mean, there are not so many cars in the pro category, so the car is already there in P3, 6 seconds behind. I mean, the safety car, of course, helped for that position, but yeah, we have two strong lineup which are fighting there.
Well, strategy is what they are known for, Ryan, and you talk about that Monza win when they pulled off with that master stroke. It was a car in the bronze class that's similar to our Pro-Am.
It's an interesting point, and good memory there, Amanda, definitely. You know, you're right, strategy, definitely what they're known for. Those minimum stop times that Vincent was lamenting a little bit, they're kind of in place because WRT was so good. It kept moving the bar, and teams eventually were like, well, why are we spending so much money on wheel guns to keep up with WRT? Things of that nature. They just excel in the little spaces in between, right? The things that don't jump out at you, but that's where the excellent teams do come to the fore.
Yeah, they do. As Vincent said, you're pretty much in a box with the regulations. There's no real tricks per se, but certainly you want to execute and maximize everything. So they've got so much experience. Kurt Mollican's kind of runs the GT3 show. Vincent is across all of their programs, but they've got so much experience, such a data to work from. They've run this car for a number of years now. And as he said, we've got two really solid driver lineups. They got the track position. Everything's in their favor, but the Porsches are quick. They've yet to win here at the Indy 8 Hour. So we'll have to wait and see what they can come up with towards the end of this race. But certainly BMW is looking in really good shape at the moment.
Pit stop starting to cycle through. Ojeda coming into the pits here for 75 Express.
Juice, they call him, right?
That's what I'm told.
Wonder if it's of orange flavor with the liquid orange color on that car.
That would be fitting. And that looks like Kenny getting ready to go back in. Happy birthday to Kenny's son Julian as well. Got a sticker on the car to commemorate that.
Fresh Pirelli's going on as well. That's got to feel really good after an hour working their way through on a relatively warm racetrack here this afternoon, Kenny.
Yeah, sticker tires going on there for Kenny Abul. He's running his own deal now. He's always run with customer racing programs under the Sun Energy banner now. 75 Express based out of Munich, Germany. So early days for that squad. I think they're getting their act together and gelling as a group as we now see one of the DXDT machines on pit lane.
64 and then the 99 also hitting pit road for Random Vandals Racing. Connor D. Felipe and Ryan.
Yes, he is. It's going to be busy, I suspect, here in the pit lane. We're right there at the fringe of those maximum stint times, so that's going to make the pit lane a busy place. Jules Gounon's stint is done, and they'll go ahead and make another driver change in the number 130. Looks like they're cycling everybody through in the first 3 stints. There's some thought process to that, to get everyone a little bit of seat time early in the going. Others like to knock out some drive time early in the race. Any potential preference on your end, Cal, how you would play it?
I don't think so. I think a double stint to me is good. I think at the end of the race, if you have a double, particularly when you're going through that transition between good, light, and when it starts to go through that twilight period, I don't think you want to throw someone in for that final hour and a bit. I think doing a double certainly at the end of the race. But if you've got drivers of equal caliber and equal speed, then it's an easy game as however you choose to split it up, to be honest with you. I don't think there's much in it in terms of strategy.
BMW roars away. Now the Turner team doing what they do. So much experience in long distance races for them. Great strategy as well on the pit box. And WRT making the call as well with the overall leader, Charles Ferrens, the Belgian. He is in the pits too, and they've got that early pit stall and immediately they jump into action.
I think the key is to not make a critical error, because if you get a drive-through penalty here, it takes you 63 seconds. The time lost compared to someone staying out on the racetrack is about 50 seconds. That is huge. You know, we're only looking at lap times at 1:23. So if you're 30 seconds or more back and you make a little mistake, you're going down a lap here at Indianapolis.
Yeah, now that we're 2 hours in, your opportunity for mulligan starts to go away pretty quickly, Ryan. It takes a long time to claw back from those.
As this team knows, right? They had that. They were under that pit stop minimum on their first stop and had to serve a drive-through, and that was costly. They were very much in contention for a podium or the race lead, at least at that early stage in the North American Pro class, but now on the back foot a little bit, and that is an out-of-character mistake. It's worth noting for Racer's Edge. That team has executed so well over the past 5-6 years that they've raced at this level, and that's helped them win multiple championships in that time.
Always fun watching the pit crews go to work. We saw the tear-off coming off to help clear the windshield away, and some teams elect to do those tear-off strips. Others seem to go out there with some effectively Windex and a paper towel, clear things off, and save those for later in the night when the bugs come out.
And now the 33 trundling down the pit lane as well. Amazing drive for that car. And Dan Harper's opening stint. That's the kind of stuff legends are made from, right? 23rd into the top 6 in less than an hour when that first full course yellow came out.
He effectively erased that tail end of the grid penalty. I mean, in only one stint. I mean, who knows, again, how things would be different had they started up front. But by the time that others had jumped in the car, game over. I mean, they were already at the pointy end.
So it's Dries Vanthoor now in this car, the erstwhile race leader, and likely to cycle back up to the front here before too much longer. Giving chase in the 130 is now the Canadian Mikael Grenier.
Knows this race car so well, runs in multiple championships aboard a Mercedes. Quiet man, but very efficient behind the wheel. He gets the job done, coming off a podium run here just a couple of weeks ago. The SRO Motorsports Group.
Not unlike his countrymen in terms of Daniel Morad, in terms of someone who maybe is not on everyone's radar, but when he shows up in a big race, tends to deliver in a big way. They are very different. Daniel's would never be described as understated or quiet, but in terms of the way they perform and the way they fit in the Mercedes family, it seems like both of them increasingly are getting some of these more high-profile rides. From the overall lead in the pit stop shuffles, here's the Wright Motorsports number 120. Great opening double stint from Adam Adelson, who spryly leaps out of that car, and it'll be either Lauren Heinrich or Elliott Skier. It looks like it's Elliott Skier getting in. So with the double done, will we see Adam again?
I don't think so. I think the other guys, they can do basically triples and not exceed the minimum stop. The maximum stint drive time is 195 minutes, which is basically 3 stints. So you double that, you're not going to need to put Adam back in. So I expect to see Elliott do a double and maybe Lauren a triple towards the end. We'll see.
That would make sense. About 6 hours to go if each of those two drivers did 3 hours apiece, or it's kind of skewed either way, but now they've got Elliott Skier behind the wheel and Heinrich maybe to take them all the way to the checkers. The 10 is in as well. Taurus Owl looks like he's hopping out. Fuel going in the nose of this car also. This is one of the unique features of the Porsche.
And Taurus now just a couple of hours away from that Independent Cup crown. Just needs to get halfway to be guaranteed to score points. And the job is effectively done at that stage. Here comes Vanthoor out onto the front straightaway now. The lead at last check was just under 5 seconds. Let's see this time by. Vanthoor down into turn 1. Grenier 4.8 seconds behind and about 0.3 of a second off of Vanthoor's pace on that last lap. Neither car appeared to have any traffic to contend with. This is Grenier, who continues to pedal on in pursuit of the Belgian Dries Vanthoor.
Also worth noting at this point in the Intercontinental GT Challenge manufacturer points, Porsche doesn't have any cars in the Intercontinental Challenge GT Pro class, but of course all Porsches, Mercedes AMGs, and BMWs are eligible. I know we're in the middle of a cycle right now, but it has been BMW, of course, with Team WRT that's been at the pointy end, and as it is running, they're currently leapfrogging Porsche, who led it coming into this event in that manufacturer championship.
Yeah, that's a good point. Certainly for this car, though, Adam Adelson, the silver in the lineup, which is mandated in Fanatec GT World Challenge America. His drive time is done, and so now if we see another full course yellow, this car would be able to fight on equal footing with pros the rest of the way with those cars from the other classes, and crucially, Adam was able to keep them on the lead lap and keep them in the hunt.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Ryan. With a yellow, that could put Porsche right back in the game. A car that's really quick with two really fast drivers to take it to the finish, and just correction on my part, would need to be 2 triple stints for Elliott Skier and Heinrich to get to the 8-hour mark.
Would you run it like that, or would you break those up and not do them in 2 blocks of 3?
I'd do 2 blocks. I mean, I think these guys are fit enough. I mean, it's a warm day out there. I think certainly for the finishing drivers are going to cool off a little bit towards the end. So get them in a rhythm. I think they're up for the challenge.
We've chronicled the battle for the Pro Championship in North America. This is the way it looks with the positions as they are on track. Alexander Sims, not pictured because he's the additional endurance driver here this weekend, but he's in the Corvette that leads in the North America Pro Championship, as you see, but also in this race, up in 5th overall, and now Elliott Skier will try and reel him in.
I don't think anyone would accuse Corvette of being underdogs given the season that they've had, but given the week that they've had, this is a phenomenal performance and outing for DXDT Racing, at least for the 63 car, and the 64 is top 5 in Pro-Am right now with Liddy behind the wheel. So honestly, this is a much better performance in the first few hours of this race than I think we were expecting, and I think they're probably pretty stoked about it, to be honest.
To a degree, I agree, but let's keep in mind, no disrespect to Adam Adelson, but he does not have the pace of his 2 pro compatriots, right, in the lineup, Elliott Skier or Lauren Heinrich, whereas Alec Udell is basically like for like with Alexander Sims and Tommy Milner. So we've not really seen yet where those 2 cars stack up on pace at this early stage in the race. That said, though, you're right, to be leading the class, I'm not sure they were forecasting that at all a couple of days ago.
I think the fact is they've halved the delta between the pace in qualifying versus race, so that's really, you know, puts a big smile on their face. But Augusto Favas, we talked about the fact maybe he was running used tires in that initial stint. I've got a feeling he's got stickers on right now because he just ran the fastest lap of the race at 123.7 and backed it up with a 123.8 as he gets fired up for his second stint here today.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's something I wish there was a way we could convey with greater certainty who's on what tires, you know, at what stage in their life. We talked about it earlier because of the tire allotment this weekend. Teams will be forced to use scuffed sets. They can't just sticker up the entire race, and that helps to explain some of the ebbs and flows that we've seen in the race so far.
You know, one of the things we were talking earlier about tires and how some of these drivers are coming from different championships that run a different tire, and how you get used to the tire over the course of a stint at this racetrack in particular. Calvin, how big of an adjustment is that to learn the nuances of the Pirelli?
It is different. I mean, I think for the teams that run both, say, take a Turner Motorsport that run different tires in different championships, they build that notebook, and it's like, okay, we run this spring setup on this tire. When we come to the Pirelli, we have to either increase or decrease, I'm not sure which direction they go in, to make this car work. So they know what the changes are, but there's certainly a nuance when you bring in a new driver, say, for example, Alex Sims. He doesn't have the track time or the testing on the Pirelli to know how is it going to react halfway through, how much can I use this car up in the first 20 minutes. Tommy Milner and Alec Udell will tell him verbally, but until you actually feel it from the seat of the pants, you don't know how much I'm taking out of this tire and what I'm going to be compromised with later in the stint.
Just past the 2-hour mark in the 5th running of the Indy 8-hour presented by AWS. Dries Vanthoor leads Mikael Grenier, and Augusto Farfus with Alexander Sims leading in North America Pro. And a look back on the way it started just over 2 hours ago. Old Glory waving from the flag stand at IMS, and it was a nice clean start. Traffic had a part to play already in the opening hour with Patrick Niederhauser, the pole-sitting Porsche, fighting with WRT for the lead overall. BMW got the edge momentarily, then it swapped back around. This is the moment that brought out the, to this point, only full course yellow of the race. some argy-bargy, as our friend Calvin likes to say, further back in the pack after the restart. How about this car number 63 going for a 9th consecutive win? They've driven to the class lead. Jules Gounon finding his way through some lap traffic about 20-30 minutes ago and able to clear it, but not without some difficulty. Dries Van Thorn leads, and here we have the Wright Motorsports car that is trying to stay in the championship hunt in North American Pro. Sets us up now with 5 hours, 50 minutes on the clock to talk about this Pro Class battle and the Pro-Am battle as well, because two cars featuring in those two respective championships having very different days, it's worth noting. Samantha Tan well down the order right now in 23rd after a mechanical issue, and they now need some luck. They need some folks to drop out if they're going to come away with the title today.
Yeah, they do. They need a bundle of cars to fall out, or they need the Turner Motorsports car not to win this race. But this is a battle for position right now. Varun Choksi has been very impressive here this weekend. Momentary bobble. 120 gets around him. I'm not sure what happened there. That was weird.
Yeah, that was strange. Apologies, misidentified the ST Racing car. You're right, that is Choksi in the Pro Class entry. So that is a position gained here for Wright Motorsports, and that's helpful for them.
It was bizarre there. Like, Choksi had no acceleration momentarily off of turn 12. He might have had a little bobble, but he just didn't go.
No, that was Samantha Tan. I'm sorry. So maybe she was trying to get out of the way there. But yeah, it did say 23rd, so I think that must be. Oh, it's been giving me fits all weekend.
One's got a little more black in it, one's got a little more blue in it, but.
And which one's which, Kyle?
Well, I couldn't tell you the late afternoon sunlight, so I won't take a guess. Loomerang helps, but only when you can see it.
Yes, and that's why we've had the number 4 car come to the pit lane a couple of times. Interesting, they're still out there circulating. They are a lap down, but still 10th overall. Not sure if that Loomerang system ever was restored or not, but it must be, at least the transponder must be working to race control's satisfaction because they've not been forced to make a second trip to the pits.
It's a devastating blow, and if they're saying it's got to be working, but then you get to the point where we can't fix it and they say continue, that's almost like, I'm not sure if that's better or worse news. It's like, well, why didn't you let us go in the first place?
Right.
But we don't know all the details in terms of exactly what they've been asking to do, and if they've exhausted all of their opportunities other than retiring the race car.
Well, there was some talk that maybe there was a transponder issue too, and if that's the bigger issue, quite frankly, more so than the Loomerang. So if that's been dealt with, then they should be all good to go. But we'll have to try and see how that plays out. In the meantime, from race control, just got word that the 3rd place car will be given a 5-second time penalty on their next pit stop. They were just a little bit under that minimum pit stop time, and that is a surprise for a team like WRT.
Well, I'm not sure it was for pit stop time, Ryan. They did a 52.4. They should be good on that. And 5 seconds is an exact number. It's not like it's 6.8 or something. So not sure if it was refueling goggles or something like that, but very rare to see WRT. We talked about how buttoned up they are to have any sort of pit stop infringement. We'll try and dig into that a little bit more.
It could be an equipment violation or any other bits and pieces. I mentioned how it's a real interesting kind of situation on pit lane. We got people moving around the race car. There's lots going on when the tires coming off, fuel's going in. You're checking all the air intakes and things. So it's definitely a little bit of a dance on pit road that's easy to get wrong.
Yeah, it is a well choreographed ballet, but when it goes wrong, it has significant implications. This car leads in the Pro-Am class right now. Jaden Ojeda had the previous stint. Kenny Hobble started the car, and he's back in now for his second and likely final stint. He's got some cars that are not on the same lap around him, most notably the Regulator Racing car that's Elias Sepinen is driving. That's the black-nosed Mercedes in the background.
There's equipment over the line for that 5-second infringement for WRT, so that'll hurt their charge a little bit.
This is the car that we've been chronicling their electronic gremlins with that Loomerang system. You can see it's not on right now, and they're back in the pits. Amanda, what can you tell us?
Yeah, just talking to Lone Star Racing, they were afforded the opportunity to stay out there until they were ready for a driver change. That Mercedes will be making its way in. Alex Below does have a helmet in, ready to get on that Mercedes. The Mercedes has pulled up here. You're going to see the right door of that Mercedes open as well as they get to work on that Lumarank system. I have been told by SRO officials that this Mercedes will have to make one lap around IMS to see if the fix that they're going to make to this is working, but hopefully this problem that they have been dealing with since the second hour of this race can be sorted right here, right now.
Doesn't look like Alex Pillow is getting in, just changing the drinks bottle there for Fabian Schiller behind the wheel.
Maybe you want your Mercedes factory driver in the car to work through this. If it's an electronic systems thing, he'll know what all the buttons do. He'll know how to go through the protocols. So that explains perhaps why they like to keep Schiller behind the wheel. But that crew doing a lot of work there on the right-hand side. You saw them attach something to the roof as well.
So the Lumarank system, I believe that it's effectively Velcro that holds it up there in the upper right corner of the windscreen. And I wonder if that was, well, it looked like they left it there, to be honest. So I'm not sure what that, I thought that they were kind of staging it to stick a new one up there or something, but it doesn't seem like that's what that was. So mystery for now, at least.
Curiouser and curiouser.
It's complicated, man.
Yes.
GT Racing's got a lot of stuff going on. And you mentioned also the electronic systems. It sounds like they think that there might be a solve that maybe once this car comes back around to the stripe, it might reignite. But talk about the systems on these cars, Calvin. Modern race cars have a lot going on electronically. You've got tons of buttons and switches and the dashboard systems and a manual probably to read through on a lot of these cars.
Oh yeah, when you switch manufacturers and it's like, oh my God, I've got to do some homework. It's incredible what you got to do. It's like a 3-ring binder with all of the tools and gadgets to work with. What I think we may be seeing here is that they're now seeing the transponder work and they can identify where the car is on the racetrack. So we're getting word that SRO is saying they're good to keep running.
That's what I think is on top of the car, is maybe another piece of equipment for the timing system. Is it, if I have to guess, if it's maybe an auxiliary GPS or something of the sort there, Ryan?
Seems like a good guess to me. And again, early returns are that the system, as they have it rigged up now, seems to be to the satisfaction of race control, and that's good. But the bad news is this car has a lot of work to do to try and claw back up through the order, down in 18th overall at the moment, and separated by now, I think, 2 laps from the rest of the IGTC Pro class.
Just looking at the fast lap on the 63 Corvette, which is leading in Fanatec GT World Challenge Pro, 5th overall, Alex Sims. Udell had done a 124.573. Alex Sims just did a 124.573.
Okay, so we've got a fight is what you're telling me.
Yeah, followed that with a 124.6, but it's just amazing. I'm looking at, why is it green and not? But yeah, it's pretty cool.
That is wild.
Going to look at the Turner Motorsport number 29. Justin Rothberg back behind the wheel at the moment, running second in class behind the 75 of Kenny Habul. And Elia Sepinen back in the 91 again. In that Regulator Racing Mercedes AMG. We documented their first victory back at Virginia International Raceway earlier this year. Circumstances fell their way with the well-timed full course yellow, and Jeff Burton was able to hang on. And of course, when Philip Ellis jumped in and took that car all the way to the front and won their first race of the season.
This battle then will have some implications for the championship. This is actually second and third coming into the weekend in points, but this becomes a battle for effectively the lead amongst the North American cars here in this race in the Pro-Am, or yes, in the Pro-Am class, because the lead car, the 75, is ineligible for points. So a change of position here could swap the fortunes of ST Racing and Turner Motorsport.
It's huge. It's huge because with the 91 squad, you're going to have Philip Ellis finish off, and we know how quick he is and what sort of year he's put together. So he could really hurt the Turner Motorsport team. And ironically, he's in a big battle in IMSA with Robbie Foley and Patrick Gallagher that goes down to the wire next weekend. So they don't like to see Philip Ellis around them or in the same race, because tends to come out on the upper side.
Well, that's just about everybody, what they're saying about Philip Ellis this year. All the wins that he's racked up, Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Spa, a couple of races here in GT World Challenge America. Chances are, if he's entered it, he's probably won it the way that 2024 has played out.
Well, I'll bet you that for Samantha Tan and Neil Verhagen, Philip Ellis will be on the Christmas card list if he can pass this 29 and keep it behind him for the rest of the race.
No doubt about it.
Long way to go, though. There's still so much that can happen in 5 hours and 41 minutes. Only seen one yellow so far, but who knows what's next.
The other thing we're seeing here with the Turner Motorsport strategy, then I've got Justin Rothberg in for his second stint. We've still got to see Jeff Burton do his second run, so
True.
that'll play into the equation a little bit.
Now, how has this happened where they are nearly a lap down to Kenny Hobble, who is right behind them? That is the leader in their class.
Well, remember, Rothberg was just one lap down when we had that first yellow, so they went down a lap at that point. I think Burton was in the same shape.
Okay. So effectively, the way that yellow has worked out, that has separated then the 75 from the rest of the class?
I think so, yes. Yeah, I think the 75 was just on the lead lap, whereas the 29 and the 91 went down one lap.
And because Niederhauser didn't pit, everyone who was a lap down got trapped. They didn't get a chance to do a wave around, and here we find ourselves. Okay.
We're just saying GT race is complicated. Right. You got to keep up with it. It's tough, especially when yellow's in the middle of the race, or in the middle of a sequence like that, where you trap half the field of one category, and then someone stays out, as you mentioned, Ryan. It changes the math a little bit.
Well, the rules are written in such a way that you can get back. They try not to have the class battles impacted by where the overall leader is, but that's kind of contingent on everybody pitting when you expect them to, and not to do an off-the-wall strategy like the 10 car did, that we're still trying to piece together exactly what the thought process was there.
That will drive you absolutely bonkers if someone does that, completely throws, like all the cards go up in the air. It's like, what were you thinking?
And you could maybe understand it if the strategy worked out for them, but it hasn't really done that.
Right.
So I think that would stress you out even more, I'd imagine.
Maybe they're playing the long game, and we just haven't seen how this is going to work. That car, by the way, the overall pole-sitting car that we're speaking about, Luke Hartog driving it now, down in 9th in this very deep Pro-Am class. But this continues to be an important duel here with Rothberg and Sepinen got to the inside of Justin Rothberg in that final sequence of corners up onto the front straightaway. And now drag race time between BMW InPower and Mercedes AMG.
Well, the BMW typically is a little bit quicker, but Sepinen has that inside line. See Rothberg go at the brake pedal. You see that Mercedes suddenly send it down the inside, just kind of kept him out there. So a really nice clean move there. Justin kept the hammer down, tried to fight it out down into that brake zone, but wisely settles back in here. Just needs to knock out this stint, not get in trouble. He's done a really solid job here today, setting the table for Patrick Gallagher and ultimately Robbie Foley to take it to the checkered flag.
It is Patrick Gallagher in the inset there, talking with team owner Will Turner. Sepinen is through, and that flips that championship back the way of Neil Verhagen and Samantha Tan, despite the fact they're down there in 13th, and they're very much delayed with the fuel pump issue. They would go back to the points lead. As you can see right there, it goes from a 1-point deficit with that one pass back to a 13-point lead.
And that's the effect of the double points nature of this race that swings that so violently by 14 points.
Sepinen starting to step away a little bit. 2023 ADAC GT Masters champion. Comes from an open wheel background, as so many do. Finished third in the Formula Academy Finland series back in 2019. Switched to GT4 in Germany in 2020. Did a year of Formula Regional European Series action before going the GT route back in 2022, and has proven to be a quick study. Just 20 years old, turns 21 on Halloween.
See Kenny Bull there, right behind Rothberg, and if he gets by him, that'll put that 29 car 2 laps down. But importantly, let's not forget that car is not eligible for Fanatec GT points here today, so not too much of a concern.
Michael Grenier has fallen back into the clutches of Augusto Farfus, and I don't know, could this be another case of teams needing to go to their set of scuffed tires on different plans here, where suddenly The 130 has dropped off the pace a little bit, and the number 33 is looking stronger than ever.
Yeah, and I think also probably Fafs has got that message. You got a 5-second penalty when we do our next round of pit stops. So if you've got any pace available to you, try and chase down the Merc and stay as close to your teammate Dries Van Tor so we don't fall too far behind the 8 ball here.
Yeah, the gain for Farfus, a second on lap 95, a second on lap 96, and then just a slight loss last time around. But this is the push and pull of the middle of the run here in endurance racing. Not every lap you're going to be quicker. It's going to come and go as you navigate traffic and things, but it's all about the trend of progress.
And the trend is on the side of this car, which also holds the fastest lap of the race at a 1:23.7. These guys are running in the 25-second range, 1:25 at the moment. In the heat of the day here, this is probably as warm as it's going to be, up into the 80s. The temperature set to cool off considerably as we get into the evening hours. And remember, this race does end past sunset here in central Indiana. Last hour or so, it'll be all about the headlights to find your way around this 2.4 mile, 14 turn infield road course at IMS.
So 130 trying to keep the distance to the 33 at this stage, and responded a little bit, was only a 10th off of Augusto Farfus last time by, back into the mid-24s, but Dries Van Tor in the 31 continues to rip out lap times that are much quicker, nearly half a second quicker than those in trail, and that gap is up to 12 seconds and growing.
The irony is he's trying to help his teammate here today beat his brother, because his brother leads this championship or is tied for the lead, and he doesn't compete here this weekend. So
that's right, Lawrence Van Tor, the brother to Dries, electing to focus on some of his other commitments for Porsche rather than, for Porsche rather than contest the 8-hour here, especially because there was not a pro lineup available for him to step into. So Ayunchan Guven, the lone representative from Porsche with a chance to go for the title. He and Lawrence Van Tor were tied on points, but split, of course, because of Guven being here and Lawrence Van Tor being elsewhere.
I was touched about 165 miles an hour here down into turn 1. Big brake zone. Curb's pretty big there through turn 1. Turn 1, turn 7, and turn 12 are the big curbs. The rest of it is pretty usable.
Watching again, I made a note earlier about the BMWs, in particular the 33 and the 28, using those curbs on the inside over the course of 8 hours. Is that a concern at all to be hopping those curbs? The BMWs seem to be able to take them, but right. It seems like they're clobbering those a lot harder than everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a team manager, I'd be talking my drivers through that. I mean, why put the car through that extra pounding? Yeah, if you're chasing or you're on a deficit and you've got to make some ground up, then if there's a 10th or 2 over a lap by really abusing the curbs, then certainly do that. But it's no different to other racetracks that we run out where you can have a slight speed advantage by doing that, but will the car last over the full distance when you're doing it every single time?
Farfus is the man on the move right now. He trimmed a couple tenths off of Mikael Grenier in the opening sector. They were about dead even in sector 2. But this BMW here in the 3rd sector, that's where they've been excelling based on our race vision powered by AWS. Got a fight breaking out here as well. 64 is Patrick Liddy, American driver, making his championship debut. And just behind, Bastian Boos, the young Dane, in this Porsche. This is a battle for class position, 6th and 7th in Pro-Am.
Good scrap between these two at the moment. Boos closing in, has a dive up in turn 13 to the inside there, Calvin.
Yeah, I think Liddy saw him and wisely didn't just give it to him. It just made enough room so they could coexist, then get on with the program. So really smart heads-up driving by Patrick Liddy there.
In the course of an 8-hour race, the battles come and go. There's hot moments and cool moments as far as when things get hot. And if you can just pounce on an opportunity like that, Bastian Boos is on a mission. And the body language of this 61 of this 61 car is not a lot of patience right now.
No, we've talked about how single-make Porsche racing has produced a lot of stars over the years. Bastian Boos could be the next one. Reigning Porsche Super Cup champion going back to last season. He's a former GT4 European Series champion as well. And right now, The straight line speed of that Porsche relative to the Corvette looks awfully ominous if you were Patrick Linney right now. Here comes Boost to the inside. Linney stays out wide, and Bastian Boost goes through to take the 6th spot away.
Yeah, just timed that perfectly. As you said, it'll have that little speed advantage in the high-speed stakes here down into turn 7, makes the move. But Linney, he was fighting hard, but the problem with this racetrack, when you fight hard and get a little bit out of sync, out of rhythm, through this technical stuff, it really hurts your lap time there. So he's got to settle back in, hit his marks. Up front, Farfus pushing Grenier for 2nd here.
He is. He's closed in, erased that deficit. While these two squabble amongst themselves, Dries Vanthoor's lead is now 13.5 seconds. This is for 2nd and 3rd, though. Overall, as well as the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro Class.
This battle is not going to get cooler anytime soon. Have a look at the circuit performance between the two Team WRT cars. The 33 quicker in sectors 1 and 2, but the Vanthoor-driven BMW quickest in sector 3 Cal.
Yeah, overall looks like the BMW is pretty good, right?
Yeah, I would say so, looking at that.
Fitting, too, because they have a permanent presence here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's something that started a handful of years ago, just inside of Oval Turn 3, kind of by the dirt track, actually. First manufacturer to have a presence like that. Oh, AAA car, Arjun Maini, slow on the racetrack, coming onto Holman Boulevard. Is this a technical issue? Is it a puncture? Hard to say.
Don't hear it.
No.
Which is the 6.2 liter V8 in this car is hard to miss, and now it's back under power, it looks like.
Yeah, it was like it's an idler almost, so I'm sure he's got a transmission issue. He's picking up speed a little bit more. Didn't come to a complete stop but do a reset on the electronics, but something's amiss. Don't see any tire issues.
This is a Pro-Am car in strife, but this is one that is invisible for North American points, so if there is something more serious afoot, that's not in a car that would be in a position to help Samantha Tan or Neil Verhagen.
Either way, it seemed to be back under power. We heard the engine come alight again, so if it was just coasting or clutch in or something. But down the Holman Boulevard, the battle for 2nd overall continues. Grenier and Farfus nose to tail here, and Farfus is just trying to find some advantage in a place he can take advantage of it.
Yeah, his car's really quick here. It's been an amazing stint, as normal for Augusto Farfus. He's up on the wheel with his 2 young teammates trying to charge hard from the back of the pack with their engine change overnight. He'd love to get around Grenier and chase after his teammate Dries Vanthoor and try and close that what was now nearly a 14-second gap before the end of this stint.
While we're watching this, though, I'd like to give a call to the car running 4th, Random Vandals and Connor Daly, who does not have much time in a GT3 car, but is running lap times within a 10th or 2 of what these two factory aces have been able to produce. Not losing any ground. He's about 27 seconds behind these two, but still on the lead lap and keeping that Random Vandals car very much in contention to have an excellent day today.
Yeah, he looked really strong at Barber. He seemed to come to grips with the car quite quickly and put in an excellent stint there. They should have won the race other than a little fueling snafu, of course, but it's tough when you make that transition from an Indy car and how responsive it is. Alex Palou alluded to that when he made the jump into this GT3 car again this weekend. It doesn't do things in the same way. You've got ABS brakes and all of those things to deal with. There's a lot to get your head around, but I think Connor's done an excellent job. It's a great young team. We know how good Kenton Cook is, and you got a BMW factory pilot with Di Filippi joining them. They're going to be with a shout here. They're right in the mix here.
And that's their goal. They wanted to test themselves against the likes of Turner and WRT, top-notch BMW programs. They're very much in their infancy racing at the GT3 level, and they're right there in the mix.
If I recall, Connor was supposed to be in that car at Road America as well, but because of an open-wheel commitment, he had to step out for that round. So he got really into the car later than he was hoping, though they did testing at VIR back in June.
That's exactly right. Ended up doing the IndyCar Racing Gateway, or Worldwide Technology Raceway, to give it its official name, just outside of St. Louis that weekend. Ended up finishing the season for the Juncos team.
Yeah, and talking to Paul Sparta, the team owner there at Random Vandals, they're continuing to evolve. He's got very exciting announcements to come with some new personnel they're bringing on board. So they're building that group. They're already doing great things. They've got some great people there, including Michael Harvey, who was with Porsche for a long time, running GT3 machinery. So they've got some great people on board, but they're continuing to build and try and evolve that program.
We saw the 888 of Arjun Maini slowing on the track. Amanda, can you give us an update?
Yeah, they've slowed all the way back to the garage here as work gets underway on the 888. I did see driver get out of the car with helmet on, walking away from the Mercedes, very frustrated, throwing gloves, obviously, in frustration as well. But from the team, it is a fuel pump situation. This will be rectified. It's not terminal. This Mercedes should be back on track here shortly.
It's in the water with the fuel pumps today. That is bizarre. Two different brands as well, so you can't really point to anything there. But boy, that is really disappointing for the 888 team and for Arjun Maini. You heard Amanda describe his disappointment. His first time coming to the U.S., first time racing in the States, and a big IndyCar fan as well. So for him, the chance to get to race here at IMS was so special.
Yeah, a lot of personal pressure on it, I'm sure, and it's an interesting failure point to have, I would think, especially with the car as tested as the Mercedes AMG here in GT racing. I mean, there's not really a lot that they don't know. And fuel pumps, again, as you pointed out, in two different manufacturers. And I wonder also, we've been almost flat out now for a couple of hours with only just the one full course yellow, but for Samantha Tan, that didn't, I don't know if it was the length, that was within 90 minutes, which they typically do. And it's just an odd issue.
Very strange indeed. You mentioned the tried and true nature of the Mercedes AMG. This Evo version launched in 2020, 4 years ago. They've sold as many as 280 of them since that time. And all around the world, this has been one of the most popular GT3 platforms. People talk about how good it is at every different type of racetrack. Here at the flat Indianapolis Motor Speedway, to Bathurst, to the Nürburgring, to Spa, just anywhere you show up, you feel like you've got a chance with one of these Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos.
Yeah, I think there's a big sweet spot. I think it's user-friendly. Talking to drivers who have transition from other brands into this car, just said it's easy. You can lean on it. It's not as twitchy. It's a user-friendly. I think it's pretty compliant over curbs and things like that. It's very good under the brakes. I think at certain tracks, there's other brands that may have that little edge in top speed. But over the course of a lap, it seems to be always there, whatever the nature of the circuit.
Yeah, I think driver comfort's so important in GT racing, right? And the Mercedes AMG just strikes that balance. It's a front-engine car, but the engine's set back pretty far in the engine bay, so it has almost mid-engine balance, but it's got that classic kind of hang it out and slide it sort of balance that drivers seem to like, where some of the mid-engine cars can be a little sketchier in the high-speed corners on the limit. And of course, the Porsche is sort of its own beast with that rear-engine platform, although that, again, continues to move forward generation after generation.
You mentioned earlier that 6.2-liter natural V8, which has a lovely rumble to it. You know exactly what you're listening to when it goes by. Love the look of it as well.
That's an engine that's carried over from the SLS AMG, which was a much, much earlier version of this car. And why change what's working? I mean, it sounds great. It performs very well. And there's not really much reason to change the power plant. It differs from the GT4 car, which uses the bi-turbo V8 that you see in the road car, Calvin.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a really good point. You know, with a car that runs in a Pro-Am category, you've got to have a car that's not so edgy that the Am driver can't deal with it. You put two pros behind the wheel, or three pros, depending on the length of the race, make a car that's edgy, they can hang on to it. But you need a car that's going to be in that sweet spot. And that even comes down to what you have to do in terms of compromising when you've got a Pro-Am entry. Even the setup, even on a Merc, for example, you still don't want a car that's maybe too much on the nose, too edgy, like the tail's loose, and doesn't give you that confidence on entry at the corners.
On board a moment ago with GMG Racing, I believe Tom Sargent now doing the driving. Car delayed. Actually, it is Ayun Cankuven driving, apologies. Turkish driver going for the IGTC driver's crown, but they got put on the back foot early on with a puncture that dropped them off the lead lap. They've not really been able to recover too much. Currently stuck 20th overall. Oh, here we go.
battles on into turn 7, and here comes Augusto Farfus over the curbs here, Calvin. And he was getting closer and closer. Now he's within half a car length, close enough to strike.
Yeah, when you elect to take that middle of the road down into the brake zone, you know you're in trouble because suddenly you can't enter the corner as quick. You got more steering input through the apex, and you're now going to be vulnerable coming off.
Down into turn 12, another defensive line here. I think for the 33, smelling blood in the water with that defensive move. And again, picking the middle of the road, make that Mercedes AMG as wide as possible for Michael Grenier.
It's going to be a long 20 minutes or so in this stint to keep Farfus back there, I think.
They continue to lose heaps of time to the overall leader, Dries Vanthoor, as well. Let's check the gap this time by at 16.2 seconds. So it has stabilized a little bit, but certainly the advantage to the 31 at this stage in the race. Grenier, the Canadian, Farfus, the veteran from Brazil, who has found victory here at Indianapolis in the past, but he's also suffered heartbreak. Go back 1 year's time, and looked like he was in firm control of the race when coming together with lap traffic had a big impact.
This is Liddy.
Yeah.
That's through turn 13. Not sure if he got contact there right front. Looks to have some damage. I'm not sure if he went to the inside of a car through the apex of that corner and just went straight on with no steering working for him.
There's another set of tire tracks in the grass there. I'm not sure if that was from that incident or a different one earlier in the day. But we'll have to piece those puzzle pieces together here in a little while and figure out what exactly happened. It would be odd for that wheel to have that issue unless it was a curb strike or something, but that would have to be a pretty big hit, Calvin, with how robust these cars are.
Yeah, for sure.
And the left front, too.
Well, I think he's just trying to keep it in a straight line. Maybe if one corner is broken, you're just trying to steer into it. It's trying to send you in a different direction. But interesting here, when you think about the dynamic, we're only in hour 3 of this race, and you got a car behind you. Let's take a look at the replay here, see what develops.
Well,
Just got barged into there a little bit, and I'm not sure if the contact was right. I thought that the front wheels were not in full alignment there, so I'm not sure with that little hit. Just if you got the car turning left, suddenly that wheel is outside of the fender. You take a bump like that, can easily break a tie rod, a track arm through that situation.
Wow, what a moment there, too, with the traffic. Kenny Hobble, the leader in Pro-Am, getting used up a little bit as the Ferrari comes through, and also the Flying Lizard BMW now has Nick Yellowly driving. That car was stuck in the gravel, which brought out the first full course yellow, so they're well down the order, but some fast drivers in those cars that Kenny had to contend with.
Yeah, he only took the off-ramp there, didn't he? Trying to avoid all that calamity in the chicane, just went to cut that. You are allowed to cut that as long as you don't gain time. If you're avoiding an incident, Calvin, that's an escape route you can take, but you can't gain time or make a pass over there.
No, I'm actually going to enjoy this little battle here with Yellowly and Vilander. I mean, both cars really not in the mix today, but they're going to go out and have some fun, I think, here this afternoon.
Say that about Vilander, but actually, he's 4th at the moment in class. They're having a pretty decent day. Jay Schreibman did a good job. Now, I'm not sure if he's got some more driving to do, and that could put them on the back foot a little bit. But that said, Vilander has that car in the mix.
The battle continues for second place. This has not found resolution yet. And Grenier changing lanes a couple of times. That borders, Calvin, that's a little close.
Bit of a double move there. Yeah, just trying to get back to that. I tried to touch on, then we had the moment with the Corvette. I mean, when you're in this position, you know, how much time are you compromising? I mean, you're losing more time to the leader by compromising your line as much as Michael Grenier is having to do to keep Farfus behind him. You're obviously risking getting hit at the same time. Are you better to let the BMW go, just settle in behind him and try and maximize your lap time and keep the gap as tight to the leader as you can, even if you're moving from P2 to P3?
Most used button in the race cars right now are the headlight flashers. 130 flashing the headlights at the 75, and Farfus flashing to distract Grenier. But talk to drivers about the efficacy of that distraction tactic. It's not very much, but it makes you feel better in the car.
Sure. An outlet for the frustration, if nothing else. The 64 of Liddy, by the way, remains in the pits, and this is important. That is a car eligible for North American Pro-Am points because Brian Sellers has done the full season in that car. Report is it's now gone behind the wall as well. So that's the target for Samantha Tan and Neil Verhagen. That's a position they could gain that would give them a little boost in the championship.
Yeah, The only difference maker is if they get to 50%, the only difference is being in the top 5. Because if they get to 50%, the 29 has to win. And then if they win, the 38 has to be in the top 5. So that's where they need to move up to once they tick the box of doing 50% of this race.
Right now, the 29 would score second place points, having been passed, Rothberg having been passed by Sepinen 20 minutes or so ago. But we expect that could swing back the other way. Battle for second and third heating up, and now with a real opportunity, here comes Augusto Farfus in the blue BMW, middle of the road, able to sweep in front of Mikhail Grenier and take the spot. He still has to contend with the Pro-Am leader, Kenny Hobble, but both front runners managed to do so, and after nearly an hour's work, Augusto Farfus finally is through.
That was nice. Then he wanted to get a wiggle on. You could see him hustling the car there to try and break away from Grenier, not give him the opportunity to make a move back.
The incident again between the 32 and 64, and the drive-through penalty assessed to that 32 Porsche. He's just trying to track out into the 64, and that's what caused that contact, Ryan.
Yeah, that's Scoovin again behind the wheel, and that pretty much is a nail in the coffin of his hopes for the Intercontinental GT Challenge driver's crown. Too many setbacks already, 2 of them in the first not even 3 hours, and GMG having a day to forget, unfortunately.
He was good right until the point he just let the car wash out and get into the side of the Corvette right at the exit of turn 13. I think everything else was legit. And I'm not sure if he thought he was clear or whatever, whether the Corvette would just give it up a little bit more, but unfortunate. But it certainly ruined the 64 car's day.
Dries Vanthoor firmly in control, 18.3 seconds the advantage, but now he's got his teammate chasing, and we'll get to finally see what the real pace potential is of the number 33 of Augusto Farfus now that he's clear of Mikhail Grenier in his Mercedes. Not sure how much Dries will push with this big advantage at this stage, but he's got a healthy lead. And this car here, the 33, that started dead last, 23rd on the grid after an engine change, finds itself now running second overall. What a comeback.
Yeah, amazing. So WRT, we expect them to be strong. Reiterating their week, got the cars late and had the engine issue, but right now in control of this race. Let's not forget the 33 car still has to serve that 5-second time hold on their next pit stop, so that will drop Farfus a little bit on the company further behind the 31 machine, but still in really great shape.
That is true for Grenier in the 130 then. The goal would be to stay within 5 seconds, and effectively you get that spot back without having to fight for it, as long as you execute your pit stop.
Just really impressive by Team WRT to once again bring their cars right to the top step of this. We've already talked so much about how much talent is here in the field here this weekend, and you know, cars from all over the world, drivers from all over the world, from IndyCar and from other sports car championships. So Calvin, for these 2 teams from Team WRT to be on the top step again, it just goes to show the strength relative to the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think the strength of the team, the organization, certainly BMW's quick here defending race winners, and then the strength of the driver lineup. They don't have any, weak link. I mean, all of those drivers are superb, will run the car to 100% of its performance. So that's why over the course of the race, you just keep grinding these times out, and that builds the gaps.
More on the 64. Let's head down to Amanda Busick in the pit lane.
Yeah, I hate to say we're behind the pit wall here in the garage for the 64 DXDT Corvette. The front end is off of this Corvette. I do see tires coming out and going back on the Corvette, so I don't know if that is good news, but they are assessing a suspension damage from that contact that was on track. Driver is still in car. I did see Brian Sellers running around. He was delivering some water bottles, making sure that these drivers are staying hydrated. I'm not sure how much we've talked about the heat here in Indianapolis, but we are pushing temperatures of 81, 82 degrees, just very unseasonable. I do think that some of these drivers are catching this by surprise as well.
That's been one of the things we've been following this week, Calvin, is it's just been a nicer week than it has been in years past. This has been a very cool event in the past couple of years. So the temperatures in the air are up inside the car. It gets very hot. So we talked about driver comfort, keeping cool is one of those things. And some of these cars have AC or some variant of ducting to keep the drivers cool, but it's not always enough to keep the drivers comfortable.
No, it's going to be a big battle for some of these drivers. We expect to see, for example, Skier and maybe Heinrich do triples. Some of the other drivers and teams are electing to do singles or doubles. So, yeah, you start doing a triple in these conditions. Isn't easy, but these boys are so fair. I mean, they just work out in all types of conditions to make sure they are able to get the job done.
And on the 64, the damage repair, again, suspension damage, as we saw. Wheels pointing not the direction that they were supposed to. And it's just interesting. That must have just been, you know, wheel-to-wheel contact or wheel-to-fender contact, and that sharp jolt breaking pieces is, you know, that's why they're behind the wall. But they're doing a pretty good job fixing that quickly, and that's something that they've learned from their other experience in the championships globally, how to fix this car quickly on a dime.
Yeah, and sometimes when you've got steering input, so the car is actually poking outside of the fender and you actually hit the tire, it kind of grabs it versus the wheel and glancing blow. That gives it a real shock through the steering arm, and just wrong point, wrong time. Unfortunate, because they'd had a pretty good day to that point. I thought Liddy and company were doing well.
They kept their nose clean, didn't they? Brian Sellers, Blake McDonald, and Patrick Liddy, two of the three making their series debut with McDonald and Liddy. Liddy, the more experienced driver of those two debutants. Did win Petit Le Mans last year, did Patrick Liddy, in the GTD class, and has done some racing in major championships. But unfortunately, despite the solid start, keeping their nose clean, the whole thing does not look like it will be their day. And now DXDT's hopes rest with the Pro Class car instead. Pit stop window starting to open up.
Yeah, finally seeing our third round of pit stops here as we approach the end of the third hour of this 8-hour event here, the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It is the 75 Express car. Kenny Habul in the vehicle right now and belting in a new driver, it looks like. So we'll see who has hopped in this bright orange Mercedes AMG. And the 6.2-liter V8 comes to life, back up to 50 Ks towards the pit exit.
Gotta love this car, right? This paint scheme. You know exactly what you're looking at. It's got the Aussie flag on the roof as well, recognizing Kenny Habul's heritage, and then just that flame color, that's flame chrome combination. what do you call that? I don't know.
Yes.
But yeah, but Kenny's run something like this in everything from NASCAR to sports car racing over the years. You just know instantly what you're looking at.
You know, over the decades and decades of motorsports, there's a handful of liveries that come to mind, and that's got to be one of them for me growing up with racing, is seeing Kenny and all the different things that he's running over the years. That Sun Energy one, the chrome orange, big hop over the curb there. That's the 28 that we were talking about earlier. And again, both the 28 and 33 have been just absolutely destroying those curbs at turn 12 and turn 1, trying to find all the speed that they can.
I've talked to drivers of other makes and models of GT3 cars, and they are so envious of the BMW's ability just to swallow up these curves.
And again, it's not a small car, right? It's a really robust package, and it's tried, true, and tested at this point. It's not that old relative to some of the other cars on the grid, but it's built in a very strong way. Something I noticed earlier watching the 33 navigating the front straightaway is changing lanes on the front stretch. I watched the wing kind of shake back and forth with all the drag, all the air. You know how effective the aero is. It's an invisible force, but it's cool to see it in action.
Yeah, it is. It's a great way to illustrate just how much force is actually on the car. It looks so effortless cutting through the air, but actually generating hundreds and hundreds of pounds of downforce. And when those wings do start to shift back and forth like that, it gives you some sense about just the amount of pressure that is placed on that aerodynamic component.
And especially at the ends of these straightaways, turn 1 in particular, when you hit the brakes, you have a lot more downforce then than you do when you get to the corner. The downforce comes off, the car gets lighter as it approaches the braking, so you have to peel off the brake pedal and trail brake into the corner. It's a really delicate balance. As look at Elliott Skier in the 120. They've moved up to 3rd in the Pro Class at the moment, trying to keep their championship hopes alive.
This is an interesting dynamic because you've got Skier in the 120 Porsche chasing the 88 Ferrari of Riccardo Agostini, who is really quick. Every time he's showed up this year, he has been fast. I think he's qualified twice in his 2 poles in Fanatec GT World Challenge America. But they're on a different program. They're back a lap relative to them. They're in a different class as well. So trying to see how they manage one another, that's really going to be one of the interesting components as the pros get in these cars more and more. in the final 5 hours of the race. Let's go for an update down in the pits. Amanda, what do you have for us?
Kenny Habul catching a quick breath after his stint here in Indianapolis, and we're rounding in on 3 hours of this race. How do you assess where your operation is right now?
We're okay considering everything we've had. I think we're near the front of our class, or we will be when everyone pits. It's fine. We're struggling with the car. We had contact with the BMW, and the steering is bent, so it goes down the straight sideways, and it turns good one way, and it doesn't turn the other way at all. So we're all struggling with that.
Could that be a problem later on in the race as we get close to the last hours?
I'm sorry?
How could that problem affect the later hours of this race?
Well, you got two professionals. They got to figure it out. Right? It's their job. That's what they're paid for. But it is very difficult to drive. So we're probably a second off where we could be, or maybe a bit more. I struggled there because it does crazy things. The wheels are bent, so you don't know what it's going to do in a corner.
Which car was that with the contact, and when was it during your stint?
One of the BMWs. I don't know who it was, but I mean, I was actually halfway through the corner, past his car when he turned in and he hit our rear. So that's racing.
Thank you, Kenny. I will have to say the guys were giving you good accolades on how well the car looks this weekend.
Thank you. We're trying. Thank you.
Love the personality. He is so passionate about this. Had a big crash at Spa last year that forced him to the sidelines for an extended period of time, but he's back up and running. Interesting to learn that, though, about the steering issue potentially for that car as they go throughout the race. Now, they have the benefit, Kyle, of effectively gaining a lap on the rest of their class with the way the yellow broke their way when it came out in the opening hour. So they've got that to nurse the rest of the way, but that could get changed very quickly with another safety car.
Yeah, it could, and that's the circumstances of an 8-hour race, right? There's still so much time left to go. We're not even to the halfway point yet. But the steering issue, the only thing I'd really be concerned with contact like that is when it knocks out the very careful alignments that these teams work on. It can cause premature tire wear. It can make the handling, the balance of the car change dramatically, and it can be annoying if the steering wheel isn't clock-centered straight like you'd like it to on the straightaway. So it's just something that they'll have to deal with and contend with for the rest of the race.
Now, Lucas Sauer, who's in the car, doesn't seem put off by it because he just did the car's best lap at a 1:24.342. That's half a second faster than the race leader right now. So maybe it's not perfect, but I think it's all right. We might have a look at what happened. This is back in hour 1. Let's take a look and see what caused this damage.
Oh, well, this was the 8-car incident that brought out the full course yellow.
That's right. Okay, I hadn't put 2 and 2 together.
No, I didn't either.
Okay.
Putting the final puzzle piece in to paint the picture for us. But
sorry about everybody at home shouting at the screen saying, how many times have we seen that already today? But at any rate, that does help to answer that question. It was Elias Sabo and Kenny Habul coming together there back in hour 1, and that's the only thing that's brought out the full course yellow. So double-edged sword, right? Because on one hand, that incident is what caused the damage, but on the other hand, it's what separated them from the rest of their class by a lap when they're at least through the pit stop cycle.
Worked out for them for the first half of the race. You almost wonder if they do it again.
Don't give them any ideas.
No, I don't think they will, but it did work out sort of. But you said double-edged sword here. There's the 91 Regulator Racing car at the moment, leading in the Pro-Am class. Elias Sepinen dealing with some pressure from the 88 of Riccardo Agostini, who's lapped down to this car, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the 88 doesn't want by.
No, he certainly does. And Riccardo Agostini is super quick, former Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion. Did make the pass on Elliott Skier, or no, that's not true at all. Elliott's still behind. I guess that's what was going on earlier. Varun Choksi at the front of this field is very quietly having an excellent run. Philip Eng was one of the stars in the opening stints. If it weren't for Dan Harper's heroics from the back to the front, I think we'd be talking about what Philip Eng did, and that put this car in this position. And now Varun Choksi holding his own, running second in the North American Pro class. A look there at how this car has progressed through the field. We talked about this being the oldest lineup in the field, average age 55. Well, the saying is the kids are all right. I guess the old guys are all right. They're sitting just outside the top 10 overall.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and you put a talent like Tony Vilander behind the wheel of one of these Ferrari 296s, and they're going to make progress. But you saw that steady progression up the graph. Things are certainly going the right direction for them at this stage in the race, and I think now, Calvin, As we approach the end of the third hour, we're starting to see the trends, the filtering of the categories, and things are starting to get clearer and clearer here.
Yeah, no disrespect to the AM drivers by them getting their drive time knocked out. It starts to simplify things and equalize things in terms of the performance delta between the cars. And there's lots of curious championship scenarios playing out here as we get deeper into this race. Who can be the spoilers? Who can ruin someone's championship day? There's certainly some viable candidates for that.
We talked a lot this year. Every time we bring up the championship, there's always the caveat, but you've got an 8-hour enduro at the end that brings its unique set of challenges with it, especially knowing you've got to get roughly 4 hours into a race before you're guaranteed points rather than 45 minutes like you would see in a typical GT World Challenge America race.
Yeah, it's a big change, right? But if you think about it, we talked about the 38 car and their drama. Well, if it was in a 90-minute race, you'd struggle to make that 50% mark, so it'd be a 0-point score. So having it happen today in the endurance race, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Lots of things to be sorted out there in that Pro-Am Championship.
This feels like it's not worth doing a deep dive into points and how they run right now. You just have this sense that it's all going to get turned on its head sometime in the next 5 hours and 1 minute. Time flies when you're having fun. We're already just about 3 hours into this 5th running of the Intercontinental GT Challenge and Fanatec GT World Challenge America. Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS.
Getting close to the next 5 minutes of a majority of these cars needing to hit pit lane again. Maximum stint length being 65 minutes. A lot of the cars pitted about 1 hour ago.
Cal, you stepped out a moment ago for a quick reprieve, but I did want to give you an update. The interview we had with Kenny Hobble, he was talking about the contact that they had with Elias Sabo that brought out the first yellow, bent some of the steering in that car, and he feels like they might be down about a second's worth of pace based on that, but then Lucas Auer went out and turned the car's best lap, and that was faster than the leader on that lap, so who knows? But did want to give you that update so you know what they're dealing with.
Yeah, sometimes when the steering wheel isn't straight, it's like, how can I drive this race car? But it's funny how cars, you can bump them, tweak some, you know, winglets and stuff, and they're still flying. It's crazy. The engineers look at you like you bitch and moan about everything on this race car, and look what you did to it, and you're still running fast lap times.
Right. Yeah, engineers don't love that, do they? Well, Kenny did point out that it turns one direction really well. Let's just hope it's right. Yeah, that's the question, because most of the turns around here, the important ones certainly, are to the right. Which is strange to say at Indianapolis. Normally it's all about turning left around this place, but not on this 14-turn road course. Ashton Boussier in the Porsche. Mentioned him earlier as last year's Super Cup champion. Coming up through the ranks, and certainly a name to keep an eye on. Such a great sports car racing heritage from Denmark in the last couple of decades, and he follows in the footsteps of the Tom Christensens of the world, Alan Simonsen, so many of those Danes that have gone Magnussen, gone on to have wonderful success in sports car racing. Danish contingent at Le Mans, always rowdy.
Oh, it's huge. Tom has a whole camp there, which is pretty amazing. He was over there last year and actually shared the commentary booth with Tom and Lee Diffie. And we had a great time, but went over to the Danish camp, and it's full on. It's totally organized. There's like 1 million campers out there, and they got their own catering set up, and most importantly, a really nice bar, which we did spend a few minutes at least. So fun times, just great passion.
Bastian plying his trade primarily this year in GT World Challenge Asia. Made 6 starts this season, 4 in Pro-Am, actually all 6 in Pro-Am, but for 2 different teams. And then also has made a couple of appearances in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup for the Lion Speed team with a few different teammates. Finished 4th at Bathurst this year with Phantom Global Racing, just off the podium. And 12th at the Nürburgring 24. Now adding another stop on the Intercontinental GT Challenge calendar here in Indianapolis.
So within a lap or two of some of these leaders needing to hit pit lane. Maybe Maybe sometimes when you get one come, it creates that little domino effect, everyone else following suit. As we said earlier in the race, if there should be a yellow right as you need to hit pit lane would be closed, but then you're then given a 5-minute buffer on top of your maximum stint length of 65 minutes to compensate for that, as we see the 130 machine.
Yes, exactly right.
Yeah.
That's Grenier. Car he shares with Maro Engel and Jules Gounon. We've seen all three drivers now, so we'll see what happens here. Will they make another driver change, or do they keep Mick on board? It looks like the Canadian is set to stay on for a double stint. Here comes Connor Daly.
Good job by Connor. Really impressed with his ability to learn the ropes on this GT3 car. I know he's got big aspirations to be back in an IndyCar full-time, but I think Paul Sparta loves him. He's been supporting him since his junior single-seater career, and I'm sure there's a slot aboard this car next year if he does not have that full-time IndyCar ride.
You could bet, though, he'll be back here in May. He led 10 laps in the Indy 500 last year, and this place comes alive when he goes to the front. He's from nearby Noblesville, just north of Indianapolis proper.
His mom can scream pretty loud.
It's not just Beth, though, in fairness. There are about 200,000 of his closest friends, if not 300,000, that erupt anytime he moves to the front in the Indy 500. He's made 11 starts in the 500 already, which is hard to believe.
See the thumbs up, and then the driver's just waiting for that little dash readout that tells you when to launch and not be shy of that 112 seconds minimum stop time.
All these stops look smooth. There you see the distance back from third place to fourth place. The 130 Mercedes back to the 99 Random Vandals BMW. And that will extend again as the 130 comes back out onto the racetrack now. Past the 3-hour mark in the Indy 8-hour. Let's take a look at a replay. Watch this car, Dries Van Thor. This is the overall leader. Yeah, that race control will not like. You need to keep tires on the curbs. It can be the inside tires, but going all the way over and through the air like that, that's going to get the attention of race control.
That's a nuance, right? They're saying you got to keep two wheels in contact, whether what he did initially, but if as you're in lap, it's like, okay, I'm just going to shave a tenth or two off.
Sure.
Gap the field a little bit further.
And it was the end lap. Yeah. Here he is.
I love all the what ifs. What happens then? How do you penalize them? Do you give them a warning? Race is over. Do it on the last lap. Lots of things that you can play tricks with.
Certainly so. Farfus is now in as well. So let's watch this car here. They've already made their stop. Grenier is out and pushing. Now this is going to get him back on the lead lap again. You lose that lap if you pit under the green.
Van Tour, solid job, as you'd expect. Young Belgian driver, really top-notch. Coming off a big victory here last year with Philip Eng and Sheldon Van der Linde aboard one of these WRT BMWs.
Now remember, the pit stop for the 33 needs to be extended by 5 seconds due to the infraction in the pit stop the last time around. Question is, did the 130 stay close enough to take advantage and get back by?
Yeah, it's going to be good to look for that. So basically, this next minimum stop time will need to be 117 seconds for this car versus the 112 for everyone else.
Here comes Grenier. He knows what's at stake here.
And you'd think there's no way, but the length of this pit lane, it's just an eternity.
It is a long drive down the pits. We'll see. Grenier is going to push for all he's worth. There are tire warmers in both championships, Intercontinental GT Challenge and Fanatec GT World Challenge America. Last year for those, for the North American Championship, with the potential exception of this race. Last I heard, that was TBD. Let's see though, can Grenier close in? Can he get back by? In part due to the pit stop penalty for the BMW. There's the BMW heading towards pit out. Here comes the Mercedes. This is going to be close, Cal.
Mercedes may get it. And he's on hot tires, fully hot tires. You said the tires come out of the oven, so he nips ahead of Farfus there right at turn 2. And it'll probably gap off us a little bit here on at least the first half lap, you would anticipate at least.
Remember how hard Augusto fought to get that position? He's got to be thinking, not again. I have to do this again? These two resume their duel with the Mercedes back in front of the BMW. That pit stop miscue from the second stop starting to rear its ugly head.
Yeah, it really is, and you'd have to wonder with a well-oiled machine like WRT, you'd hate to be the mechanic or the team personnel that made that little mistake, feeling the wrath of the team boss.
Looks like the minimum times were good for all of the front runners. We've got other callers to the pit lane, but another thing to keep an eye on, top two in North America Pro right now are DXDT and Wright Motorsports, the two championship protagonists, and they're not far apart from one another. In fact, they're nose to tail with Loren Heinrich chasing Tommy Milner.
Yeah, that is huge, and this is what we anticipated. He has a great start to this race for the 63 car with Alec Udell battling his way to the class lead, but he just had to think once Heinrich and company. So I anticipated Skier doing a triple and Heinrich doing a triple to finish, but that's not the case. They have got Skier out after, I believe, just a single stint.
64 car is back on track. Remember, they had that contact and what appeared to be suspension damage on the Pro-Am DXDT Corvette, but those repairs have been enacted. Patrick Liddy remains on the circuit. Stay stationary long enough for the 38 Samantha Tan car to overhaul them in their pursuit of a title. It's this car right here. Brian Sellers will have done effectively the full season in that car. They did not appear until the second round of the championship, so that he comes under some pressure from the Racer's Edge Acura. It's Luca Mars who's back on board. What a great first stint Luca had, mixing it up with Lucas Stoltz and some of the other big-name GT3 factory drivers. Oh my goodness. You can see that one shaping up, and more contact side by side for the 64.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised at a couple of moves that Patrick's made here. I mean, he's got a ton of experience in Lamborghini Super Trofeo and is a highly rated driver, and I just feel he got to be a little bit more aware in that situation. He had the moment there with Guven that sent the car to pit lane, but that was just a late cut across, and I really feel that the 93 car had established itself there down into the inside.
Especially when you consider the 64's already spent a bunch of time in the pits, had that long repair. They're well down the order, nothing really to fight for at this stage. And Luca Mars and Racer's Edge, yeah, they had the drive-through penalty, but they're still within striking distance. They can get back into the battle for the pro class in North America if things can stay on the right trajectory for them. Looks like both cars escaped that with relatively little damage, and that's fortunate.
Yeah, really lucky, because that was a pretty good clout there. You know, if you're going to fight it, but just at least leave the other guy a lane so you can coexist there. You don't need to be having contact in that situation. Still a lot of time on the board here.
Well, it's not Augusto Farfus who's tasked with tracking down Mikhail Grenier anymore. That has now changed to show Dan Harper is back, the star of the opening hour of the race, from last to sixth when he came in from his opening stint. Just a tremendous drive, but it gets harder now. Those early passes, well, they're a little easier to make, but now you're fighting for second. You might be fighting for the lead before it's all said and done. That's when it gets a bit more difficult.
Yeah, and throughout all of this exchange, it's just allowed the 31 to extend their lead now up to 22.5 seconds. So Sheldon Vanderlinde doing his task behind the wheel. He said, well, we set the bar pretty high last year when we spoke to him on the grid before the green flag here this afternoon, but he's setting the bar pretty high once again this year, it looks like.
Jumped the gun a moment ago, setting up the battle for the North America Pro lead. Turns out after things had cycled through, there is a bigger gap between Milner and Heinrich, but Heinrich just ran a 1:23.8, which is just about 3.5 hundredths of a second off of the fastest lap of the race. So he is coming quickly, has about 24 seconds that he needs to overcome. But those two, which are racing for a championship here, let's remember, are not too far apart from one another, and Heinrich is a dynamo. When he gets plugged in, you don't want to look away.
No, you don't. And over the course of a stint, if he's got that 3/4 of a second or more advantage, he's going to eat into that 23-second gap pretty quickly.
But right now, we remain focused on this, the fight for second and third. All of this happening now behind the South African Sheldon van der Linde, who leads in the sister WRT BMW to the one you see in this battle right here. Sheldon now 22 seconds ahead of second place, Mikael Grenier, and third place, Dan Harper, with Connor Daly still running a very stout fourth place for Random Vandals.
Yeah, Sheldon's just been monotonous with his lap time, just knocking out the mid-24 range all of the time, other than when he has to cut through a little bit of traffic. So just seems to be really hooked up, really consistent. But I really think the key is going to see which car comes alive in those last couple of hours as this racetrack cools down a little bit. I think if you're close and your car suddenly swings the balance in the right direction, that could be a determinant factor for the victory.
Right now, temperatures are hovering right around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll be racing into and past twilight here in Indianapolis. Final hour should be more or less in darkness. Temperatures will be coming down to the tune of 20 or 30 degrees on the Fahrenheit scale. So a car that's fast right now, no guarantee they're going to excel at the end of the race when the temperatures start to cool off. They've been tough with these two, Calvin. Just looking at their lap times, hardly a thing between them. They were separated by 600ths on the previous lap. How about on this one? A 24.708 to a 24.658. I mean, practically dead even.
Yeah, and they actually gain a few tenths on Sheldon on that particular lap. But there we see Grenier in there a little bit deep into turn one. This has allowed Harper to really start to put the pressure on. Will he try and sneak it down the inside in turn four? No, he elects to run the high line, just trying to get a better exit off here and get a run down that back straightaway.
Puts that BMW InPower down to the ground. Now the drag race onto Holman Boulevard towards the braking zone of turn 7. Great passing opportunity. Mercedes feeling the pressure, guards the middle of the road. Not sure those two were quite on the same wavelength there. BMW stays on the flank of the Mercedes. They touch, and Harper has to give way.
Yeah, I think Harper initially was getting a little bit miffed. I think he thought that Grenier was going to give him the squeeze, but he did give him a lane, fortunately, there on the normal racing line. So he's moving a little bit. He's not taking the lane away, but he's certainly putting the squeeze on. And we've seen this earlier in the race with some moves here by Grenier. I'm not sure if he's had a warning yet for weaving. I haven't seen it come up on the notice board, but it's pretty testy stuff there. There you see Harper. I think he thought about swinging back the inside, but already got the overlap, so couldn't make that happen. And he forced the issue down at the inside, and he gave it up. Just smart thinking there. There was definitely the point where it looked like it was going to be contact to me.
That was big picture thinking. You mentioned these two gaining a couple of tenths on the last lap, but fighting amongst themselves, they just dropped about a second and a half further behind the overall leader of the race.
We said this earlier when Grenier was fighting with Farfus. I mean, he's compromising his line so much, he's losing half a second to a second a lap, and all that's doing is allowing van der Linde to disappear off into the distance.
And it's letting Connor Daly creep a little bit closer too. Certainly not within striking distance, he's quite a ways out, but hanging tough and keeping Random Vandals in the conversation.
And I get it if it's the last hour of the race and you try to hang on to that track position, but this early in the going, you know, I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. Are you better to, even if Harper's maybe a tenth or two quicker, just let him go, maximize your lap time and minimize the gap that develops between you and the leader.
Relatively minor penalty to convey. Car 85, which is the RS1 North America Pro Class entry, Trent Hinman driving right now, will have just under 2 seconds added to his next pit stop for coming in under the minimum.
How that works is there's 10 fouls, so they were just under 2 tenths shy of the minimum start time, and that multiplies by 10. Up to 1 second, otherwise you get drive-through.
Here comes Trent Hinman, putting a lap on Hash. Great to meet Hash earlier this weekend, from the States originally, but has never raced here before. I'm very excited to get the opportunity to do so. had big plans for a racing calendar last year, ended up with a pretty major leg injury skiing. He showed some images of the leg injury. I only briefly looked at it. You got a full...
That was not pretty.
No, it was gnarly, that's for sure.
He was proud of it.
He sure was. Well, and what he should be proud of is the recovery, because that looked like a major undertaking. But he was back in the car this year, running a lot at International GT Open, but the chance now to come run here stateside as well. Very, very cool opportunity. And just need to meet him, because I've seen that name pop up on entry lists before, did not know the story at all. And you can tell he's got a real enthusiasm for this.
He's a real character. I love it when you just got one name.
Right?
Like Beyonce.
You know you've done something right.
Yeah.
Neat driver lineup too. Unfortunately, they're on the back foot. Yannick Mettler is one of their drivers, and there was a penalty while he was aboard earlier in the race. But Alex Fontana is the other driver in that car, and this trip to Indianapolis for Alex is so special. He grew up a huge IndyCar fan, had his FIA F2 car painted up to look like one of Justin Wilson's Indy cars, and just is loving the chance to be here. He was telling me about how he spent his off-season reading a book about the IndyCar split in the mid-1990s. That's how much he loves IndyCar racing and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So for Alex to get this chance is something really special.
It's his first race here in the States, I believe, right? So that's just not Indy, just here in the US. He's had multiple class championships in GT World Challenge Europe over the years. He ran single-seaters against Pelot, maybe in GP3.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Actually made a couple of Formula E starts, did Alex Fontana, at Battersea Park for the Truly team right before the team closed its doors, or at least changed its ownership structure. It's one of those odd pieces of trivia. He said those were the last open-wheel starts he ever had. Made the switch to GTs at that point. Speaking of Alex Pelot.
Jumping in, right?
So.
He was spectacular here yesterday. I mean, when you're going up against drivers who compete in these machines week in, week out, and to put it on the front row, almost grab the pole, was pretty cool stuff.
Considering he had not driven an GT3 car since 2019, and that was a McLaren 720, which I have to imagine is a fair bit different than this Mercedes AMG, but instantly up to speed, shows you the quality of driver that Alex Pelot is.
We even saw him have a couple of offs there towards the end of pre-qualifying, and I think he was just finding the limits, tweaked on the car a little bit, and came out for that qualifying session and just stunned. Really great stuff.
How about this duel? I mean, this has gone on now for 2 straight stints, more or less. Mikael Grenier, he's been in the Mercedes the whole time. Augusto Farfus got things started in the 33 and actually had the position for about 10-15 minutes until the pit stop. And then Dan Harper got in. WRT had to serve a penalty during the pit stop, which allowed the 130 back by. The fight begins anew. Grenier going a little bit wide. Harper looking threatening. One of the stories we've been watching over the course of the day has been how the BMW seems to get stronger and stronger relative to the competition as the stint progresses.
Yeah, it really does. And I think talking to some of the BMW teams, they thought that the track may come to them a little bit later in the going. So we'll have to wait and see. They've certainly got great track position overall right now with first and third.
Fun little battle here. This is for the final step of the podium in North America Pro. Bill Oberlin has it. Trent Hinman is trying to take it away. Bill, the BMW legend, and Trent Hinman, who's raced a little bit of everything over the last few years. Aboard this car for RS1, gets to the inside of Oberlin, who doesn't put up too much of a fight at Apex, and Hinman neat and tidy there on quarter exit, able to power through and take the position.
Yeah, just really savvy there by Oberlin, just recognized early in the game. He could sense that Trent wanted that position, dove down the inside, gave him plenty of room. Said, I don't want any part of any contact here. We've got a bigger picture we're thinking about. But their hopes are running out, because once the 120, the 63 get to the halfway point in this race, that eliminates them from championship contention. They basically need both those cars to have a really bad day, and they had to win to overcome that 39-point deficit that they had coming into this race weekend.
This is the car that does have that slight penalty upcoming in their next pit stop, less than 2 seconds. Not massive, that they can overcome. It's been a nice, solid, workmanlike weekend for RS1 with this Porsche 911 GT3R. Made it through to pole shootout. One of just a handful of the North American teams to do so, and did it with a lineup that has a relative lack of inexperience in it, right? When you talk about Peterson and Kai Van Berlo doesn't have those teams of seat time in a GT3 Porsche. Trent Hinman asked to anchor this machine here this weekend.
Yeah, a lot on the table for them this weekend. They're in a fierce battle in Pirelli GT4, leading the championship, but just by a couple of points heading into the final race here tomorrow. It's hard to stay focused on the task at hand. It's like one day at a time, right? One race at a time, then focus on the next task.
It's true. When you think about the drivers that are pulling double duty this weekend that have that challenge, how do you make sure that you give both teams that you're driving for the fair share of time and focus to do the job that's required of you?
Yeah, I think they have dedicated crews, and they'll certainly be organized to not compromise anything, particularly with such a hard-fought championship on the line coming in this final race weekend. But really great crew. You know, they always put fast race cars on the racetrack, and that's why the top drivers want to be with them.
Won the championship last year with Stephen McAleer and Eric Filgaris. Eric going for that GT4 title tomorrow, along with John Capestra-Dubets, who's in the field here today. In fact, he's in the car right now for ST Racing. Number 38, which has climbed a position up into 22nd overall. They lost about 40 minutes due to a fuel pump issue. The problem for them from a championship perspective is the car they passed is not eligible to score points, having only made its first appearance in the series here this weekend, so that doesn't help them there. But they continue to pound around, turn laps, and hope for the best. Some of it's not in their control. They do need to at least make it to halfway to be eligible to score points. That's got to be mission number one.
Yeah, and right now they're shown 31 laps down, so basically they need to get to about the 4-hour mark and add 31 laps to that. Plus a bit, you want a little bit of buffer because he's done on laps. We did have a caution earlier in the race, and the second half of the race could be a little bit quicker to top down the laps everyone puts on the board.
Vanderlinde's lead now 26 seconds ahead of Grenier and Harper. That BMW over the curb there, it seems utterly unperturbed by just how steep it is at the apex of one.
Yeah, it's really important. I mean, we talk about the majority of these curves are very user-friendly. There's certainly a lot more height there in turn 1 and through turn 7 and turn 12. But that can really gain you a lot of lap time. You're basically just straightening these corners out if you can do so. You don't want to be doing that and then waiting to get back to the power because the car is unsettled as you come off the corner.
For Michael Grenier, one of so many drivers, and I feel like we told this story so many times already, but he had his eyes on being an IndyCar driver at one time, made it as far as Indy Lights, what's now known as Indy Next. He did get to race on the oval at IMS in an open wheel car. Not many people can say that, but that was done in the Freedom 100. Oh, that's tight for Harper. But Grenier has turned his focus to sports car racing in the last decade or so. He's found a really nice home with Mercedes. Just plug and play anytime you need to fit somebody into a lineup in one of these big endurance races. He's up for the challenge. A lot of his racing's been done overseas, though. Not much in North America in recent years, but great to have him race relatively close to home.
Just looking at Alex Pallou's lap times, he's not featuring at the top of the board right now with their issues with that Lumarang system, but just almost matched the best time of the day in that car at 124.3. So just displaying once again in race conditions his abilities and skill set.
Got a note about that as well, just how strong the pace has been. Take a peek at the 88 car, down the order a little bit. Riccardo Agostini, 12th overall, but hanging tough and has that car in contention for a class podium right now, sitting in third in the Pro-Am class. Of course, is such a professional operation and running everything. It seems like if it's a sports car racing championship, they probably have an involvement in it in some capacity. Everything from the 499P prototypes on down to Ferrari Challenge racing. For so many years, this has been the customer racing, GT racing arm of Maranello.
I really like the factory squad up there, this level, running all of their big programs, including their hybrid cars over in the World Endurance Championship. A couple of Le Mans victories to their name. Just looking back at that battle for Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro class, we talked about Tommy Milner's 63 car having the lead in that class, 5th overall, but Heinrich has now cut half of that gap down in this stint. So we talk about the advantage that he has pace-wise. So 63 car has the lead and the championship in their hand right now, but it's going to be awfully tough to hang on to it.
Replay of something that happened a little bit earlier. Agostini making his pass there on the 91 of Jeff Burton. So we talked about the fact that Jeff still needed to do another stint in that number 91 regulator racing car. But he has had the season of his career this year, Jeff Burton. That team electing to take advantage of a rule change this year at Fanatec GT World Challenge America, where you can nominate driver 1 and driver 2 rather than it being locked in based on regulation, and running an alternate strategy to the rest of the field. They've been able to win a couple of races, and they've not been a stranger to the podium by any stretch of the imagination, even if they're not winning.
He's really enjoyed this year. I mean, he's got used to the car a little bit more. I like the stability of him running the Mercedes now for multiple seasons. He's got a great teammate in Philip Ellis, who's really got him focused. But look at this battle for second, heating up once again. Harper as close as he's been.
It does seem like as the stint goes along, he's just that much closer in each of these braking zones as the BMW continues to go from strength to strength, while the Mercedes might be losing a little bit more pace deeper into the run. Yeah, though still able to fend off the challenge. Second and third, hanging in the balance with the Canadian and the Northern Irishman.
Yeah, it's really the perfect scenario when you think about that IGTC Drivers' Championship. They've got Charles Wurz, who's their closest competitor to the championship leaders, in the lead car. And they got backup here with Harper and Hess, should anything falter with the 31 machine, to maybe assume that championship contention.
BMW does appear well positioned at this relatively early stage. 4.5 hours or thereabouts still to go. Hunter Daly runs fourth behind this pairing. It's now about 32 seconds, losing a little bit of time to them here in his second stint.
Kyle talked about it a lot, the BMW's hopping the curves. It just seemed like they got suspension set up with the rebound in the shock system to be able to deal with that. The dampers, as some people like to call them.
Are you one of those people?
Yeah, I mean, I tell you, if you get with an engineer who really knows their shock stuff, I mean, technology's moved on so much since when I did it with the shock dynos and the valving and all sorts of blow-off valves and everything, but you can be working your tail off to try and find lap time, and they can do one click, and it's like, it's a different race car. What did you do? I suddenly ride all over the place, so it can be magical.
It is a dark art, trying to unlock the pace potential of the car through the suspension. But, bad news here for the 32, GMG Racing. Ayhan Guven watching his championship hopes disappear as that car has gone behind the wall. We'll try and figure out what led to that. They had dropped out of contention early on with a penalty and some other misfortune, a puncture actually as well in the opening hour.
Little twitch there. And to have a second bite at the turn in there for Mikkel into turn 13. He's definitely feeling the heat from Harper.
Grenier immediately pulls that car to the middle of the racetrack, across the yard of bricks again. With 4 hours, 27 minutes to go, the battle for second and third has been raging for an hour and a half at this stage. Mercedes and BMW, where have we seen this before? Two rival brands with rich motorsports history.
Below there, just in front of him, the bright yellow and blue car. Keep observing his lap times. He's done several laps within a few hundredths of the fast lap of that car, but he's still not quite beat his teammate's time, but he's been knocking on the door.
Well, notably, these two, running second and third overall, are not catching him. So that gives you some sense of the pace that Alex Palou has. Unfortunately, he finds himself all the way down in 15th. And if you're just joining us, the problem for that car, it started on the outside of the front row. Didn't have a great opening stint with Lucas Stoltz. We think they were on old tires when most of the field started on stickers, but then it went from bad to worse when they had an issue with their transponder that caused an unscheduled pit stop. Didn't fix the issue. They had to make another attempt to fix it during their next pit stop, which appears to be working. But the end result of that is Alex Palou and the rest of the Lone Star Racing team is way, way down in 15th. Out of the contention, but as you can see, looking at the pace over the last 3 laps, pulling away from Mikael Grenier, the second place car overall.
Yeah, impressive, really impressive. Yeah, I agree with you, Ryan. If they hadn't had those issues, I think they'd have been definitely in the mix. We all scratched our head. Why would you put Palou in for pole shootout? Well, he delivered. That's why they put him in, because he's quick.
So he is 3 laps behind the race leader, Sheldon van der Linde. And all of the rest of the cars in that Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro class are on the lead lap, with Connor Daly now about a minute back. So the closest to being in threat of going a lap down. But he's running pretty much the same times as the top 3. He's dropped a little bit further back over the course of this stint, but not too far. And he's doing a double, so I suspect we'll see a whole lot more of Connor DeFilippi and Kenton Cook here in the final 4.5 hours or so.
And Heinrich now is only 7 seconds back of Tommy Milner in that battle for the Fanatec GT World Challenge Pro class, which we'll find that battle here shortly. It's certainly just been the math, and we could see immediately that the pace delta between those 2 cars was ominous. The DXDT camp. Here we go. He's got that inside line. He's not going to have the braking ability. Does he send it? Gets way over there. He's going to try and squeeze Grenier out. Nice job there.
Bill Auberland wanted no part of that. This is not his fight, so he gave plenty of room for the top 2 to come through. An extra bonus, his BMW stablemate, Dan Harper, completes the pass. He's been working on that for the better part of his stint, and finally prevails in a duel with the Canadian Mikael Grenier for the 2nd spot.
Curious to now see what his lap times comparison is to Sheldon van der Linde, whose gap at the front now is almost 30 seconds. Just dominant drive by he and his teammates so far today.
Really haven't seen them much since the opening hour, have we, when they were fighting with Patrick Niederhauser at the time for the overall lead, but Dries Van Thor, Charles Weerts, and Sheldon van der Linde, they've had pretty comprehensive control over this race. Sheldon, the 2022 DTM champ from Johannesburg, South Africa. He and his brother both have made waves in GT racing over the last 10 years.
Yeah, amazing that we're seeing brothers perform at such high level like the Van Thor brothers. Van der Linde's incredible.
Sheldon became the first ever South African to compete in DTM, and that was, if you'll permit me to say, the proper era of DTM back in 2019. Those space age tube frame cars, silhouette cars. Had some success there. This year, we've seen Sheldon race at Bathurst, the Nürburgring, and Spa, so he's doing the full Intercontinental GT Challenge, but didn't finish in the first 2 legs of that. Did finish 3rd overall at the Spa 24, though. Here we go. This is a different Corvette, isn't it? Yep, tricked me there, DXTT, but Patrick Liddy gives a wide berth to Lauren Heinrich, who comes through.
The gap just 5.3 seconds. Up ahead is Tommy Milner. 20 minutes or so to go in this stint. It'll be amazing the job that Heinrich has done here if he can chase down Milner before the end of this run. We'll see how they're going to split the cake here to the end of this race. We think Adelson's task is done for the day with that double that he did to start this race. Then we had Skier in, I think just for a single. I thought they were going to go triple and finish Heinrich, but they've elected to get Heinrich behind the wheel and go chase down. Oh, big moment there. Wow, that was a big save there. Just really pushing hard. He's got a target fixation in trying to see that Corvette, which he could probably see now on the front straightaway at least.
It was all hands and elbows inside the cockpit. What did it look like from the outside? Keep an eye on the green and yellow Porsche with Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel. Dropped a wheel in the grass.
Yeah, that was a little mistake there. Yeah, really nice save, just fast hands. Probably took it totally in his stride, like no big deal, but that was definitely a moment there. You're looking for, you see the cars move back over on the racing line where the rubber is to get that bite on turn in, but he just tried to eat up a little bit too much to create that wide radius.
Love to see the heart rate monitor on him on that. That might put lie to your theory. I suspect it's spiked.
Yeah. He's in attack mode though, right? Not even at the halfway point, and he's only pushing. Yeah. Barely a 10th in that sector, despite the moment.
Unbelievable. Back on board. Let's watch and listen. Super sharp inputs from Heinrich, using up all those curves, shortcutting the corners, you know, to the point that the rules allow at least. He's got this Porsche flying right now. Let's check the lap time. This time by last lap, a little bit unrepresentative because of the moment we saw down into turn 7, but Milner a moment ago just ran a 25.5. Heinrich ran a 24.3, 0.8 faster. It's down to 4.2 seconds.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, that's a huge delta, and I think the DXD team know that they're in trouble here.
What can they do? It's tough the way the rules are written to pull a blinder on someone strategy-wise. Not really in the cards, so is it just down to digging deep? Can you tweak on the car much to find a little bit of extra pace, or do you kind of have what you have at this point?
Well, I think the balance of the race car could change. We talked about that when the track cools down. It could get a little bit sweeter, but as they've said all day long, and I hate to keep talking about BOP, they just said we're just too far down in the straightaway, and that makes it hard to race. I mean, if you're side by side, got two big straightaways, it's hard to defend that for a total stint. So I'm not sure if Heinrich's going to get to his tail before we hit the next round of pit stop. He's going to be pretty close, if nothing else, within probably 2 to 3, 4 laps here, I would think. But, you know, I think once he gets to him, he'll probably make easy sailing of it.
Just in the background, we caught a glimpse of Sheldon van der Linde and the overall leading BMW, who now has lapped up to 7th overall. So only 6 cars now remain on the overall lead lap. There is that BMW just off in the background. Caught a glimpse of it a moment ago. Let's check the times again. Milner at 25.6, Heinrich at 24.7, nearly a second quicker. 3.3 seconds now the gap. This is not just for the lead in class, folks. These are the top two in Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro Class points. And where they finish relative to one another, especially if they're running so far forward, that ultimately, effectively dictates the championship.
Yeah, it really does. And it's been a fantastic season just watching them. It's like a Pac-Man with the 63 car eating into that points lead every single weekend. And the 120 have just kept focused. They haven't really been bitter about it. They just knew that Corvette was an excellent race car, and they just tried to execute every single weekend. But certainly the second half of this year, they've had to battle hard, but they come into this weekend a track that the Porsche absolutely excels with. Stack the lineup, bringing Heinrich in. And they feel they could turn the tables here at the final hour.
At lap 149, that's when we were on board with that big moment down into turn 7. Even still, only lost 41 thousandths of a second. The next two laps, 2 seconds combined that he's made up. How about now? A 25.5 compared to a 24.9. A little bit of traffic there to slow the pursuit of Laurin Heinrich, but he continues to claw away at the deficit. You mentioned, I love the Pac-Man analogy, that's perfect. Great way to visualize the way that the points have gone with the DXDT duo just voraciously chomping away over the course of the season. The reason, though, they were in catch-up mode is they didn't even start in the series until May. They missed the first 4 races, but then they've gone undefeated ever since then. They've won 8 in a row and come here just 7 points out of the points lead.
As we discussed earlier in the show, I think with the 90-minute format that we run on a typical race weekend, it really puts a heavy emphasis on that silver-graded driver, and Alec Udell has just done a tremendous job of stepping up to almost a pro level with his performance. And by doing that, I think that's given them the edge, and that's given them their race wins on weekends when they did not have the fastest race car. But that gets equalized here over 8 hours, and the fact that you bring in that third driver. For the 120 car, they bring in Heinrich. For the 63, they bring in Alex Sims. 2 top-notch drivers, but it evens things out a little bit more in terms of that performance.
Just that little bit closer, and you can see in the same camera shot now, Milner in the Corvette, Heinrich in the Porsche. He can see his quarry, he can see his prey. It's like a piece of red meat in front of a famished lion or something. He's just chasing, chasing, chasing. He knows what he needs to do. He can see it, and he can almost feel it now. He's that close.
He's going to dig deep. Maybe quiet and just passive when you chat to him, but he's a fierce competitor behind the wheel, and he can wheel a car around this racetrack. I had a lot of fun with him the other day when we did that Fanatec GT track preview. That Z06, the trim we are running in, that is a hot rod. That is a flying machine.
Chevy with such rich heritage here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. One of the Chevrolet brothers, Gaston, actually won the Indianapolis 500 as a driver. Chevrolet serves as the pace car for the Indy 500 and has for a very long time now. We do have Dan Harper and Alex Palou running in close proximity, but those two not on the same lap, of course. Harper trying to reel in Vanderlinde for the overall lead, but our battle that we just can't take our eyes off of is this one right here. Tommy Milner now, less than a second the advantage over the hard-charging Laurin Heinrich in the Wright Motorsports Porsche 911 GT3R.
Yeah, and he took just over a second out of that gap on that 1 lap alone, so got to get to him. Will it be the end of the straightaway? I think certainly by the time we get to turn 1 on the next lap here, he's going to be within shouting distance. Has a little feint, looks down to the inside, not close enough. Oh, drama here for Connor Daly.
This is the 4th place car overall. It appears to be off the pace. Oh, and it's right there as these two continue their fight coming through. Daly in a vulnerable position.
Sheldon Vanderlinde there in the backdrop. He does not want to see a yellow.
Oh, this team was so close to a win at Barber in just their 4th race at the GT3 level. For now, we stay green. Let's take a look at the points as they run, but this would totally flip on its head should the Wright Motorsports Porsche, Lauren Heinrich, manage to make the move.
Yeah, it's a 14-point swing. Excuse me, it'll be a 28-point swing. Safety car is out.
Wow. And that's a bit of a reprieve for Tommy Milner right here. And it breaks off this fantastic battle. Double yellows at start finish. Safety car deployed for Connor Daly, whose car has ground to a halt. That would be in the 8, 9, 10 complex. A couple of cars have made it to the pit lane, interestingly enough. Now, did they do it in time? The pit lane does close when the safety car is deployed, but these guys might have gotten in time, and that could be a game changer for a car like this one from AF Corsa. If they can get this pit stop done, it's effectively a free stop. Everyone else likely to pit during the yellow, and they'll cycle forward. See if we can figure out what happened to Connor Daly. Everything looks copacetic, and then all of a sudden, no power.
Yeah, just no one's home when he goes back to the power there. No acceleration, not sure of his drive line. Electronics shut down on him.
Now help me work through this for AF Corsa here. They had both of their cars in the pit lane. Because, as we talked about earlier, of the short nature of the lap and because of the length of the pit lane, there's a risk of going a lap down when you pit. So, are they going to come out on top on this, or are they about to lose any advantage gained by going a lap down here?
I think it depends where the overall leader was and where the safety car picked them up, do you know what I mean? So if they can get it done and leap out before the safety car comes around, which I think they may have done.
Right.
So that could be advantage.
Well, that's what we'll watch for.
I don't see the Ferrari right now.
Yep,
so
agreed.
I think they're gone.
I think that was them just leaving the pit lane down on the north end of the track. All right. So big gain for them potentially. Clever strategy from AF Corsa to take advantage of what looked like an imminent safety car. And in the meantime, for WRT on one side of the garage, this is a real bummer. A lead of over 30 seconds totally gone. But on the other side, the car that started dead last, lest we forget, now, right here, 33 BMW, effectively right there with the sister car with a chance to go for the lead of the race. Well, this is a long race, so we need some help covering it. And down in the pits giving Amanda Busick a spell is DJ Clark, and DJ can give us the latest on Random Vandals.
Yeah, I just had a chance to talk to the team, Ryan. It seems that they lost power to the fuel pumps in that Random Vandals number 99 car, so that's what's put them off to the side of the road. It was a sudden issue. It came on all of a sudden.
Third fuel pump issue that we've had reported. The 888 car went behind the wall with one. The 38 car did as well. And now, Random Vandals number 99 with a reported fuel pump issue. That is strange.
Yeah, the irony is, of course, they lost that victory at Barber with a refueling issue as well. So to dig into this and see exactly what the mystery is with this one.
That is strange, too, that story of what happened to them at Barber. Talking to Paul Sparta this weekend, what they did apparently was they filled their fuel tank early in the day. When the day heated up, the fuel expanded with the heat, ended up spilling over the top into the vent, and that affected their fuel rate in the pit stop. When they didn't account for that, they didn't expect that, and that's what caused them to not fill the car as much as they anticipated. They were going on a timed stop, so they learned their lesson there. This, of course, unrelated to that. Meanwhile, Race Vision powered by AWS.
This is the wave by, so essentially any of the class cars that are trapped between the safety car and their class leader get the wave by. So the safety car has the overall leader, but this is a real bonus for some of these other class cars So essentially, say they're the class leader in the middle of the pack, in front of them is another class car. They get that wave by and effectively gain 3/4 of a lap.
And that's done in part to help prevent yellows from affecting the battles for position, not in the overall or not in the top class, in a disproportionate way. So we'll have to wait and see how this plays out, but this car could be the big beneficiary of all of this with the way they chose to play it. They were running in podium contention, this number 88 Ferrari, prior to the safety car, and looked like they were able to make it into the pits before the safety car was deployed.
Yeah, and the reason they do that class wave by, for example, if you're in the middle of the race, and you got a class car just in front of the safety car jumps out, grabs the overall leader, that essentially would allow that other class car to go all the way back around, join the back of the pack. That can still happen, but what you then get is that wave by to get those other cars back onto that same lap. It essentially stops a car from gaining 7/8 of a lap almost.
Exactly.
Because of the timing of the safety car.
A lot of thought has been put into these regulations to find a way to make them equitable. And that's something that's been settled on here the last few years. Didn't really get a chance to see it enacted a whole lot last year, of course, with just the one full course yellow. We've doubled that up here today. Approach the halfway mark. Someone watching that with anticipation will be Antares Au. He's in the car. You can see it middle of the picture. Once he reaches halfway, assuming he makes it's halfway of the distance of the class leader, he will lock in the championship for the Independent Cup and Intercontinental GT Challenge. He is now on the cusp of coming ahead in his duel with Jeffrey Ibrahim for that title. Pits are open. We expect the pit lane to be a busy place. Nose to tail now, the WRT cars run 1-2 with the number 130, Mikhail Grenier, tucked in behind. And it's a bit of a gap to the next car overall. That's the leader in North America Pro, Tommy Milner, and Lauren Heinrich just behind him. Here we go, busy time now as the pit lane picks up. Crucial moments for these pit crews to make sure they don't make a mistake that could cost them a chance at this race.
For the 130 squad, they left a second on the table last time on their pit stop minimum time. So if they can tighten that up a little bit, maybe they can force the issue on the two WRT cars. The other thing is, when you do get released, you don't want to be coming up on traffic that's alongside you as well. That can have an effect in terms of the pit stop execution and efficiency at the same time.
No driver change for the 33, but the 31 will see a different driver. Sheldon van der Linde has climbed out. Another change here for the 130. They've been rotating their crew to keep them fresh over the course of the day today. DXDT saved, or at least handed a stay of execution by this full course yellow. It did look like it was inevitable, didn't it? The way that Lauren Heinrich was closing in.
That was impressive. What a stint.
Yeah, it was a 26-second deficit after the last pit stop, and it ended up nose to tail at the end of less than an hour's driving. Doesn't look like any significant change in the order amongst the top three. BMW 31 leads BMW 33, leads Mercedes 130. There is some overlap there and maybe a little bit of contact. Wright Motorsports and DXDT Racing side by side. The overlap, though, favors the Corvette here, but I do think the two might have touched.
Yeah, that was awfully tight there.
The way the rule works, the car in the fast lane, which is the lane everybody is in there, has priority over the car in the transition lane. If there's any overlap at all, the car in the transition lane must give up the position to the car to its outside.
Two WRT cars come in the same positions, come out in the same position, should I say, as they came in.
A couple of folks elected to stay out. And I suspect that was done in order to get a lap back. We'll try and get to the bottom of that. As far as the de facto race lead is concerned, nothing has changed except the driver driving the number 31. It's now Charles Weerts again, who is looking to take home the Intercontinental GT Challenge crown.
The cars at speed here, even though we're under full course yellow with the safety car out on the racetrack. They haven't had their speed arrested right now as they play catch up to the pack. And now Luca Mars comes on pit lane.
I think with the wave around that they were able to get, this should position them now back on the same lap as the rest of the North America Pro class. So that helps them overcome the drive-through penalty they had earlier in the day. We said it was close leaving the pits for the championship protagonists in North America. Keep an eye on the green Porsche, left-hand side of the screen, as it rejoins right next to its championship rival. And yeah, I do think there was some contact between the two.
Tell you what, that could draw a penalty. You see a little bit of carbon fiber or something actually go up and over the hood from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. It gets dispersed there in pit lane. So whether that was from the front end of the Porsche or the Corvette, I'm unsure. But with that contact, you might be taking a look at that one.
I saw something at first blush, and that definitely confirms it. We are approaching the restart. It looks like the Rande Vandals car has been taken care of. We've got one last piece of protocol that gets taken care of here, which is the wave by to the next class leader. That will be the car that will take the restart behind the safety car. Lauren Heinrich had quite a stint to get that number 120 back into contention. He's out of the car now and standing by with our DJ Clark.
Lauren Heinrich, let's start at the start here. An absolutely mega stint from you to put this car back into contention. What are the secrets that you're pulling this 120 into?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, in the end, I'm just driving the car and Ride is giving me the car, and it was obviously super quick, but as you can see, I was pushing really hard. I was a bit bummed about the safety car at the end because I really would have loved to overtake the Corvette, the 63, but in the end, we are in a very good position now to fight for the championship in the last 4 hours, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, we saw a little bit of potential contact with your car coming out of pit lane with the number 63. Have you heard anything from the team? Is the car okay?
I haven't heard anything yet. I hope both cars are fine to have equal fight at the end, but to be honest, I didn't see it. I have no clue.
All right, that's Lauren Heinrich. A great stint.
It is under review, so you could pass that along to Lauren there, DJ. I'm not sure if he would have seen it or not, but yeah, this is going to be interesting for race control, and how they elect to rule on this could have a huge implication for the way this championship plays out.
Well, it's just the length of the pit lane and what you lose if you should get a penalty here with the drive-through. It's 63 seconds transition time now. Green flag, obviously the other car has to traverse the racetrack from point A to point B, pit in to pit out, so probably about a 50-second delta. That would be massive.
It would. Nothing has been ruled on yet, but it is under review.
There's really no advantage in just firing out there, do you know what I mean? Get in the transition line, let it settle down, and then determine if you've got the gap. You're just running a big risk by just sending it.
Especially when you know the car's got the pace. Heinrich just reeled in that Corvette. We'll see what it looks like from on board the 120.
Drifts over into that fast lane and didn't have the Corvette cleared.
Does that come down to team communication as we restart the race? We'll cover that off in a moment. Green flag waves once again. And Charles Weerts leading the way. Number 31 leads number 33, both from the WRT stable. Then Jules Gounon, third car in line. Then we got some lap cars. Woo! Look at this. This is a battle for the lead in North America Pro. Oh, the Corvette, though, read the traffic beautifully and was able to fend off the challenge.
That was superb there by Tommy Milner, using that 75 car, I think it was, with the pick as he runs off the road there, exiting turn 2.
Yeah, it's Jaden Ojeda. Welcome to North America here, Jaden. He'll be racing in the Bathurst 1000 next weekend, so he knows how to get the elbows out, but got used up a little bit there on the restart. On board once again, the This time it's Elliott Skier who's hunting Corvette. Milner has the benefit of having been in the car for a stint. He knows exactly what he's working with. Skier's going to have to feel this out here for a couple of laps, you would think.
Yeah, we talk about the speed of Lauren Heinrich, but let's not discount Elliott Skier. He's been sensational this year. Looks to the inside, takes it down there.
Up and over the curve, they give each other enough room. Milner and Skier still side by side, and the Corvette lives to fight another day. DXDT stays in front, but Skier's not done yet. Puts the power down, coming up onto the front straightaway.
Classy stuff there by Tommy Milner, but I feel he's vulnerable right now. He's got to go proactive and defensive early if he's going to try and keep that Porsche behind. He does exactly that.
He does. Forces Skier to go the long way around. Neil Verhagen watching in the background as the cars in front of him collide. They hit each other at 50K on pit lane. Now they've hit each other at 150 miles per hour. Down at the end of the front straightaway.
Well, Skier definitely squeezed him, didn't he? He kind of went for it, dove over towards the curb with Tommy still having that track position. He has got his elbows out here. Elliott Skier, he wants that lead right now, even though there's almost 4 hours left in this motor race and the championship season.
We're still just past the halfway mark, but we're racing like it's the final hour. Again, Skier shows the nose. Again, he takes a lunge to the inside, and this time he gets the job done. Wright Motorsports to the front of the field.
Yeah, he just pushed Tommy really deep on the brakes there, and he just missed it a little bit. Probably got into the ABS, numbed the front end, had to wait on it. Skier pounces. I think the real key now is what will be the steward's decision on that little bit of contact they had on pit lane. Simon Morley there in conversation with Alec Udell.
Wow. But so much still undecided as we wait for the penalty or lack thereof still to be determined for contact on the pit lane, and some of that carried over on the restart as well. Now that it's settled down, Verts just turned his car's best lap of the race at a 1:23.8, builds an advantage now over Harper at 1.1 seconds, but Gunon's looking feisty here since the restart. He's only 7/10 back of Harper, sitting in third. Then you get to Skier and Milner, Hinman as well. Philip Eng for ST Racing there in the mix. Yes, Zach Veach did get back onto the lead lap too for Racer's Edge. They played that beautifully. And now they're in the hunt for a podium, if not more, as Wirtz drops a wheel. Same thing we saw Heinrich did, but he did a great job to gather it back up.
Yeah, he really did. And getting back to what you discussed, where Hinman and Eng and company and Veach are, that is really going to put the pressure on Tommy Milner, because suddenly, because of that yellow's compressed that whole Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro class.
Got an update from the DXDT Racing camp. Both right-hand dive planes now gone from that Corvette. The first one went away with contact in the opening stint. This is what did away with the second. Let's watch it again.
Watch this. Skier just moves over on Tommy Milner. Just squeezes him a little bit. Tommy's probably saying, what are you up to? Just resist the challenge there for a few more corners, and then outbraked himself a little bit, trying to resist the challenge of Skier. Skier up on the wheel here, 124.1. That's only 3/10 off that last lap that Heinrich did earlier in this race today. Really impressive stuff by Elliott Skier in terms of his pace.
What's it going to do to that Corvette missing the right side dive planes?
24/7. Tommy Milner just ran us a couple of tenths off of his and the car's best here today.
So it still has some pace despite the damage, but the balance certainly won't be the same. They needed a little help in a straight line. Maybe it makes it carve through the air a little better.
Let me help you. Let me trim it out a little bit.
It's hard to tell because they're painted blue. They kind of match the car, but they're still there on the left-hand side. Right-hand side of the car, though, absolutely none of those little aerodynamic flicks. And the engineers pour over so much data trying to design. Well, with that pass, Elliott Skier has himself in the championship winning position. What a story it would be. Not that we want to ride it this early. Still a lot of time left, of course. But Skier and Adelson came out of the blocks gangbusters at Sonoma. They won the first 2 races of the season, and we thought, wow, look at this pairing. Think about what they can do over the course of the year, but they've not won since. Now, they've been on the podium a lot, and they still lead the championship. But boy, they would love to taste victory once again. And a win here would secure not just a victory at Indy, but also a championship.
10th overall, and second in Pro-Am right now is that car, the 29 machine of Patrick Gallagher. But with the 75 car that leads Pro-Am not eligible for Fanatec GT points, that means that Gallagher is in the prime position for Turner Motorsports and his 2 teammates, Justin Rothberg and Robbie Foley, to nip the championship away from the 38 car. 38 car now 30 laps down to the leader, so they need to put another 30 laps or so on the board to make sure they score points here today. Then that would mean that the 29 car has to win. Second would not be enough.
Well, they aren't winning per se, but the car ahead of them would not score points because it's a guest car effectively, the number 75. So 29 would be in a position to score maximum points as they run.
Yeah, as I just said, yeah, that 75 car goes away in terms of the points. So they're in the position they need to be, even if the 38 car gets to the 4-hour mark. The 29 wins, somehow the 38's got to finish in the top 5, and that's going to be a tall order as many laps as they are down.
Looks like we have our first retirement up on the screen. Connor Daly shown as out. So whatever the mechanical problem was, it appears that it might have been terminal for the Random Vandals team, which was running in podium contention just outside of the top 3 overall for the bulk of the first half of the race. You hate to see it, but I do think they acquitted themselves very well in their first ever endurance race at the pro level.
They really did, made a big statement here this year to come on board with a championship middle of the season. They did it right though. They did the testing, got prepared, got good personnel. But there you can see as it stands right now in Pro-Am, but this is based on the 38 car scoring points. We're not sure that's going to happen yet. They've got the car running. They've still got to get to that 4-hour mark, or essentially 4 hour plus 30 laps. We said they're 30 laps down, so they've got to put about another stint on the board here to ensure they score points. Then that would be the point scenario.
There you go, the pro class points as it stands. Skier and Adelson would have the edge over Milner and Udell. There's Skier going up the inside, making the pass on Patrick Gallagher.
Looks like it's a blowout, but with the double points here, it's a 28-point swing, one position.
Right. 14 points, the difference between first and second. So when they swapped hands, that's where you get, swap the lead, I should say, that's where you get to those 28 points.
Still no decision on the 120 and 63 in pit lane.
That is true. That is the potential outcome that could turn this championship on its head. And I think it was actually that contact in the pits, not the contact on the racetrack, that broke the dive plane as well. So that's something else. I don't know if you factor that in if you're in race control, but it had a consequence.
It does, yeah, because it's the right side that's missing, which was from the contact. The other one was the left side down the front straightaway.
That's right. Patrick Gallagher is going to need some help if he's going to catch Jaden Ojeda for the race lead, trying to win here at the Indy 8 Hour. But again, doing what he needs to do to help his teammates, his full season teammates, win the title. But again, the way that first yellow played out, as I talked about with Kyle earlier, it was a double-edged sword, right? Because Kenny Hubble said that contact with Elias Sabo that sent Sabo into the gravel and resulted in a yellow. It bent the steering. So the 75 isn't what it once was from a handling perspective, but on the other hand, the way that the safety car came out and split the field, it basically gave that car a full lap advantage. So in some respects, if they could just deal with the race car that doesn't quite handle the way they want, it may have worked out in their favor.
Yeah, for sure. That's crazy, right? Just the irony of all of that.
And of course, that took Patrick Niederhauser and the Herbert team, perhaps with a miscue strategically, staying out during that yellow to trap the rest of the Pro-Am cars a lap down.
This has established that gap now up to just under 1.5 seconds over his teammate Daniel Harper. Gunan similar buffer back to the BMW, sitting in third, the 130 Mercedes. Skier 5 seconds back of that and leading the Fanatec GT World Challenge Pro Division.
He's only, as you say, 5 seconds behind the next car for overall position. I don't know how tempting an overall podium would be when they're in the middle of a championship battle.
Big for Porsche, though, right?
It would be. That's a good point. It's not just about the drivers, is it? But in the Intercontinental GT Challenge manufacturers' points, all cars from the 3 entered manufacturers, the top 2 from each brand, score points. So there is an incentive there, certainly for Wright, to go and chase every position they can.
Yeah, 2 best cars score points. The maximum point score is 43. Really be about, where was the next Porsche? There's 6. So.
And I think Jake Peterson's done driving, so Trent Hinman and Kai Van Berlo the rest of the way. There's no reason to think that that RS1 car in 6th can't potentially factor a little bit higher up in the standings.
So just looking at it, 20, they'd score, the 2 Porsches would score 20 points right now. It's the 2 best manufacturers. That would be 4th and 6th place finish would be 20. BMWs would score 43, it'd be a 23 swing, and they're 16 points behind. So right now BMW is still swing the manufacturers, but if one of those Porsches can move further up, could change things dramatically.
Especially in the case of Skier, who is the closest of the 2 Porsches to the BMWs. So if he can get up there amongst them and make a passive one, that's when you really start to see those manufacturer points start to change. But at the moment, I don't think anybody has the pace to match the top 3. Weirds, Harper, Gunan. Gunan super quick all of a sudden. Just ran a 24 flat. Only a fraction off of that car's best time. And he's starting to reel in that number 33, driven right now by Dan Harper. As far as another one of the Porsches is concerned, tough day for GMG Racing, DJ. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we reported a little bit earlier about that steering issue that they had in the car that brought them back into the garage. Well, unfortunately, that issue is terminal. They are done for the day, Ryan.
I hate to hear that. Tough way for the championship bid for Ayhan Guven to come to an end. And for him, he's another one who loves IndyCar racing. Big Scott Dixon fan, he told me. And was so excited about the chance to get to race here at Indy, his first time racing in the States. But looks like his day is done. He'll do no better than 22nd here today.
There's a lot of Scott Dixon fans out there globally. It's so impressive. What a career he's put together. Just continues to excel. Got a pretty rapid teammate and blows in this race, but outside of that, no one's been able to touch him over the last decade or so.
It's about Trent Hinman in the RS1 car, 7th overall. Like maybe did he just drop a spot
in there? Swings the next car behind Tommy Milner, sitting only 9/10ths back, and his last lap was almost half a second quicker, so that's not going to help the XDT's cause here.
Sounds like the ruling is in from race control on that pit lane contact. No further action is what I'm hearing. We'll wait until we see it up on the screen, but or on our timing screens for that matter. Haven't seen that yet, but they're in direct contact with our production truck, and that's the word that's been conveyed to us. That is great news for Wright Motorsports and Elliott Skier, because the ruling of that is now, I do see it officially on the timing screen, the ruling on that could have totally changed the complexion of this race with 3 hours, 43 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, oh, look at that. Big move down the inside of the BMW, switching positions there. I don't think that was for class position, but nonetheless. car. But yeah, I mean, if you think about even the pace that Heinrich had, if you suddenly lose 50 seconds with the drive-through penalty, it's going to take you a couple hours with the state green to make that back up.
Philip Eng is hustling right now. He just had some traffic, so the last lap time doesn't really show it, and he's about to have traffic for the foreseeable future based on this shot. He was a rocket ship in the first stint, drove that car forward. Now that he's back aboard, keep an eye on this number 28. They've got a chance to go for a race win here, and that would be a big one in the context of the season that they've had, right? Bill Auberlen and Varun Choksi, they've been very consistent, lots of podiums.
Here we go.
Haven't had the win yet. This is for position here, and this would be a big setback for DXDT to drop another place, and they do. So Philip Eng is through now. The BMW up into 5th overall, dropping the Corvette back to 6th, and that's also a change in 2nd and 3rd in class.
Yeah, Tommy Milner's just got no defense at the end of these straightaways and just sits there and probably raises his hand like, what am I supposed to do here? But just got to stay the course here. Just keep digging, keep it clean, stay out of trouble. Just hope that the 120 falters a little bit. The other problem they have with Eng in the mix here and the fact that this 28 ST Racing machine is running good, not only if they win the race, DXDT will be champions. If they finish just in front of the 120 car, it's got to be in the winning position, or they have to gap them by another car, otherwise it'll be a 1-point margin.
So at about 160 miles per hour, looks like, into the heavy braking for turn 1, which is just at the exit of oval turn 4, of course.
These drone shots through here puts you right in the action. It's like being dropped right inside one of those race cars.
That side by side there. Alex Palou mixing it up, even though he's stuck a lap down, or multiple laps down actually. Was he able to get a couple back maybe during that?
Yeah, he's just 2 laps down. They were 3 laps down earlier, so I think they did benefit from a wave by there.
But still a long ways out. I mean, that's 2 laps down to the cars that matter in their class. Nevertheless, he's still in the thick of this fight.
Play the game. You get lucky, though. We get another couple of yellows that could get them back onto the lead lap, and they've got a fast race car still.
History tells us, though, that in the GT3 only editions of this race, yellows are few and far between. Back when it was a mixed class race and had some GT4 representation with the class overlap, we did see a few more yellows, but it's been very clean the last few years.
Yeah. Attrition, you get a car stranded on the racetrack like we saw with the 99. That could bring one out, so you never know.
And even, there aren't that many gravel traps around this place, but if you get stuck in one, as we saw, that's what brought out the first yellow. It doesn't even have to be anything major, but if you get beached, there's no possibility to do the full course yellow as it's done in Europe, where everybody just runs around at the same speed and then everybody condenses behind the safety car. That's not in the regulations here. So if there has to be any kind of intervention to go collect a stranded vehicle, that would mean we would see the safety car. Really interested to see how Alex Palou elects to play this here. Not in the fight. Running up with some of the front runners and contenders in other classes. I think he's here to race and see what GT racing is all about.
Yeah, he did say during commentary this weekend that you race a little bit differently in a GT3 car. You get your elbows out a little bit more, so he got to adapt to that, but I'm sure he'll get it pretty quickly. Without ruining anyone's championship day, I'm sure he's aware of there's a bigger picture going on here within this race with them being a couple of laps down.
He's done a little endurance racing in the last few years. A couple of starts in the 24 Hours of Daytona, made his Le Mans debut earlier this year, but that's all been in prototypes. This is his first long distance race in a GT, having done a little Super GT, GT300 back in 2019. Oh, we spoke too soon. Good news, it looks like Random Vandal's not done for the day. That car making its appearance again. So that's good to see. They can continue to turn some more laps and try and salvage a result. But Palou, I know he's got an interest in doing more of these GT3 races. He spoke to some media earlier this week about a desire to do the Bathurst 12-hour at some point, which would be so cool. Scott Dixon actually did that a few years ago, if you remember, in an Aston Martin, so it's not unheard of, but neat to see as that event continues to grow in global prestige.
Yeah, I think they're just racers at heart, right? They're focused on a championship and put everything into that effort. But outside of that, they see most of these race car drivers pay attention to the global motorsports scene and see some races that they'd love to put on their bucket list, like the 24-hour races, and certainly this one as well in his new backyard here at Indy.
I mentioned at the very beginning of the show, Amanda covered it off in an interview she did with Alex. There's a wager between a couple of the IndyCar guys here, Connor Daly and Alex Palou. $100 in bourbon if Connor Daly finishes ahead of Alex, or $100 in diapers from Connor to Alex if Palou ends up in front. So Daly will be thrilled to get back out on track and maybe stay in contention to come away with some of the bourbon and avoid that $100 diaper bill.
Yeah, I'm glad you sorted that out in terms of which way the rewards were going.
Yeah, they've been talking about this publicly on social media.
Bourbon to help the baby sleep.
Parenting tips from one Calvin Fish. Apologies to Livy.
Helps me sleep, maybe.
Palou right now just stuck in lockstep behind the Porsche, and I don't think he'll want to push the issue too much, knowing these other cars have something to fight for. And it is such a good thing for this event to get the reigning three-time IndyCar champ in the field, a chance for him to showcase he's not just an open-wheel ace. He can get it done, prototypes and GT cars too.
I think everyone understands just how quick he is, but I think it also establishes him as like, listen, I can jump on board one of these GT3 cars and do a great job immediately. And so should there be opportunities on the global stage over the next few seasons, like, yeah, he's plug and play, put him in. It's a big headline to bring into our team or our brand. We know that he's going to get the job done. We're not compromising anything, but putting Alex Palou in our lineup.
You think about the great drivers over the years, those that are in the pantheon of motorsports greats, and almost all of them dabbled in something beyond their day job. Your Mario Andretti's and your AJ Foyt's, and I think Jackie Hicks deserves to be in that conversation as well. It's harder to do these days. Contracts are strict, and sponsors have, and manufacturers and teams, they have all got their hooks in these drivers for their own reasons. But for the sport writ large, it is good to see crossovers like this, or when Kyle Larson was here in May, or when Chase Elliott ran the 24 Hours of Daytona. It's just good to expose more people to the different facets of motorsport as a whole.
Yeah, and recently Fernando Alonso got for
Right.
the Triple Crown, won Le Mans with Toyota, and you know, just came out a little bit shy here at Indy.
Yeah.
A really good run at it 1 year, really strong.
His rookie year, 2017. I remember being up in the stands here watching that race and looking around, everyone, wow, I think he could win this thing, and then the engine let go. Hasn't had as much luck at subsequent returns. Let's talk about this race, though, and its importance in the championship. Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers' Championship as they run. Charles Weerts would be crowned the titleist with a 14-point edge over Dan Harper. Max Hesse in a tie, interestingly. Well, not a surprise, they're in the same car. They've driven together this year. They would be a joint second.
Interesting though, because if they reverse positions, there's a 14-point swing, so that would put it back. Hesse and Harper's favor by the final race being the tiebreaker. So things could get a little bit feisty here at the end, unless there's some team orders already been established here for the words.
Let's hope it's taken care of ahead of time. That's not a situation you'd like to talk through in real time. but knowing Vincent Voss and the WRT team and BMW as well, the way they approach things, I suspect that there is a protocol in place. For our sake, I hope there isn't. It would be much more interesting.
Actually, I think Woods would have it. No, because he'd finished second.
Right.
Second place finishes would be tied on that. So it would be the final. I think it would come down to
Results
today's
here.
race. Yeah, they'd be tied in points, and I think they'd both have a win and 2 second place finishes.
Wow. But that's only if they finish 1-2 in the opposite order they're in here. And of course, the cat amongst the pigeons is Jules Gunan. Haven't seen that Mercedes flex its muscle yet, but let's not forget about it, folks. 3.5 hours left, hanging tough. It's a smart group, and a champion lineup there with the 130. Group AM knows what they're doing, and it would not be a stunner if this car came to life as the sun starts to go down.
Yeah, if you see a postage stamp stuck on that car after the final stop, you know what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm. Sights and sounds of modern GT racing. Gotta love it. Gap between the two starting to edge the way of Charles Weerts just a little bit. A couple tenths here and there each of the last few laps. It's back to 1.6 seconds, but when you consider it was 30 seconds before the full course yellow, that's next to nothing. Problems for Flying Lizard Motorsports, another car slowing it off the pace. This car was delayed, brought out the first full course yellow when it got stuck in the gravel trap, and Andy Lee has brought that car to a stop. You see the lights turn off, so they're recycling the electronics. It's been a strange day with some very odd failures, or at least apparent failures.
Milner now vulnerable to losing another position down this back straightaway as Trent Hinman there dives to the inside. Can't quite get his nose inside of Tommy as he turns into the corner, so Milner now third in class. That's Hinman pushing for that final podium spot.
Well, the car certainly is closer to the pace with the slight adjustment that was made overnight, 10 kilos lighter for the Corvette. It's brought them to a position where, with a great opening stanza from Alec Udell, they could be in a position to potentially contend. But on this day, at least, at this track, and it shouldn't come as a surprise given recent history when IMSA was here, that Porsche 911 package and this racetrack seems to be a match made in heaven.
Gusto. Such great personality. Always develops great team spirit. What a career he's put together with BMW. Just DTM over 100 starts there. I think he had 4 wins over the course of his career there. Almost won the championship back in 2013, I think it was. He finished second. Had a tremendous year with RBM that year.
That was such a cutthroat championship at that time. The amount of manufacturer money involved in it is through the roof. Safety car is out. I wonder if that's for the Andy Lee car. I suspect it is. Third full course yellow safety car of the race. Where are we relative to potential pit stops? Can you make this work from here?
I'm not sure. You're halfway, but if you do any refueling, you got to do that full 112-second stop. You're still going to have the same amount of stints to get to the finish, but it looks like everyone's getting suited and booted here.
Bill Oberlin on the left. In the background, that's Sean Capestra-Dubets with his delightful comic book-inspired helmet. Commented on that a few times over the course of the Pirelli GT4 America season.
I think Andy Lee must have got life in that BMW momentarily because he's moved the car forward and then stopped again. So I thought he may have been in a position that the officials may have been able to, with a quiet pit lane, pull him back into a safe haven, but now he's kind of in no man's land. It'd be too risky to have any personnel go out there with cars at full speed down that front straightaway.
Again, a look at the Intercontinental points as they run. Weerts would be in a position to take the title He's got some work to do, and it won't entirely be in his hands as well. That's one of the nuances of endurance racing, sharing the car with multiple drivers.
Try to think here through the ramifications. So you got 3.5 hours to go. Your maximum stint length is 65 minutes, so you're 12 minutes outside of tripling that. But then you got your time on pit lane that kills some of that time. So you're about 10 minutes outside of doing that. The thing is, you can come down pit lane if you don't take fuel and just resetting the driver's stint length. That means that you don't have to meet the minimum pit lane time. It's just like a drive-through.
You have to stop as well to reset the drive time.
Stop and go.
Correct.
So it's 63 seconds plus a couple of seconds, 65 versus 112. So there may be someone in the pack who will elect to come down and reset everything here. If they're about 10 minutes deeper into this race, it would have been almost perfect. Zorbelin, happy camper, still loving life, 55 years old, 28th year with BMW. Big year coming up next year as BMW will celebrate 70 years here in North America, and Bill will then celebrate his 30th year with the Rondell emblem the year after that.
Wave by taking place here again. This is to help cars from outside the top class that were separated from the safety car and their class leader. They're waved around, and we'll take a spot at the back of the pack. Well, it's been 4.5 hours, but this is the way the race started, with Rutledge Wood waving the American flag above the yard of bricks. Early battle was between the WRT BMW and Niederhauser in the Porsche. This brought out the first full course yellow. Kenny Hobble and Elias Sabo coming together. Other moments of coming together here, and Yannick Medler penalized for that contact early in the running. Alec Udell had a brilliant opening stint for DXDT to claw them at the time into the championship lead on the road, but since then the Corvette has started coming back to the pack, and right now their championship hopes are hanging by a thread. This was the battle for a couple of hours between the 130 Mercedes and the 33 BMW. A couple of different drivers involved in that at various times. Contact here drew a penalty for Yunshan Guven. That car has dropped well out of contention at this stage. Racer's Edge Motorsports. Luca Mars looking inside of Patrick Liddy. Those two cars able to continue on from that contact. This was Dan Harper fighting tooth and nail, trying to get back to second place. Ultimately would be able to do so. Trent Higman and Bill Oberlin also in the midst of a big battle. Higman at the time able to come out on top. Restart led to some close battles, and this was finally how this was settled. For the second position, Dan Harper able to slot in front of Mikhail Grenier in the 130 Mercedes. That got him up into second, and that's where that car runs now. Lauren Heinrich was charging before a full course yellow came out. This contact on pit lane was reviewed by the two title protagonists. No action taken. More contact as well on the racetrack between Milner and Skier, but again, both cars carried on. Ultimately, Skier prevailed in this epic duel between Porsche and Corvette, and with that move, took control of the North American Pro Class Championship. Pit stops underway, under full course yellow at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 5th running of the Indy 8-hour presented by AWS. Now, crucially, not everyone has elected to make this pit stop. We'll sort it all through once we get through this pit stop sequence, but many teams have, including WRT, which comes out in the same order in which they came in.
Yeah, there's some real math going on here amongst the teams. So the 120 is elected to stay out. And if you just push a little bit deeper into this race, try to figure out if you went out here, Ryan, and if you were like right with the lead pack and you elected to come down pit lane in about 5 minutes time, it would only cost you about 50 seconds to the field. So you'd stay on the lead lap, and then that would reset your stint length. And then you could do it on 2 more stops without doing refuel, whether it's the full 112. Sure. So there's a couple of things that we have to wait and see how they play out here.
That, of course, is if it stays green the rest of the way. If there are more safety car interventions, well, it gets even that much more complicated. So here are a couple of cars that have stayed out, including the number 120 from Wright Motorsports, which now inherits the overall lead of this race.
By staying out that extra lap, that gives you a little bit more buffer towards those stint lengths as well. But they are staying. And now, there we go. Is that?
I wonder, could this be?
Udall, is it behind the wheel now, or is that the other car?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the Pro-Am car or the Pro car. Let's find out. At 64. Okay. So that is the Pro-Am car, well down the order. Wondered if we might be seeing the Pro car try and play that strategy you've been talking about. But did they pit? I think they pitted just a moment ago.
So if you look at the time on the board there, we talk about 3 65-minute driver stints, and then you're going to burn about 4 minutes in pit lane with 2 pit stops. So that gets you at 3:19. You're 3 minutes out of that.
Well, it's going to be something to keep an eye on, and Calvin's calculator is going to get worn out before the night's through, I could tell. Let's get an update from the pits. DJ Clark is standing by.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I just had a chance to be able to talk to Flying Lizard Motorsports. It was an oil pressure issue for that BMW. They're hoping to get it back, take it into pit lane, and get back out on track, but they're not sure if there was another issue that developed as a result of that. So they're going to have to wait and see. Hopefully we're going to see that bright yellow or that bright orange machine back out on track before this race is over.
Appreciate the update. Thank you. They just didn't get off to a good start, did it? With that car stuck in the gravel, and it goes from bad to worse. So anyway, they'll try and get that car back out onto the racetrack. Safety car lights are off. Restart is imminent. Overall leader and class leader Elliott Skier is behind the safety car, so they're in the correct order to get a restart. Now this means that some of those that had been front runners previously now find themselves in an unfamiliar position, unless you're Dan Harper and Augusto Farfus in the 33. They've done this once before, but they are mired in traffic while this number 120 car has stayed out. Has Wright Motorsports played their cards perfectly here? We're going to find out over the final 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Problem is that they're going to have to, they're only about, what, 20 minutes away or so from having to hit pit lane because of the driver stint length. And if they're doing that stop under green, they're going to go down a lap.
One interesting thing of note, Bill Auberlen in the 28 has split the WRT cars. They are on the same lap overall, and that was in part because the 33 had a slow pit stop by about 2 seconds. So that's cost them some track position. Green flag back out. As we restart here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Elliott Skier leads overall, but owes a pit stop relative to the rest of the front runners prior to this yellow that we're just restarting from now. And he's got his mirrors full with the number 75, Jaden Ojeda, who is a lap down, but would love to get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, he's going to push really hard here to try and establish that, so he's going to be forceful here aboard that Express 75 car. But side by side there through turn 4, tricky brake zone. Tires not totally into their window just yet.
Cedric Spirazzulli looking pretty racy in the Ferrari, forced to take the shortcut. Was one of the Porsches further back in the pack. Look at this. This is the much delayed Random Vandals BMW. Connor DeFilippi coming through to make the pass on Ojeda. Now he sits behind the leader of the race, poised perhaps to get at least one of the many laps they've dropped back.
Look at the dust offline. You can see when you leave that racing line, the dust is just pouring off these Pirelli P0s.
Oh, somebody goes wide again. That's Brendan Leach in the Porsche, kicking up all kinds of dust, temporarily blinding a couple of these cars, which includes among them several of the front runners. Both of the BMWs from WRT are mixed up there, as is Auberlen, who has dropped behind Farfus now, but is still ahead of Gunan in the Mercedes. Those two were side by side momentarily, but now go single file as Auberlen comes up on the rear wing of Leach.
There we see Wirtz there right in the middle of the pack, just trying to keep his nose clean here. About 4.5 seconds back of Elliott Skier, who continues to lead this race overall and in Fanatec GT Pro competition.
Now, Jules Gunan not wanting to waste any time getting by Bill Auberlen, and he's able to clear Bill but now he's stuck behind Leach, forces his way up the inside. That Mercedes gets alongside and gets the position as well. Oberlin trying to follow him through, but he's not going to have an easy time of it, is he? Whoa, and he had to shut the door there on the RS1 machine. That's for position. Kai Van Berlo going side by side. BMW, and throw the Acura into the mix as well. They're back on the same lap, and that's Gabby Chavez picking up at least one spot, and he's going to try for one more.
Yeah, he did. He stuck it down the inside there of the Porsche. There's argy-bargy going on there. Bit of tire rub.
At the back of this train, the erstwhile class leader, Alec Udell in the DXDT Corvette, goes to show you how fortune has swung against them here in the second half of this race. Just don't quite have the pace to fight with the other front runners in the North American Pro class.
Got to be super frustrating. He looks to the inside. Jinx down there into turn 12. Can't make anything happen right now.
Oh, this is so tight. Stacking up with out-of-class traffic.
Farfus there was right in the middle of that aboard the 33 BMWs. They now head on the front straightaway again.
Elliott Skier's lead, 5.6 seconds over Weirds. Gunani's through on Farfus. That is important, not just in this race, but also the Manufacturers' Championship. It's got some implications there. We told you, Gunan, don't sleep on this car. They've got a chance to really impress here in the second half of the race. A little contact there as the classes continue to overlap.
Yeah, slicing and dicing everywhere right now. It's pretty frantic right now, and I'm sure for the drivers, they're trying to figure out which cars are in class, who are they really fighting battles with.
Well, that's the tough thing, isn't it? Who's who? Who's on my lap? Who's in my class? Especially with so many interloper cars that aren't part of the full season, either IGTC or North America. Here's Gabby Chavez, slots past Oz Negri. Again, that's not for position, but it does give him a bit of a buffer back to Oberlin. Not sure we've seen Gabby behind the wheel yet. He's had to wait around for his stint, but he's racy. Up into third in class, but second on his strategy, crucially, with the 120 still down a pit stop in terms of the number completed to this point in the race. How much further can the 120 go, by the way?
Probably about 15 more minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes. I think everyone was pretty much stopping on the hour, right? So you can extend that a little bit. I think they were kind of doing 60-minute stints in a little bit. You can extend that out to 65, 63 on pit lane.
Could this be the championship done for Alec Udell and Tommy Milner? This car does not look totally right. Or are they playing the strategy?
Let's see if he just stops and releases.
Yes,
he does. That's what I was talking about, resetting that driver stint length. You look at the time on the board now, 3 times 65 minutes. They can do it on 2 more fuel loads, 2 more stops to the finish. I think there's other teams out there can do the same thing. They're electing to do it early.
Hand up, I was totally wrong. Evidently that car just fine, but this could be the strategy card that they have to play. They've got to take a risk. They're not going to win this race on pace alone. So maybe this is the blinder they've been needing to play in order to get themselves back to the front.
And again, the important thing is by just coming down pit lane, you don't have to do that full stop time of 112 seconds, about 63 seconds transition time. Cars then have to get from point A to point B on the racetrack. That probably cost them, I'd say, guess 15 seconds. So it's about a 50-second loss. So that's much less than the lap. So it should put Alec Udell back out there in clean air, just got to get the hammer down. But they have a slight advantage over some of the other cars in the field in terms of how many stops they have to do to get to the finish.
Exactly. So what this does is it resets the drive time. Maximum stint length 65 minutes. He gets to start 65 anew. So 2 more pit stops from here for that car, while the others will have to pit 3 times.
Exactly. And for Skier, he's got to do 3 kind of full fuel. He's going to have to do 3 fuel stops to get that. So that's going to extend him. The others could do 2 full stops plus a reset like we just saw with the 63, whereas the 120 is going to need fuel on all 3 of their stops. The other thing is, if you think about that strategy, is that if there's a yellow, that could really play into the hands of the 63 right now.
Yeah, depending on where it falls in the sequence, but right now, definitely. Oh man, another tense moment there in traffic for Augusto Farfus. Wonder if flashbacks from last year are going through his mind, but at any rate, he is able to clear the traffic there. And now we'll try and reel in that number 130 again. When have we seen this before? Car 33 chasing car 130. We spent about 2 hours watching these two cars duke it out earlier in the race.
Yeah, it's wild. And again, which car will come alive in the nighttime hours? Look at this down to the inside. There's the 4 car of Alex Palou making moves there, and that is Wirtz, the current IGTC points leader as they run.
And that is the leader on this strategy as well. Elliott Skier still short a pit stop of everyone else. There was on the restart a couple of instances of cars taking a shortcut for safety's sake through the chicane right here. And if you gain an advantage from that, race control will order you to give positions back up. We've seen that happening a couple of times here over the last lap or so. It seems to be all taken care of. Arfus has run down Kunan again, hasn't he?
Yeah, this is fascinating stuff.
Okay, so we talked about DXDT being able to do this in 2 more stops. Is there a chance that the 120 can? Depending on how well.
No.
This stop and then 2 more, I guess, is what they would need to do,
yeah,
right?
they need 3, and they're all going to need fuel on. For the 120, it'll all be fuel stops, I think.
The lead, 8.3 seconds right now. We saw Alec Udell reset his drive time a few moments ago. That's the strategy DXDT has played. His co-driver, Tommy Milner, is down with DJ.
I am down with Tommy Milner, and Tommy, we're just talking in the booth. It sounds like you guys just did a strategy reset in terms of the driver stint time. Is that what you did with Alec coming on in?
Yes, exactly right. We don't have the pace today to compete against the 120. We're miles off in a straight line in power. So our only hope, especially now with the damage from pit lane, is just to do something totally different with strategy. So I think it's pretty clear to everybody in the pit lane what we've done there. We'll see what happens, but realistically, we need something bad to happen to them for us to have any hope today. We kind of knew that going in. We're doing everything we can to make something happen here, but we are definitely missing an arm and a leg right now.
We saw that damage in pit lane. How is that affecting the car?
It's not good for sure, right? I mean, these cars are built and spend a lot of time in the wind tunnel, and all those things are meant to be there. So to be driven into like that, it was close, obviously, on pit lane, but he gave me a little bump, and then he kept coming over. So I figured he would have known I was there, but obviously didn't. So, hey, it is what it is. Those guys certainly don't need to hinder us any more than we already are right now. So, yeah, all we can do right now is hope for some good luck on our end, try something tricky with strategy, and see what happens.
All right, we'll roll the dice here for DXDT, hoping it comes up boxcars.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, DJ. Good to hear from Tommy. Couple of interesting notes. Pit stops are under review. It's the 31, the 33, and the 28. So all front runners in their respective classes, the times all look okay. So this has to be something in terms of the procedure that race control is wanting to take a look at.
It's quite bizarre as they had to play some games in the fast lane to not be underneath the minimum stop time. We saw the 33 have a 5-second penalty for some equipment over the line, so it'd be hard to believe that they'd repeat that offense.
Especially that team, which, as we've talked about, has made its reputation in large part because of its ability to execute in the pit lane, in addition to its speed on the racetrack. So both WRT cars with the proverbial sword of Damocles dangling overhead, and you could throw the 28, which is 3rd in class right now in the North America Championship, 7th overall, into that mix too.
I think what was interesting during the driver's briefing here this weekend is that they said obviously fueling and tires can be done at the same time. Any other servicing has to be done after the fueling. There's a twist there that you got to be careful of.
Still traffic to deal with here for Charles Verts. He's losing time relative to Skier.
Ooh, Gunon, big slide. Nice catch. I thought he was going to be in the gravel trap there, and he loses that position with the gusto.
Lost a spot, but it could have been a whole lot more. Let's look back at this, Calvin.
It's a tricky brake zone, and he just really took it in there and just got a little bit wide, probably in the dust, didn't have the grip there on that left rear tire as he turned it in. What a beautiful save.
That was some outstanding car control. It runs in the family, of course. His father, Jean-Marc, excellent driver in his own right. Gunon making a real name for himself for the last few years. Winning big races and championships year after year. Back up onto the front straightaway for the French native but Andorran domiciled Jules Gunon, and he's still working to get those tires cleaned off.
He doesn't want any part of that next time he hits turn 4.
See how it goes this time. This is where it about all came unraveled one lap ago.
It's a tricky brake zone. Turn 12 is a tricky one, more on the front end, but turn 4 on turn in is the rear that you're gonna typically lose.
Well, you got your ride around with Tommy in the Corvette for our track preview at the beginning of the show. What stood out to you about some of these corners inside the car that you wouldn't have noticed just watching on the outside?
I think there's more confirmation than anything new. The fact that you can, through this sector here, through like 8, 9, 10, how much of the curb you can use and really not unsettle the car too much. So it's really more confirmation of what we see and discuss on the racetrack. What's so impressive is that car with ceramic brakes, how deep a road car now can brake into a corner. You see the brake markers coming at you, and the pro driver like Tommy just keeps taking it in there, 100% in the parachute out the back.
We wish you had brakes like that on some of the race cars you drove in your career, right?
It's crazy.
Cedric Spirituoli just made a call to the pit lane, was running just around 3rd or 4th, I think, prior to this in the Pro-Am class. Where does this position AF Corsa then strategically for the rest of the race?
Sorry, I missed the question.
The 88 just pitted.
Yep.
They're in contention, or they were coming up to that, in the Pro-Am class. What does a pit stop here allow them to do?
Well, they can do it on 2 more stops. I mean, I think you're going to see Elliott Skier coming in here shortly as well, and they're on a similar strategy.
Let's keep an eye in the background. And Gunon again.
Yeah. Looks like the balance has gone away from him. We certainly saw the moment in turn 4, which was, I thought he just pushed it a little bit too hard, but coming through 12 there, similar situation. He went to power this time versus breaking into the corner.
And of course, pitting their cars in formation here. Both entries wanting to make that stop, get it done. Been a nice, quiet day for both of these cars. Not so quiet on track right here with the 888, which is very much delayed. They had, I think it was a fuel pump issue that they had too. It was going side by side with Yannick Mettler. Arjun Miney, the Indian driver in the car right now in that Mercedes, up against Mettler, the Swiss. Waiting on this car still to make that pit stop. They elected to do something different than the rest of the field during that yellow. Put them out in front overall and in control of not just their class, but potentially the class championship as well for Adelson and Skier. But that's still pending the strategy play from DXDT Racing, which runs at the back of the pack, but the timing of a yellow could totally swap their fortunes.
Yeah, I still, I mean, there's some smart people there at Wright Motorsports, but I don't like the call because I just really see that you're just going to lose 112 seconds, you know, with a full stop here, and I just don't like that delta, whereas some of the others, as we said, are just going to do a reset to get to the finish potentially and not need the fuel. It's only going to cost them 63 seconds down pit lane, so that's a 50-second deficit, and I just don't see how you're going to get it back. Whoa. It's tight, you know. You're doing about $1.25, $1.30 right there at the apex of 14.
Three-time IndyCar champ around the outside of the likely future Porsche Carrera Cup North American champion, Luke Hartog, who just needs to score a handful of points across 2 races next weekend at Road Atlanta to wrap up that title.
I think Palou has now set the fastest lap of the race in that car. It's not the fastest lap of the race, but in that car of the drivers so far, 124.24. I think that is down to Alex behind the wheel at the time of that lap.
That's awesome. Just incredible what he has done stepping into this car here this weekend. And going back to pole shootout, the fact that the team tabbed him to go do the qualifying for him, all of us kind of look at each other, but he goes out and stuck at second on the grid. Unfortunately, never had a chance to contend today, did they? With the electronic issues they've had on that car, but still on the fringe of a top 10 overall, despite being waylaid on a number of occasions.
Yeah, they'll be frustrated by that because that's something that is really not affecting the performance of the car or like a normal reliability issue.
This is ST Racing. These are the championship leaders in the Pro-Am class coming into the weekend in North America. They've already spent a significant amount of time in the garage, and the car is slowing on the track again. Neil Verhagen currently driving. That car is so slow. So too is the 888. This car also has had some mechanical gremlins in the race today. What is going on?
I think there are 161 laps. Right now the leaders are at 200, which they've done over the course of 5 hours. That's 40 laps an hour. 3 more hours would give you 320. So they're right at the halfway point. They are right on the number here. It's going to be super tight. If they shouldn't get going again.
But there were quite a few yellows in the first half of the race.
Yeah.
So there's a chance the second half could be faster. The reason that matters is you have to turn half the number of laps as the race leader or the race winner in your class in order to be eligible to score points. Every point matters for them in their pursuit of a championship. They came in with a pretty big buffer, but it might not end up being enough. It's going to be very tight. And now we see a couple cars dive to the pit lane right here. 75 Express electing to make that call. That car was second in class, perhaps anticipating another safety car.
Well, also you got some of these teams that didn't make that pit stop, like the 120 who are now on pit lane, so they're getting towards the end of their stint length.
This is what they needed to cover for with DXDT doing that reset, because a pit stop under yellow would have promoted DXDT up ahead of them again.
How this is going to play out, this 120 car is going to go down a lap to the overall leaders. That's what I don't like about the strategy again, just because of the length of the minimum stop time here. Just getting back to that math, so the leaders have just done over 200 laps in 5 hours. So that equates to 40 laps an hour, including the yellows. 3 more hours at 40 would give you 320 laps, and the 38 car's done 161 laps. So that's just over the 50% mark. As you said, if it stays green, that number could move a little bit, and it's right on the cusp of being on the right side or the wrong side.
One other caveat, though, is it's relative to your class leader, right? And actually, the class leading car has done what? Same. Okay, I see your point. Yep. Okay. Now the safety car is out. All right, bear with us. I think we're going to need to let everything cycle through to have a full read on how this is going to affect not just this race, but all of the various championships that need to be determined.
This is big for the 63, though.
Uh-huh.
You know, we talked about them resetting their stint length. Now they've got the yellow, so all of that ground that they lost, that 50-odd seconds, they're going to close back up.
The 120 did get out of the pit lane just before the leaders got there.
So the safety car by the leaders slowing down because
Yeah.
the safety car being released absolutely saved the 120.
Correct.
Because if the leaders had stayed at speed, they would have gone down a lap.
Oh, but Calvin, it had to be by the narrowest of margins, right? Because as the leaders come by, well, it would be when the safety car comes by, they would close pit exit.
But Verts didn't have the safety car in front of him, right?
No.
He just slowed down, so
He
he gave this Porsche the break. He didn't have to. That was a mistake, I feel.
Yeah. Well,
think about the manufacturer's
correct.
chase as well. You're giving a Porsche, keeping it back on the lead lap.
Right.
Massive break, massive break.
Wow, Triple A goes back behind the wall. What a tough day for them. Just gets that much tougher. It does look like the ST Racing car is moving again.
Low here. Can he get another lap back? He's right behind the overall leader, so I assume he's got to be in front of his class leader, right?
Pillow?
Oh, no,
Well, the
no,
class
they're
leader
same
is the
class.
overall
Yeah,
leader.
sorry,
That's the
sorry,
trouble.
yeah.
But well, yeah, not easily, I suppose. It was close.
Curious to see what WRT does here with the leader. Could they come down and reset? Could they come down and just reset the drive time, drive back out again? Enough fuel on
And part of a problem is we do not know where exactly they are in these stints. We can only approximate, so it makes it difficult to anticipate what the fuel load on some of these cars might be.
I think they're about 15, 20 minutes in.
It seems right, but again, we don't have that data at our fingertips. Pass around underway.
The 120 probably just cannot believe their luck.
Oh.
That Wurst decided to slow down enough, waiting for the safety car and allowing them to get out of pit lane before they went down.
And on the other side of the equation, DXDT's got to be thinking, this is what we played this strategy for.
And you just gave it back to our main competitor.
Right. So with that stop, it does put Weirds back to the overall lead. In this position, he would be the Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers Champion. Then it's the lap car of Pilot, just narrowly missing out on getting one of their 2 laps back. Is it 2, or is it just the 1 now? It's just the 1. No, I'm sorry, it is 2. I was misreading that, so never mind. But nevertheless, the point remains. Then you get the second car overall, 3rd in line. Augusto Farfus, Shogunan right behind. Suddenly, RS1 finds itself leading the North American Pro Class with Kai Van Berlo ahead of Racer's Edge and Gabby Chavez. Remember, that car was a lap down earlier when they had to serve a penalty. They've done a great job to claw back into contention. There's still one other thing that hasn't been dealt with. Remember, we had pit stops under review. Both WRT cars and the 28 from ST Racing, and I have not seen any judgment on that. In fact, yeah, just confirmed. There has not been a ruling. Okay, here comes the front of the field into the pits. Is this a full service stop? Is this to reset stint length?
I think it'll be to reset stint length.
We'll find out very soon. The 31 leading the charge into the pits. Is it just a stop and go, or is it service? It is service.
Wow.
Verts is out.
I guess they figure whilst you're under yellow, you're not losing as much weight. If it's under green, it's a different story.
Sure. I think that was Sheldon van der Linde getting in. Charles getting out of the car. Good execution. They should be stationary for quite a while, considering they don't need a full tank of fuel.
Maybe they're going to do their stint reset at the end. They'll have enough fuel on board and just do it on their third start.
Now that's a good thought. They might just. DXDT has stayed out. That puts Alec Udell in the overall lead and the car right behind him, as we forecasted, because the overall leaders slowed so much for the safety car. It allowed the 120 to stay on the lead lap, and now they are back to second overall and right behind their championship rivals. So the points will have swung back the way of the Corvette for the moment, but all it takes is one pass on track to change all of that.
Yeah, and what could have been? I mean, they could have been sitting there at the head of the field in great shape, and the 120 car a lap down.
Yeah, easily, which is kind of what they were.
That's what they played. They played it perfectly. It's just that the timing of that yellow and the Wurz elected to slow down before the safety car had arrested his speed gave him that opportunity.
This is the Wright Motorsports team, the Brain Trust, working on the calculators there. Lauren Heinrich staying fresh. Expect we'll see him in before the night is through. Adam Adelson alongside, of course. Came into this race 1 year ago with a chance at a championship in the Pro-Am class, and it slipped away just out through their fingertips. Looking for redemption here in 2024 on their move up to the Pro class. A couple of wave rounds going on. And that will bring the overall leader, Alec Udell, behind the safety car. Let's look at this field here. So Udell in the Corvette, that is your overall leader and the leader in North America Pro. Then you get to Elliott Skier, second in class, that same class, and second overall. Third car in line is a lap down, Jaden Ojeda, but leading in Pro-Am for 75 Express. Car 88 is a further lap back, and that's been the case for some time, where the 75 has had a lap advantage on the rest of the Pro-Am field. And so it goes. Now we get to those that have made some pit stops here. Somehow, Lone Star Racing and Alex Palou have ended up in front of the WRT BMWs, and that's big because when things cycle through, there's a chance for them to potentially get a lap back that way if things play out just right. Also seeing that Gunan had a short pit stop.
Yeah, so I think they just did resets.
I think you're right for track position. Yeah, there they are.
Gunan just did what we thought that WRT may do and just reset the drive time, didn't refuel.
Right. Well, what that tells us is they don't know that they can go and win head-to-head against WRT, so they wanted to get the track position, and they did so. And now we're about to see how it all shakes out over the final 2 hours and 50 minutes. Lights off on the safety car, and Alec Udell at the lead of the race. And that has him in the lead of the championship too. So watch the white Mercedes, left-hand side of the screen, just the quick stop, waiting for traffic to clear, and then they send him out. So all that does is reset the stint length, and that's what got him the track position ahead of the WRT BMWs. Here we go. A total reshuffled deck.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Gunan's car did not look good.
Yeah, that's true. So he's on old rubber now relative to the rest of the contenders around him. Let's keep an eye on this number 130. But now, all eyes in the front of the field as the green flag waves once again. Happy hour at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The shadows growing long. Alec Udell has the lead and with it the championship advantage in this season-long duel with Wright Motorsports, but their championship rivals are just behind. Battle further back. That's interesting. The WRT BMW just lost a spot overall to RS1. Really nice move there from Kai Van Berlo to get the jump on Max Hesse.
Yeah, that was significant there. Just didn't look like the BMW was up to speed.
And Cal, it's not just significant in this race, but also Manufacturers' Championship. Remember, the Porsches can't score points even with their American Pro and Pro-Am cars, so that's something to track. Bastian Boos looking inside Cedric Spirituoli. The Monegasque gets roughed up a little bit, shoved wide into the grass, but settles back in, lost that position, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Boos has been really impressive here today, just showcasing his talent amongst all of this high-quality field.
Oh, sorry. Again, this is now Lucas Stoltz in the Mercedes, not giving any room whatsoever to Sheldon van der Linde, certainly not much more than he's required to by the letter of the law. Van der Linde makes his way by anyway, and now would have that 4-car in a position there they would not necessarily easily get a lap back. Elias Seppänen in the regulator racing car. A strong day, 5th in class at the moment. Look at this gaggle of cars roaring down to turn 1. Here comes the move for the lead of the race. Elliott Skier trying to find a way past Alec Udell, but he's stymied for now.
He is. Gets the big run, but he was in that outside lane. Couldn't quite get around the outside there and establish that position before turn 2. Udell, huge pressure here. He knows that championship is right behind him.
Alec Udell, an engineer by training, idolizes the 1972 Indy 500 winner Mark Donohue, also an engineer, famous for the unfair advantage, which he brought to modern motorsport, taking an engineering approach to the driver's job. Alec Udell trying to follow in his footsteps and become a race winner here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Skier kind of set that up, went to that outside lane, the normal racing line, flicked back to the inside, but Alec was able to take that Corvette machine deep on the brakes. Skier, big run here into turn 12. Udell defends a little bit, compromises his line. Skier sends it down the inside. Is there going to be contact?
The two give each other just enough room to coexist, and Udell, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to the top spot.
Classy driving between both of those young drivers there.
Two young Americans with a bright future. Skier from the single-lane Porsche ranks. Alec Udell, he's a GT4 champion in GT4 European Series, only American who can say that. But right now locked in with DXDT Racing, winner of 8 straight races in the Pro class. And in possession of the points lead as they run, but his championship rival is breathing down his neck. This is where the Porsche is so strong. Great jump out of the chicane onto Holman Boulevard. Udell senses it, goes inside, but Skier goes further inside, gets to the flank, gets to the front. Elliott Skier back to the lead of the race.
Superb. Kind of had a little poke at that the lap before, wasn't quite close enough, maybe didn't have the tire temp to make sure he could make it stick. This time he did, and he's just taken off here.
Now DXDT, the strategy at least did give them the lead for a moment. It could have played out a whole lot better, but it gave them a fighting chance. However, Elliott Skier and the Porsche just too much to be denied.
Kunon right there, Van der Linde right on his tail.
That's a change of position since the race. No, it's not. I'm sorry. That's right. They used the strategy to get to the lead, but we're about to perhaps have a change of position as Van der Linde has run down Kunon. This is for the lead on this strategy. It's also for the lead in IGTC Pro Class Racing here at IMS. Side by side, but Van der Linde backs out of it as they encounter some out-of-class traffic.
Oh, really tight there. Kunon had to eat up that curb there on the inside of turn 1 to not get into the side of the Ferrari. He's got Van der Linde all over his tail with slightly fresher tires. They're all essentially on the same strategy in terms of needing 2 fuel stops here to get to the finish now. By electing to do that reset strategy has given both the 120, it gave the 63 car track position, and it gave the 130 track position. The 120 just got lucky with our overall leader slowing down a little bit.
Well, I don't know that Spiritually saw the BMW coming. He ran him up on that curb, and they very nearly collided. It now gives Kunon a bit of breathing room, though, having made that pass, and Van der Linde having to be a bit more patient, looking to the outside. He's to the side of the Ferrari, but does not force the issue. That's going to cost him a ton of time.
Hess is still buried in the pack too, and the second, the WRT BMW is the number 33 machine, currently 6 overall on the road. Love that shot. Wow, spectacular stuff here on the speedway.
Now Van der Linde will clear the traffic. 88. Ferrari runs 4th in class, not on the same lap as these overall contenders. Interesting that really didn't make good his escape there, but I suppose it's worth remembering the BMW did take full service. The Mercedes just reset the stint, so it's not an apples to apples battle in terms of the Pirelli P0s on those cars. This is the Lone Star car, slightly short pit stop, so they'll have a slightly longer next pit stop, but they're well down the order, unfortunately, in 13th. That's the car Alex Palou is in. Next target is that Alec Udell now up ahead. He's dropped back a few positions in terms of track position. Cars out of, or not on the same lap, have made their way by now too.
Let's not forget Udell, because of that strategy, he's going to have to hit pit lane a little bit sooner than some of the other cars. Should be about 2 hours, 10 minutes left in this race when he has to hit pit lane. He goes 3:15 when they left.
And that would leave him a little bit vulnerable too, right? During that period where he's made his pit stop, thereby dropping a lap, and the others have not yet.
Should even itself out though. Really see it as a disadvantage at this point. I like the call that got them the track position.
Sure. And an ill-timed yellow could be really bad for them, potentially. Lunon's got his hands full. That car didn't look great relative to the BMW before the pit stop, but now the BMW's got fresh rubber. Ooh, that was awfully late there.
Yeah, it was in the nick of time though, because I think Van der Linde was just about to make that move, and Gunon was just a split second ahead of it.
Sheldon, he's got the pace in hand, it would appear. Whoa, big twitch again from Gunon. That opens up the outside. Van der Linde crosses him over and gets to the inside now of the Mercedes if Gunon allows it, and he will not. That door is slammed in the face of the South African ace. Absolutely not coming through this time.
Spectacular stuff. The car that is not handling well, being driven by one of the world's best, just hanging on for everything he's got, trying to maintain that track position over the lead BMW.
Lead skier's lead now 3.2 seconds over Alec Udell in the Corvette. Then you drop back a few seconds more to this battle here where Gunon still holds the advantage, but just over the BMW. Again, Sheldon Van der Linde looking inside, looking outside, but can't plot a course past the Mercedes right now.
Gunon just doesn't have pace. His last lap was a 125.7 compared to a 124.5 for Elliott Skier. How patient will Van der Linde be here with a much faster race car, it looks like?
Still have to remind yourself, nearly 3 hours left. It feels like we've been at this for a while. And the urgency is starting to ramp up. Gunon trying to defend, but this time, I don't know that there's any recourse.
Superb. That was just brilliantly done by Sheldon Van der Linde. Established himself on the racing line, recognized he'd have more grip, the car's handling better. He had the rubber on his line and just stuck it down the inside and gave that inside lane to Gunon, but nothing he could do with it.
That is Sheldon Van der Linde, BMW, and Team WRT to the lead in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro Class. Now third on the road with only a couple of American Pro Class cars to contend with for the overall honors.
Such heads-up driving. Just really, really top draw stuff there.
As you'd expect from pros of their caliber. Mention Max Hesse stuck in traffic. Not much has changed. He's dropped way off of the two guys battling for the lead that we've been watching. About 4 seconds now that he's adrift. That's this number 33 BMW stuck in traffic. And it's not going to come easy here because, yes, these are Pro-Am cars around him by and large, but they've got their pro drivers, many of whom are factory drivers in their own right, strapped aboard. So those cars can still hustle.
Yeah, they really can. That's what hurts you when you adopt that strategy they had. You lose a bit of track position as Van der Linde easily passes Udell down the back straightaway into turn 7, takes over second overall.
Now he's got 4 seconds to try and overcome to Elliott Skier, the race leader. It's amazing how this race can change on the smallest of things. The decision by van der Linde to slow the pace, a prudent one, it's worth noting, certainly not doing anything wrong, but when the safety car was deployed, he slowed his pace just enough that it allowed the 120 to stay on the lead lap and preserve their chance to stay on that lead lap. And crucially, also, you know, that's kept that Porsche in the mix here for the manufacturers right now, set to score maximum points.
Yeah, it's huge. So many permutations. We've got so many championships on the line here today. Switching back, blended with the various classes here at the front of this field. Lots to sort out here. We're still, as you said, a long way to go in this motor race.
Okay, so remember we had a couple of cars that had pit stops under review and another pit lane protocol violation for WRT and car 31.
That's the other car, the 33 car that had a 5-second penalty earlier in this race.
Let's see if we can figure out what it might be. And we're getting word that maybe it's about manipulating speed in the fast lane.
Yeah, see, they wanted to leap out, get the track position, and then manipulate it possibly so they don't be underneath that minimum stop time. Subtle though, it wasn't dramatic, was it?
But that said, they've got all the data on this as well. Race Control can tell. They've got GPS placement and telemetry, all these methods to stay on top of it and make sure they're not playing those games in the pit lane.
So just to clarify, what we're thinking of what happened there is that you leap out. So if you leap out early, you're going to undercut that minimum stop time of 112 seconds. You can then adjust that in the fast lane. There are people behind you, they can't pass you, so they're going to be longer on their stop. You're adjusting your stop time, but you got the track position on them.
Yeah, effectively creating a traffic jam because they can't pass you in the pit lane if you back your speed off. That's what we are told the penalty is for. Bill Oberlin coming back in. This car has figured prominently in the race since the opening hour. They've had a really nice, clean run. The kind of run, frankly, their sister car would have dreamt of.
Yeah, but this is a technical issue. There's no penalty for this car, so the hood is coming up. I was just looking at the time on the board, didn't make sense strategy-wise. I saw no penalty posted, even though it was under review.
Oh, spoke too soon then. Both cars from the ST Racing camp hitting problems here today. Both of them were championship contenders, potentially, in their respective classes coming into the race. So the 5-second penalty on the next pit stop, the next eligible pit stop for this car, would drop them back behind the 130 as they run. Yeah, you're right. There is something amiss with this machine. This is a tried and true platform, the BMW M4 GT3 at this stage.
It's like they're tightening down those clamps. I'm not sure if that's
spot on.
Related to the turbo or not. Maybe lost some boost pressure or something, not sure.
Takes a contender out of the mix then in the North American Pro class. Dropped down to 11th overall. The rest of that class has had a relatively trouble-free run to this point. All bar the 28 run inside the top 7 overall right now.
Skier continues to lead. Gap over Sheldon van der Linde down to 3.2 seconds now. But again, we just have to reiterate what a break they got there.
Yeah.
Having not taken the pit stop like some of the others, stayed out and should have gone a lap down, but with the timing of the caution in the safety car, the leader slowed down before the safety car got to them, and that allowed the 120 to escape going a lap down. Otherwise, it would have been a totally different championship picture.
Great stint from DJ down in the pits, but we've got Amanda Busick back for us, and she can update us on what has beset Bill Oberlin and the car number 28.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, I look forward to rounding out the last bit of this race. You can see the sun going behind the grandstands here on the front stretch, so it's almost time for the last couple hours here in Indianapolis. But yes, for Bill Oberlin and talking to the team, the air filter was clogged. That has been replaced, and they are back on track.
Lost performance, certainly, so they felt the need to make that change. Man, that is costly. Taking them out of position to fight at least for a podium within their class. That car had been strong, especially with Philip Eng, who I think is one of the stars of the show here today, albeit he's done a lot of his work off screen. We talked about, though, the sister car having some issues earlier. JCD driving that car now, back in 21st, quite a ways down the order. And with their struggles, potentially, this could be the day for this car number 29, which runs second in the Pro-Am class, but from a points perspective, they're set to score first place points, given the fact that the number 75 has not run the rest of the season and is therefore visible from a points perspective.
Yeah, they've also got a car just a few tenths behind him. That's Luke Hartog, who actually celebrates his birthday here today. But he's another one of those cars that is ineligible for Fanatec GT points.
Side by side, Hartog mixing it up with car 99, Connor DeFilippi. It might have been for Randall Vandals here today, and a technical issue that caused the car to stop out on track with Connor Daly driving a little over an hour ago. Well, that got interesting, didn't it? Spirituoli was not for position, so I'm not quite sure what that was about.
That's a little feisty, but that's not even for position. Some drivers are a little frustrated out there.
Two and a half hours left. You can already tell the sun's starting to go down. We expect sunset in about an hour and 30 minutes or so from right now, which gives us roughly the final hour of the race past sunset and into darkness. This is the only night race held at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, at least on the pavement. It should be noted that last week we had the BC39 on the dirt track, which had sprint cars, non-wing sprints, and midgets running, and that did go into nighttime. But as far as the pavement is concerned, without doubt, this is the only nighttime race, although the Indy 500 this year about ended at nighttime with all the rain we had.
Yeah.
That was about as dark as I've ever seen it, and I've gone to a lot of Indy 500s.
Great drone shots here once again as we see Sheldon van der Linde carve his way through that twisty section, try to chase down Elliott Skier. Lap car in between them.
It's been an interesting nip and tuck fight all day long, hasn't it, between the 120 and the 63. Portions of the race, it was going one direction, then it swings wildly back the other way. Right now, the momentum, the wind in the sails, if you will, of this number 120 car. But so much can still change when you consider the fact that just under 2 normal GT World Challenge America race distances still to go.
Yeah, it's like a full race weekend still to go.
Well, we've been talking about the story here. So many championships to be decided. Selfishly, I kind of liked it when we had the Gulf 12 hours after the Indy 8 hour because we didn't have to calculate so much. But Intercontinental GT Challenge manufacturers' points. This is unofficial, but as they run, it would be Porsche at 136 points, courtesy of a car first and fourth, ahead of BMW and then Mercedes. But you look at the number of Porsches and BMWs and Mercedes that are still on the lead lap right now, and there are so many ways that could change before the end of tonight's race, roughly 8:15 local time.
The 120 of Elliott Skier leads the way, as you guys were just talking about. Of course, Sheldon van der Linde in that 31 making a forceful pass. Took him a couple tries to get past Jules Gounon in the 130, but that's a fight that we've seen all day long with the 130 and the 33, Cal. So
yeah,
those other two have been going at it.
Yeah, and certainly Gounon's car looks like it's been a little bit edgy, a bit on the nose, so to speak, in terms of tail happy through some of these corners, but he's held on to it. They elected to do that driver reset time versus a full service, so certainly his tires have got a little bit more wear and tear on them compared to the BMW, so that will factor into it as well. But in terms of strategy, pretty much everyone's back on the same game. The timing of the stops will be a little bit different. Certainly expect Alec Udell to be one of the first cars back onto pit lane with about 2 hours, 10 minutes left in this motor race.
I think the note that we have to consider, Cal, also with the penalty for the 31, that plus 5 seconds that they'll have to take on their next pit stop. I think with Heinrich still jumping back in this 120, I think Wright is in a great position to win this race overall.
They're in a great position, and I thought they'd made the wrong call, and they really got a lucky break there by staying on that lead lap. We've talked about it a lot here over the last hour or so, but that was a game changer. Otherwise, they'd be so much on the back foot, and it would almost have handed this championship to the 63 car, but they've got it back. They've got fast drivers to finish off this race, and it's certainly going to affect this IGTC Manufacturers Championship because of that at the very same time.
There's still a lot of time left to go in this race, 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 45 seconds, so anything can happen. We've seen the issues that that other cars have had, fuel pump issues, oil pressure issues across the board. And Cal, it's a bit strange actually, because we've talked at length about how GT3 cars are fairly robust. They're built for endurance racing, but we've seen issues today that I don't think anyone was anticipating.
Yeah, you just never know what a racetrack is going to throw at you, and obviously teams learning the ropes with some of these cars. Seeing some teams that don't have a lot of mileage with certain brands here this weekend. So you know, more and more mileage gives you those opportunities to learn the weak links, servicing and lifing some of the parts on the car. Certainly all of the info is shared by the manufacturers to their customer teams, but at the same time, you've got to make those decisions and service the cars, and sometimes it just be racing luck, parts break.
You were talking about the maximum stint lengths and how the strategies got a little off kilter for a while. Well, the 163 is serving a drive-through penalty right now. That's Tony Vilander behind the wheel. They exceeded their maximum stint time, and now they have to spend a lot of time trundling down pit road.
That's a shame. But great to see Tony back aboard a Ferrari.
It's been a fun day for them at times. I think they've had some good scraps in that Pro-Am field. And with the 888 now retired, we've seen issues for that car. I believe that makes Antares Au the IGTC Independent Cup champion now. So that has finally seen its end, that battle all season long that he had.
Tony comes out right in front of the leaders here. How much will he want to play nice if the Porsche gets right up on the tail of this Ferrari?
Well, we mentioned that we still expect the 120 to make a driver change and put Lauren Heinrich back behind the wheel, but for now, the 31 is Sheldon van der Linde. Would love to go run down the 120 of Elliott Skier and make this a battle for the overall lead, at least until they have to serve that 5-second penalty. And it's about to be game on. Player 2's joined the game, Cal.
Yeah, it really has. And for Sheldon van der Linde, he's trying to get this car in a position for his teammates and clinch the Drivers' Championship, and he also will have the message that we're in a battle with Porsche here for this manufacturer's title as well.
Again, they didn't bring an all-pro lineup or all-pro car to this event. And in some ways, I think might have been not ready to give it up, Calvin, but it was certainly looking like BMW would be the ones to beat. They have looked like they're the ones to beat, but Sheldon van der Linde jams it down the inside at turn 13. Wait no longer for an opportunity to try to steal the lead back from Skier.
Wow, that was a late break. Did you see the nose on that BMW dip down as he just hit the anchors there? Skier saw him, unfortunately opened up his hands enough to make sure they didn't touch there through the apex.
Tale as old as motorsports time. BMW, Mercedes, AMG, and Porsche battling in championships across the globe. And in this title fight for the IGTC Manufacturers title, Porsche came in leading BMW on the attack. And now they are leading and on the attack at the moment here, Calvin, with Skier just clinging to it. But there's still so much left to go with driver changes, penalties. There's only 2.5 hours left, but there's so much that could transpire here.
Yeah, absolutely. For Elliott Skier, what a moment in his career. They've had a fabulous year, on the verge of a championship potentially here tonight, but to be out there battling with some of the very best recognized manufacturer drivers on the planet here, and making it tough for them to make moves on him.
And also the personal goals for everyone to win at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, to kiss the bricks. This is a huge moment for any driver, for any team, to conquer one of the globe's best known racetracks. And if you just play the strategy just right, like the Wright Motorsports team did, you might get that chance today. And it's just about execution from here on out, and for the 31 to serve their dues on the next time down pit road.
Yeah, 5th running of this event at Indianapolis. Porsche are yet to see victory lane. Could this be the day?
Oh, wow, that was tight. That was the 61, I think.
Buse, I believe, must have abused the wall.
That was Buse in that 61 car. There was some dust trailing from it. I think that was just grabbing some of the grass that separates the apron from the paved part of the oval. We've seen that be kind of a area where the drivers have been playing chicken this week, Cal. Again, we talked about it being a little bit like a street course in some places and driving out right to the fence. That's concrete wall over there, too. That doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, we talked about Tony Vilander coming out of the pit lane, having served that penalty just in front of these leaders. Well, he's keeping the car there. His last lap was a 124.722. The leaders are 124.79. Van der Linde's a 125.0, so he's got pace there. 44 years old, the Flying Finn. Doesn't do a lot of racing these days. Had to get tuned up. We did a bunch of karting during the summer to get ready for these late season opportunities that Ferrari is. He's still an ambassador for that brand. Provided him.
And with the pace he's on, this is going to make this even more challenging. I don't think he's just going to lay over and let these drivers by. He's still midfield in the Pro-Am battle. There's still stuff for him to race for, so I don't think he'll just get out of the way. Blue flag's not compulsory, and Sheldon van der Linde is seeing red right now, chasing Elliott Skier through 13 and 14 again.
Yeah, it's really touch and go there, because Skier is quick through that corner. You just open up the inside there by taking the normal racing line, and Sheldon's trying to fill it. It looks so appetizing, but it goes away in a heartbeat, and then there's going to be contact.
4 full course yellows today. We only had 1 last year. It's reset the race a number of times. It's happened right near pit stop sequences, right in the middle of them, right in between stints today. So it's definitely posed some challenges for the teams that were trying to science this out. But Cal, as you know, endurance races, you're always going to have to deviate from the strategy that you expect, and they've had to do that plenty today.
Yeah, and I think for DXDT, they were looking for that opportunity, and I think they played their cards perfectly by resetting that driver stint length. That gave them track position ultimately with the timing of a yellow shortly thereafter, so it all played out nicely. Other than that 120 getting the brakes, so they're on the back foot a little bit again, but they just don't seem to have that ultimate pace to fight the Wright Motorsports Porsche here today for the championship.
And we'll see with what driver swaps they've got left. We haven't seen Alexander Sims in that car in some time, I think, because it was Milner in before Udell. So they still got another trick up their sleeve, but so does the Wright Motorsports Porsche. And I'm not sure exactly what the 31 and 33 have left planned, but we hadn't seen Max Hesse in the car until now, so I imagine he'll be in this car for a while.
Okay, door half cracked. Sheldon has a look.
BMW is not a small car either. It will fill the rearview mirror of Elliott Skier right now. And actually, Skier's done really well under pressure, especially with how much Sheldon's been poking the nose in. It's very easy to get spooked by that and concede the corner too early and just allow an easier pass.
Yeah, I think what is really cool, it really demonstrates the high quality and caliber of our Fanatec GT World Challenge America field. The fact that you can bring the best on the global stage here to Indianapolis, and they have to fight our domestic competitors hard to get the track position and the victory.
And they've all got different motivations as well. I mean, note that the 120 and 31 aren't in the same category. They've got different motivations. For the 31, it's IGTC Pro points. For the 120, it's a Pro Class win and a championship. But they have to coexist on the racetrack. That's the word that race control uses all the time. You have to coexist out there. I think that's top of mind here, especially with the caliber of drivers, as you were talking about.
Tony Vilander continues to match the pace of the leaders.
What a drive.
Identical to what Skier is doing at 124.6 on that last lap, so the gap is not changing there.
Think he's got a smile under the helmet right now?
Yeah, he's got to be loving it, just getting back.
Seeing the blue flags and just not even listening at all. I love it.
Just like riding a bike, getting back into one of these Ferraris for Tony Vilander.
Still only half a car length between the front two as 31 dips the left side tires into the grass. And so this is significant that Elliott Skier is up here and brought this Wright Motorsports Porsche to the pointy end, Calvin, because we documented Porsche came into this event in the IGTC manufacturer standings leading over BMW. But even if Skier loses P1 here to Sheldon van der Linde, Porsche will still have the manufacturer's championship lead. So that's the difference, is this Wright Motorsports strategy and the pace that Elliott has played, it's working out very well for them. 33 of Max Hesse. We've documented that after that driver swap, they've been a little bit down the order compared to where they were earlier. And here's a look at it. The rear of the car. You see him drop the tires in the dirt there, and then take a look underneath the rear bumper of this car, that diffuser, and it is looking a little secondhand there, Calvin.
Yeah, as we said, there's 3 curves out here that you really can't afford to climb too much. We're seeing the BMWs. You brought it up earlier in the day about how much abuse can you give that, and certainly there's a weak spot there, and we see van der Linde has finally made that move around Skier.
Yep, so van der Linde has made the pass, and Elliott Skier drops to second place. But again, they will continue to lead the Porsche charge there in the manufacturer's title for IGTC. But I don't think they want to lose too many more positions, at least not to another BMW. But with Hesse so far down the order, Calvin, it changes the math.
It does, and also it's the fact that the top 2 cars score points, so your maximum point score would be 43. It's not double points here for IGTC, only for Fanatec GT, so it's 25 for win, 18 for second, so 43 is your max score. You got another Porsche up there in the top 4.
Yeah, Van Berlo and RS1 pulling their weight with that as well. And again, with how they set themselves up for this Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS, I think Team WRT probably felt good about their chances to assist BMW in taking that title from Porsche. But strong efforts and strategy for the Pro Class entrants here in Fanatec GT World Challenge America are making that a difficult task, especially with the issues we just documented for the 33 and for a penalty still to serve for Team WRT. And let's have a look at the pass for the lead that happened just a moment ago. Sheldon van der Linde managed to sneak around Elliott Skier, and here's how it happened, Cal.
Through, that's turn 9. That's where the curb really opens up there. So Skier had a little moment, just momentarily didn't accelerate. It's hard to see the language of the car, but I think he had a moment, was just controlling it. Didn't accelerate through the corner, and Sheldon was right there. This BMW has really been carving the corners really effectively. It looks like it's got good bite on the racetrack right now, so they have a good setup. Great job by Skier to hold on to that overall lead for as long as he did, but Sheldon van der Linde reestablishes himself, and again, he's got to serve that 5-second penalty at the next round of pit stops. So if Skier can keep it close, they may reassume the lead. Again, within about 5 minutes or so, when I believe Alec Udell is going to have to hit pit lane by doing that driver reset a little bit earlier in this race.
There's a look at the number 10 of Luke Hartog at the moment. And from Herberth Motorsport, Antares Au. And we documented the championship battle he is involved in. Let's head down to Amanda with more on Antares Au.
Hey, Cal, yes, several championships up for grabs here tonight in Indianapolis, and one of those is the Independent Cup in IGTC, and that guy is your 2024 champion, unfortunately on the retirement of the 888. We've been talking this weekend of just what a high and low of a season you guys have had. Why is motorsports always a journey?
I think if it's easy, no one will be doing this, right? I think there are lots of great guys and gals up and down the pit lane. Everyone tries, but things fail. People are people. They make mistakes. So I'm sorry for 888 and the crew. They've driven very good races. I've met them at Spa. Drove well, good guys. So I feel for them. But we have our own race, and we're having our own difficulties as well. We may have started from pole, but things happen. So we fell 2 laps down. So we're now working our way back. Hopefully, we'll be in contention for the win.
You were talking to me about working your way back. Patrick Niederhauser was just here, and you know the task that he has had. Luke Hartog is chasing down that 75 right now as well. But You said that you were on a little bit of a diplomacy walk. What was that?
No, I think the Vandals racing team was very kind to let us by. Thank you. I ran into Kenton and I explained to him, here we are fighting for a class. He was an uber super good guy. And thank you, Kenton. Thank you, Connor, you guys. I think I owe you more than beers.
Cowley's won that championship for the Independent Cup, but they're not done here. He wants the top step of that podium as they chase down that 75 Mercedes.
Thanks, Amanda. About 15 seconds between Hartog and Jaden Ojeda for the lead in Pro-Am, and great sportsmanship there from the Antares Au driver. This is a battle for position right now, the 63. This is second place in Pro, and the 85 has run them down. That's Kai Van Berlo right there, Calvin. So another battle here in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro category.
Yeah, really good battle. Two excellent young drivers. Kai Van Berlo clinched a championship alongside Kurt Swearingen here this morning in Pirelli GT4 Pro-Am class. So they're on a high here, and they'd love to celebrate with a podium here tonight, maybe even a bit more.
See if Alec Udell's got the rear view camera tuned in on the 85, because it is Corvette versus Porsche now up onto the front straightaway past the yard of bricks again. This time for this crew, it is the, how many laps have they done? 232 times around Indianapolis Motor Speedway's road course here. So fourth and fifth overall at the moment. Remember also that Kai Van Berlo is contributing to that Manufacturers Championship for the IGTC, and this would, again, it's not going to move them up too far there, because that 63 really not eligible, so that car is invisible to those points. But that 85 still trying to climb up the order and get a little further and closer towards those other cars in the overall running count.
Yeah, so many championship scenarios to play out. We talked about the Pro-Am class with the problems for the 38 car they're running against, so I think they're going to go beyond the point where they score points. And we said that if the 29 car should win, and they are leading amongst the eligible cars 4 points in Fanatec GT at the moment, that the 38 car needs to finish in the top 5. And I'm just going through the list here of who's eligible, who's not. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, hold that thought. Here comes the 85 Cal down the inside, takes the spot away, just stole it, picked the pocket of Udell, and as quickly as that happened, he's through to P3 in the Pro class, and the 63 immediately onto pit road.
Yeah, as we expected, about 2 hours, 10 minutes left or more, had to hit pit lane because they reset that stint length, just buried in the timing and scoring there. But I think right now, the 38 car is one position out of being in the top 5, which would swing the championship back to them. But the problem is they're many laps down on that next car in line, some 7 laps behind the 8 car of Andy Lee. So it's still nip and tuck. It could go in either direction. Attrition for one of the cars in front of them could put them back into championship winning potential.
And I got in here a little late. Did you guys see the 38 return to the racetrack?
Yeah.
Okay, it has. So the second time they're back on the road again. 33's in pit lane. Max Hesse brings the Team WRT entry to the box, and I wonder if they can do anything to repair this diffuser here. Now, also note 2 hours, 10 minutes to go, and Calvin, that's about 65 times 2, so that's your maximum stint length twice.
Yeah, exactly. So they can bring him in, suffice their normal schedule pit stop, and see if they can attend that rear diffuser. Now, according to what I read in, or listened to in the drivers' meeting, you can do tires and fuel at the same time, but you can't do any other servicing until the fueling is done. So let's see how this shakes out here, and if they wait for that refueling to come out. Now they're taking a look at it.
Yeah, and they can't touch it, but they can certainly observe what's wrong, and now that the fueling looks to be complete, they can go to work. And I think there's a couple cables and things that hold these in place just in case the mounts come loose so it doesn't go flying across the road. But this is the result of the aggression around this racetrack for 6 hours worth of running, Cal.
I think they're electing to replace that diffuser rather than trying to fix the one that's on there. So the key is going to be how much time does that cost them. Typically, you got a little buffer in time to work with.
So with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, if you pit right now, you can maximize your stint lengths here. And so that means that you can run 2 65-minute stints, make it to the end. So that's why we're seeing some drivers come down here now to get the pit stops out of the way and set this up to make 2 equal runs to the end, Cal.
Yeah, certainly. You eat up almost 2 minutes on pit lane as well, so that comes off the clock.
So Jules Renard, good stint there in the 130. He'll hop out. And job well done there. Now sitting second in the IGTC Pro category as the 33 team is still in the box, and this is going to cost them a lot of time. And again, the number 4 of Lucas Stolzen, Team Lone Star Racing, they're down a few laps to that 33, so I'm not sure that it will cost them a position in class, but certainly to time to the leader, as the 130 is now driven by Maro Engel, trundling down towards the pit exit.
This is the key. This is taking time. This is a hefty delay here for the second of the WRT cars.
Should probably take their time with it, though, because you don't want it to come loose again. This is one of those significant portions of the car, Calvin. It accelerates air underneath the car to create that low pressure underneath. So here's the 120 Wright Motorsports car. Elliott Skier really deep on the brakes to the inside of the 28, and that was very close to calamity with Bill Oberlin.
Yeah, that really was. That could have been a game changer for that team that are in prime position to win this championship. The second of the 2 WRT cars continues to lead here, Sheldon van der Linde. Talk about that rear diffuser. I think we saw Elliott Skier earlier this year run pretty competitively with the diffuser gone, so I ain't sure what the regs are if you could just rip it off and not replace it and go, rather than this hefty delay on pit lane.
It's a good question. Back to the 120 and a narrow miss there. They've had a few of those. All right, we had that one right there. We've talked about the pit stop as well, where they almost got caught a lap down, but there was also the contact in pit lane, which was reviewed by race control and no action was taken. They've had 3 strikes and they're not out yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a wild old day, but maybe they can just hang on.
Good thing we're not playing baseball.
Crazy to think that they're really just bookending the season, because they haven't won since the opening rounds at Sonoma.
I know.
They got the championship lead based on the fact that the 63 car didn't do the first 4 races, and they've kept it because of that gap. But nonetheless, it's been a bit of a drought in terms of the win column since that first event of our championship year.
I think they would trade some of those losses for a win at Indianapolis, though, Ryan, wouldn't you?
As long as it results in a championship, right. I think so, yeah.
I remember talking to Jan Magnussen at a year-end awards banquet where they didn't win a race, he and Garcia, and I said, what's it like? He said, well, I think this is a pretty good win as he holds the big championship trophy.
Yeah, that's what they're here for at the end of the day, and it was a near miss last year as well, as we've talked about a few times for Adelson and Skier. They had Callum Eiglot, if you recall, as their 3rd driver a year ago, once and future IndyCar driver. He'll be coming back stateside next year. Quickly, though, to the 33 with that diffuser damage. I had stepped out for a brief dinner there, but did you guys happen to see, was there contact? What led to that?
Well, he'd been up on the curb a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, Carl spoke about it, if you remember, about hour 2 of this race, and the BMWs were really abusing those big curbs, and we didn't see anything specifically. He had been up on another curb, and we just suddenly noticed that the diffuser was down on one side.
Your new name is Kyle Stradamus, I think.
I'll take that.
You saw this one coming.
Well, again, it's really only been the BMWs, and they're such robust cars that most of the teams have felt comfortable climbing up on the curbs, and it's not the apex curbs in most of the track. It's really just 1, 7, and 12, and those things are, what, 8 or 9 inches high at their highest point. So when you drop off of that, you're landing back on your underbody aero. And Calvin, just explain for those that aren't familiar with the diffuser. Again, we've got the big rear wing on the back, but also the diffuser underneath is pretty important for some of those high-speed corners.
Yeah, it's like a Hoover at speed. It basically just kind of grabs the car and pulls it down and gives you downforce. And the biggest problem when it comes loose, that it's not only hurts the downforce, it makes it inconsistent because it's moving around. So you're going through a corner and suddenly you don't have consistent downforce. So we see the 99 car, we saw Ken and Cook getting suited and booted, ready to go. And further issues for this car that's had a few technical issues so far here today with fuel pump issues again, we believe. Yeah, is this going to be another full course yellow?
Ooh, good question.
And that will create an interesting scenario because some of the teams have already made their penultimate pit stops and others have not, right?
Well, Sheldon van der Linde will be on the horn right now saying, do we need to hit pit lane or not? Because they're right on the cusp of needing to come anyway.
And they just passed pit in, so this could potentially be a situation where the decision is taken out of their hands if the safety car is deployed right on cue. Safety car deployed, so they don't get to make that call. They now will have to wait till the pits open up, and that does become the question.
Did Skier dive or did he stay out? I think he stayed out there.
He was 7 seconds behind the line.
Yeah, so
he must have stayed out, right?
Yeah, last time we had a car stuck over there, race control left them there for a while, and it gave most of the teams the opportunity to drive down pit lane. But once a few cars had already skipped by it, they have elected to put the safety car out.
This helps out. It's the 63 because they just pitted. They were a little bit off strategy, remember? They would have gone down a lap.
Yes.
Yeah. We've got Alexander Sims behind the wheel now, which we certainly know he's capable of wheeling this thing to the pointy end.
They are down a lap.
If they get their speed arrested, see, the safety car hasn't picked up the overall leader yet. The safety car is released in turn 10.
Complications of endurance racing, Ryan. Yeah. This is when it gets complicated.
Just the track position and where he's out. Be curious to see how this plays out. If he's gone down, they'll get that lap back with the others coming to pit lane potentially.
The 99 is not there anymore, so they have gotten that car moved, but it wasn't quickly enough to avoid the deployment of the safety car again for the 5th time today.
So you can't come in immediately because pit lane is closed. They want to get the field set, do any wave arounds, pass arounds, and then that should be the next lap. The pit lane will be open.
The other question, Ryan, I have is, I mean, I guess I would assume that you would pit. The leaders would pit because they haven't for a while.
Not great, remember, because Sheldon van der Linde, he's got to give up 5 seconds. So if you're suddenly stacked up coming in the pit lane, you could lose several positions by doing that. So this is really unfortunate to have to serve a penalty on this next pit stop. As it's under yellow, you could lose 3 or 4 cars in line there because of that.
Correct. Here's the pass by taking place for cars trapped between the safety car and their class leader. Yes, I guess the good news for van der Linde relative to the rest of the cars in his class, he does have a bit of a buffer back to, well, more than a bit actually. With is this right? The top 4 are the only cars on the lead lap?
I believe so.
So it would cost him track position overall, but not necessarily in class with Engel.
It might put him right in the middle of that pro class fight, though, which I don't know if I want to be in the middle of right now, to be fair.
So I think 63 has definitely been in. I think the 130 may have been in as well. Let's just put them down a lap.
So consider Zach Veach in the 93, the Racer's Edge Motorsports car. They're going to be right back in position as well. And we've seen how quick they have been at points this weekend. Could they potentially upset this battle between Van Berlo and Skier, and of course the 63 we already documented, so it's going to get pretty interesting in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro Class.
Without a doubt, and Veach and Luca Mars, they've yet to win this year, so this is another crew that is desperate for that breakthrough.
Yeah, what I anticipate happening here is that the top 4 will change positions a little bit with Van der Linde's penalty. Cars that are a lap down will get their lap back, but will not go in front of the cars that are on pit lane because it takes about 2.5 minutes behind the safety car versus under green, where you would get a full lap back plus some.
Right, so while, for instance, let's use the 63 of Sims as an example here, as the pits are open, by the way, expect to see those leaders come in. This is in their window. 63 will get a lap back, but will not get the track position back. So it's not like it's going to work out quite like they would have liked, you know, where they could jump potentially back to the lead as we saw them do on a pit stop exchange earlier.
Guys, that was a stack up into pit lane again. The 93 almost ran to the back of 3 stopped cars. And again, this has been a trouble spot today, Calvin, where everyone's slowing down to 50 Ks has created a traffic jam.
Yeah, I don't know why it's creating such a scuffle there, it seems, every single time.
Something to look into, try and prevent for the future, because we've had a few near misses there. As the pit stops take place, let's take a look again at what Kyle pointed out, what we saw just briefly.
Wow. And there was contact there too, big contact actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was the 10 of Luke Hartog that got into the back potentially of Jada. There was a couple cars in that group. But there was some pretty significant front to rear contact.
Quick work by Zach Veach to take evasive action there off to the side. Now this car again has that elongated pit stop due to the penalty, so they'll sit and wait an extra 5 seconds. This will cost them, we anticipate, quite a bit of track position. They're the only car in their class still on the lead lap.
Yeah, I think they'll drop to 4th overall potentially, but keep the class lead.
So it doesn't really affect them as far as their position in this race is concerned, but that does have implications for the Manufacturers' Championship.
Quite sure why the 93 didn't beat them out unless they had a slow stop, or were they too far behind in line to take advantage of that 5-second penalty on the 31.
I wonder, did they get into the back of any of the other Porsches?
No, Veach avoided it, but
Yeah.
that definitely cost them time. So
Yeah.
they probably did actually have an extended gap because of that bottleneck there at pit in.
Yeah, so their pit stop was about 1 point.
It's updating now, these pit stop times.
Potentially the 61 involved in that scuffle on pit lane. Perhaps not the 10, but it was a couple of Porsches that got stacked up there on the pit entry and had some damage repair potentially to do.
I think it was just because the other cars that were on the same lap were further back in line behind the 31. It's not like they came in nose to tail, so they had to wait to get to their pit box, and consequently only cost Dries Van Tor, who's now behind the wheel of the 31, one position. So Heinrich now in front, and that certainly plays into the Porsche's chances of this IGTC Manufacturers Championship.
And that is a massive situation, massive opportunity here for Porsche. These late yellows playing into their hands as they try and secure that Intercontinental GT Challenge Manufacturers title. We've got the wave around going on here, and as forecasted, those cars that were a lap down stayed out. They cycled to the front. Now they get passed around to get their lap back. And so cars, for instance, the 63 from DXDT now back on the lead lap, but still behind the number 120, for instance, or those cars that we saw pit just a few moments ago.
That's critical for that pro class battle that we've been watching. And Alexander Sims is going to know the situation. Again, jumping into a car that's in the midst of a championship battle. They've been on the back foot at times. They've been leading at times. And within the final 2 hours, Cal, it is go time now for that battle, especially with Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel of the Wright Motorsports Porsche out front overall.
Yeah, and we're about exactly 1 hour away from sunset as well, so it's going to cool down this racetrack a little bit, change the balance potentially on these race cars, make visibility certainly a lot more of a challenge here. Fortunately, we've got the track sweepers out there, so if we see some side-by-side action, maybe drivers can make some bold moves around the outside and find the grip.
This wave by has now brought many cars onto the lead lap. I think 12. Yeah, the top 12 now are all on the lead lap, and that's important again from a Intercontinental GT Challenge Manufacturers Championship perspective. The three manufacturers involved, Porsche, Mercedes, and BMW, any car, any lineup, regardless of class, regardless of what series they are entered in, they can score points for the manufacturer. And now there are more of them from each of those manufacturers that are back in play for overall results.
Yeah, with Heinrich leading this race and Hinman running fourth, Porsche is going to maintain the lead in that. And again, Calvin and I were talking earlier, Porsche came in not really anticipating being in this scenario, but here they are defending from BMW, especially with the issues for the 33. This is really going to kind of change the game as far as that manufacturer's title is concerned.
Right, I think all of these safety cars, it's kept some of their Pro-Am lineups, for instance, in contention. It's bunched the field back up. It's really mixed everybody up too. We've had such a divergence in strategy from time to time in this race. Everyone coming back together more or less now with this yellow here. But Lauren Heinrich will be leading the field to green when we get this race restarted, which should be imminently.
Right now, Robbie Foley sits in first position, second position actually, of the eligible cars in Pro-Am. So he's got to get around Riccardo Agostini in the 88 car. So that's essential for them to win this title. With points being scored here today for the 38, we believe.
Car 28 back into the pit lane. So their long day continues. Lights off on the safety car. We're about to go back to green flag racing. At the front of the field, Wright Motorsports going for a North American championship with Lauren Heinrich, the Porsche factory gun, behind the wheel. Second in line, car 31, Dries Van Thor, Team WRT, first of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro competitors. But then it's Luca Mars, who had a starring opening stint. He's third overall. Trent Henman, fourth overall. Mauro Engel in fifth. Alexander Sims in sixth. 4 North American cars in the top 6 with under 2 hours to go. Fanatec GT World Challenge America well represented at the front of this star-studded and international field. Pace car has accelerated away, and the field is in the hands now of Lauren Heinrich with a very anxious Dries Van Thor chomping at the bit. He's ready to get this race back underway. Into the south end of the speedway and approaching the restart zone. Van Thor laying back a little bit, now closes back in. Heinrich patient, waiting for the correct moment to go. And now he starts to accelerate away with the field bottled up behind him. Porsche leads, BMW leads, Mercedes leads, Acura. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 different manufacturers, multiple championships still to be decided. And the green flag is back out in Indianapolis with an hour and 52 minutes to go.
It is go fast time now if you want these titles. If you want to kiss the bricks, you got to start to make some moves.
Agostini got his elbows out. He put a car between himself and the Turner car. That's crucial. Remember that Turner car trying to get the championship to pry it away from ST Racing, but needs to make that pass for the win in order to make it happen.
That's their only way now. They have to win this race in class. Some of the cars in the Pro-Am division we've discussed today are not eligible for points, showing up for the final round of the championship season. So Foley on the attack here immediately.
Lapped car of Varun Choksi that was in the pit lane just a moment ago is out in front of the leaders. They'll have to deal with that ST Racing machine before too much longer. Side by side through this field, these are a couple of cars that have been waylaid by issues. 33 from WRT with that diffuser problem. Car number 4, Lone Star Racing, they've had some electronic gremlins throughout this race, but they're still fighting as if it was for a chance to stand on the podium at Indy.
Problem for the 33 car, the car is now healthy with a new diffuser, but they have lost 2 laps for that lengthy pit stop.
Brendan Leach, big move up the inside. He goes side by side. Oh, we've got a drive-through for one of the contenders, car 93, Racer's Edge. Luca Mars has to make that long crawl down the front straightaway. Incident responsibility.
It's going to be really hard to overcome this late stage in this race. Under 2 hours to go. You can't make mistakes at this point. Big moves into one.
Another big penalty about to be announced. Car 88, that is Riccardo Agostini. Drive-through penalty, pit speed violation. That will put Turner in a position to potentially win the championship.
Huge, huge. We've seen so many really decisive moments in this race, kind of having a huge effect on the championship picture, both in Pro and in Pro-Am for Fanatec GT today.
And look at Lauren Heinrich scamper away from the best the world has to offer in terms of GT racing. Team WRT, Dries Van Thor, that's the car that's dominated the bulk of this race. They've led 157 laps today, but Lauren Heinrich is in full control.
First lap on a restart, 123.9, only 2/10 off the fastest lap of the day.
That's an incredible drive by Heinrich, and it matters not only for the championship for Wright Motorsports, but for that manufacturer's title for the Intercontinental GT Challenge. They have shown up to party today, and with 1 hour and 50 minutes to go, the pace is looking great in the 120.
Massive lead onto the front straightaway, which is now fully encased in shadow as the sun has started to sink behind these massive grandstands that seat roughly 250,000 souls. No larger sporting venue in terms of capacity anywhere on the planet. This is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Lauren Heinrich able to clear the lap number 28 machine and now scampers off, kicking up a little bit of dust in the process.
Another 123.9 on that lap as well. 8/10 clear of Dries Van Thor, who gives chase.
What a drive by Heinrich, just continues to grow this gap. And the 31 of Dries Van Thor in chase right now, trying to keep this gap from growing too much too quickly. And as the sun begins to set here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, opportunities to win this race, opportunities for ST Racing to win their championship in Pro-Am, slipping just like the sun below the horizon here, Cal. This race is closing down.
It really is. It is go fast time. You got all of your top guns loaded up in these race cars as well. Lauren Heinrich has been chomping at the bit all day long to get back behind the wheel of this Porsche and show what he can do. Clear racetrack ahead of him. Let's see what he can fire through on this lap in terms of lap time.
Into turn 12 now, the 85 Trent Hinman trying to close back up on some cars ahead. The next few are not in category. Those are some Pro-Am cars just off the nose. But Hinman runs second in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro category, Ryan. And if they could find some pace here in the closing stages, they could also be on the top step in Pro.
No doubt about it. They've had a really smart race today. That RS1 team, a relative minnow up against some of these massive GT3 operations from around the world, but they put together a solid drive today and find themselves certainly within striking range. Troubles continue for Lone Star Racing and Lucas Stoltz. Back into the pits. They had gotten to within one lap of the front runners. Not sure what this is going to be for.
Some days are just not your day, Calvin, and it has not been theirs.
That's a shame. Such great potential, great pace. Great to have Alex Palou in our field. He showcased what he can do. Laid down the fastest lap of the race in that car amongst his co-drivers, but not to be in terms of a podium run, it looks like.
Mauro Engel in the 130, the Group M Racing Mercedes AMG, giving chase right now to the 61, which is not a car that they need to pass for points or position, but it is in their way of progress to move forward and potentially run down Dries Van Thor in the 31 car. And a dive up to turn 13, doors open.
It's always open there. For the guy in front, he's going to open the door, but sometimes it gets closed immediately. Like the wind blows it back in your face.
On the front straightaway, the wind 165 miles an hour over the windscreens of these cars. On the run to turn 1, headlights coming on. The track is cooling down now. The entire front straightaway in shade here, Calvin. That'll change the dynamics a little bit in the closing stages of this race.
Big time. Will that swing the favor? Will that swing the balance a little bit back into one of these race cars that are in championship contention and turn things around? They got to feel these conditions a couple of nights ago. It's all about setting the race car up to be fast at the finish with the multiple yellows that we've had here today. You can't really just build that big gap and try and hang on.
In Pro-Am, Auer in the 75 leads the way, but Niederhauser just behind in the number 10. This is a battle for class position here. In the last 2 hours of this event, there were some big moves in the background from Turner Motorsport and the ST Racing Pro car, sweeping left and right. But this fight getting closer and closer, 5 car lengths between them.
I think the two BMWs need to play nice together. I think they need to get someone to walk down pit lane from Turner Motorsports and spell out the situation with the championship on the line.
As they work through 13. Someone peeled off, I think that was the 88 of Agostini that peeled off to head down to pit road.
Thinking about it, I'm not sure they're going to get much help there from the pro car for ST Racing when the Turner car is fighting the 38 machine that's on the back foot all day long.
Probably not. But the Pro-Am battle continues, and Bobby Foley not too far behind, just a little ways back on the racetrack here. Here's the 88 trundling along at 50 Ks, and pit limiter on here, Calvin.
That's a shame. They were in prime position to have a really good run here today.
And this is, I think, that drive-through penalty that we were anticipating, so that will be served. I suppose that if a full course yellow were to come out, they would still have a shot here, but this pit lane is so long and so slow that it just pulls you right out of any fight you're in. So the 75 Express car leading the way here, but just by a few car lengths over the number 10, Patrick Niederhauser, who led some of the opening segments of this race.
All right, Cal, I want to go over the Pro-Am, North American Pro-Am situation here. So do you understand this the same that I do, that Verhagen in the 38, they would score 6th place points where they run? We have to factor out the cars that are invisible. Just want to make sure I'm looking at the same thing you are.
So I have the 29 leading, the 88 in second, the 91 in third, the 163 in fourth, 64 in fifth, the 8 in sixth,
too.
Copenhagen in 7th. All right, let me do.
They've got to be top 5 if the 29 wins.
Right.
If the 29 doesn't win, then the 38 wins the championship.
That's the way I see it as well.
33 of Max Hesse working by the 28. Varun Chokski in the ST Racing BMW. These cars not competing directly against each other, but of course team cars involved in this, Calvin. So
yeah.
There is a little bit on the line here. Headlights flashing on that 29 car.
Well, I'm sure that John Miller with ST Racing is telling Varun exactly the situation. Do not give Robbie Foley an easy path here right now. Make him work for it. Make him make that critical mistake to lose the lead of this race. That is our only hope. We cannot have Foley win this race, otherwise the championship goes away.
And for BMW, the manufacturer's title could slip away if these two tangle or get together, because Porsche is in position 1st and 3rd right now in that IGTC championship. So that's a distraction as well. So there's so many things at play, and you have to weigh which ones, Calvin, are the most important right now.
That's a late move there by one of the Mercedes. That's the 130 down to the inside in traffic. Bold move there by Maro Engel.
Made it stick though, and drivers using the dirt there on the inside of turn 14 now before they climb back up onto the front straightaway and give chase once more. Heinrich still leads by 5.4 seconds and continues to eke out an advantage, a 1:23.8 last time by. The pace of Heinrich has been unbelievable since this restart.
Yeah, just so consistent. Maybe laid down a 1:23.9, followed that up with another one, a 1:24 flat, a couple of 1:23.8s. Just monotonous right now with the pace that he's got every single lap.
Now into turn 4 here. Dust kicked up in the background as well. Everybody using the limits of the racetrack through the chicane 5 and 6. It's dusty, it's dirty. The sun is in their eyes as they head over to the 3rd sector in turns 12 and 13. And it's game on here in the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. Robbie Foley closing again on the ST Racing 28.
He's got to use every ounce of his experience now. We used to talk about him being the newcomer. Now he's a BMW factory driver, has the experience to deal with this situation. Closest car to him in terms of taking that lead away is Ricky Agostini that had to serve that drive-through penalty, so he's a good distance back. Probably around 45, 50 seconds back of Foley right now, so he's got a bit of time to play with.
Now kind of trapped behind this BMW battle, and of course Trent Hinman sort of in the middle of it as well. And 3 different manufacturers that are all fighting for that manufacturer's IGTC title right in the mix together here. Hinman is one of the Porsches that would be scoring points for that at the moment.
Foley there, middle of the racetrack, just gives it up. Doesn't want to fight Varun down into that brake zone. Great drive here by Choksy, being really aggressive and has great pace as well at the same time.
For more on the number 4 car, the issues continue. Let's check in with Amanda Busick on the pit lane.
Yeah, if you take a look at that 4 Mercedes, you'll notice one thing that's different about that car versus the other cars on track right now. The headlights are not working on that Mercedes. That's why they came pit lane, in addition to a driver swipe. That is Alex Palou behind the wheel of that Mercedes. They were having issues with the brake lights as well. Those are working, but they're trying to assess what can be the solution for the headlights. At some point, this race car will have to make their way back down at the discretion of race control.
Yeah, just heartbreaking stuff again for the number 4 for Alex Palou. It's not magic today for that team. It's just been electrical issue after electrical issue. First the transponder, then the headlights, and that will be a problem they must fix before nightfall here. Back to the Pro-Am lead between Auer and Niederhauser here. This is very, very dicey here. 3 car lengths and a little bit of a slip up by the 75. Here comes the 10 of Niederhauser, and it's going to be Herberth Motorsport to the lead as the 75 slow. Not a great run up onto the front straightaway. And that battle has switched hands now with 1 hour and 39 minutes to go. Niederhauser to the point in Pro-Am.
He's fast. Wow. And he's pushing that car to its ragged edge, isn't he, Kyle? I mean, we saw that at the opening stint when he started on pole and he kept this field at bay. You know, that car, that's another great what if in this race. What if they had played that opening yellow the way the rest of the field did? That has a lot of trickle-down effects as well to other cars, but certainly for that number 10, to my eye, they would have had the pace and the execution to this point of the race where they could have been a real contender for an overall finish.
Yeah, the butterfly effect of that is huge. Remember when they stayed out, it also trapped a bunch of cars, lapped down to 75. That was Auer. He was second in, he's now second in class, but he's going to drop down the order. We noticed that they were slow on the front straightaway last time when they lost the lead, Ryan, but it's slipping away from the Sun Energy 1 car.
Couldn't tell if there was a tire down or not. Think so.
Doesn't look like it. It just didn't get drive off of turn 14 the last time around, but it is not at full power.
Such a vulnerable spot to be, to no place to hide on
Maybe
this
the left
section
rear,
of the racetrack.
actually.
Maybe the left rear is down.
You see dust coming up like it's dragging something on the ground,
Sure.
which would tell you that the ride height's a little lower. We'll get a better look potentially with a swing back left. No, everything looks okay on that, but something is definitely amiss. Is there something dragging underneath that they're hitting pit lane regardless?
See anything underneath. I do feel like I see some smoke, but maybe that is just that dust. In any event, this is really frustrating for this car. We're hearing reports that the left rear at least is maybe it's a slow leak or something like that. And this is the car earlier that had that suspension damage, according to Kenny Hobble. So, yeah, maybe there's something residual from that that's now reared its ugly head from a contact in the first hour here with 97 minutes to go.
And that could have been an issue that just progressively got worse. You have contact, you put something out of alignment, and then you hammer the curbs for another 5 hours. Certainly that could have put them in a situation to break something or to wear out something prematurely, but that will take them out of the lead. They've been the dominant force in the Pro-Am class for most of this day, and now it's slipping away in the closing stages of this one. That will give Niederhauser and Herbert Motorsport a much safer gap back to the next car in class.
That covers off that trickle-down butterfly effect that we were talking about, right? Because that's how the 75 got a lap on the rest of the Pro-Am field, the way that safety car played out. And now, well, it swung back the other way, and suddenly it's the 10 that has come to the fore once more.
And now that yellow was also what put Niederhauser and the 10 in position to not make that first pit stop when everyone else did. So those two situations are really tied together, aren't they?
Absolutely. Got a bit of review going on in race control. Car 38, there's a blocking call, a potential blocking call that is under review. That's Neil Verhagen, who is well down the order.
So the 28 leading the 29 earlier. I haven't seen the 38 ahead of them as close yet, but perhaps that's been true. Again, they're just trying to salvage anything they can to keep their championship hopes alive. Lots of dust over there in turn 2.
Peek in up close thanks to the drone with Trent Hedman. He's having a great stint here. He is such a talent. I feel like he's really underappreciated, but doing a marvelous job right here, holding third overall. Let's get more on the 75 Express story. Kenny Hobble is with Amanda.
Yeah, Ryan, that car has left the track. We are in the garage. I'm standing next to Kenny as they assess this Mercedes. They're looking at the left rear in the wheel well right now. What do you see? I see an X sign, but I'll let Kenny tell me what he sees.
Axle broken. Yeah, it's the rear axle's melted. Looked pretty hot in there. That's the wheel that took the hit from that Wombat in the BMW, so it come back to bite us. It was a little crooked all day, and the bearings have overheated. Loogie did an amazing job. This guy is 1 in a million. I mean, that car didn't even drive straight. You couldn't drive it straight. The steering wheel was so bent, everything was bent, and still pulling amazing times. But that's the way it goes.
Guys, I'll give you just a little visual of what I'm seeing. The driver is out of the car, head down. The team, the shoulders are down. Just complete and utter heartbreak for the 75.
Loogie, that's Lucas Auer, and he is a remarkable talent. And again, Kenny gave us some sense for what he was going to be dealing with, and we noticed immediately, as soon as he got to the car, all of a sudden that car came to life, and we knew he must be performing some heroics inside that machine, given its deficiencies.
It's really tough to drive through bent steering. That's a very annoying problem to deal with. And you heard him describe the melted axle. When you make that contact, it just throws the bearings out of alignment, really tears things up back there, and it will just progressively get worse and worse. Just like your road car, when you got too many miles on it, or you jump curbs too many times, it will wear parts out, and unfortunately it will bring their day to an end. But you have to look at most of this race as such a positive for them, with the pace they showed, with the strength they showed despite those problems. Unfortunately, this race is 1 hour 34 minutes too long.
Right, not many moral victories in motorsport, but hopefully they can hold their heads up high. Remember, yes, Sun Energy 1 has been around and Kenny's been around for a while, but this 75 Express team was formed over the off-season to run Kenny's racing programs rather than going to customers instead to run those programs. And so for them, this is another step in that development process. It doesn't matter a whole lot given where they're running, but Neil Verhagen was given a drive-through for blocking.
Just a little salt in the wound at that point, I suppose,
yes.
But kind of out of control. Into turn one now as this battle continues here. The 85 of Trent Hinman ahead of Maro Engel, not in contention for class points. They're running in two different categories, but remember that Trent is in a Porsche and Maro Engel in Mercedes AMG. There is that Manufacturers Championship to consider. Porsche still leads over BMW. It would have taken a lot for Mercedes AMG to really battle those two, but it's something to consider here as these cars continue.
It is remarkable, though, that Porsche finds itself in this position, given, first of all, the strength of WRT and BMW generally today. They controlled the bulk of this race, and it looked like things were going to flip their way, but also Porsche coming here without a Pro Class car, an IGTC Pro Class car, I should say, because yes, there is a North American Pro car with Heinrich and Skier and Adelson, but as far as a full Intercontinental Pro entry, Porsche doesn't have one. And so the conventional wisdom at least was, well, looks like the championship is BMW's to lose, but Porsche is showing the strength of its customer programs, which, if you go back to the beginning of Intercontinental GT Challenge, that's what SRO had in mind. Local teams representing the manufacturers in their local markets, not these big teams shipping cars all the way around the world. I like that we have a little bit of both, but Porsche shows that that original philosophy has some merit.
They certainly have, and Heinrich has done a great job here on this restart, but let's not count out the job that Adam Adelson did early on and then Elliott Skier to move them up the order. So they've done an excellent job as a team working with a driver of the caliber of Heinrich, and they lead now by 10.5 seconds. Of course, Trent Hinman in this 85 RS1 team, they're also contributing to that manufacturer championship as they score the top two cars of each of those three manufacturers that are fighting. BMW has Team WRT in the mix, at least with the 31 car, but when they were leading and second place, they were going to win this championship, but that's the circumstances of endurance racing.
At a little further back, Philip Ellis going side by side, door to door with car 33 of Max Hesse. Neither of these cars are on the lead lap. Neither of them are in contention for a podium position in their respective classes, but these are two factory pros who have something to prove every time they step in a race car.
Oh boy, it's been fun to watch Philip Ellis this season at times, and of course the 33 car with at the moment Hesse behind the wheel. Again, they had a lack of pace when he first jumped in the car because of that diffuser problem. They fixed that now, but as they sit a little bit out of the running down a lap, I think they would have liked to not have that problem. I think all the time that they gained jumping those curbs earlier, whatever issue brought on that damage, I think they might rethink that at this stage, but you can't take it back now.
No, die is cast. The Rubicon crossed at this stage. Just over 90 minutes left. This is effectively the length of a normal GT World Challenge America race, but this ain't a normal GT World Challenge America race. This is the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS, and this is the only night race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway where in that twilight time, the magical time where these cars just start to come to life, they sound different, they look different, and for some, they're going to handle different as well because the temperature is coming down rapidly.
Yeah, track's cooling off. It's going to grip up in some places, and it's something to consider. As the 38, we saw that penalty, the drive-through penalty for Neil Verhagen. Here's what happened. Ryan, what do you see?
Let's look at the back of the shot. We're looking for the ST Racing BMW. Yep, that's pretty cut and dry. So at that stage, was Neil playing rear gunner for the Pro Class car for ST Racing? I'm trying to figure out why, unless maybe he was actually trying to get out of the way and unfortunately timed it poorly.
But I mean, at this stage, it certainly doesn't help.
I'd point out, though, those two have a history.
They do.
VIR,
yeah,
you were there.
I was there, and that did not end well. And that was more than a block. There was some, as Calvin would call it, argy-bargy, and a couple of cars ended up in the tires.
Yes, and the championship would look a lot different today had that ended differently there in VIR over the summer. I think it would be safe to say there's a little simmering bad blood about that incident. I know that BMW Those are two BMW factory drivers, and they stepped in to make sure it didn't escalate. But that's the kind of thing that strains a relationship, especially when you're in the same camp.
Yeah, there were hurt feelings, and I think now when you consider the position that they're in, you look back at all the steps that you took to get into this position, and you can never really look at one race as to why you're in this position, but I think they're going to look back at that one race because of the massive swing it caused in the championship, and it's going to bring up those bad feelings again. Well, we wouldn't be in this position if, and that's kind of where I think they are right now.
Yeah, a lot of teams can go down that rabbit hole this time of the season. No one's had a perfect run except for maybe DXDT Racing, right? They're undefeated. But they turn up here with a shot at a championship despite the fact they missed 4 races this year. However, it does not look like it's in the cards, try as they might. And they brought in a ringer in Alexander Sims, who had good pace in a Corvette here in IMSA competition a couple of weeks ago. The car has been better over the race pace. They're good on their tires. They can maintain the pace across the stint, but they lack the outright pace.
By 1.2 seconds a lap is the difference in pace between Heinrich and Sims right now. And again, they felt like they were a little off, but I think late in this race, it's been a little bit more apparent now with the swap with Heinrich and behind the wheel.
That's part of the story, but also that car has been hit a couple of times too, so it's not at 100%. Few cars are this deep into an 8-hour race, but we know that they're handicapped a little bit, losing both dive planes on one side of the car at different times, coincidentally, but that has left them with a bit of a handling imbalance.
Yeah, Tommy Milner talked about that earlier and how they felt like that impacted them quite a bit, but they just have to drive through it. There's not much you can do about it now. And again, who knows? Racing is all about the circumstances that you find yourself in, and certainly that pit lane contact wasn't something they needed. They didn't feel like the 120 had to do that. Again, it's hard to seem like it was intentional or not, but on a pit lane, the rules there, really don't want cars running into each other, but sometimes it happens. It's tight down there, and unfortunately, it's not worked out well for the 63 team today.
Got a glimpse a moment ago of a battle for overall position. 2 cars from 2 different classes, but if timing and scoring is right, and that is Varun Choksi, and he is hassling Max Hesse, well done. Bravo, Varun Choksi in his first season of GT3 racing.
At times you wouldn't believe it. He's had great pace this year and certainly to chase a driver like Hesse. And that car's repaired. We saw it on pit lane for diffuser damage, but all seems well now. So this is a really impressive drive by Choksi this late in the race.
Varun comes from an open wheel background, but made the switch to tin tops in the last couple of years. Hooked up with ST Racing, and he's got a great mentor in Bill Oberlin. His car, and Philip Eng was driving it early in the going in particular, looked dynamic. It looked like this was a car that could contend for maybe even a top 5 overall.
Came in also with an outside shot at the championship. It would have taken a lot of circumstances to end up in that situation, but I don't think they've driven in a way that seemed desperate at all. They weren't trying to force into that position. It was going to be a tall task anyway, and they've ran a good race, and now top 10 overall in the late stages of this one, and still an hour and a half to go in a pit stop. Who knows what can happen? Another full course yellow could change the dynamics of this race entirely.
Talk up the fact that last year we only had the 1 full course yellow. What are we up to now, 4?
At 6, I think.
6?
Yeah, I believe 5 or 6 at this stage. And it's enough. We've really made this race pretty interesting with all the dynamics of the strategy, and sometimes we caught it in the middle of a pit cycle, sometimes it was in the middle of a run, and we had that late yellow that kind of was right at the upper end of 3 consecutive stints that made some teams like the 63 want to make that stop just to reset the drive time. So it's really been an interesting factor, but that's all part of endurance racing, Ryan. There's so many factors to consider.
Strategists have been working overtime on this one today because of those yellows and the various permutations that resulted because of it. Wow! Choksi with his hands full there, slips out wide. Alexander Sims comes on through, and that will give Sims a bit of a reprieve. He's being chased by Alex Fontana. That's not for position per se, but it had been filling up the mirrors of the Corvette prior to that moment there for Choksi.
Calvin talked earlier about how you probably want to keep the same driver in the car during this transitional period as the track grip changes. And I think we saw that maybe in real time in turn 4. It's a very flat corner, not a lot of camber to lean on. So when you're already in the corner, the Pirelli's gripped up. If you slip there, it's hard to catch. You did a nice job keeping the car straight.
Sure did. Excited to see what the future holds for him. He looks like someone who could be on a similar trajectory as Adam Adelson, one of the drivers in this car, who has taken to GT3s like a duck to water. Did a double stint early in this race, and then his job was done. Right now he's letting his two hired guns do the work. Elliott Skier's been phenomenal, and then Lauren Heinrich. We tried to build him up in the build-up to this race. He's been as advertised, just running away from the field to the tune of 14 seconds. That's the gap visualized, first back to second.
And this is only in the last, 25, 30 minutes since the restart. 15 seconds. That's unbelievable there. And Dries Van Thor in the 31. And then it's another 16 seconds back to Trent Hinman in the 85.
And we'll wait for Trent to come towards us here before too much longer, but Trent's done a nice job to keep Mauro Engel at bay for the course of this stint. There he is, coming into the shot in the background.
I just wonder if there's anything they can do to turn their luck around, or their pace around in this last stint and a half or so, because Heinrich is showing no signs of slowing down. He ran some really quick laps after the restart. Of course, now that we're pretty deep into this run, it's a mid 24s, but it's still half a second quicker than Van Thor in the 31. So the pace is looking like it's going to stay similar to this in the tail end of this stint and probably the next.
This is the battle we mentioned a moment ago. Trent Hinman, Mauro Engel. Trent, multiple championships in GT3 cars, IMSA and SRO. He's won Lamborghini Super Trofeo titles. Early in his career, it looked like he was going to be a BMW factory driver, actually. He was brought into their junior program, let go after just a year, and then was stuck without a ride. Got thrown a lifeline by Cameron Castles in 2017 for a partial IMSA GT4 season, and his career has just blossomed from there. It doesn't seem to matter what you throw him in, GT4 Porsches or Aston Martins or GT3. He is as quick as they come in a GT car.
Looking at potentially an overall podium here in one of the Intercontinental GT Challenge rounds here, the final one of the year, the shortest one of the year, but Ryan, we're down in the last 1 hour and 21 minutes, and he's got some pressure in the form of the IGTC Pro Class car, Mauro Engel in the 130 Mercedes-AMG.
Mauro, so experienced in these cars. He's been part of the Mercedes-AMG factory lineup for a long time now. Won a GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup Championship back in 2018, but the big races that he's won in his career, twice a class winner at Daytona, once in Petit Le Mans, last year in fact, overall winner at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and 3 times on the tricky Macau street circuit as well in GT3 cars. 2 of those were FIA GT3 World Cups. The most recent one in 2022 hadn't returned to full World Cup status at the time, but still, anytime you could find success at Macau, you've done something special. That might be one of the most difficult, treacherous street courses ever conceived.
We talked about the differences in the courses on the Intercontinental GT Challenge calendar, and Bathurst and the Nürburgring and Spa-Francorchamps, and the differences in those tracks versus this one, which is relatively flat. I describe it in some ways like a street course, but this is much, much wider, and there's much less to hit here than there is at Macau.
It's true of just about everywhere. And Engel's doing everything he can. He's made that move a couple of times. And look at this, the diffuser is loose again.
And this time it's both sides. Before it was just the right side that was dangling. 64 car is going to go by with Patrick Liddy behind the wheel, but it is just dragging, and there was tape holding the rear of that on there, and it's not going to hold it well enough, Ryan.
They call it 100-mile-an-hour tape, and it needs to be about 160-mile-an-hour tape here at this track, pardon there, but Brendan Leach with a late move that nearly caught out Nick Yellowly in the Flying Lizard BMW.
Philip Ellis just ahead of that as well, continuing to climb forward in Pro-Am.
That might have been Ellis passing Leach for position there, because they were 13th and 14th in the other order, and now that has switched back around. So Philip Ellis up a position in the Pro-Am ranks. That now has Regulator Racing on the cusp, potentially, of a podium result today.
This would be an amazing race for them to get a podium in their category. We documented their successes early in the year, first breaking through with the win in Fanatec GT World Challenge America at VIR. They've been playing that sort of reverse driver strategy where they put Philip in against the AMs and Jeff Burton in against the pros, and it requires circumstances to fall their way. It took until the round at VIR to happen, but once it did, they started to find more success with that formula.
It was so smart when we saw them do that at Sonoma. And it takes the right lineup to make it worth your while, and the right driver as well. Because for Jeff Burton, what it meant was he's not going to go wheel to wheel with his peers. He's up against pros in Pro-Am cars. Oh, problems for Agostini. This would put that 91 on the podium if he can't get going again. But the AF Corsa car has stopped in Oval 1.
Yeah, this was the third place car, as you pointed out, in the Pro-Am fight. And he drove over there. I don't see any tire marks, so it looks like he knew something was wrong and escaped Calvin, but he has stopped over there at turn 14.
That could be significant because
Correct.
the 38 car is looking for a couple of positions here in this race. They battle their way back into the top 5, so this could be huge.
If that car doesn't get going again, and if 38 isn't too far back already, Sand is slipping through the hourglass here in terms of the ability to make up positions through attrition.
Basically, you're looking at about 40 laps an hour or so, and they're 43 laps down, so it should give them enough time to jump ahead of that Ferrari, should the Ferrari not get back into action.
And should we not have extended yellow or, heaven forbid, red flag
Correct.
in the final hour and 17 minutes. And, well, we'll have a little yellow flag. Safety car is out, presumably for the stranded number 88. That lead that was nearly 16 seconds that Lauren Heinrich had built over Dries Vanthoor has now shrunk, and we are going to be awfully close to the pit window effectively being open. Depending on the length of this yellow here, we might be just on the outside looking in.
Yeah, that then gives you the option of pitting, getting your refueling down so you got enough refuel to get to the end. Your stint length, as we see the 33 car, finally had enough with that diffuser issue, I assume, to try and get a proper fix done back at the garage. But just to get back into the strategy of this, you could come in, and there's probably enough fuel on board with some fuel save to make it without needing more refueling, but you'd exceed the stint length of 65, so you'd come in and just do a reset under green, which only costs you about 50 seconds versus a full 112-second stop.
So do you think that's the way to play this here?
I think so.
And then if you're at the back of the train, do you just do the opposite to try and get yourself on a different schedule if you don't have the pace to go out and win it just on raw speed?
I think you got to come. I think you got to come and do full service right now.
The thing to consider, guys, is when we restart with just over an hour to go, everyone's going to be amped up to try to grab positions. It really increases the possibility of another full course yellow. So how does that change the math in the last hour of this event?
It's a valid question.
Nervous times. You think about the Turner Motorsports situation, they seem to think they're in prime position. They're leading the points in terms of the eligible cars in Fanatec GT and Pro-Am. Then they see the 88 on the side of the road. How does that affect the 38? Does that gain the 38 position? Now you got this yellow, cars bunched up. Who's going to come and attack them potentially on a restart here?
And the 38 will only gain that position if the 88 doesn't repair that problem.
Right.
And for most of the cars that have had small mechanical issues, it's been, you know, a 15, 20 lap repair at most, and then they're back on the road. That wouldn't do it for Verhagen and Tan. Easy, right?
I suppose we'll just have to sit around for the next 75 minutes and find out. Sound good to you?
Well, that's the great thing about live sports, Ryan. You got to wait to the end.
Yeah, right now there's 37 laps between the 88 machine and the 38. Enough time on the board, green, without the Ferrari getting back for the 38 to make that up.
There's a tow truck over there, so let's see if they can get that back to the paddock. It does look like it's got power. You can see the marker lights are on, so it could just be drive related.
That would almost be worse, right?
Yes.
You think electronic issue, maybe you could sort through drivetrain at this stage.
Electronic issues can be fiddly, though, right? True. Just tracing where they're coming from is often a challenge. We've seen that with the Ford today. They had issues with their transponder, then with the Luma rank, and then with the headlights. And you know, it's like chasing a mouse around the house. You can never find it.
So much still to be determined in that Pro-Am points battle. Let's hear from one of the protagonists. Samantha Tan is with Amanda Busick.
Want to put into words of how tough this day has probably been for you to experience. I know that there's no reason that you want to be looking at a computer screen counting positions of what your fight is still in this championship. What can happen for this team for that to happen for your effort?
I mean, it's not over until it's over. We're going to keep pushing into the end. I know the 88 car is out now, but we've got a lot of laps to catch up. If we are to make up that position, we need to finish P5 in class or with scoring points if the 29 car wins. So, I mean, it's still in the cards, but it's not looking amazing, especially with how much work we put in for this weekend.
Is there any look back on the season that makes this a bit bittersweet? Can you look at some highlights that can kind of add a little punctuation to what you guys have accomplished this season together?
Yeah, I mean, throughout the whole season, I think there were only 2 races where we finished off the podium. And, you know, at COTA, we had the double win. So, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of highlights this season. We're hoping to end it out with a bang, but yeah, fingers crossed to the end of the race.
Thank you, Sam. And Ryan, she's such a great ambassador, not only for BMW, but also for this paddock, women in this paddock as a representative of not only women in motorsports, women in automotive. Samantha Tan up for a championship still here this season.
Yeah, it's still in play, and a great representative as well, as you've talked about, named one of the 30 women in sports, most influential women in sports by Forbes. We'll talk through the championship permutations in just a moment. We've got pit stops to cover off here first. So Calvin, they've been listening to you, and the front runners will make that trip into the pit lane. Need to execute this pit stop. A drive-through penalty pretty much means day done at this stage in the race. Not enough time to recover from it. And we're still not quite inside that window, so we're not quite done playing strategy here tonight.
No, I think you'll do a full service right here. You'll leave pit lane and you're going to be 5 minutes too long. The only thing you could do is if you were about to come and there was a yellow, you'd have that 5-minute buffer. That would get really crazy with a checkered flag about to be thrown. But anticipate cars coming down with just a few minutes left in this race to reset the drive stint length time.
I think everyone on the lead lap has pitted. Like Niederhauser stayed out, but I believe they were the first car 1 lap down. We'll need to get that confirmed. RS1, they've done their stop. Everyone just sitting still and waiting. Again, it's a minimum time. That's from pit in to pit out. So on a lesser fuel fill, you're going to have to spend more time sitting stationary waiting to try and time that exit. We had some overlap a little further back. Couple of cars that will need to get themselves sorted out. Contact in the pit lane again, the 130 and the 85. The 130 is going to need to give that position to the Porsche.
Very similar to the 120 and the 63 earlier in this race.
It does tuck in line now finally, but that's been a topic of discussion today a few times with some contact on pit lane.
Think about the strategy of this. When do you do the reset? I think if I don't have track position, I'd be doing it early.
Yes.
Like almost immediately go back to green. Once you're inside that 65-minute window distance to the finish, time left in this race, reset it. Then if you got a yellow, you'd have that compression, and there's be a lot of other cars having a need to reset their drive time again.
Let's look at this contact again. Watch car 130, the Mercedes. It's going to be released. The rule is if you're in the transition lane, that's the inside lane closest to the pit box, and there's any overlap with a car on the outside, you have to give that position to the car in the fast lane, the outside lane. So that's why the 130 did come in behind. We've seen contact like that in the race before, and no action was taken by race control. So we expect that to be a case of no harm, no foul.
So the only car that I could justify not doing that reset early would probably be Lauren Heinrich in the Wright Motorsports car, just because I'd be worried about traffic at that stage. You've got clear racetrack ahead of you, Calvin. Is there any reason why you would want to pit early?
Just to cover yourself from a yellow.
Yeah, I think if you pit early, you know, I think if you've got poor track position, come in, then you're set for the rest of the race. You don't have to come to pit lane again. If there's a yellow, like we saw with the 63 car, you got that yellow, suddenly you're right back with them, and everyone else has got to peel down pit lane.
Yeah, especially if you do it right after the restart, which is the way it would look, because everyone's still bunched together. You won't lose a lap.
You're looking at a 123 lap time. You're going to lose about 50 seconds-ish to the rest of the field, so you should still come out about 30 seconds ahead of the leaders.
And then you're safe if a yellow were to come out, because if that were to happen, anyone that had reset that time and was good to go to the finish finish within cycle ahead when those that still owed that stop made their stop either under Gello or subsequently under the restart. Hopefully that's clear to everyone at home. Since we're talking about complicated things, let's go through the championship here in Pro-Am. I think we can speak with some confidence now about the situation as it is in Pro-Am. The way this works, cars that are debuting in the championship here this weekend or in the last round at Barber, they're invisible for points. So even though Robbie Foley right now sits second in the Pro-Am class, he's in a position to score first place points. The 10 car is ineligible. That's the car we're watching right here, which looks set to lead this restart, interestingly enough. It must be the first class leader. In fact, that is the case. They are the Pro-Am class leader, so they will lead this restart. Samantha 10, I think we have her down in 7th with the potential to get to 6th. They need to be 5th if the 29 wins in order to win the title. That's the simplest way we can explain this. But there are a number of cars in between in that Pro-Am class that are invisible for points, so that complicates things a little bit further.
One car peeled off of the background there, and that was one of the BMWs.
This is too soon. That's not going to be enough to get them to the finish.
And the rest of the field hadn't caught back up yet either, so this is going to change the math here a little bit as well. Green flag.
That is bizarre. Green flag waves. Hour and 8 minutes to go. Time running out in the 5th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour, and it's Lauren Heinrich who still leads this race, but he's in the middle of the pack. The way the restart rules work, it is the first class leader that will take the green. In this case, because they stayed out, Patrick Niederhauser was the first class leader and currently is the leader in Pro-Am. Watching this fight, Trent Hindman and Mauro Engel. It picks up once again after the pit stops.
Back to the fight, as you mentioned before the pit stops. This was the same battle we were watching now as we make our way up to, this is the 3rd place fight overall, but again, the IGTC Pro Class cars, Dries Vanthoor still leads that over Mauro Engel. Engel would like to clear the 85 to put pressure on the 31.
And Hindman's out at the 85. It's now Kai Van Berlo in that car as well, so apologies for that. We're pretty close to cars potentially coming to the pits to reset that drive time. We'll keep an eye on all of this as it unfolds, but Adam Adelson is on the verge potentially of a Pro Class championship, and he is with our Amanda Busick.
It is funny you were talking about that, Ryan, about when they might do that reset. I was asking Adam what his opinion is on that. He said that's why there are people in positions to make those decisions. And Adam, we're looking at about 67 minutes, and you could be a Fanatec GT World Champion in a pro category. We have watched you guys grow over the last couple of seasons. How tough is this last 67 minutes from you in this position watching along?
Well, thankfully I have the easy job, and we have somebody that we trust in the car right now in Lauren Heinrich, and he's done an incredible job for us all weekend. We've seen, everyone knows what he can do behind the wheel of a 911, and you know, we're just going to do our best to close this race out right where we are.
Both Adam and Elliot have put this team in position to be here. Elliot Skier was just off camera taking photos of our interview. That is how close this duo is. But I have to say, we are all spoiled here for these last 66 minutes as Lauren Heinrich ran out on sticker tires as we close it out here at the Indy 8-hour.
Yeah, we could have told you that, Amanda, just because he just turned in the race's fastest lap. That first lap after the restart at a 1:23.689. The first one to dip into the 1:23.6s. Lauren Heinrich is flying. And Calvin, with the transition time, that window for the reset could be open now. And
right now.
Right Motorsports makes the call.
And the reason being it's 65 minutes maximum stint length, but when you leave pit lane, I expect others to do the same thing.
Several do.
Pit lane's going to be a very busy place here for the next few minutes as they all set up to run this last 65 minutes to the end. And Lauren Heinrich, the drive he has done today, it could be heroic, not only for Wright Motorsports, but for the Porsche organization in battling in that IGTC Manufacturer Championship. With the speed he's shown, they could claim that.
The 63 is in as well, like one of the Corvettes in the backdrop here. The only thing that could affect you if you come out and you come out in traffic versus someone staying out a little bit longer, but you should have a clear space right now with the compression of the field. You would have to think that Heinrich will come out in clean air and be able to lay down similar lap times to what we saw there when he just went purple on his first flying lap.
Frankly, Cal, he's going to have more clean air than he had before the pit stop.
That's
because
right.
the way they restarted, it
Sure.
was not, Lauren leading the field to the green, so they were in the middle of the pack. Now they will get some clean track time, and this is when Lauren Heinrich has a chance to shine into the final 65 minutes, and it's an all-out dash to the checkers for these cars that have made their final stops. The drive time has been reset, and here we go. It's the Lauren Heinrich show for the next 64 minutes.
Spent a long time in the box there, Calvin. Here comes the 31, Dries Vanthoor to pit lane, but I don't think you have to spend all that long in the box.
I thought you just had to stop and go. You might want to stop for a second to make sure the officials say you were still rolling. It's like the policeman catching a stop sign, right? But let's take a look.
Unless they were concerned about the transit time or something, but it seems like they're trying to tell him to go.
That was like 5 seconds.
Same thing here with the 31. That was a long time in the box here.
I didn't read that in the regulations. I just thought you had to stop in your pit box and go.
When the 63 did this earlier, it wasn't very long, and that went fine. So this is just one of those nuances of, this endurance race formula that the teams that understand this are going to have an advantage over.
Correct. Now, Niederhauser, that was a full service stop. That's because they did not pit under that yellow, which is what shuffled up that order so much. Not the first time they've done that to us, is it? That team in the first hour did the same thing. So I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but that means they're going to be stationary much longer than everybody else, and that's going to drop them well down the Pro-Am order, I suspect. Or did they have a lap in hand? They about did. In the meantime, let's watch this. Here comes the 120 relative to the 31, and Wright Motorsports will retain the de facto lead of the race with a great in and out lap and good pit work as well.
Those long stops kind of equaled out between those two. Again, we didn't anticipate them having to spend more than just a moment stopped, but they're going to come back out the way they went in, with the 120 leading the way over the 31, and now it's 1 hour and 2 minutes between these two, Calvin, to a little showdown, but that the driver of the 120, Lauren Heinrich, has just been on fire. Lit the afterburners on that 120.
He really did. I mean, this Porsche has just been magnificent around this race circuit all weekend long. Niederhauser took the pole. A little bit of a surprise there that he pipped Lauren Heinrich to the pole. Let's look at some action here, side by side through turn 4.
Bastian Boost and Philip Ellis.
Speaking of lighting the afterburners, that was the rocket launch there for a second. Airtime.
Bastian Air Boost.
Abusing the Mercedes.
Okay, note from the stewards, you do have to turn the engine off when you come to a stop, so that could explain the delay.
Yeah.
Thank you to our team in the truck for chasing that for us.
There's the gap between the two leaders now, about 15-20 car lengths on the front straightaway. And at this point, in theory, your pit stops are done, Calvin. So this is just going to be the 120 versus the 31 on raw pace alone. It's been Heinrich's advantage, but the track has cooled way, way down. The sun is dipping below the horizon now. Could it potentially shift things back?
It could. Yeah, it could. I think the Porsche has been the fastest car here throughout the course of this race, but maybe in the late going, maybe BMW has something up their sleeve.
This isn't done yet. The Dane, Bastian Boost behind Philip Ellis. It's been a great day for regulator racing. Should note, 3 cars are yet to pit, and they will need to reset their drive time at the very least. Note they should not require any service to go the distance from here, but Kai Van Berlo, Mauro Engel, Gabby Chavez, all yet to make that final trip down the pit lane. This is 3rd and 4th in Pro-Am, so if you're wondering why the urgency, this is for the opportunity to stand on the podium here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Charging through that 5-6 chicane again. The last time Boost went through there, he had a couple feet of air. This time it was a little bit more grounded, but he's got pressure now from behind.
Sun is setting, going to make the visibility difficult for these drivers. The cameras make it look a little bit brighter out there than it really is. But it's nice to be in the car and go through that transition.
Tail of this trio is Patrick Niederhauser. He lost some track position as Boost goes wide. Here comes Niederhauser up the inside. That is for position. No, it is not. I'm sorry. He needs to get through these cars. They're a lap down to him. But Robbie Foley now not just leading amongst the North American competitors, but in the entire Pro-Am class, running 7th overall right now, and has a fairly hefty lead, close to 8 seconds over Niederhauser, who's chasing.
130 on pit lane. Those top 3 that you mentioned, Ryan, who have yet to do that final reset on their driver stint length.
Watch this Mercedes, which is numbered 130, celebrating 130 years.
That's a bit more like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, turning the engine on and off should take a second, not 4 or 5 like some of the other cars.
I've heard that once the engines are hot, they can be sometimes hard
problematic,
to refire.
yeah.
But again, that was done properly, and that was pretty quick. So not sure if there's any differences in the ignition systems of these cars, but that would be a pretty critical thing to have run well for you, Cal.
Well, let's wait and see here, Kyle, how this overlap takes place. Here comes the presumptive leader, the Porsche. Yeah, this is no battle at all. The pace of Laurin Heinrich, plus the track position they already had in hand, more than enough to bring them out in front. The BMW comes through as well. And now Maro Engel rejoins and will chase on, but from the 3rd spot. Quite frankly, that's where that Mercedes has been much of the day. Just looks like on pace for whatever reason. This is about their ceiling, right?
Yeah, it just seemed like they were having to wring the neck of that race car all day long to keep the pace and keep in the hunt. BMWs always seem to be a little bit stronger than when we finally got the likes of Heinrich behind the wheel. Well, we had Elliott Skier lead, obviously, for a while in the 120, but then Heinrich doing his thing. Suddenly they seem to be the 3rd fastest race car out there.
Notice the 4's headlights are not on. We talked about the issue they had earlier. Calvin, how long will they let them run without headlights before they force them to pull in?
Yeah, just a couple of laps, I believe, before they're going to fix that situation.
61, again. Ashton Boost running wide. He actually scraped the wall coming back onto the front straightaway there. Drop the left side Pirellis in the dirt and all the way out to the concrete here. It's a wild ride out there too. That's concrete. That's not a fun one to hit even just a little bit.
The rules say you got to have 2 headlights, tail lights, brake lights, or you got to come in and fix them. Been a trouble day for the 4 car with those Lumbering panel system problems earlier. Cost them dearly. I don't think they really had the ultimate pace here. They showed well in the pole shootout yesterday, but in race pace, haven't really seen them display anything like the faster BMWs or certainly Heinrich.
The question mark with that I have, and I know you're looking at their best lap times and things like this, but you know, we saw that car struggle in the opening stint where we thought they were on old tires based on reports relative to their competition, and then since then they've not really been in the mix, so they've not had incentive to push that car necessarily to its fullest extent. So I don't know that we've totally seen what they could bring to the table today, which is a shame because based on how they qualified, I really would have loved to see Alex Palou in the thick of one of these GT3 battles, but it wasn't meant to be. Inside the final hour of this race, speaking of Alex Palou, let's learn a little more with Amanda.
Just wanted to add to the conversation that you guys were having. I was watching Alex as we rounded in this last hour of the race. They were packing up their helmet and kind of recollecting on the day as he watches this last bit of racing here in Indianapolis. But he said that, you know, just what a great weekend it was here to be able to come and finish out after being a 3-time IndyCar champion. But I asked him at the end of the conversation, might we see you here next season? He said, you betcha.
Oh, that's great to hear. He's had a smile on his face every time I've seen him this weekend, and why not? Any chance to race at IMS is special, and I can relate to Alex Palou in very few things, but I can relate to him on this. Getting to commute to the racetrack from home is awfully nice, and the two of us have had in common this weekend.
You notice on that 4 car that the brake lights are working. It's just not the running lights, which they do need anyways. But again, if they didn't have the brake lights, they probably would have been pulled in even earlier than this guy.
Yeah, just to complete the story there, they have actually dipped into the high 23 range here in the last 10 laps or so. So they have found a little bit of pace as this racetrack has cooled off. Still 3 or 4 tenths off the fastest lap of the day from Heinrich, but still very competitive. That's really a testimony to Lone Star Racing. AJ Peterson runs a great shop there, as we've discussed already today, supported the Craft Bamboo team here to their victory in 2022. Just a great team. I'd love to see them run full-time in this championship.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I was going to bring up the point, the great mystery to me about this team, which whenever they turn up, whatever the series, they are instantly contenders. Why don't we see them on a full-time basis more regularly? It's been a long time.
It has, and they got drivers like the likes of Scott Andrews who they run. I mean, he is super fast. I mean, if they put together a Fanatec GT entry with Andrews and company behind the wheel, it'd be really quick.
Yeah, look out.
Bobby Foley chasing the 85 of Kai Van Berlo, but Kai's going to hit pit lane here.
Yeah, this is the last car that needs to do that reset. Not sure why they waited as long as they did, but ultimately elected to make that call now. It's been a great day for RS1 going up against the big boys. This little team from Florida, Justin Bellinzoni, who runs it, has done a tremendous job all day long.
That really helps out Porsche's manufacturer charge as well, doing a quick driver change here at the end as well.
I wonder if we were up against some drive time. I don't know why you'd
have been. I don't think Kai's been in that much today.
Wasn't it Trent Hinman right prior to the yellow flag?
Right.
So Kai hasn't been in there all that long. But again, if we get a full course yellow again in the later stages of this race, maybe they just wanted someone fresh again. But
I assume Peterson knocked out his lap time because it's all a puzzle. You know, it's a pie that you got put together with different size pieces in terms of the drive time.
It's the only thing I can think of, because all they otherwise needed to do was reset that stint length. By the way, Heinrich has come through to retake the overall lead of this race. The gap to Dries Van Thor, 3 seconds. And Mauro Engel, Alexander Sims, Gabby Chavez, the top 5 once we cycle through Kai Van Berlo.
Tell you what though, Van Toor's running similar lap times now to Heinrich, so the gap is just at 3 seconds plus, so it's not over yet. And you'd have to think that Lauren Heinrich, yes, he'd love to win this race overall, but they don't need to win the race overall.
But Porsche does.
Yeah.
Manufacturer championship. We talked about it at length earlier, Ryan, but Porsche came in leading this championship, but didn't really stack the deck in their favor with a pro car or pro driver lineup. But if Wright Motorsports could pull this out for Porsche, that would be great for them.
I think it would, but I think even with the position of the second Porsche, the 85, I think there's still enough for Porsche.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you're right, upon further review. But their best bet would be to win this overall, and then you're not reliant so much on other things, but we'll see.
That's why they score 2 cars, right?
Yes.
You don't have to rely all on just one to get it done, but right now for BMW, I think they sort of came in expecting BMW to be on the top step of that manufacturer's championship, and the 31 has pulled their weight today, and the 33 was looking to do the same, but it's just been a couple of issues. The diffuser problem in the 33 in particular has taken them out of the running, at least in assistance of that IGTC manufacturer title. Heinrich back at a 124.2, slightly extended the gap, but Calvin was right. 3.2 seconds. It hasn't grown with nearly the strength that it did on the prior run.
No, and that may just be that Heinrich's not taking any risk. He knows the big picture of the championship. They're sitting in a great spot. I'm sure John Wright and company are on the horn to him, just saying, Lauren, we know how fast you are. You don't need to prove anything to us or anyone else for that matter at this stage of a championship season. Just keep it safe. Keep the car underneath you. No risk.
Calvin, how many times as a race car driver were you told to slow down?
I remember one of the best was when I drove, I think I've told Ryan this story. I was in the middle of the 24-hour race and we had a big lead. For some reason, a lot of the other cars had big attrition. We had a fast car. We were in shape to win anyway. Robbie Gordon and Lindsey and James shared the car together. And Jack Roush had never spoken to me all weekend long. And finally, in the middle of the race, I hear, Calvin, this is Jack. Slow the hell down. It took me 3 laps to realize who the heck Jack was. Because I had no name recognition. Oh, that would be the boss, I guess. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
We didn't break the car. We brought it home.
You know where your bread is buttered.
Heinrich again, another 124.2, but Van Thor matched it that time. So it's really become a Heinrich advantage now to sort of a dead heat as far as pace. And with 50 minutes to go, this is a long time, so it won't need to be a major advantage for Vanthoor to find a way to chip away at that advantage.
No, he's within striking distance, but you do wonder too how much Lauren Heinrich is just keeping his powder dry at this stage to make sure he's got something to fight with if push does come to shove. But watching the body language of this BMW, Dries Vanthoor is not slowing down. He is wringing its neck right now.
One thing, I don't think they're that close on fuel, but by not taking fuel and extending the length a little bit, I'm not sure if there's any fuel save has to happen. So you're basically doing a 70-minute stint, right?
Yes, however, part of that you spent in the pit lane.
Yeah, should be fine, because you normally would need a fuel cell, because they talk about 65 minutes stints plus 5 minutes, but you know, in case there's a four-course yellow at the end. So you would think these cars are good to go for 70, but just a thought anyway.
Well, Paul Sparta and Random Vandals could tell you all about that, couldn't they?
Well, that's assuming that you got all the fuel in the car, which was the issue for them back at Barber Motorsports Park, and that's hard to know sometimes.
As we learned. That's what Paul told me about it. He's just shaking his head, you know? These are the things things you don't even think about until they happen to you. There are so many variables in this sport. Everything from the temperature, ambient temperature when you fill your fuel tank, to the time it comes to actually put the fuel in the car. Things you never think about.
They had plenty of time to keep it plugged in. You have that buffer, you know what I mean, on those pit stops in our 90-minute sprint races, but it's all about the margins. You don't want extra fuel on board, so you're not just going to keep it plugged in and fill the car up to do a 50-minute stint. So you unplugged based on the time fill, but the fuel wasn't flowing at the rate they anticipated, and that's where that caught them out.
Vanthoor is on a charge right now, Ryan, but this lap he's been incredibly aggressive on the curb, sparks from the underbody, and given the issues on the 33, I'm surprised at the aggression level.
Everything to play for here, though. He was a little bit faster in the first sector, gave back just a fraction of it in sector 2. He's got the team car just up ahead, maybe close enough to give him a bit of a tow down the front straightaway, only to pull out of the way at the end of the straight. We'll see if that's what ends up playing out, but that car with that diffuser damage, as you chronicled, Kyle, well down the order after really being the star of the show in the first couple of hours. Dan Harper coming from last to 6th in the opening stint was just incredible.
The racetrack hasn't been kind to Augusto Farfus the last couple of years, unfortunately, having started very first in the 8-hour in Victory Circle with a big win that year.
Or again, bounding over the curbing. He made up a 10th. Well, not quite. Lost his 800ths of a second. So despite the shortcutting or trying to, it's not gaining him a lot. Checking back in with the leader in the Pro-Am category, Robbie Foley and Turner Motorsport doing everything they can to steal this championship away from ST Racing. And you know, talk about doing things in your power. All they could really do is win this race. That puts them in the best position, and then it just happened to be what happened to the 38. I don't think they thought they'd be in this position, Calvin, but they are, and they're doing the best they can.
Yeah, you say that, but they knew coming in as an 8-hour race, anything can happen. They just had to execute, and they had to have a very quiet day. They haven't been setting the world alight, but they just kept their nose clean. All 3 drivers have done an excellent job. Foley's always got great pace at the end of these things if you need to tune it up a little bit, but they got the track position. They're just praying that none of those other cars that are buffering them to the 38 have any issues. The 88 is dropping down the order. Looks like the 38 may get to them, but I think they're still going to be 1 position shy. But if one other car drops out in this last hour, that could turn it upside down once again.
And they know it. Samantha Tan knew it when we talked to her a few moments ago. Riccardo Agostini still shown there in 17th. That car is slowly dropping down, having fallen out of the race, but not enough yet for the 38 to overhaul that Ferrari, and they still need 1 more spot as they run with this car set to score maximum points.
I think that 88 is going to be the factor here, and so whether or not that car gets repaired might be the difference for Verhagen and Tan. And there are still other things that could happen in the next 45 minutes, but again, this is the uncertainty that they've been put into.
Yeah, I think as it shapes up right now, even if the 88 drops below the 38 still needs 1 more position to get into the top 5.
I guess regardless, they need that car down the order.
Yeah.
And it would sort of seal their fate, likely, if we don't have any more issues. what the frustration of having the season go your way, and then of course they had the issues at VIR that sort of turned the tables a little bit, but it all comes down to one double points race at the end, Ryan. The intensity and the importance of this race can't be understated.
No, with the season's worth of effort that has gone into this moment, and neither of these cars, neither this car nor the 38 fully, no pun intended, has the championship in their own hands, right? Like, some of this depends, as you point out, on what happens. Does the 88 drop down the order enough? Does another car drop out of this race and allow the 38 to come back?
Can't control your own destiny forever. You can just do the best you can do. For the 29, they're doing that. And given the circumstances, the 38 team has done that too. But I mean, it's not a race against one versus the other. There are a number of cars in this class, Calvin, and all of those positions shape the way that this battle is formulated throughout the day.
Absolutely. Nervous time for everyone. Everyone's double checking the math right now, trying to work out the permutations of the 88 car and the 38 catching them before the end. We believe they will. And now 17 laps behind. 43 minutes to go. That should be plenty of time if we stay green and the 38 car stays on the racetrack.
Inside the final 45 minutes of the season. Let's head back to the pits and Amanda.
Behind the wheel of that 85 is the Trent Hinman, who is finishing off this race now. It was supposed to be Kyvan Burlow. However, just speaking with him, if he would have finished out this race, Trent would have been 2 minutes shy, and he would have been 2 minutes over drive time. So that is what prompted the driver change here late in this Indianapolis 8-hour.
So with 43 minutes remaining here, championship scenarios on the line. Of course, the 85 still in the mix there. P6 overall for the 85 and chasing this 38. And we talked about the championship situation for the 38 and the 29. Again, it's not like a stick and ball sport where you got one team versus the other. It's like going to the Super Bowl and 10 teams show up to fight. There's so much more that can go on.
We're keeping a close eye on this Pro-Am Championship battle, continuing to strive to make sure we have this information, Ryan Calvin. We just got a confirmation of something?
Yeah, well, we had some concerns about the 163 car that had run in our AM Championship earlier this year. We believed that they were eligible for points, and then there was some debate about whether, because they'd switched classes, whether that takes them out of the equation. That would give the 38 car potentially that one position they need. We have had confirmation that that car is eligible for points. So as we look at it right now, even if the 88 car drops below the 38 car needs one more position to grab, climb into that top 5.
It's so delicate, Ryan. It's all so delicate.
Just like me.
Well, try and hang together here, Calvin. We got 41 minutes to go, and we need you. Lauren Heinrich in control. It's now 4.2 seconds. Try as he might, Dries Vanthoor just can't reel the Porsche ace in. Heinrich looking for a second win in the last handful of weeks here at IMS. With that right, Motorsports team. I take that back. It's the team looking for their second win. Lauren was in a different lineup, wasn't he? Now that's interesting from on board. Did you hear that? That sounded like fuel save to me.
Yeah, definitely coasting a little bit, sailing into the braking point. So again, I'm just thinking about that 70 minutes that they're having to run is a bit outside their normal full stint length, and they've got to be conscious of that as well.
Running out front too, burning a lot of fuel.
The stint length is up at the drop of the checkered flag, but you still got to get to the checkered flag. So it's a timed race. So if you come around with 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds on the board, you got to do a whole other lap. You got to have enough fuel on board to be able to do that, of course.
Yeah, that is true. Doesn't end when the clock runs out. Let's listen at the end of the straightaway. Just how much fuel save is Lauren Heinrich doing?
Big time. He's nearly it, and I'm thinking that Dries Vanthoor is probably doing the same thing because he's not closing in on him.
So this is kind of a skill here too, Calvin. Tell me as far as fuel saving, what tools do you have at your disposal? Clearly this is a big lift and coast, but are there other engine maps and things you can try to cut down on the fuel burn?
Yeah, there's some engine maps you can run, but mainly it's sailing into the corners. A lot of people just say short shifting, but talking to drivers who have been in simulators and stuff, it's really just this coast phase into the corners. And some tracks it's easier to do on than others and maintain your lap time. But certainly right now, Heinrich seems to be able to keep the gap stabilized between he and the BMW behind him despite this fuel save. That's what I thought, because he suddenly went out there and ran those monster laps, and then suddenly it kind of a little bit slower, 24 flats, low 24s. Got to think this racetrack is getting quicker, not slower.
No one is going any faster, though. Looking at the last laps down through P14, and Laurin Heinrich, despite that lifting coast, is still the fastest guy on the track right now.
Well, there's a lot of the drivers on that same strategy, kind of resetting their stint length without refueling.
Shinbus going to hit pit lane here for the number 61 team. And it was a little slow into turn 12. We saw that from the onboard of the overall race leader. Diving in with 39 minutes to go, and I wasn't really anticipating any cars to come in right about now.
Yeah, the car looked, I'm not sure if he just hit a bump there on pit lane. It looked like it was a bit unstable there, so I'm not sure he's got a tire issue or something potentially.
The car was running just off the podium in the Pro-Am class. They were having a really nice day.
Second and a quarter off of everyone else they were around last time by as well, so even before that issue slowed them down even further. Looked like the pace had started to drop. Van Thor in the 31, curious if they're doing the same thing here with fuel save.
As they run, our new Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers Champion would be Charles Weerts. He's got another 38 minutes to sweat it out, Amanda.
And Charles, they just tossed to me about this interview with 38 minutes to go as you are on a cusp of a championship. Why is this the hardest part of your job right now?
Yeah, I mean, no, cannot do a lot. I'm just happy it's Dries in the car, because if there's someone that can do the job the best, it's for sure him. So yeah, I think it's just been a very good week in overall whatever happens in the next 30 minutes. I think we had a very strong season, and we had a very strong race. We got a bit unfortunate with the safety cars. I think we had a more homogeneous lineup compared to the Porsche, but the Porsche we know is very, very fast, and Laurin is also a very quick driver. So yeah, I mean, now we just gotta see what the next 30 minutes will bring us. But yeah, no, not that I can do anymore.
All right, the time is ticking down. He was looking at the pylon and said, "While we did want this overall win, I'm here for the championship."
That's got to be the outlook for him. For Porsche, though, as they run, well, it has changed a little bit, hasn't it? Because the 85 has dropped back to 6th now.
Yeah, but the Acura and the Corvette not eligible for points.
Yep, quite right.
Another little caveat.
Always something.
You got it?
So Porsche still in a position to take home the manufacturer's title then as they run, with cars set to score 1st and 4th place points, and BMW and Mercedes sandwiched in between.
It's really amazing how much that manufacturer's championship title has swapped around today with the strength of Team WRT in the early and middle portions of this race. It's just all sort of fallen apart once the 33 had their issues, and that's really what's changed the dynamic and giving Porsche the opportunity to close this out.
Yeah, and I think everyone just felt like, without a full pro driver lineup in a Porsche, they're going to struggle to keep that lead, but it hasn't turned out that way.
Does this look right to you?
Yeah, that looks right. Well,
the tough. That would indicate then, though, that if Samantha and Neil got one more spot.
Yeah, I thought the 88 had to drop below them for that scenario to play out. I thought with.
So we'll see how that pans out between these two. This is the battle we've been following. It's been so delicate this entire time. And the 88 of Agostini with their issues, if they continue to remain off the racetrack, again, it could be that deciding factor. Or not.
Yeah.
Yet to see. 35 minutes to go, Ryan. Who knows? I mean, this race has played out totally differently than we had anticipated, at least compared to the last 4 years.
From race control, last fueling pit stop for Laurin Heinrich, the overall leader, is under review. So that's not for that reset of drive time, but the actual fuel stop that they did under the yellow. Now, they are not only the leaders of this race overall and the leaders in their class, but by virtue of running where they are, they would be the championship tandem as well, with Skier and Adelson. Any potential penalty with the 63 being on the same lap, unless it's a small time penalty, would put the 63 ahead.
But the problem is the 63, unless they win, have to be 2 positions ahead. So it really depends if the 120 drop below both Sims and Hinman.
And then Sims would have to pass Chavez. Right?
No, I think if Hinman gaps Sims back to
I see your point. Yeah.
That would have to be a pretty major penalty to put them in that position.
A drive-through costs you about 50 seconds. Let's wait for Hinman to cross the stripe and see how far he is back of Lauren.
Well, we don't need to, because it's a 5-second post-race time penalty for pit lane protocol, so that takes that out of the equation, thank goodness. We have enough things to try and keep track of, thank you very much. But what this does, then, is it makes the battle for the win a battle to stay within 5 seconds for Dries Van Thor, and Dries right now is barely inside that margin. It's 4.8 seconds.
Lauren may stop coasting here pretty quickly.
And the 31 has been within this margin for a long time. It's taken a long time for that gap to build the 4.8. So now if he turns up the heat a little, who knows?
Van Thor was faster, not by much, but by a little bit on the last lap. There's the official word from race control. 5-second post-race penalty to the race leader. Let's check the gap at the line. It's now 5.2, so right on cue. It looks like Heinrich has stepped on it again, and Van Thor lost a little bit of time.
Curious to know whether Van Thor is going to ramp it up here a little bit and continue to coast down into some of these corners or not. He's got the message, listen here, if you want to win this race overall, you only got a few tenths in hand, not a few seconds.
Managing the gap so far, though, so just a little extra to manage.
Here's where this gets really interesting. What if this race ends under yellow? A 5-second penalty becomes that much more punitive. Oh boy.
That scenario would not be very much fun for either Wright Motorsports or us to try to figure that out.
I'm putting this out in the universe to ward it off.
Is that how that works?
Let's find out.
Okay.
No, it's a great point, because you suddenly have a compressed field and 5 seconds could be several positions.
Right, and that could be the difference for the championship, not just for the race. I think we've got to look at speed in the fast lane. That's what we're looking for here. The BMW, we think that the BMW is going to visibly close in on the 120 Porsche, and this is a penalty we've seen called before. Yeah, that's what we think is the cause of this. The 120 playing some games in the pits. Right there, you do see the BMW closing visibly. So we saw the 31 penalized for that same thing earlier in the race, and now the shoe is on the other foot.
And it's under yellow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is if it's under yellow, you may just lift off to ensure that you're underneath the number. Do you know what I mean? So you release. It's not like you're manipulating anything. You're just playing it safe. But it seems like they're making the call anyway.
Correct. Gap, by the way, just a fraction over 5 seconds. First to second, 51 thousandths the difference at the moment. Let's go down to Amanda.
Ryan, I was with Wright Motorsports when that penalty came through. Every team leader kind of stood up with anxiety of what the effort is going forward, and talking to the team. They have their head downs and said, we're pushing, we got this, we're good.
Now we know Lauren is pushing, but he also has fuel to manage. He's got Dries Van Thor in the gap back to second that he needs to manage. Like I said, at the line the last time, he would have been good had the race ended by 51 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, it's just been so tight for Heinrich to manage this over Van Thor now. 2 tenths.
Let's listen for fuel save.
He's still saving big time.
He pulled another half a second, though, on Van Thor on the last lap. That's where he needs that gap. If it's right where it is, he's fine.
It's impressive the lap times he's doing. 124.4 with big lifts. What could he be doing?
So if the 31 is doing something similar, it might just be a battle to who who hits their number first, right?
That's a good point. Whoever gets the okay to push could make the difference.
Start to wind down the clock here a little bit. If you suddenly get to about 10 minutes to go and you feel you're safe, it could be game back on again. You can't save late. You got to do it early in the stint. So if you're on fuel save as a driver, you got to hear that message early. You can't save a bundle of fuel over a 10-minute run. You can do it over a 30, 40, 50, 60-minute run, but not 10 minutes to save a bundle of fuel.
30 minutes left, gentlemen. The sand well and truly running through the hourglass now. Sunset off in the horizon. And we're just looking at the headlights coming right at us here in this section of the racetrack. Lauren Heinrich leads, but by 5 seconds. However, it's not really 5 seconds because he's got a post-race 5-second time penalty he needs to manage. We're not sure about the fuel situation on this car either. This is not done yet.
Those were pretty big lifts, Calvin. He's been doing this same amount of lifting for, feels like 15, 20 minutes at least, and that's the first when we caught it. So it makes me a little nervous for the situation on that car. But again, as you pointed out, trying to do it early in the run and not have to do it at the end.
Yeah, I think they'll do that. Then they'll probably look at the timing of that last lap. Where is the clock? Where are they anticipate? Are they going to just come to the line just shy of the 8-minute mark, or are they going to be right on the number? That could be a huge difference, that one lap potential delta between the time being up and when the checkered flag comes out. So all of those permutations, as they get closer and closer to it, they may unleash him a little bit once they feel they're safe with maybe 5-10 minutes to go.
In the Pro-Am Championship, you see the 4 back to the pit lane. Hey, it does have headlights though, so that's an improvement. But now the 88 car is shown in 17th, but it's also shown with Custodio Toledo driving. So are they back out on track? No, doesn't look like it. They're getting a little bit closer though with each passing lap. Now just 12 laps difference.
They're running, I think. They just clicked through some sectors, yeah.
Okay, that must have just happened.
So that's huge for 38. Yeah. Looks like they might not get that position that they're anticipating.
At least if that car holds. Again, we don't really know what the issue was or if it will stay resolved or what else could happen to anyone else in this field. We've already passed the 75 car that had issues earlier that caused them to retire. What else is in store in the last 27 minutes?
Every car that would matter to them, is ahead of them, is still running. And they're almost out of time, right? Where even if a car dropped out, it would have to be a car that's already down the order, like the 8 car, for instance, from Flying Lizard. Now, that is, I guess this is already a battle between BMW teams, so you probably wouldn't see BMW intervene in something like this, would you?
I think that's the only car that could drop out that would really, other than the 88, that would do it.
Okay, let's listen. How much lifting coast? This is on with the 29 of Foley, but even Robbie was trying to save.
But I think that's a good point. If Foley's doing it too, I think everyone's in the same situation. By doing this reset and doing longer fuel length runs, I mean, they're all got to save a little bit. And I think that's why the pace has been stymied a little bit for both Heinrich and Dries Van Toy, who gives chase.
I think Kyle brought it up though, and he's spot on. Whichever one of these cars gets in that fuel window first and can go and can start to push, and maybe if you're the 31, do you bluff it for a lap or two and try and get Lauren Heinrich to panic?
Well, I think if they untap him at the end, I'm looking forward to seeing the lap time.
Yes. He's running within a second of the fastest lap of the race while lifting some 200 meters before the break zone.
It's a good point, though, about the bluffing. That might be a strategy worth employing if you don't feel like you're making enough ground and you don't feel like you can hit the number before them. Although they're not really going to know. It's a really big lift into turn 7 for the 120 this time. Lauren Heinrich still making time with it, but it doesn't seem like they've told him to go just yet. And honestly, why? I mean, they're still gaining time, so there's no reason to change what they're doing. Make sure you have a little extra, just in case. You don't want to cut it that close.
Well, this feels like the pregnant pause before Bedlam in the final run to the checkered flag. So let's take a moment to cover off a couple of other stories we might not get to If the race plays out as we forecast it to, a couple of cars having great days today. How about Racer's Edge? They've had 2 drive-through penalties. They bring Gabby Chavez on board. Luca Mars had a great stint to start this race, kept that car in contention, and here they are running second in class. This would be a great result for that team. They were multiple laps down at one point.
Team's had 7 podiums this year, including 5 in a row. They got really strong here towards the end of the season, as we anticipated, with that driver lineup and just learning the ropes and gelling over the course of a championship season.
Another story, Regulator Racing, Philip Ellis, who is the anchor of that team. He's in the car now, but Jeff Burton kept his nose clean all day long. Elias Seppänen, not someone we've ever seen race on North American shores before. In fact, it's only his second trip to the States ever. Went to Los Angeles when he was about 12 years old, and that's the only other time he's been to the U.S., but he was excellent, and they find themselves in contention for a podium. And score 1 for the sexagenarians in car 163, right? The oldest lineup on the grid. A couple of drivers up over 60, and then Tony Vilander at 44. Average age 55. They're just off the podium in 4th right now with Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's a really cool story. Great to see Alex Negri back in a car here in North America. And hope they come back next year. I think they intend to. He and Jay should be a good 2025 season for them.
Jay told me in no uncertain terms he will be back.
Good.
Full season next year. He's loving this. Jumped in with both feet midway through the season and figured, why not run the 8-hour at the end of this? Try it out as a Pro-Am. They've done a wonderful job today.
Nylander's like the 4th fastest car on the racetrack
right
now, too, actually, so he's still making speed. And also, note now with the low light, it's easy to see all the gravel and clag and things offline in some of these corners. When we get to these late race battles, if you get put off into those marbles, into the gravel that adorns the side of the racetrack, Calvin, that can be a sticky situation.
Somebody just got a curb in a big way a moment ago.
I've been Ellis.
Yeah.
Let's get by Foley there. Foley the lead car, it's hard to tell.
Foley's the lead car there.
Foley's the lead car, so Ellis is coming up on him. Same class, but he's a lap behind, so even if he gets by him, it does not change Foley's lead position in Fanatec GT Pro-Am.
You don't see shots like that at any other race at this venue, and you never have since the Speedway opened in 1909. Never had night racing until the Indy 8-hour went to that format a couple of years ago. Just spectacular shots of this great old facility that has never looked better under the stewardship of Roger Penske, with downtown Indianapolis shimmering in the background.
Just the spectacle of night racing at any racetrack. I mean, the glowing exhaust on the side of the Mercedes AMGs, the brake rotors glowing hot, the sparks flying. Calvin, this is spectacular, and it's one of the things we get to see at all of the rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, but Indy in this race is unique because it's the only time it happens here.
Yeah, it's really special to be trackside right now and hearing these cars, all of the different power plants, watching the visuals, as you alluded to, with cars running at night. And it's pretty cool to be behind the wheel as well. For some of these drivers here, the chance to kiss the bricks and maybe bring home a championship trophy is going to be a big, big night.
Did you enjoy driving at night in your career?
I did. I really enjoyed it. You just get a different sense and feel, particularly at certain racetracks. If you have a little chance to catch a breather like at Sebring, and you can see the fans and the fires and things like that, it's a really cool experience.
Final 21 minutes of this race, Ryan. The Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. And the sights and the sounds of GT racing at one of the world's greatest circuits. And there's still so much to play out, and we don't know yet what's going to happen with the fuel saving, with the 120, with the 31. Who's going to turn up the heat here in the final 20?
Now, you did point out that Philip Ellis, it doesn't matter if he passes Foley because he's a lap down, but the other car in this line, Patrick Niederhauser, that does matter. That is for class position. It does not affect the championship because Niederhauser is not eligible to score points. That car is not, so it wouldn't affect the title, but this is for the chance to kiss those bricks here at Indianapolis, and it is a class win that is up for grabs in the final 20 minutes. And And Niederhauser is fast, we know this. He put the car on the overall pole, and he led the early portions of this race. And if not for a dubious strategy decision at that first full course yellow, who knows where that car could be?
Yeah, he was flying here yesterday. Maybe not surprising. He did win this race back in 2021 with Audi, but nonetheless, we thought the Porsche was going to be fast, but he surprised everyone by claiming that top spot.
Driving strength in that lineup. Niederhauser, of course, anchoring, but the up-and-comer Luke Hartog, do not forget that name, folks. He's about to win the Carrera Cup Championship, barring something catastrophic next weekend. He is a star in the making. And Antares Au, who has already clinched the Intercontinental GT Challenge Independent Cup by reaching the halfway mark in today's race. He guaranteed he'd have enough points to win that title. They've already had a pretty good day. That was mission number 1 to accomplish, but now the chance to claim victory at Indianapolis. And it's right there. They're nose to tail at the moment, coming down Holman Boulevard. Well, not quite nose to tail. They do have Philip Ellis in between.
Running pretty similar lap times. It's kind of been give and take. Last time by, Niederhauser was 3/10 slower than Foley. And just like the battle for the overall win, those times aren't shifting a lot. It's 5.4 between Heinrich and Vanthoor as well, so there's just not a lot of shifting, and it's ebb and flow here.
And let's not lose track of the fact that it's 5.4 seconds on the road, but there is a 5-second post-race penalty coming for the 120, so it needs to be 5 seconds or more for Lauren Heinrich and Wright Motorsports to clinch the overall win. But keep in mind, those two cars are in different classes, so they're both in a position to win, but not necessarily overall, right?
The question is going to be when Wright Motorsports and when did WRT unleash those two drivers and just say you have enough fuel, go, go, go. But what a nervous race for so many of these drivers with championships on the line. Fuel save, we believe, for everyone amongst this top group. By taking that strategy of resetting your driver's stint length and not taking fuel.
Niederhauser, though, they did not do that, let's remember. So I think they are capable of fully pushing. They elected to stay out, and they did that full-service stop under green, which makes the position that they're in even more impressive, being able to run down Foley here in the late stages.
I think also we just noticed that Vanthoor was within 5 seconds of Heinrich, at least at the last sector mark, so that battle's still hotly contested, as is this Pro-Am lead. Niederhauser again a little slower despite being maybe better on fuel than Robbie Foley. But that's the ebb and flow of endurance racing, and everyone's in a different scenario at the same point in time.
Traffic jam here. One of the Corvettes leading the way. Looks
Foley's
like
in.
Ooh, that is unexpected, I think.
Yeah.
And now, all right, let's think about this from a points perspective. This could bring ST Racing right back into the picture. What's going on here with Turner Motorsport?
I would think that this would pull them out of that potential to win the title, dropping them out of that lead position.
Well, they've got to win the race, but they had a lap on Ellis, right? Who's the next Pro-Am car, so it really depends.
Right. And Niederhauser can't score points.
Correct.
So it's not certain yet. Do they have to reset the stint still?
I thought they'd already done it. Maybe they
too.
hadn't. Yeah, maybe they didn't do it early on, and now they're doing it at the end.
They did have a healthy advantage. They will not lose the position to Ellis. Yeah, I think so. They probably did the same thing, I guess, as the 10. They must have, but they've just elected to wait longer to reset the drive time.
It doesn't change the dynamic that much then, because Ellis won't get by them. So because that 10 is invisible to the driver points, effectively nothing has changed, although the trophy might be in different hands at the end of this race.
Will Turner just takes it back and said, all good.
Should take this chance to say thanks to all these teams. They've been so welcoming all season long, willing to share information, pick up the phone in the middle of the race to respond to our banal inquiries. Not so banal in this case, I suppose, but it's a great paddock to get to work in.
It's very complex, and we don't have all of the data in terms of stint lengths and when people pitted as well, so 54 minutes was the stint length there for Robbie Foley, so just like many of the other drivers, he's about 5 minutes light. That's why we saw guys come earlier in this run. Foley elected to stay out, which I think was a bit risky, because if there'd been a yellow, it compressed the field. I guess as long as they had a lap lead on the 91 car, they could play that a little bit deeper into the race.
That's true, and that probably let them go after trying to win in Class 2 with the potential of a yellow resetting things. The gap, by the way, Heinrich to Vanthoor, only 5.3 seconds on the last lap. Vanthoor is just flirting with it. You get the sense that maybe he's got a little bit left if he wasn't forced to save fuel.
This is going to be exciting stuff without any argy-bargy because they got that 5-second gap or so. It's Mullikins, I believe, front of the picture here, just working through the permutations. When does he unleash Dries? Do they surprise the Porsche? It's going to be hard to respond if you suddenly find we just lost a second.
Consistency of those two cars running 124.5s for the last 20, 30 laps, Calvin. It's been really impressive to watch. And now the gap is under 5 seconds from Heinrich to Vanthoor, so it's just ebb and flow. They're so tight together, Ryan, on pace here.
If the race ended on that lap, Vanthoor would have won by 41 thousandths of a second on adjusted time. That's how close it is.
It's incredible, and it's going to be like this, I imagine, for the next 14 minutes.
And that might have been an interval that we saw, not at start-finish, but the point remains, it is that time at start-finish, under 5 seconds. Lauren Heinrich, we're on board. Let's listen at the end of Holman Boulevard. Is it still the same amount of lift and coast for the number 120? First, he's got to get through this quick left-right chicane.
There's some traffic up on the horizon as well, and that could play a factor here. It's been really clear track for Wright Motorsports for a while.
Still a pretty substantial lift.
It's a huge lift, but still 5 seconds differential. It's right on the border. The management of this by Heinrich, if this is intentionally managed, he's doing an amazing job, but you kind of want to give yourself a little bit of buffer.
Yes, 44 thousandths is nothing. You do not want that to be what you're counting on to get you this overall win, not just for themselves, but also for Porsche. Again, at the end of the day, the good news for Wright Motorsports is they'd still win in class. It would still be enough to win the championship as well for their full season drivers, but the possibility of winning overall beckons. 12.5 minutes to go. Let's check the gap. Across the yard of bricks, we wait for Vanthoor. Back over 5. Whoa. I don't think that's right.
No, it's 4.8 at the line. It was a 124.7 for Heinrich, a 124.5 for Dries Vanthoor. So that was a little slower lap than Heinrich has been running. We noted the bigger lift into 7, been carefully managed.
The big question is, if they still feel they're tight, how much do they want to risk the championship for the overall win here tonight?
I say not at all.
Exactly. So, we're kind of waiting for Lauren Heinrich to pull the pin here and just go for it, but maybe we'll have to resist that urge.
And WRT use that to their advantage. They don't necessarily, well, they kind of do. They got to think about Charles Weirt's IGTC championship, don't they? And we know that team cares about it. His dad was in that shot we saw along with Kurt Mullikins earlier, part of the ownership group of WRT. And again, there's also the manufacturer's side of things to keep in mind. Right now, Porsche has enough to get the job done. But if these cars are marginal on fuel, that could really see a major shakeup potentially if cars were to run out on the last lap.
This almost feels harder to me, Calvin, to race to the checkers, managing paces. You'd almost just rather just go for it and leave it up to the drivers, but you can't. You have to manage this fuel, manage the scenarios that you're in. This is a little trickier, I'd have to imagine, behind the wheel.
Oh, very much so, and that's the complexity with this stint length maximum time, that you have to sort of like work that into your strategy, which all of the teams did there during the final 70 minutes or so of this race. So you kind of laid your own table here, and you just got to live with it.
Fight for third. This is 30 in North America Pro. Trent Hedman has caught Alexander Sims for the final step of the podium. It looks like the championship is out of reach, barring something very dramatic in the final 10 minutes for DXDT Racing. Their streak of 8 straight race wins in jeopardy of being snapped here tonight in Indianapolis. But there is still the opportunity to perhaps be on the podium if Sims can keep Hinman at bay.
That would be a miss, I would think, for them to have 8 straight race wins and then completely miss the podium in Indianapolis. So, I mean, that would be a disaster is probably an exaggeration, but they really thought, I think, coming into the weekend that maybe they had a shot. The pace early in the week wasn't great. In the middle of the race, though, they looked very, very good, and now things are kind of slipping away here.
Yeah, they knew it was going to be a tough day. I think they've really executed the best race they possibly could, but it looks like it's going to come up a little bit shy unless Heinrich runs out of juice here.
Well, Heinrich has backed the pace off a little more. He just ran a 24.9. We're seeing him in fuel save mode about a half a second faster than that at times earlier in this stint. Vanthoor, though, is at a 24.6. He now is well within, I say well within, we're still talking tenths of a second, but in the context of this battle, it feels like he's well within that 5-second margin he needs to be within in order to win this race overall on adjusted time.
Yeah, I just have to feel that Wright Motorsports aren't seeing the numbers they're liking, and they're just telling them you can't go. He actually seems to be backing it off even further, just slightly, but it's enough for Vanthoor to eat into that 5-second margin that he's trying to live with. But you can't afford to go. You can't afford to let the ego get in the way. You can't afford to let that overall victory dampen the quest for a championship.
Heinrich has backed it down about half a second a lap from where they were previously. Vanthoor has as well, but not that far, so that's where the advantage is going. And now it's 4.4, so it's 0.6 that Heinrich would lose this race by if it ended now. Right.
But still in position to win the racing class and to win the championship, and that is mission number 1. Okay, so it looks like Regulator Racing still needed to do their final reset as well. They do it. Philip Ellis released, and he'll rejoin the fray. Does that put the 163 now with a chance to perhaps be on the podium? They're quite a ways back, so I don't think so. Practically a lap behind. Looks like Regulator still with a really good chance to be on the podium by the end of this. Hinman continuing to stalk Alexander Sims. This is for 3rd in class.
Certainly played his part as well. All 3 drivers have really stuck to the task. They knew it was going to be a tall order. You can't allow the frustration of the pace of your race car to get into the way of just executing their day. They've done all they could, but it's just going to be a little bit shy the way it's looking.
And for the 63 also, I think there were some unknowns in the endurance aspect of this race. Given all the other races this season are 90 minutes long, the car has held up quite well. Again, they didn't have the pace that they were hoping for, Ryan, but otherwise, things have gone pretty well.
You really can't fault their execution, and their race could have turned on that one full course yellow about midway through the race when their championship rivals, the 120, it looked like they might get trapped a lap down. The overall leader backed the pace off when the safety car came out, and that saved the day for Lauren Heinrich and Wright Motorsports. They're in this position in part, in no small part, because of the way that safety car intervention played out.
That was a game changer. Oh. That was a total game changer. I mean, Wright Motorsports just say, well, our decision, we're leading the race, it was all good, but it wouldn't have been without the timing of that safety car and Wirtz electing to slow down. Adelson there doesn't look happy, or is he happy? Is it kind of a smile, kind of a stressful smile?
Can't read
Maybe he's looking at the data as well, and we should be good, but don't want to smile too early.
This is the WRT Brain Trust. Right now, Vanthoor easily within the window to win the race overall. It's a 4-second gap.
It was deeper into 7, Calvin.
Yeah, it was. Let's see if he starts to untap it here. If they unleashed the rascal yet.
Maybe he's accomplished that number. He went into heavy fuel save the last few laps. In fact, he just ran a 125.1 the last time by, but maybe that's the magic ticket to turn Lauren Heinrich loose.
2 tenths quicker on this lap at the moment than Vanthoor. So I said 5 minutes to go. Maybe that's the time when you know you're safe, you're absolutely sure you're safe, then you go.
Heinrich appears to be on the go button, back onto the front straightaway with 5.5 minutes to go. Let's check the lap time this time for the ace, and sure enough, a 1:24.3. That builds the margin back to 4.4 seconds, not enough yet.
Yeah, he was on it there, right to the brake pedal as well.
We said earlier that this 120 lit the afterburners. They just had to check to make sure they had the fuel to burn in them for the closing stages of this last 5 minutes of this 8-hour race.
Well, they've turned him loose, and this guy is so fast here. There's WRT reacting. Yeah. They're seeing this now.
Yeah, they thought they were in great shape, and now everyone's looking at the data a little bit more closely. Heinrich's doing his normal thing.
And they still might be all right. They're within 5 seconds. And that's the penalty that Heinrich will be automatically served post-race for that pit lane infraction. They were found to be manipulating their speed, exiting the pits on their final fuel stop. Can he build that margin back over 5 seconds? Can Laurin Heinrich not just deliver a championship to Elliott Skier and Adam Adelson, but take overall victory? And it would be the first overall victory for a Fanatec GT World Challenge America team in this event. That would be significant bragging rights for the operation.
Pretty much identical through the first 2 sectors here, so Ventura's responding a little bit as well.
They might have stolen a march, Laurin Heinrich and company, on that first lap, but as soon as WRT saw the stats, they said, all right, Dries, it's time to go. Heinrich at 24.6 will wait for Dries Vanthoor. He runs a 24.7, but only a couple hundredths of a second between them. It's a 4.5 second gap, and we're running out of laps.
Don't have a lot of time left for Heinrich to build this gap back up, so you've got to go now. Everything that you've got in this fuel tank, every ounce of pace you can extract from this Porsche, you need to use now. Vanthoor is going to be on the attack of the Team WRT BMW, Calvin, and it's going to be just a game-on battle. Both players in the game now.
Yeah, is it going to be 3? Is it going to be 4 laps? He just needs a couple of tenths per lap, possibly, to get that half second back. Deep on the brakes there, threshold brake, and you can hear the axles all kind of chirping and trying to find grip there into the brake zone.
Some traffic up ahead too. That looms large as he tries to lay down flyer after flyer. It's qualifying lap time for Laurin Heinrich, and he's the master of qualifying a Porsche here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Multiple poles, more or less, in the last year or so. At least
been fastest qualifier.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Thank you. Clean that up nicely. Inside the final 3 minutes, let's try and do some math here on how many laps we expect to be left in this race. Heinrich, we wait for him to cross the line. He does so now with 2 minutes 34 to go.
So that should be just 2 more laps then.
This lap and 1 more.
Yeah, I think he's going to get the white next lap.
And at this rate, he won't outrun Vanthoor. It's only 200ths better than the 31 at the moment. That's not enough.
That is not enough.
Vanthoor got to within 5 seconds about 6 or 7 laps ago, and he's been able to stay there even after Heinrich was turned loose and started to up the ante. Vanthoor's been able to match him lap after lap. The gap is 4.5 seconds, but he'll have a little traffic to deal with here before this race is done.
About a tenth of a second quicker through sector 1. They're the margins we're looking for, though. If he could put every sector like that, that would be enough over the course of 2 laps.
Lights are out now, and it's just go time. Heinrich has just got to dig deep and extract anything that he can. It's 4 tenths that he needs to find to outrun Vanthoor in the final lap and a half of the Indianapolis 8-hour.
No, Vanthoor responds, goes a little bit quicker than Heinrich through sector 2. They're pretty evenly matched here. Heinrich is not making it happen. He's not finding that advantage to extend the gap.
2 top-level pros at the top of their game. Laurin Heinrich out of the final corner. He'll see the white flag, this time by Dries Vanthoor in the BMW giving chase, looking for victory at Indianapolis. One more time down into turn number 1.
2 front runners there ran lap times within 0.03 of a second.
If anybody slips, it could change the math here. They've got to be perfect on this final lap. Vanthoor does at least. Heinrich has got to do everything in his power. He looked like Superman earlier in this race, but now it might not be quite enough, Ryan.
Lauren Heinrich. The gap is 4.6 seconds now after sector 1. He needs to find another 4/10 over Dries Van Thoren. He only has 2/3 of a lap to do it. That's for the overall win. Regardless of that outcome, though, Wright Motorsports began this season back at Sonoma Raceway with a pair of wins. Elliott Skier and Adam Adelson made the jump to the pro ranks for 2024. They started off with those 2 wins. They have not won since. They could break that duck here today. It was a strong middle sector for Lauren Heinrich, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough for the overall win. Nevertheless, the hired gun, the Porsche factory ace, climbs aboard the number 120, comes through the final corner, and will see the checkered flag first. Lauren Heinrich, Adam Adelson, and Elliott Skier cross the line first. Skier and Adelson are the 2024 Pro Class champions. Van Thoren across the line. The gap is 4.7, and on adjusted time, WRT wins overall in the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. 0.2 of a second. Ultimately the difference there. Now, Engel takes the checkered flag, second in IGTC Pro. Now we wait for the rest of the North American Pro cars, led by Gabby Chavez and Alexander Sims. Patrick Niederhauser shows the way in the Pro-Am class. Robbie Foley just took the checkered flag. That's enough to score first place points in North America. Robbie Foley and Justin Rothberg, they are your 2024 Pro-Am champions, coming back from a 33-point deficit in the final race.
Amazing, what a turnaround. They had the belief, they knew they just had to execute, do their job, and unfortunately for the 38 squad, just dire disappointment with those technical issues aboard that BMW.
You have to feel for those drivers, Samantha Tannadiel Verhagen, for the effort they put on. They never were out of it. They kept trying and trying and trying, and it just wasn't enough.
How close was the fuel?
Out on the cool down lap.
Wow.
2 drivers putting on a show for the last stint here at the Indianapolis 8-hour. And they had to save and save and save, hit the number, and then it was go time, Calvin, and what a show that was to watch.
If that car is out of fuel, that is total management there in a race. Wow. To keep the pace, to keep it within those 5 seconds. Just amazing stuff by Dries Van Thoren and the whole WRT team.
Heinrich did about all that he could do. I mean, we saw how hard he was pushing, trying to find all the time, but the 31 was one of the cars that was quickest all day long, Ryan.
Let's go to Amanda with a very happy team.
Ryan, yeah, I know you guys saw the celebrations happening by the pit wall as Lauren Heinrich came around for the checkered flag. You guys practically fell into each other, and I know that was the hardest last hour of probably the whole effort. 1 year ago, how much difference is there from one season to the next, Elliott?
There really can't be any more than this. Funny enough, coming into the race, it was the exact same scenario of 2 cars against each other. Whoever wins it comes out the champions. Ultimately, last year didn't go to plan, and this year, I mean, we won this thing overall on track. Not only did we beat the car we need to, we beat every single car here on track. It's just an unbelievable feeling. I'm so proud of this team, proud of Adam and the way he drove. It's an absolutely unbelievable feeling to have right now.
Adam, you made the switch into GT3 and it just fit you like a glove, and you are forever a Fanatec GT champion. How proud are you of the time, the effort, the dedication that it takes to achieve this moment?
There aren't words that could really describe what this means to me. I've come here over the past 2 years and lost three SRO championships, all out of our hands, and we did everything we could, and we did what we needed to win them, and we lost them all. And to be able to come into the pro class and to win on track overall, and to do it with Elliott, one of my very best friends, he's like a brother to me, to do it with Wright Motorsports, it means everything.
Congratulations to those best friends. We have watched this over the last 3 seasons. What joy it is to see that for this duo.
That is what it's all about. victory, elation at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. WRT celebrating as well. A hard-earned win overall and also in class. This was a bit of an up and down week for them with their cars late showing up. One in particular, it was really the other car that was super late arriving, but WRT had a lot to work through and they come out on top.
Dries Van Toren and Sheldon van der Linde follow up on the victory here last year. BMW have now won here 3 times. Porsche came so close, right? Within 0.4 of a second or whatever, 0.2 of a second of making it happen, but they'll still celebrate. I mean, they've got the IGTC championship title, they've got the pro title in Fanatec GT. Still a big day for Porsche.
Yeah, that was my point there, is despite the 120 falling in behind the 31 on the corrected scoring, Porsche will still come home with that title. And I don't think defending that was really something that they thought was incredibly realistic with the strength of the 31 and 33, but with the issues for the second of the 2 Team WRT cars, that dream was held alive by not only the 120, but also the 85.
Certainly so. Provisional race results for the 5th running of the Indianapolis 8-hour presented by AWS. Team WRT, not just BMW, but the team also back-to-back. Remarkably, their win here last year was their first ever win on American soil, and they back it up 1 year later with another win ahead of this team. Wright Motorsports, champions in Fanatec GT World Challenge America Pro, Elliott Skier and Adam Adelson. They brought in Lauren Heinrich as the hired gun. They knew he would deliver when the time came, and he certainly did. Very nearly delivered them the overall win. Bit of a quiet day for Mercedes in a lot of cases. Certainly this Group of M team that finished 3rd overall gave it a good run, but it just didn't look like they had the answer for the Porsche or the BMW today.
Yeah, they just seemed to be a little bit shy. Car was sliding around a bit. Drivers gave it 1,000,000%, but just didn't have that ultimate lap time, it looked like.
Herbert Motorsport, the pole-sitting car overall, come home 7th in the win in the Pro-Am class. Antares Au also picks up the Intercontinental GT Challenge Independent Cup. So a big day for him, for Patrick Niederhauser, and Luke Hartog, who has a chance to add to this with a Carrera Cup title, quite possibly, very likely, in fact, next weekend at Road Atlanta, rather. Oh, wow, fantastic. And then just behind them, yeah, they don't get the win, they don't get to kiss the bricks here, but a championship clinched for Turner Motorsport, Robbie Foley, Justin Rothberg, in Justin's first year of GT3 racing, no less. And he's got a chance to win another title tomorrow, let's not forget.
It's really tight. He won today, and if he can follow that up, won yesterday, should I say, if he can follow that up with another win tomorrow, definitely on the cards.
And job well done there for Robbie Foley as well in the late stages of that race, and put themselves in position to effectively take full points there. And again, kind of stealing it away from the ST Racing folks. But again, this is the dynamics of endurance racing. Anything can go wrong. Double points changed the picture quite a bit in that championship.
Definitely did. You know, that is the fascinating dynamic of how this race fits into Fanatec GT World Challenge America all year long. 2 races a weekend, 90 minutes each. All of a sudden you turn up for the finale, the most important race where you're going to go and make or break your season if you're going for a title, and it's a totally different format than you've seen all year long, but we've seen the teams really rise to the challenge.
Yeah, a lot of tension, a lot of stress, a lot of permutations, a lot of things to work through, a lot of things to clarify. But at the end of the day, it's a very exciting day. Perfect weather conditions. BMW come out on top. Perfect execution there.
It was that, as you expect from WRT, right? They had a couple miscues, though, in the pits. Each car had a 5-second penalty to overcome. That's the interesting thing, because you could say for Wright Motorsports, right? Well, definitely frustrating to have that late in the going, but this car had the same penalty at one stage of it. Let's hear from our North America Pro Class winners, starting with Lauren Heinrich, who is with Amanda Busick.
And Lauren, you're brought in for a very special effort to finish off a championship for Wright Motorsports, and you did just that. What was it like working with that team?
Yeah, it was great to join Wright Motorsport. I mean, they have a really rich Porsche Motorsport history. The Porsche GT3R run Indianapolis is such a feast, to be honest. It's a bit of a shame to, I don't know, even somehow lose the overall win. I got told 9 minutes before the end that we have a 5-second penalty. Of course, I then drove my heart out. I could extend the gap a bit, but I mean, I was clearly faster, so it's a bit of a shame, but great to Adam and Ilya to bring the championship home. That's what we were here for, and we made it in style.
We watched it lap by lap, Lauren. Great job on your effort tonight.
Thank you.
Certainly was. Gave it everything he had a huge task to hit that fuel number.
Surprised he got the message with 9 minutes to go. I mean, that 5-second penalty was delivered pretty early in that stint.
I think maybe because it might have influenced him to save a little less, so maybe it's better that you don't know sometimes.
I think you're right. That makes as much sense as anything else. He got the job done, though, saved enough fuel, and brought them the win in class and that very emotional championship. We already heard from Elliott Skier and Adam Adelson, and the tears in the voice and in the eyes of Adam Adelson. It's been quite a journey for him. He's still pretty new to this, but now has some big-time accolades he can celebrate. Let's hear from more of our winners with Amanda.
Well, I've finally pulled these guys off of the roof of their BMW as they celebrate the overall win here at Indianapolis 8 Hour. And Dries, you look absolutely exhausted. When you were told to go, 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 the overall win is in your sights. What was that reaction from you?
I mean, we are back-to-back Indy winners. Well, we are. I mean, not a lot to say at the moment. I gave it everything I had. It was an amazing fight. I just gave it everything I had. I mean, I am exhausted, but the car, we did it. The team had a great idea because it was a fuel race to the end, but we managed to do it. And I mean, I'll need a few days to recover, but very, very happy to be a back-to-back Indy winner.
And he went back-to-back with Sheldon Van der Lee back into Indianapolis as yet again a winner. What have you figured out about this circuit?
Yeah, honestly, coming back here is always amazing. America is such a great place. We won here last year, obviously. Slightly different lineup with Charles missing last year, but we've done it for him as well. He's a champion, a well-deserved champion this year, so very happy for him. And Dries did an amazing job in the end, so really happy for the team, obviously. And we're going to party hard tonight.
And Charles, I saw we did that interview prior to the close of the race. Your dad was pacing back and forth as well. What does the word champion mean to you?
Yeah, it means quite a lot. I mean, already had few championship in Europe, but IGTC was definitely one on the list I wanted to achieve, so I'm extremely happy. And therefore, I mean, it's a championship, and I had the chance to drive with amazing drivers. Obviously, Sheldon and Dries helped me a lot for Spa and Bathurst and obviously here. But I also would like to thank Max and Dan, with whom I had a podium on my first try on the Nordschleifer. So a big thank you to them, to Team RMG, also was an amazing team, and I was very happy to be able to drive with them. Obviously, Team WRT and overall BMW for providing us with such a great car, and it's an honor to be able to represent such an iconic brand, and to become champion, obviously, it's an achievement of a great season.
Follows up a win at the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa with the win here and the champion this season.
That he is, Charles Weerts from Belgium. 4 years ago, he was just starting his racing career, wasn't sure he could make a living doing this, so he enrolled and studied business and economics at University in Liège in his native Belgium. Well, I'd say he's got a future for himself in sports car racing. He's now an Intercontinental GT Challenge champion.
Yeah, it's a big title, Ryan, and he got great support, as he said, some great teams. It was a total collaboration of the BMW teams over the course of this 4-race championship season, some big events. Then to fight through, you think about the hours of racing that we have. This is the shortest race of the 4-race championship. It seems like a long day for everyone, so it's a monster effort to come out on top, and he deserves the title.
Let's take a look back on 8 thrilling hours at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Feels like an eternity ago, but it was the 31 BMW, really from the word go, that was fighting and contending at the front of the field. Early on, it was a great battle with Patrick Niederhauser. These are ultimately 2 cars that would win their respective classes, the overall as well as the Pro-Am and the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro as well, all went the way of those 2 cars. Battles throughout the field. Second BMW from WRT was the story in the early going. Started last after an engine change, gave them a grid penalty. And Dan Harper and Augusto Farfus teamed up to bring that car into contention in the early hours, despite starting 23rd. Wright Motorsports in the wars in the early going, but actually it was DXDT, their title rivals, that had them on the back foot in the early stages of the race. We've seen this battle, haven't we? This was when it was sunlight. It continued into the dusk. Close moments here. Philip Ellis, Bastian Boos, this in the twilight, fighting for Pro-Am positions. WRT appeared in firm control. The way the pit stop cycled through and put the 120 to the point, but they did have a penalty on their final pit stop, and that meant it was a 5-second margin that Lauren Heinrich needed to build in order to hang on for the overall win. He came close, just a quarter of a second shy. Nevertheless, it is a North American win for Heinrich and the championship for his teammates. Vanthoor, though, claims the overall win and with it secures the Intercontinental GT Challenge crown for his teammate Charles Weerts. And that is what victory at Indianapolis looks like. Elation, jubilation, and the overflow of emotion. What a day to conclude the season for Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, a season that started at Sonoma all the way back in April. And for Intercontinental GT Challenge, it was almost a calendar year ago, right? When this all got started in Bathurst down under in Australia. What a great season it was, from Bathurst to the Nürburgring to Spa, and here at Indianapolis. 4 iconic circuits to make up that globetrotting championship that highlights the SRO's presence on 4 distinct continents.
We've got another race ready to call there. The safety vehicles are ready to go.
I'm still fired up. I think I'm ready for it.
Quick espresso and let's do it.
There was a lot that happened in the last 8 hours, guys, and you guys made the point that this is the shortest of the Intercontinental GT Challenge rounds, and if you do that 4 times, I mean, it's just an incredible amount of action, especially in the last hour. That battle between Dries and Lauren and the fuel saving that happened, that was unbelievable between those two.
Well, and if you liked what IGTC had to offer this year, I've got great news for you, because all 4 of these races are back, plus the addition of Suzuka to the championship. Great to have Suzuka right back. Back down to Amanda.
Antares just said to me, it is so good to be having this conversation. And man, I just remember talking to you ahead of this weekend, and you were kind of bummed it wasn't the season that you wanted. I imagine this is a turnaround that you were hopeful for this weekend in Indianapolis.
We had to, go to the very bottom 2 laps down and fight every inch of the way back. These guys, didn't mega. And yeah, it's been a roller coaster ride.
Well, you look at being on the pole to start out the day, and I know you had quite a journey towards the end. Andres told you that you needed to go chase down the car in front of you and get that win in class, and you did just that. Patrick, how?
Yeah, well, in the end, it's a bit unfortunate. I wanted to have a nice fight with Luke Auer in the Sun Energy car. Yeah, bad luck for them, feeling sorry, but obviously super happy that we could win the Pro-Am class. It was yeah, a great day, great weekend overall with the overall pole yesterday, and yeah, today all 3 of us did a flawless job. And then it was a bit yeah, sketchy. Kind of had to nurse the car home, but yeah, every one of us, I think the whole team did the perfect job. So super happy with that win.
Luke, I think you'll go back and listen to the broadcast, and you received a lot of accolades and praise here this weekend from our guys in the booth. How did you fit so well with it? Not height-wise, but how did you fit so well within this team?
Well, first of all, it's very welcoming. I mean, it's awesome to work with these guys. We really had a lot of fun, and we also put it out on track. We had a very good package, so thanks for the team. Thanks for Porsche for bringing such a good car. And then, yeah, we managed to get the car in a very good shape during the race. We were very quick, so I'm happy with the overall result. We did what we came for.
And congratulations, Shadigan Tantaris, on his Independent Cup interviews. And guys, these celebrations are continuing to happen backstage. I'm going to turn around as we go over to Lone Star Racing. And guys, I know it was just a battle that you went through today, and just to keep the effort alive. Alex, it is now over, your first Indianapolis 8-hour. I did tease on the broadcast, we'll see you next year, not to put those words in your mouth. Just reflect on the experience and, I mean, the paddock and the time you had with us.
I mean, it wasn't the best day for us, honestly. We started struggling since, I would say, stint 1. Went 2 laps down super early, and then just fighted that all day. But yeah, anyway, it was a good experience. Learned a little bit, had fun with my teammates and the team. So yeah, we'll be back next year for sure.
Thank you, Alex, and I got to give it up to his co-drivers, Luca and Fabian, for keeping in the effort today as well.
Yeah, it's a tough slog, right? When it all goes away from you early on and you've got about 6 hours where you've got to just turn laps and hope for some attrition. They did end up making it onto the Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro podium, but only 13th overall. Frustrating day.
Yeah, because the pace was there. I mean, I don't think they had the winning pace, but I think certainly, you know, could have had a really strong race and made it a bit more enjoyable when you're a few laps down. As you said, you just got to grind it out and just see what you can come up with, and they were rewarded with a podium finish at the end of the day in class.
Another look at provisional race results and on the adjusted time, factoring then at penalty, WRT wins overall. Wright Motorsports, while deprived of the overall win, still takes home the victory in the North American Pro class at the championship for Skier and Adelson. Weirt's middle of the graphic there between the 3 drivers for WRT in the winning car, your Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers Champion. Should celebrate some of the other podium results we haven't talked too much about yet. Racer's Edge and DXDT ultimately do get on the podium in North America Pro, and the rest of the Pro-Am podium, Herbert Turner, and then Regulator Racing. How about that for Jeff Burton, Elias Sepinen, and Phil Ellis?
Yeah, really strong into their season. They got to be happy with that effort, and we're looking forward to seeing them back on the grid next year.
And any conversation about some of their results this year being about just doing the strategy different than everybody else, that goes out the window. They executed perfectly for 8 hours today.
They really did, and just continue to build that program. Jeff's getting more and more confidence and doing a great job. Philip Ellis, top-notch, obviously, and they had a pretty good teammate with them this weekend as well in the Finn.
Another note also in the overall running order, 5 different manufacturers represented in the top 5 overall. That's impressive, Ryan.
Yeah, I'd love to see that, definitely. Showcasing the width and breadth of GT3 manufacturer involvement in SRO. Well, our buddy DJ Clark is at the controls of the podium.
You sure it's him?
Pretty confident.
He's had a long day. He hasn't stopped talking for all 8 hours because he was up in the PA booth for the time that he wasn't on pit lane, and still has the energy to be on the podium. How about that?
Don't know where he gets it, but it'll be a podium celebration to remember as he welcomes the top 3 for Intercontinental GT Challenge Pro to the rostrum at Indianapolis.
And on the top step of your podium, in the number 31 Team WRT BMW race fans, let me hear it for Dries Vanthoor, Sheldon Van der Linde, and Charles Verts.
There you have it. Winning trio from Team WRT making their way up onto the podium here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Abby Hay delivering the IGTC medals to eligible drivers. And the most eligible of all, of course, Charles Verts, who is your 2023 champion. Podiums in 3 of the 4 Intercontinental GT Challenge rounds in 2024. And also representative from BMW, of course, up there on the podium as the top finishing manufacturer here today.
And now the Belgian national anthem. right, drivers, we've got some checks to give out to you as well. So we're going to get some pictures with those here in a second.
Second straight year, La Brabançonne, the national anthem of Belgium, has rung out on the loudspeakers here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Team WRT, the Belgian team, going back-to-back, and 2/3 of the driver lineup hails from Belgium too, so a really good day for the small European country with a rich motorsport heritage. Let's look at downtown Indy, just off in the distance, where I imagine a few of these folks on the podium are going to be heading before too much longer for some festivities.
Yeah, we've got another big day of racing tomorrow, but I might have a beverage or two.
Slippery noodle?
Nightcap. I don't know about that.
Okay.
That probably needs more context for me.
Famous Indianapolis watering hole, let's put it that way. So now we'll do the hat dance and pose for some more photos. Then move on to the next podium. We've got a couple to get through here tonight. Number of awards to hand out as well.
Drivers, Pirelli caps back on if you could. And now for the fun part, spray a little champagne!
Celebration initiated by Dan Gurney, the late and much missed Dan Gurney. That is now the tradition to celebrate motorsports victory the world over. And done once again here at Indianapolis. Actually, the one place probably where champagne is not ubiquitous in terms of a beverage with victory, right? Milk being so long associated with the winner of the Indy 500. But champagne seems fitting for this occasion.
Nothing I'd rather have after 8 hours than a cold glass of milk, Ryan. I'll take champagne this time, I think.
You got Louis Meyer to blame for that one. I don't think that tradition's going away anytime soon.
Is Emo the only driver who resisted?
Yeah, certainly in recent memory. I'm not sure when it became a total fixture. I know Louis Meyer was the first to drink the milk. It was actually buttermilk, interestingly. Evidently, his grandmother told him that was the best thing to drink after a long day of exertion, so he went with it. And then someone from the Dairy Association saw this and thought, you know, we might have a marketing opportunity here, and it's become tradition ever since. Not buttermilk, but actual full dairy milk with a couple of choices available, coincidentally. But yes, to your point, Emerson Fittipaldi, his second win in 1993, elected to promote his orange groves back in Brazil, and that went over like a lead balloon.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I remember
this place.
that.
Kind of like Steven Tyler's national anthem here at this venue as well. Maybe that's a bit of a deep cut. But
anyone do chocolate milk?
That is not an option that is given, but
that's no fun.
Says you. Let's hear from some more of the drivers here behind victory podium with Amanda.
And these drivers are also champions in the Pro-Am effort in Fanatec GT. And it was like, the question was, have we done the math? Have we done the math? When it came to you that you were a champion, Justin, you were shaking your head back here and you're like, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. You also tried to call your mom who sent you to voicemail. What would you have said to her?
I would have said, thank you so much for supporting me. I would not be here if it wasn't for her and my father. So biggest thank you goes out to them, then Turner, Robbie, everyone who got me here.
From Sonoma to right now, how different are you as a driver?
I think a lot has changed. It's my first season in the GT3 car, and every race I was getting more and more comfortable in it, and here we are.
And Robbie, I know you look at him with so much pride in what you guys have gone through. I think of different moments that you guys have had here this season. VIR sticks out to me. Barber, watching him just develop weekend after weekend. But to you be alongside that effort, how rewarding has this been for you too?
Yeah, it's been an amazing process. We were just talking about it this morning, just in his GTA races, you know, at the beginning of the year in Sonoma, he couldn't even see the leaders at the end of the race. And now he's fighting for wins in that. And his rate of progression's been insane. He's got a bright future in the sport, I think. And yeah, I think today is a testament to our team, Justin, BMW. Thanks to them for an amazing car, reliable car all day. And yeah, thanks to everybody who's gotten me here, my parents, and all of our supporters. But a great day.
And Patrick, you got the call to put the bow on this effort for them and to win a championship. How cool is that?
Yeah, I mean, just to be trusted by these guys to come in and help them try and seal up a championship. Obviously, I race with Turner a lot, and yeah, I'm just so happy for all the guys on the team, Will, Justin, Robbie, and to be trusted to do that is an honor.
Congratulations to Turner Motorsport and to these guys for their 2024 effort for a championship.
Fantastic job all season long. Cool story, too, with Robbie Foley, who not so long ago was not in a totally dissimilar position from Justin, where he was the pupil. But now, fast forward 5 or 6 years, and he's the master.
Yeah, Bill Auberland took him under his wing and certainly provided him the platform to showcase his skills and bring him along. And Robbie stepped up to the challenge, got the opportunity to be a BMW Works driver. And great association with Will Turner, of course. Vin Barlett has been a big supporter of that whole program as well. Matt Dalton with Patrick Gallagher. So there's a lot of support behind the scenes, and they all took a big part in this championship run.
Let's listen in to the North America Pro Podium.
Zach Beach and Gabby Chavez! And on the top step of your podium, in the number 120 Wright Motorsports Porsche, it's Adam Adelson, Elliott Skier, and Lauren Heinrich!
All three of these lineups have their stories to tell. We certainly had our focus on two of these three from the word go today with DXDT Racing and Wright Motorsports. You know, it's interesting that Corvette did seem stronger than it had all week, which you'd expect with the weight break that they got ahead of the race. And in the opening stanza of this, they went to the fore. For a while, they were in possession of the championship lead as it ran, but as the race played out, ultimately just a little too much to try and overcome with the pace and the execution for Wright Motorsports.
Yeah, I mean, they drove a brilliant race. I think they gave everything they could today to try and win this championship. I thought the strategy they played midpoint of the race, where they were the first of the teams to kind of elect to do that reset with the driver stint length time, that worked to perfection. Then the Wright Motorsports team caught a little bit of a break, as we alluded to, with the safety car timing, and then not only the safety car timing, but also Wirtz electing to slow down before the safety car found him.
Right.
That just opened up the door for the 120 machine to get back on the racetrack and not go a lap down. So a little bit of luck in the Wright Motorsports corner today, but they deserve it. It's been a brilliant season. They've kept their head down despite the run that the Corvette boys put together.
And this run for Racer's Edge as well, another podium. It seems almost unfair. Unfair is not the right word, but it seems unfitting that they never did get a win this year, because they were close on a couple of occasions, really improved as the year went along. To get to second today, though, when they were multiple laps down, they had several drive-through penalties in this race, but they overcame that and got to the second step of the podium.
Yeah, I think it was, 8 podiums on the year, something like that. And, you know, they seem to get stronger and stronger every weekend. I think coming into this weekend, looking at the pace, we said over the course of the weekend, they look really good, because all three of the boys were doing a great job behind the wheel, very even on pace, and just a strong effort from John Marocchi and the whole group. So I'd love to see them back. I think Zach Veach and Luca Mars, if they could keep that program together for 25, they're going to start off on such a higher level than they started with this year by the program coming together late.
And consider also, you know, the butterfly effect of, had they not had that penalty early in the race, how things could have looked. I mean, maybe not a class victory, but you can't say that it couldn't have happened with how much that time it took to claw back from that penalty early.
Yeah, for sure. It's not out of the realm of possibility, right? But it's hard to say going back that far into an 8-hour race. Nevertheless, you know, Luca Mars in that opening stint, remember, he was going toe-to-toe with Lucas Stoltz at one point and a couple other big-name factory drivers, and looked right at home. He'd never been in a race like this before, never been up against that level of talent just up and down the field, and he looked like he fit.
And these days can be a huge confidence boost for these young drivers. So they stepped up to the challenge. They'll have a big smile on their face. Everyone will party hard over the course of the rest of this weekend.
Let's listen in. Amanda's going to go chat with some of our podium finishers.
Talking to me?
Well, that looks certainly fun as you guys started spraying champagne on each other. Coda, man, you showed up and just lit everything on fire. You think of the effort the Corvette had this season, getting the first win Corvette in our series at Coda. Tommy, I know you had so much to do with this program. How will you remember 2024?
What a special year to come here with this team. First year for the Z06 GT3R, first year for the customer car program. To get the win, first win with DXTT Racing. David Askew, Aaron Gahagan, my sister, the whole team, DXTT, have been flawless all year long. My teammate Alec, I can't say enough about him, how fast he is, what a great teammate he is, great guy. Super proud of this team, super proud of this effort from Corvette Racing and Team Chevy. A lot of fun to be a part of it.
We got to see the promotion of Brian Sellers into a new role and looking forward to customer racing and just the expansion of Corvette. What can we expect for 2025?
Yeah, more Corvettes racing around the world. More bigger events. Been a lot of cars being built, a lot of cars delivered. Looking forward to seeing more Corvettes on podiums around the world, here in the U.S. as well. Excited for what DXTT has for the future. And the other customer teams as well. It's a great time for Chevrolet Motorsports, great time for Corvette Racing. A lot of fun to be a part of it.
And it is a great time for another podium celebration.
Agreed with that, Amanda. A lot of exciting things in what Tommy Milner talked about with the prospect of GM even further investing in customer racing, which is still relatively new to them, but they've really embraced it over the last year or so.
They really have. There's some big announcements to come. There's been some whispers in the paddock this weekend, sort of off the record, so there's some exciting times ahead. And Tommy Milner, as Amanda alluded to, he's been very much part of that. He did all the research and development. He took a time off of a full-time race seat to go and develop this race car, and to see him rewarded with the streak that they went on and just narrowly missing out on a championship. Fantastic year for the whole group.
And Amanda brought up a point we were remiss never to cover over the course of that 8-hour race. Brian Sellers stepping out of the race car, at least on the IMSA side, and focusing now as in a team manager type role with DXTT moving forward.
Yeah, well, he's had a great relationship over the years because Brian drove for Tommy's dad, Tommy Milner Sr., and he's known Aaron forever, who Tommy just said, and my sister runs the team. Tommy's other sister was here this weekend, in fact, in a supportive role. She doesn't get to many races, so total family affair. Tommy's wife and kids are here as well. So it's a big family, and I think Brian Sellers is part of that as well. He's known the group for a long time. It's the perfect fit for everyone with that announcement.
Last podium, let's let DJ bring out the Pro-Am winners.
The Herbert Motorsports Porsche, it's Arizal, Luke Hertog, and Patrick Niederhauser! Now let me see those trophies, drivers!
Love to see our race vision powered by AWS graph for the number 10 car, because they started out up front, dropped way down the order when the strategy didn't quite play out their way early, and then they end up right back on top of the class again.
Yeah, amazing run. Niederhauser was special here this weekend. Luke Hartzog, he's a special kid as well. I'm sure he fits in the same race car as those boys. He's twice their height. He's a monster.
Behind the wheel, too, he is something special. Keep your eyes on him. It's his second Intercontinental GT start.
It's his birthday today as well.
Of the season, and you're right, good point. Happy birthday to Luke. 21, I believe. That opens up some possibilities for celebration tonight.
Oh boy, what a birthday.
Right.
Also. Can't really ask for a better present than winning at IMS, especially with the fireworks and everything. That is a special spectacle.
At 22. He was already 21, but still, birthday nevertheless.
Might be a good thing that he's already gone through
yeah,
that.
good point. Good point.
All right, drivers, we'll collect those checks from you. And while we do, if you could switch on over to those VP Racing caps for me and then raise up those trophies again. All right, drivers, put those Pirelli caps back on for me. And now the fun part, spray a little champagne!
Final champagne spray of 2024 in Fanatec GT World Challenge America and Intercontinental GT Challenge as well. Congratulations to all of the class winners and podium finishers here at Indianapolis today. So much to celebrate and so much to look forward to as well, with another big season of SRO racing on the docket for 2025 here stateside. If paddock whispers are to be believed, we should see some growth in grids, stability in the calendar. That's great to see. A return here to Indianapolis for the finale. And in IGTC land, again, to reiterate, so excited to have Suzuka back on the schedule, adding another world-class venue at a 5th round of the championship.
Yeah, another iconic venue, just expanding the calendar moving forward, so that's exciting. Some changes on the American scene with a reformatted GT America, TC America. Going to be seeing some tweaks. They all sound pretty positive, so exciting times ahead for next year. But we've also got some racing tomorrow morning, some championships to be decided.
Yeah, that's true. 3 series still to run tomorrow, right? With GT America as well as TC America and Pirelli GT4 America, plus Toyota GR Cup's got one more race still to go. So 4 races on the docket here from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It all gets started at 8:35 local time with GT America coverage, where Justin Rothberg will go for yet another championship. All the championships are taken care of in TC America, so they'll just be going for the glory and the chance to kiss the bricks at Indy. And in Pirelli GT4, 2 of the 3 still remain in the balance.
Adrian De Silva, Brendan Leach, and Bastian Booz. And on the top step of your podium in the number 10 Herbert Motorsports Porsche and Terrace, Al, Luke, Hartog, and Patrick Niederhauser.
I believe this is Independent Cup we're recognizing here, and a couple of potential entries here. Some of them didn't make required distance to be classified, so that's why we only have 2 squads up on the rostrum. But indeed, as we've previewed a couple of times, Antares Al got the job done today, Independent Cup champion in 2024. And this is a special award that recognizes the gentleman drivers that make sports car racing what it is. And he comes out on top in that competition.
Ryan, you were talking about some of the other racing that's happening here tomorrow, and in Toyota GR Cup, there's a couple special guests that are here this weekend as well. Keanu Reeves and Cody Jones from Dude Perfect are here racing in that series as well, so that's big news over on the Toyota GR Cup side.
Yeah, quite right. Big weekend for GR Cup with some big-name celebrities here and championships to be decided. Series in year 2 only getting stronger.
It's been a spectacular season. Gresham Wagner wrapped up the championship there, but we mentioned Keanu Reeves making his 2nd racing effort. He actually won the Toyota Celebrity race back in 2009. That car's here in the paddock as well, which is really cool to see. A little piece of racing history.
For sure. Great to have an actor of his stature taking part in the racing here this weekend. By all accounts, really enjoying the experience. He's improved leaps and bounds from the start of the weekend to where he was in the races so far this weekend.
He has, and he actually had a bit of a movie moment, some stunt driving early in the day with a big lap 1 accident that he was able to get through, but probably would have liked to not have to do that.
Suppose that was earlier today, wasn't it? It's been a little while. 8 hours of racing here at Indianapolis, and we are at the conclusion of our day. A big thanks to everyone on the broadcast team, Kyle Heyer, Calvin Fish, DJ Clark, and Amanda Busick. I'm Ryan Marine. So long from 2024 in SRO America.